I once worked for 2 years at the crematorium on Chongqing Road in Yangqing. 2 years is neither long nor short, yet during that time I experienced some rather uncanny events. To ordinary people, a crematorium always seems shrouded in a gloomy and mysterious aura. Because of my job, many friends were endlessly eager to ask me about stories from the crematorium. Whenever friends came asking, I would only smile and say nothing. In truth, there are many things I simply do not wish to speak of because I do not want to overturn their view of the world. There are many secrets in a crematorium. For example, anyone who sees this could go and ask around. When a crematorium is built in any city, a fish tank is buried beneath the ground with 2 live fish inside. Why bury a fish tank with live fish? There is a hidden reason behind this. That is a story for another time and will not be mentioned for now. The incident I am about to recount happened in October of 2012. After it occurred, the local Yangqing newspaper carried a vague and general report. Even now, if you dig out that day's paper, you can still find related content. Given how widespread the internet is today, this incident should have quickly spread, stirring up at least a moderate uproar online. The daily paper originally intended to continue with follow-up reports, but for various reasons the matter was smothered and abruptly brought to an end. The morning edition of the Yangqing Daily on October 13, 2012, was retrieved almost immediately after release, with only a small number of copies left in circulation. In my view, they did not dare continue pursuing it. To those who know nothing, the process of this incident appears chaotic and convoluted. Aside from the furnace operators at the Yangqing crematorium at the time, few people likely know the inside story. In fact, the entire matter can be summed up in a single sentence: what is burned in the crematorium's furnace is not all. On the day it happened, neither my colleagues nor I sensed any sign beforehand. After work, we went home to eat and sleep as usual. Sometime after 1 in the morning, while I was sleeping soundly, Lao Li suddenly called and told me to come to the unit at once. I was a temporary worker at the crematorium, serving as the assistant to the furnace operator. The so-called furnace operator is the person who runs the cremation furnace. In recent years, positions at crematoriums have been standardized, and furnace operators must be certified before they can officially take up the post. Lao Li was an official furnace operator, but he was getting on in years and had undergone surgery on his left hand, leaving him without much strength. Normally, I was the one assisting him with the work. Lao Li took good care of me. His intention was that I should get plenty of hands-on experience, earn the certification someday, and then take over his shift as a formal furnace operator. On the phone, Lao Li did not explain much. He simply urged me to hurry over. I lived not far from Chongqing Road, so I threw on some clothes and ran toward the crematorium. As I rushed over, I kept turning it over in my mind. I had a hunch that something must have happened because under normal circumstances, the crematorium never fires up the furnace at night. It took me a little over 10 minutes to reach the crematorium. As soon as I stepped through the gate, I saw a vehicle from Yangqing First People's Hospital, and beside it 2 Passats with their license plates removed. Several unfamiliar faces were whispering by the cars, their demeanor secretive and furtive. That night, Director Lu from the office was on duty at the crematorium. By this point, I could already sense that something truly out of the ordinary was going on. I did not know who those unfamiliar men were, but Director Lu stood beside them, his expression both stern and deferential. I had no time to scrutinize the strangers by the 2 Passats before Director Lu urged me to go help Lao Li. To be honest, I was extremely nervous. For no apparent reason, I could feel that inside one of the Passats there seemed to be a powerful, yet invisible presence. My curiosity is strong. Even though Director Lu was pushing me to hurry and the gazes of those strangers were full of wariness and vigilance, as I passed them, I still sneaked a look at the Passat. The lighting was very dim, and even straining my eyes, I could only make out a figure sitting motionless inside. I could not see the person's features clearly. I only noticed that both his hair and beard were white. Feng Hui, hurry up. Snapped back to myself, I heard Director Lu shouting behind me again. I withdrew my gaze, lowered my head, and ran toward the furnace hall. There were 4 furnaces in total in the hall, and usually only Furnace No. 1 and Furnace No. 3 were in operation. I changed into my work clothes. Lao Li was already prepared beside Furnace No. 3. I quietly asked Lao Li what exactly was going on. He shook his head. He too had been called out of bed in the middle of the night. We waited for about 20 minutes before Director Lu brought 2 men into the furnace operator's room. One was a man in his 30s, his face stiff and expressionless like a block of wood, his gaze sweeping over Lao Li and me with a scrutinizing coldness. That feeling was deeply uncomfortable, as though I had been taken into a station and was being stared at like a suspect. "We are here to handle a matter today," the man said. The middle-aged man spoke with utmost seriousness, addressing Lao Li and me. "We have our own discipline, and you at the crematorium have your rules and regulations. You will operate according to your rules, but what happens today must remain confidential. You are not to mention it to anyone." Not a single word, Director Lu chimed in, adding his own warning. Lao Li was an honest man, though he did not understand the situation. He was frightened by their words and nodded hurriedly. Then the middle-aged man took a tightly tied black plastic bag from his companion behind him and placed it on the operating table in front of the cremation furnace. Enunciating each word, he said to us, "Burn this. Burn it completely." I said nothing at the sight, but in that instant I understood at least one thing. Everything happening that night likely revolved around this black plastic bag. This whole group had mobilized just to bring whatever was inside it to the crematorium and burn it. Here I should add a few more words. When cremation was first implemented, many people were unwilling to accept it. The Chinese have long valued burial in the earth, believing that only by entering the soil can the dead find peace, and that reducing a body to ashes is extremely inauspicious. There is actually a deeper meaning in this belief. The crematorium is a place that burns corpses. Throughout 365 days of the year, countless bodies are incinerated. Thus, beneath every crematorium lies something buried with a suppressive function. Put more plainly, certain things once burned in the crematorium are simultaneously pinned down and can no longer cause mischief. Lowley once explained this to me. Long ago, in the days of the old corpse processing sites and the later crematoriums, there were always such suppressive objects buried underground. Because of this, even though furnace operators burn so many bodies each year, they never become entangled by anything unnatural. For this very reason, I felt a flicker of curiosity about what lay inside that black plastic bag, mixed with a faint, indescribable fear. I had the sense that the bag contained something extraordinary. Director Liu commented to the two men that the air in the furnace room was unpleasant and that they could wait outside if they wished. The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the black plastic bag and the cremation furnace before it. From his look, he clearly intended to see whatever was inside that bag shoved into the furnace with his own eyes before he could rest easy. I glanced at Lowley and saw that his face had gone somewhat pale. His hands were trembling ever so slightly. When you have done this job long enough, you grow numb. You become immune to things that ordinary people find terrifying. Yet along with that numbness comes a unique professional sensitivity. I guess Lowley had sensed it too, that whatever was in that black plastic bag lay far beyond our ability to predict or imagine. With his hands trembling, Lowley began to untie the bag. It had been tied very tightly. The moment he opened just a narrow slit, a wave of blood stench powerful enough to make one shudder swept out from within. Inside the bag was a white hospital sheet, the kind used in wards soaked through with blood. The sheet had been wrapped around several times. Even by the naked eye, one could tell that something was bundled up inside. "Hurry up," the middle-aged man who had been watching us intently said as he checked his watch. There are other matters. Whatever was inside the sheet had not yet been revealed, but Lowley had already been shaken by his own professional instincts. I could not help thinking that his professional composure was rather poor. After a lifetime operating the furnace, he was still this timid. Seeing how badly his hands were shaking, I went over to help. I lifted the sheet out of the bag, grasped one corner, and began to unfold it layer by layer. The contents of the sheet were finally laid bare before our eyes. The moment I saw what it was, I was no steadier than Lowley. It felt as though my optic nerves had suffered a violent physical blow, a tremendous shock lancing through my eyes and savagely striking my brain. What the hell is this? What is this thing? What on earth is this? When I saw what lay wrapped in the sheet, I could no longer even find words for what I felt. Shock, disbelief, horror, dread, a morbid curiosity. My mind was a complete mess. After the initial shock came a violent wave of nausea, my stomach heaving as though turned upside down. If it hadn't been for the setting, I might have thrown up on the spot. I could swear that in my 25 years of life, I had never seen a creature stranger than this. What hid in the sheet looked vaguely, disturbingly like a human, like a newborn infant that had just come into the world, but its proportions were grotesque enough to chill the blood. Its limbs were no thicker than my thumb, its torso about the same diameter as my upper arm. The whole body looked like a withered, limp carrot smeared with some unknown viscous fluid and blood. What truly turned the stomach was its head. Compared with that dry carrot body, the head was grotesquely oversized, about as big as a soccer ball. On that wrinkled head, you could just make out a mouth and nose and ears. A sparse layer of hair grew across the crown of its skull. The moment I saw the top of its head, I almost lost control of the urge to vomit. Beneath that thin scattering of hair, the scalp was packed full of eyes. Eyes dense and innumerable, each pressed against the next like the compound eye of a dragonfly. In every single eye sat an unmoving eyeball flooded with a dull, ashen light. I was never someone who feared clusters of tiny things, yet this big-head monster infant still made me genuinely sick. "Don't stare at it. Burn it now." As old Lee and I hesitated, a middle-aged man standing beside us snapped a harsh order forbidding us from examining the big-head monster infant any further. Old Lee had already had half his soul scared out of him. The moment the middle-aged man spoke, he hurriedly swung open the cremator's iron door, and together we shoved the metal tray inside. Our modern cremators are quite advanced. The opening and closing of the door, ignition, burning temperature, everything is computer-controlled. In truth, a stoker doesn't have much to do beyond pushing in the body, then waiting until it is fully reduced before pulling the ashes out for the family to collect. From what I could tell, the big-head monster infant was already dead. I still had no idea why this dead, big-head infant had stirred such a commotion among these people, but judging from what I had just witnessed, there had to be some unspeakable secret behind it. To be honest, I've never thought of myself as timid. After all, I'd been a stoker's assistant for 2 years and had seen more than my share of things. Yet this dead, big-head infant left my soul in constant turmoil. I couldn't shake the sense that it was something truly dreadful, profoundly terrifying. Only when I watched, eyes wide open, as it was pushed fully into the cremator and heard the heavy door slam shut with a clang did the pressure in my chest ease a little. At the same time, the 2 men who had been overseeing us from behind also quietly let out a breath. The temperature inside the cremator was enough to burn anything into a handful of ash. That should be fine. Let's wait outside, Director Liu said to the middle-aged man at just the right moment, his tone unmistakably ingratiating. The air in here is really not the best. The 2 middle-aged men glanced once more at the cremator, now fully in operation, then turned and left the room. They did not go far, though. Just stood at the doorway of the cremation chamber, each lighting a cigarette. Once they had moved a little farther away, I looked at Oldley beside me. He was still trapped in that shock and terror. The big-head infant was already in the furnace, yet his hand was still trembling uncontrollably, his lips quivering. Oldley, are you all right? I tugged him gently. He was a kind man and had always looked out for me. I was afraid that at his age something might suddenly go wrong. My heart feels flustered, he stammered. Sit for a bit, I said, pulling over a chair and helping him down into it. I didn't have my own license yet, but after watching the cremation procedure countless times, I could handle the work alone. Oldley was in a bad state, dazed and absent, sitting on the chair with his hands still shaking. His emotions seemed to be spinning out of control. Like many elderly dementia patients, his hands trembled, and a thin line of drool had unknowingly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Oldley, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel unwell? Looking at him, I knew something was off. Though he was elderly, his health had always been good. I took a napkin from my pocket, wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, then looked closely at him. If you feel unwell, anywhere, tell me, I said. I'm fine. Oldley steadied himself and said, Fong Hui, I'm fine. Before he could finish the sentence, his whole body suddenly convulsed violently, as if struck by a surge of electricity. His mouth gaped wide, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. It was the look of someone who had in an instant seen something utterly beyond their capacity to accept, the mind gone blank, leaving only terror, unable to form even a single word. His expression filled me with an unnamed fear, because from his eyes and features I could tell what terrified him beyond measure was something behind me. Clang. I heard a faint sound, a very soft noise coming from behind me. In the humming of the operation room, it was nearly imperceptible. The 2 middle-aged men smoking at the door didn't react at all. Every hair on my body stood on end as I whipped around. The cremator's door, which had been firmly shut, had somehow opened a narrow crack. My scalp tingled. The cremator was entirely microcomputer controlled. Without pressing the buttons on the console, it was impossible for a person to force that door open again in such a short time. The fire inside was already lit. The temperature would soon soar to over 1,000 degrees. The emotions I had been desperately trying to keep in check collapsed in an instant. Beneath the iron tray blazed a fierce fire, and the big-head monster infant we had shoved in just a few minutes earlier was now crawling inch by inch from the center of the tray toward the gap in the door. It moved very slowly, stubbornly inching forward through the flames. Beneath its sparse hair, that dense field of eyes seemed to have all opened at once. My body went numb along with my mind. I couldn't move at all, as if bewitched, forced to watch as it crawled from the middle of the tray to the edge. When the big-head infant reached the edge by the door, it finally stopped. With its head lowered, all those countless eyes beneath its hair glowed with firelight, and every single one seemed fixed motionlessly on me. I saw its mouth open into a slit, revealing a row of fine needle-like teeth and a blood-red tongue. Heiju Village. I was utterly stunned by the scene before me. In that hazy, unreal moment, I vaguely heard 3 murky syllables spill from the monster infant's mouth. Heiju Village. I had no time to ponder whether those 3 syllables were what I thought they were. The monster infant had almost reached the door, though I was afraid that in the very next second it would crawl right out of the cremator. Just then, Oldley finally couldn't hold on any longer. He toppled over with the chair crashing to the floor in a clatter. The 2 middle-aged men at the doorway heard the commotion, at once tossed away their cigarettes and ran toward us. I rushed ahead to help Oldley up, and the 2 middle-aged men arrived right after me. Only a scant 10 seconds had passed. Almost by reflex, I glanced back, and in that brief span the cremator door was once again shut tight, sealed without the slightest gap. What happened? One of the middle-aged men asked, sounding displeased, clearly blaming Oldley for faltering at such a critical moment. I truly had no way to explain. What could I possibly say? Should I tell them the furnace door had opened on its own, and that the big-head monster infant we had pushed in had crawled out to speak to me? Even if I told them the truth, they would hardly believe it. Besides, I was afraid of getting myself into trouble. He's old, his health isn't so good, I said, helping Oldly up as I offered the explanation to the middle-aged man. Before long, Oldly came to. I didn't dare say a word, and he, even less inclined to talk, merely muttered a few self-reproachful phrases. This entire incident was muddled over and quietly brushed aside. In truth, I regretted it deeply. Regretted that single moment of hesitation when I chose to conceal what had happened. I don't know whether if I had spoken out about the big-head infant then and there, everything that followed might have turned out differently. The two middle-aged men said nothing more, but this time they refused to let their guard down. They stationed themselves right next to the cremator and stayed there until the monster infant's body had finished burning. Afraid that Oldly might have another episode, I went to the control console myself to open the furnace door. Fear still gnawed at me. I was terrified that once the door opened, that bizarre big-head infant would suddenly leap out from the dying flames. When the door finally swung open again, I could at last breathe easier. The big-head infant had been burned away. Under normal circumstances, once the burning is done, we simply gather the remaining ashes. But when the tray was pulled out, I was stunned all over again. There was nothing on the tray, nothing at all, not even the tiniest fragment of ash. The big-head monster infant we had pushed into the cremator seemed to have evaporated, leaving not a single trace behind. The fear I had forced down into the depths of my heart surged through my nerves once more. Suddenly, I could no longer tell what was real, and even my own judgment began to waver. Had the big-head monster infant truly been reduced to nothing by the flames? Or had it escaped from the cremator? Seeing the empty tray, beads of sweat immediately appeared on my and Oldly's foreheads, for a rumor had long circulated among the crematorium's furnace workers. Every person, regardless of aging or death, must have a background and a destination, especially when it comes to the corpses after death. When an ordinary person dies, their ashes remain after cremation, while some eminent monks upon their passing leave behind relics after their bodies are cremated. Regardless of the circumstances, if the corpse is burned and leaves behind ashes or relics, at least there is an exit. However, when a corpse is cremated and nothing remains, it is the most terrifying scenario. For us furnace workers, it is even considered a taboo, as we have no idea where the body goes after being burned. The two middle-aged men were evidently surprised, as well, frowning involuntarily. One of them turned and left, calling the others inside. When the crowd surged into the cremation room, I finally saw the person radiating a powerful aura. He was an old man, spirited and lively, with white hair and beard, yet his face was as rosy as that of a 3-year-old child. Upon seeing this old man, I was somewhat taken aback, for while his mouth and nose showed no defects, his eyes were mismatched, one large and one small. The rosy face contrasted with the oddity of his eyes, giving him an indescribable aura of strangeness and mystery. I had heard people say that having one large and one small eye is commonly referred to as yin-yang eyes, a rare anomaly. After this group of people with yin-yang eyes entered Oldly, and I naturally retreated to a corner. Everyone was silent except for the man with yin-yang eyes, who surveyed the cremation furnace and the iron tray back and forth. Something is likely about to happen. The yin-yang eyes pondered for a moment, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps to those around him. At this time, I still did not know the true origins of that oversized headed infant, nor could I grasp what the yin-yang eyes meant by something about to happen. After these people left the cremation room, and subsequently the crematorium director, Lu sighed in relief, as this matter was considered overtime, granting Oldly and me a day off. Oldly, Xiaofeng, tidy up this place, you won't need to come tomorrow. Director Lu was the kind of person who understood health and valued life. After giving his instructions, he hurried back to his office to catch up on sleep. I tidied up the work area and left the crematorium with Oldly. I sensed that Oldly was still not in good spirits. It seemed he was shaken by today's events. It was already around 3 in the morning, and feeling uneasy about him, I rode my electric bike to take him home. In fact, I was filled with doubts about today's events and really wanted to discuss them with Oldly, but seeing his expression, I chose to hold back and speak of it another time. In October, the early morning in the north was already quite cold. I had rushed out of my house in thin clothing, and the wind made me grit my teeth, while Oldly sat silently behind me. When I dropped him off at his doorstep, Oldly trembled as he got off the electric bike. It was unclear whether it was from the cold or some other reason, but his hands were shaking and his gaze was somewhat vacant. Everything's fine, get home and sleep early. I greeted him, watching as Oldly entered his home before I rode off to my own place. That night, I couldn't fall asleep as my mind was filled with the events of the day. I stayed awake until dawn, washed the pile of clothes that had accumulated for 2 weeks, and only then did I begin to sleep as lunchtime approached. After sleeping for about 2 hours, a sudden phone call jolted me awake. I grabbed the phone and saw it was Oldly. What's wrong? Feng Hui. Oldly called out my name from the other side, his tone a bit stuttered, as if hesitant to continue. Old Lee, is something the matter? I recalled his appearance from last night and urged him, are you still not feeling well? If you truly feel unwell, I can take you to the hospital. No, no. Old Lee laughed dryly and said, Fong Hui, I need to ask you for a favor, okay? What is it? This is something I didn't want to trouble you with, but my son is out of town and can't return for a while. I have no relatives or friends, so after thinking it over, I can only entrust it to you. Old Lee has only one son who, like me, stayed in the south after finishing university and only returns to Yangqing once a year during the new year. Working as a furnace operator seems a bit strange to outsiders, so Old Lee has few friends and often feels lonely. Old Lee, why are you being so polite? If there's something, just say it. I sensed something was off with Old Lee. Fully awakening from my lingering sleepiness, I rubbed my face and focused on listening to him. You need to come to my place. Old Lee's voice suddenly became very faint and indistinct, as if he was sobbing, while whispering, come, help me collect the body. What are you talking about? This is no joke. I was startled and panicked, shouting into the phone, if something's wrong, just say it clearly. Before I could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. I jumped out of bed, hastily threw on some clothes, and rode my electric bike toward Old Lee's house at full speed. Old Lee's home is not far from the crematorium, located in a section of old houses on North Ring Road that is yet to be renovated. Most of the residents in the housing area had moved away, and it was hard to see anyone during the day. I rushed to Old Lee's doorstep, casually tossed my bike aside, and knocked on the door. The door was slightly ajar and not locked, but opened with a push. I called out a couple of times in the yard, but received no response. Recalling Old Lee's strange phone call, an ominous premonition surged within me. Old Lee, Old Lee. I called while walking toward the front door. The door to the main room was also ajar. The lighting in these old houses is quite poor, with buildings surrounding them. Even during the day, one cannot see clearly without turning on the lights. Initially, as I stepped from the bright outdoors into the dim room, my vision was not clear. But the moment I opened the main room door, my head felt like it was about to explode, and I could not describe my feelings. The scene before me was eerie. Old Lee hung quietly in the room, dressed in bright red clothing. As the door swung open, a gust of wind rushed in, causing Old Lee's legs suspended in the air to sway gently. Old Lee. At that moment, I could not care less about my fear. I rushed over, stepping on a stool to carry him down. I arrived too late. He was beyond saving. Old Lee's death was too sudden and too strange, leading me to involuntarily recall the taboo circulating in the crematorium. If it weren't for any unusual circumstances, how could Old Lee have died? His face was ashen, and his eyes had remained wide open until death. His tongue protruded long from his mouth, and paired with the red clothing that resembled blood, the scene was chilling. In an instant, a terrifying thought pierced my mind: the oversized headed infant. It hadn't been burned. Had it truly escaped from the cremation furnace in an unimaginable way? And had it caused Old Lee's demise? I felt a cold sweat break out. Old Lee had died in such a bizarre manner. If his death was indeed related to the oversized headed infant, then would I be next? The moment this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly felt as if a pair of eyes was silently watching me from behind. That feeling was incredibly unsettling. I hurried out of the house, first calling the crematorium to notify them to come pick up the body, and then informed Old Lee's son about his death. While waiting for the hearse to arrive, I changed Old Lee's clothes. Since he had died so unexpectedly, I didn't want outsiders to see him hanging in red attire, as it could stir up quite a commotion. In fact, I had an inkling that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. At the same time, I finally understood why the group last night had come to the crematorium with the oversized headed infant's corpse, as if they were facing a great enemy. This oversized headed infant must be extraordinary, and there might be even deeper secrets hidden behind it. When the hearse arrived, several colleagues were shocked and incredulous about Old Lee's death. Due to Old Lee's unnatural death, we might have to report to the police. However, there was no time to discuss it further. After a brief discussion, we decided to take Old Lee back to the crematorium first. I followed the hearse, transporting Old Lee's body back to the crematorium, where someone notified the leadership. Once everything was more or less settled, I finally returned home. In the span of a day and a night, 2 inexplicable and bizarre incidents occurred, making me vigilant. After returning home, I locked the door and securely shut every window. In truth, I felt very tired, but no matter how much I tossed and turned in bed, I couldn't fall asleep. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of the oversized headed infant and Old Lee's death would flash before me. I felt fear creeping in. After living for over 20 years, I had never felt fear like this before. It was a fear that emanated from deep within, like an invisible mist seeping into my body through my pores. Would the oversized headed infant come for me after Old Lee's death? Would it? The thought sent shivers down my spine, making me feel as if something was hiding in every corner of the room that I could not see. I was restless, jumping up to check behind the wardrobe, under the bed, and under the table repeatedly. The room was empty. There was nothing but me. After checking thoroughly, I felt a bit more at ease. But as soon as I lay down on the bed, that sense of unease returned, prompting me to get up and check again. After several rounds, I felt as if I had become neurotic. I kept tormenting myself until around 10 o'clock in the evening, when I could no longer withstand the overwhelming drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep would not last long, probably just over an hour. When I groggily opened my eyes, it was exactly midnight. The bedroom was dark, and the only light came from a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window. As I opened my eyes, I immediately sensed that something was very wrong in the atmosphere of the room. In the pitch-black and silent bedroom, I couldn't even hear the breathing of the suddenly appeared person, yet the feeling in my heart grew stronger. My hands and feet were icy cold, oppressed by this sense of fear that paralyzed me. Where is he? Where is he hiding? I silently confronted the extra person in the darkness, and this terror and silence was enough to drive anyone insane. I slowly reached out my hand and switched on the bedside lamp, the soft light suddenly illuminating the entire bedroom. As the light flickered on, my eyes scanned every corner of the room. In the corner, the wardrobe, under the table, the several dead angles were empty, devoid of anything. My body trembled gently from intense fear. I couldn't explain why, but the more I saw nothing, the more uncontrollable that feeling in my heart became. I could almost be 100% sure that there was definitely an extra person in this bedroom. My gaze wandered restlessly around the room, yet I still saw nothing. Time slipped away unnoticed, and I felt the cold sweat on my back soaking my clothes. Sometimes one doesn't necessarily need to see with their eyes to perceive something. Feelings are crucial. It's as if a person's other pair of eyes can survey every dead angle that the line of sight cannot reach. I slowly climbed down from the bed, moving very lightly barefoot on the floor, then crouched down, forcing myself to control my racing heartbeat and rapid breathing, before suddenly lifting the bedsheet that was hanging down at the bedside. Under the bed was a place where light couldn't reach, blurry and indistinct, but the moment I lifted the sheet, that feeling akin to sight finally received concrete confirmation. In the darkness beneath the bed, a small shadow was vaguely crouched, with thin limbs, a huge head, sparse hair, and beneath the hair, countless eyes. A big-head monster baby. I was so frightened that I sat down abruptly on the ground, my legs kicking against the floor as I shrank back. Everything was just as I had imagined. Lowly witnessed the big-head monster baby and ended up hanging himself. Now the big-head monster baby had come for me. My mind was a chaotic mess. I remembered that after returning home, I had locked all the doors and windows tightly. How did the big-head monster baby crawl in, and how did it silently hide under my bed? I knew nothing about these things, and there was no time to ponder. The big-head monster baby silently crouched under the bed, its wrinkled face with those small eyes stared unblinkingly at me. I felt my life was in serious jeopardy. I quickly shrank to the wall, grabbing a dumbbell that I usually used for exercise. I suspected that the big-head monster baby wanted to kill everyone who had seen it. Having been pushed to this point, fear was futile. I gasped for breath, gripping the dumbbell tightly. As long as it dared to come close, I would not hesitate to strike down fiercely. Black. No. Bamboo. No. A village. No. The big-head monster baby crouched under the bed, its disproportionately large head drooping, suddenly mumbling a few syllables indistinctly. Although the syllables were vague, I heard them clearly. Black Bamboo Village. It was saying Black Bamboo Village. I immediately recalled the 3 syllables emitted by the big-head monster baby from the incinerator. Black Bamboo Village, Black Bamboo Village. It mentioned this unfamiliar place to me twice. What could it possibly mean? I was at a loss, as I couldn't converse with it, nor did I know whether to retaliate fiercely or flee in panic. Just as I was struggling to make a decision, the big-head monster baby, quietly crouched beneath the bed, began to clumsily lift its huge head and crawl out. Instinctively, I raised the dumbbell in my hand, my body wanting to shrink into the gap behind the wall. I had prepared myself mentally, and as long as it threatened me, I would hit it without hesitation. But reality was completely different from my imagination. As the big-head monster baby crawled step by step towards me, my hand went limp like a soft noodle, unable to even grip the dumbbell. I felt my hands and feet go numb, stiff, as would watching helplessly as the big-head monster baby dragged a trail of blood from beneath the bed all the way to my feet. Under the gentle glow of the lamp, the eyes beneath its hair sparkled. It raised its head with great effort, gazing up at me. Its 2 eyes above the nose were like 2 black holes, exuding a dead light, yet also possessing a strange allure. My hands and feet went weak, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest. I was terrified, the sight of Lao Li's death flashing before my eyes. I didn't want to end up like him, hanging in my own bedroom dressed in bright red. Come. No. The big-head monster baby stared at me for a long time, swaying as it stood up from the ground. Its legs were as thin as fingers, struggling to support its head that was disproportionate to its body. It staggered as if learning to walk, wobbling towards the bedroom door. At this moment, my nerves, completely filled with fear, heightened further as I suddenly felt my legs inexplicably following the footsteps of the big-head monster baby walking out of the bedroom. As the big-head monster baby exited the bedroom, the door I had tightly locked suddenly clicked open, and it slipped out like a ghost in the night. I desperately reminded myself to stop, but my legs felt as though they belonged to someone else, moving numbly as I followed the big-head monster baby away from home. The big-head monster baby walked faster and faster. In the deep night, I followed it through the residential area, reaching the outskirts beyond the northern ring. By this time, I clearly realized that something was wrong, but I could no longer resist. The scenery around me rushed backward at lightning speed, too fast to distinguish with the naked eye. I didn't know how long this drifting lasted when suddenly the speed slowed and a bamboo forest appeared under the moonlight. Every bamboo stalk was black, darker than the color of ink bamboo, and the dense bamboo made the entire bamboo forest look like a sea of darkness. This place was unfamiliar. I had never been here nor seen it before. That strange feeling began to swell again. Yangqing is to the north, and there are no such vast bamboo forests. The big-head monster baby continued to walk, leading me through the bamboo forest. Through the moonlight, I could see rolling hills in the distance, the mountains deep as the sea. In the hollow between the bamboo forest and the mountains, a small village was faintly nestled. A small but very old village, already completely in ruins. The big-head monster baby led me a bit further, and the old village was right before my eyes. I couldn't help but gasp, my scalp tingling. Half of the houses in the old village had collapsed, looking as if no one had lived there for a long time. Yet in front of each dilapidated building there hung a person dressed in bright red. The mountain wind was blowing, and countless red-clothed hanging ghosts swayed with the wind. In the customs of various eras in China, people who commit suicide while wearing red are considered a kind of eerie taboo. Lao Li's death had already left me perplexed, and this old village nestled between the black bamboo forest and the mountains seemed even more bizarre. I wanted to retreat, but the big-head monster baby brought me to this place with no good intentions. Standing on a high slope at the edge of the bamboo forest, looking down at the old village from above, the more I looked, the more chills ran down my spine. I felt my legs vaguely responding, and the thought of escaping immediately arose. Just as I was secretly planning my escape, the big-head monster baby, leading the way, turned to look at me and ran down the gentle slope into the old village. The village in the mountains was irregular due to the terrain, with buildings scattered and the landscape complex. After the big-head monster baby ran into the old village, it disappeared, leaving only those red-clothed hanging ghosts swaying in the wind. After the big-head monster baby ran into the old village, I felt a bit calmer. To be honest, I really wanted to turn around and leave, but after thinking it over, I felt it wouldn't be right to just walk away. I thought the big-head monster baby had latched onto me, ensuring I would meet the same fate as Lao Li, but it only brought me to this old village outside the black bamboo forest. Why did it bring me here? What was its purpose? If I didn't clarify things, I would be able to escape this time, but the big-head monster baby would still find me next time. I was very reluctant to let this thing cling to me, and with that thought, I began to hesitate in place. I wanted to go into the old village to take a look, but the moment I caught sight of the red-clothed hanging ghosts suspended on wooden stakes, that idea was immediately dismissed. Buzz! A sudden sound erupted from an unknown corner of the old village without warning. This sound seemed like a very ancient ballad, or perhaps a wizard's chant. The strange sound echoed in the old village, and at that moment my legs began to give way again. Although the big-head monster baby was temporarily out of sight, those red-clothed hanging ghosts swayed in response to the sound. I had to adjust my plan on the fly. There was no time to risk entering the old village. As I turned to run, the big-head monster baby, which had disappeared in the old village, suddenly reappeared in the moonlight, standing in the center of the old village, looking back at me from a distance. Behind the big-head monster baby was a mound of earth roughly half a person high. The waves of the strange sound swept through the old village, and not only were those red-clothed hanging ghosts trembling, but even the dilapidated buildings and the ground quaked. The half-person-high mound began to crack as it trembled, as if something was pushing from beneath. The big-head monster baby gazed at me from afar, and then looked back at the slowly crumbling mound. Suddenly I realized that the big-head monster baby had specifically brought me to this old village to show me what was about to emerge from beneath that mound. Something beneath the mound of dirt was about to break free. At that moment, the strange, booming sounds echoing in the old village seemed to reach a critical point. The wind howled, the black bamboo forest behind me rustled, and the red-clothed hanging corpses throughout the village trembled more violently, as if they were on the verge of resurrecting from the wooden stakes. I was anxious, yet I refused to flee at this moment. The purpose of the big-head monster baby was about to surface, and I had to see it clearly. The mound of dirt collapsed completely dry, and loose soil flowing out like spring water. Amidst the chaotic dirt, I saw a gigantic black object slowly emerging from beneath the mound. Due to the distance, I couldn't see exactly what it was. However, as this black object just revealed a corner, a sense of irresistible dread and doubt. I felt that this black object carried a force beyond human capability. What was this thing? Why did the big-head monster baby specifically bring me to see it? Crack. During my contemplation, the black object suddenly exploded, emitting a muffled sound, and with the explosion, countless eyes flew out from within. Each eye floated in midair, gleaming with a magical and peculiar light filling the sky above the old village like a cloud of shimmering brightness rapidly moving towards me. Gazing at the countless flashing eyes in the air, it felt as if the sky was collapsing. The light shooting from the eyes gradually converged into a vortex, as if it intended to swallow me whole. Behind me was the dense bamboo forest, I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. The myriad of eyes had already floated above my head, and in the next second, I would be engulfed. I suddenly struggled, and awoke completely from the nightmare sitting up in bed. I was still in my bedroom, drenched in cold sweat. The ink-black bamboo forest, the dilapidated old village, the hanging corpses, and read the black object emerging from beneath the mound. All of it was just a dream. I took a deep breath. It was just a dream. Yet as I reflected on the details of the nightmare, despite it being merely a dream, it felt too real, as if it truly had happened. Awakening from the nightmare, I couldn't fall back asleep, enduring until dawn. The continuous fatigue left me exhausted, lacking sleep, and in poor spirits. I barely washed up and went to work. The news of old Lee's death had already spread throughout the workplace, but since I had promptly changed the red clothes he wore before he died, this incident hadn't caused a huge uproar. Old Lee was a kind-hearted man, having worked hard his entire life, and just as he was about to retire, everyone felt regret and a bit of surprise. I was the first to discover old Lee's death, and several leaders in the workplace specifically sought me out for inquiries. I was conflicted, unsure whether to reveal the actual truth. If the truth were disclosed, the matter would undoubtedly become complicated. In the end, I chose to conceal it. I always felt that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. I was old Lee's assistant. With his death, I was also temporarily idle, lingering at the workplace all day, helping to prepare for old Lee's funeral. Old Lee had hanged himself, and his corpse was too ghastly. Generally, in such situations, the makeup artist in the workplace would need to make some efforts to ensure the deceased's appearance could be as acceptable as possible for the family. I was quite familiar with that young makeup artist. Having nothing else to do, I offered to help her. After working for a while, the makeup artist found herself unable to manage. She had only been working for a short time and lacked experience. Old Lee's tongue was stretched long. When a person dies, the facial muscles completely stiffen, making it impossible to fit the tongue back into the mouth, and his eyes couldn't close either. The makeup artist and I were at a loss, and reluctantly, she called a senior craftsman in the workplace for advice. Looking at Old Lee, I felt deeply pained. Working in the crematorium, I had grown accustomed to life and death, but the situation with a familiar person was incomparable to that of a stranger. Old Lee's hair was almost entirely white. He had been kind his whole life and lived in solitude, and now he had died in such a tragic manner. Reflecting on the care he had shown me in the past, my heart ached and my eyes involuntarily welled up. At that moment, I suddenly saw old Lee's wide-open eyes seem to move. Those eyes, which had already become fixed, eerily turned in their sockets and glanced at me. My scalp immediately tingled as I nearly cried out. I took a step back, instinctively rubbing my eyes, fearing I was experiencing a visual illusion. Old Lee's eyeballs were indeed moving. In an instant, I lost control and my ability to discern. The makeup artist was outside on the phone, completely unaware of old Lee's movement. I watched in disbelief as the deceased old Lee's eyeballs turned as if he were resurrecting, leaving me utterly bewildered. Old Lee's eyeballs turned toward my standing position and then froze. From a dead person's eyes, there was no glimpse of any emotional gaze. He stared at me in a dazed and cold manner, and from his half-open mouth, 3 words faintly emerged. Black, bamboo, village. These 3 words were as light as a mosquito's buzz, yet they clearly penetrated my ears. Black Bamboo Village, the old village filled with black bamboo in my nightmare. Feng Huai. As I hesitated in surprise, the makeup artist outside hung up the phone and called my name. I turned my head in response, and at the moment my gaze swept over Old Lee, I saw his eyeball return to its original position. We might not be able to handle this, the senior craftsman said. He would personally come over to deal with it soon. The makeup artist waved at me and said, "We want to take care of this matter, let's go." I slipped out as if fleeing, no longer in the mood to deal with any trivial affairs, and hurried home. If something happens only once, it can still be explained as a coincidence, but if it happens twice, it becomes something entirely different. I simply couldn't believe such coincidences could occur. Black Bamboo Village, Black Bamboo Village, Black Bamboo Village. After 2 consecutive days of poor sleep, I was in terrible spirits, and having experienced these bizarre events, I felt unwell. After tidying up at home, I took a taxi to the city, met up with 2 friends I rarely contacted, had a meal together, and sang karaoke until late at night. Eating and singing were not my intentions. I merely wanted to divert my attention, otherwise my mind would be filled with thoughts of the big-head monster baby and the old village in the nightmare. After singing, I was dead tired, took a taxi back to my place, and collapsed onto my bed, falling asleep within 2 minutes. In my dreams, I seemed to vaguely feel that another person had suddenly appeared in my bedroom. I lifted the drooping bed sheet once more and saw the big-head monster baby squatting on the ground in the darkness beneath the bed. It continued to lead me as we drifted through the night, passing the Northern Ring Road, traversing the desolate outskirts until we arrived deep within the ocean-like black bamboo forest. The old village, the red-clothed hanging corpses, the dilapidated buildings, a mound of dirt half my height, and the black object that emerged from beneath the mound. At this point in the dream, I jolted awake. It was just a dream, but upon waking, I felt my hands and feet growing cold from intense fear. 2 dreams nearly identical, even down to the most minute details. It felt as if I had watched the same horror movie for 2 consecutive days. After waking up, I experienced insomnia once again. Having the same nightmare for 2 consecutive days brought me not only terror, but also deep confusion. As a person with normal intelligence, I firmly believed in one principle: everything has a cause and effect. Since it happened, there must be a reason and condition behind it. I began to suspect that there must be some unknown secret hidden behind this nightmare, but I couldn't decipher the riddle. I once again kept my eyes open until dawn. The continuous insomnia left my mental state in a terrible condition, dragging myself to work. The other furnace operators in the workplace were either young and strong, or had their own assistants. I couldn't find anything to do and sat idly in the duty room all day. Old Lee's body had not yet been cremated. We had to wait for his son to return from out of town. However, I no longer had the courage to see him again. On the 3rd day after work, I deliberately walked home without eating dinner, running repeatedly in my room and doing push-ups, trying to exhaust my energy so that I wouldn't dream at all. But all of this was in vain. After I fell asleep, the nightmare returned. It seemed that another person had appeared in my bedroom: the big-head monster baby squatting under the bed, the black bamboo forest, and the old village beyond the bamboo forest. The vividness of that dream could drive a normal person insane. I could no longer hold on and requested sick leave from work. With no other choice, I began to re-examine the matter, recalling all the details once again. I no longer had the energy to explore why Old Lee committed suicide. I only wanted to know one answer. Why did I keep having the same nightmare? On the 4th day, I couldn't escape the torment of nightmares. On the 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day. To be honest, my nerves were on the brink of collapse. The continuous nightmares and insomnia created a vicious cycle. My mental state worsened, my immunity to nightmares decreased, and each time I was in a nightmare, I could hardly distinguish it from reality. I felt as if I had been taken to that dilapidated old village. On the 8th day, just as dawn broke, I rushed to a public bathhouse in the city. When the number of bathers increased, I lay down on a bed outside the bath. This place was noisy, surrounded by people, yet such an environment made me feel safe. At last, I slept soundly throughout the day and only returned home in the evening. A day's sleep disrupted my biological clock, and at night, I felt completely awake. This was the effect I wanted to. I would rather stay up all night than endure that repeated nightmare for several days. In the following days, I lived a life of reversed day and night. The long nights were hard to endure. All I could do was toss and turn while looking at my phone, opening WeChat and QQ. If I didn't speak, there was no sound in the room. This loneliness diminished my desires. As long as someone accompanied me to talk, even about the most mundane topics, I would feel satisfied. But in the dead of night, my few friends on WeChat were probably all asleep. Just as I was about to put down my phone, a notification appeared on my WeChat contacts. Someone added me. I approved the request and casually clicked to check the other person's profile. This person had the WeChat ID Julian with a blank profile picture and personal information and had never posted a moment. I was certain this person was not a colleague or friend from my life. They were a stranger. Who are you? I sent a message to the other party. The other party remained silent for 2 minutes before replying. Aren't you sleeping because you're afraid of dreaming? The message from the other party shocked me deeply, and I couldn't help but turn my head to look out of the window, my first reaction being that someone was secretly spying on me. However, after glancing outside, that initial reaction quickly vanished. Even if someone were to see me awake in the middle of the night, they could never deduce that it was because I was afraid of having nightmares. The person named Hellion was instantly shrouded in a layer of mystery. Who was he? How could he know my troubles and helplessness? I became vigilant in my view. My nightmares were entirely due to that big-head monster baby, and everyone connected to this matter was under suspicion. Especially someone like Hellion, whose origins were unknown and who appeared suddenly, made it even harder for me to trust him. But since he had found me and candidly mentioned that dream, it indicated that he was at least an informed party. Who are you? How do you know about me? While communicating with him via WeChat, I focused intently on observing the movements outside my window and door. I lived in the Northern Ring, the most desolate part of Yang City, and after nightfall, it was eerily quiet. I sensed no abnormalities. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Come on, you are the last one." Hellion added me to a WeChat group called Dream Source. This WeChat group, along with the creator and me, had only 7 members in total. It was 2:30 in the morning and normal people would be fast asleep by now, but as soon as I was added, the group buzzed with activity and messages were being sent one after another. At this moment, Hellion sent me a private message. You must be wondering why I know you are disrupting your biological clock out of fear of nightmares. Hellion typed slowly, but every word was clear, allowing me to grasp the meaning immediately. Everyone in this group, like you, is on the verge of being driven mad by that nightmare. Nightmare? What kind of nightmare? My shock deepened. A big-head monster baby, a dark bamboo forest, an old village, and many people in red clothes hanging from trees. Hellion continued to send messages. You, me, and several others in the group are all having such dreams. My mind felt as if it had short-circuited, and I temporarily lost the ability to think. The strangeness and absurdity of the situation completely exceeded my imagination. I had been having the same dream for several consecutive days, a phenomenon that was already hard to comprehend, but what surprised me even more was that not only I, but also others were troubled by nightmares. I examined Hellion's messages very carefully. Regarding the nightmares, he was undoubtedly an informed party, as the dream he described was identical to mine. Yes, I have had such nightmares. I did not deny it. I needed to establish a trustworthy communication with Hellion. I had to engage with him, so while I remained cautious, I couldn't help but speak the truth. I admitted to being troubled by the nightmares, and then asked him, I'm curious, how do you know I'm having this nightmare? It was conveyed to me by the group owner. The creator of the group was identified as Shadow, and Hellion didn't. Under normal circumstances, Hellion probably wouldn't believe a stranger on WeChat, but when Shadow approached him, he candidly revealed Hellion's dream and subsequently provided a list which Hellion used to add several people into the WeChat group. I carefully browsed through the information of several members in the WeChat group. The members were arranged in order of their entry time. Shadow created the group, and the first to be added was Hellion, followed by the white-collar worker Old Wong next door, the rich handsome guy Ding Ling, and then me. After the group was formed, the group owner Shadow had not shown his face again. Since they communicated via WeChat, the group members did not know Shadow's contact information in reality. There were a total of 6 people having nightmares, among whom the white-collar worker and Ding Ling were women. Without this information, I might not have thought much of it, but in a city several people of different identities, genders, and ages started having the same nightmare. This situation completely ruled out the possibility of coincidence. Hellion, the white-collar worker Old Wong next door, the rich handsome guy Ding Ling Fong Hui. This seemingly ordinary order suddenly made me catch a key element. I speculated that only those who had witnessed the big-head monster baby could possibly have that nightmare. On the night the big-head monster baby was burned, when I arrived at the scene, I saw a vehicle from the First People's Hospital. At that time, I didn't think much of it, but upon serious reflection, I could vaguely conclude that the big-head monster baby likely died shortly after birth in the hospital and was then taken to the crematorium. This is an invisible chain. The order of the group members corresponds to the sequence of those who witnessed the big-head monster baby. Hellion was the first to witness it, followed by the white-collar worker Old Wong next door. The crematorium was the final stop, hence I became the last person to have the nightmare. From this, it can be inferred that Hellion was indeed in the hospital closest to the big-head monster baby. I speculated this and felt it made some sense, but then I thought that from the hospital to the crematorium, there must have been more than these 6 people who witnessed the big-head monster baby. Why didn't the others have nightmares? Are you a doctor? I privately messaged Hellion. No, Old Wong next door is a doctor. Hellion replied, but when that big-head monster baby was born, I was outside the delivery room. My judgment turned out to be correct, and just as I was about to inquire further, the group began to buzz. I'm really about to go crazy. I sleep during the day and stay up at night. My normal life is severely affected. Yes, my skin has already become terrible. My heart feels heavy. The members of the group were complaining, and the rich handsome guy and Ding Ling had the most to say. They typed quickly, flooding the screen with messages. Through the conversations in the group, I gradually began to see some clues. These people were all troubled by nightmares and had already shown signs of neurosis. They gathered together to collectively think of ways to resist or resolve that bizarre nightmare. I was initially filled with doubt and mistrust towards these strangers, but knowing the experiences of the group members significantly reduced that sense of alienation and suspicion. Perhaps it was the reason of shared suffering that made me empathize with the pain of being tormented by that maddening nightmare. We have gathered our people. Hellion had remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Before I joined the group, these people must have communicated. Since I was the last to join to help me understand the situation under Hellion's guidance, they supplemented each other and recounted the process again. It was only at this point that I learned the true origin of the big-head monster baby. The events date back to October 12th, when a pregnant woman in labor arrived at the First People's Hospital. This was actually a very normal occurrence, but after this pregnant woman arrived at the hospital, she began to exhibit unprecedented abnormalities. The entire obstetrics department inexplicably felt irritable, with some hearing cries and laughter from unknown sources. Several babies born just days earlier simultaneously went into shock, as if they had epilepsy. The entire obstetrics department was thrown into chaos. Coincidentally, a reporter from Yong City Daily was present, and this incident was treated as a small news story published in the morning edition's livelihood section on the 13th. Eventually, the newspapers from that day were urgently recalled, and only a small portion leaked out. However, most people who saw the newspapers were unaware of the situation, so this news and the subsequent events did not cause rumors or disturbances. Later that night, around 8 o'clock, the pregnant woman gave birth. During the delivery room was in chaos, filled with the doctors' and nurses' screams, mixed with a sound that seemed inhuman. The entire delivery room was covered in blood. A doctor and a nurse were killed by a severed carotid artery. I understood in my heart that this was the process of the birth of the big-head monster baby. From the moment of its birth, this bizarre infant had brought about a bloodbath. Everyone present was shocked. They urgently evacuated the adults and children in the obstetrics department and sealed the doors waiting for rescue. I saw it. Ding Ling interjected. The corridor was covered in blood. That big-head baby crawled around in the blood. You really have maternal instincts and love. How can you call that a baby? The rich handsome guy sent a vomiting emoji. Now that I think about its appearance, I can't help but feel nauseous. Just as I had imagined, Hulian, the white-collar worker, Old Wang next door, the rich handsome guy, and Ding Ling had all witnessed the big-head monster baby in turn. Later, police cars arrived at the hospital, and the onlookers near the obstetrics department were dispersed, so they did not know what happened afterward. I vaguely felt that the big-head monster baby was not something the police could handle, which brought to mind the two Passats that had unloaded and taken pictures. The big-head monster baby must have been dealt with by those people, and without hesitation, they directly took the monster baby's corpse to the crematorium for incineration. That was the general process. Although it was quite clear, I kept wondering what kind of person could give birth to a big-head monster baby. My imagination ran wild, even considering factors like pollution, radiation, incest, and genetic mutations. However, even with genetic mutations, a monster would only be a freak. It couldn't be terrifying and malevolent like the big-head monster baby. I thought that since I was involved, I might as well dig deeper to the root and probe into the ancestral graves. So while the group members were discussing among themselves, I privately messaged Hellion again. Do you have any information about the parents of the big-head monster baby? The mother who gave birth to the monster baby is named Lee Si-yoon, a friend of mine. What about the father of the monster baby? Do you know who he is? I know. Hellion typed 3 characters and then fell silent. Although we were communicating via WeChat, I could sense that Hellion was a stable person. Even in text communication, he seemed to think carefully before typing. He remained silent for at least a minute before continuing. I know him, but I have never seen him in person. Who is he? Hellion fell silent again, seemingly contemplating something. After a long while, I finally saw his response on the phone screen. He is probably not human. What do you mean by that? I saw the message from Hulian, and my mind went blank, unable to respond for the moment. In just a second, I naturally came up with an idea. The strange head monster baby must be the result of something extremely unusual. A normal person certainly cannot give birth to such a freak. I feared that Hellion would not tell me the whole truth, as we were strangers who had never had any dealings before, and just as I harbored doubts, others would not trust me completely. This matter cannot be explained in a single sentence. If you're interested, we can meet and discuss it tomorrow. All right. I hesitated little. Helion's willingness to reveal some secrets behind the events was exactly what I sought. Even though it was nearly 3 in the morning, the people in the group, whose biological clocks were completely reversed, were chatting away. I had no mood to engage in their banter and quietly observed. I remained silent, but my suspicions did not cease. Dreams should be absolute secrets to a person. If the dreamer does not disclose it, no one can know about another's dream. As I pondered, I became intrigued by the owner of this group. The group master, known as Shadow, was very mysterious, and even Hulian, who joined the group early, did not know Shadow's identity. This unknown Shadow seemed to have insight into the dreams of the other 6 people in the group. How did he know? I silently watched the group chat until dawn. At dawn, when normal people should be getting up, these individuals were preparing to sleep. Eager to learn the insider information Hellion was about to reveal, I slept through the morning, and right after lunch I hurried to the agreed meeting place with Hellion. We had arranged to meet at a tea house. I arrived 10 minutes early, sat down, and waited. At exactly 2 o'clock, Hellion arrived, not a minute late. He appeared to be in his early 30s, slender, yet spirited, with a chiseled face and bronzed skin. He looked very healthy, likely due to regular exercise, as his tight black sweater revealed his prominent pectorals and abdominal muscles. He was somewhat dark-skinned, but his features were handsome. There was a long scar on the left corner of his eye that had long since healed, but was slightly raised. This scar gave Hellion a wild and subtly domineering appearance. He was very cool sitting across from me, without the usual small talk one might expect when meeting someone for the first time, resembling a stoic character from a soap opera. I attempted to establish a good communication atmosphere, but Hellion was not very talkative on WeChat, and was even more reticent in person, as if speaking even a single word would waste calories. However, his words were concise and clear, and a few sentences informed me about the situation of the head monster baby's mother. The woman, named Lee Si-yoon, was a local single woman 28 years old engaged in a business selling disposable bathroom products for hotels. Her personality was somewhat eccentric and reclusive. Due to her character, Lee Si-yoon had few friends, but I could see that a woman with such a personality would likely be a good match for a cool man like Hellion. About a month prior to the head monster baby incident, Lee Si-yoon had invited Hellion to dinner. Upon meeting, Hellion immediately sensed that something was off with Lee Si-yoon. She looked haggard and seemed overly sensitive, flinching at the slightest sound of a spoon clattering against a plate. Hellion realized that something must have happened to Lee Si-yoon, and she likely sought him out to vent her grievances because she couldn't bear the pressure. Sure enough, with Hellion's patient inquiries, Lee Si-yoon gradually revealed the events that transpired. Indeed, something had happened to her, something that was hard for a normal person to imagine. For several consecutive days, Lee Si-yoon kept having dreams where she found herself in a dark prison cell, lying on a cold, hard bed. Each time the clock struck midnight outside the cell, a ghostly man would appear, pressing down on Lee Si-yoon and attempting to violate her. Even though it was a dream, the experience felt incredibly real, so real that Lee Si-yoon could hardly distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. As she fiercely resisted, the ghostly figure would hold Lee Si-yoon's hands tightly, rendering her unable to move. After every time he succeeded, he would leave silently, and Lee Si-yoon would suddenly wake up. Perhaps due to the dream's intense realism, after several days Lee Si-yoon could no longer endure it, her mental state severely affected. At that time, Hellion comforted her, saying it was just a dream, and that if necessary, she could take some sleeping pills. However, upon hearing Hellion's words, Lee Si-yoon suddenly broke down in tears, looking frightened, covering her mouth, and afraid to cry out loud. She told Hellion that it definitely was not just a dream. She showed Hellion the wrists of her hands, where faint bruises had formed due to strong pressure. Because Lee Si-yoon was emotionally unstable, Hellion could not quickly determine whether her account was true. Moreover, a person with extreme emotional fluctuations and sensitivity might generate non-existent illusions in certain specific environments. Hellion remained composed, continuing to observe Lee Si-yoon, and a sense of inexplicable dread began to grow in his heart as he realized that Lee Si-yoon might not be lying. A normal person, especially a solitary woman encountering such a situation, would be utterly at a loss. If not driven to a dead end, Lee Si-yoon would not have confided this matter to Hellion. At that time, Hellion was not yet troubled by the nightmare brought about by the head monster baby. As an observer, he offered Lee Si-yoon an idea. Since Lee Si-yoon suspected that the dream was both real and illusory, she needed to ascertain whether it was true or false. Hellion could not accompany Lee Si-yoon personally. If there were an additional person, the dream might change or even disappear. He suggested that before Lee Si-yoon went to sleep, she should place a DV in a concealed corner of her bedroom, so that everything happening in the bedroom that night could be recorded in real time. Did she follow through on that? I couldn't help but ask Hellion. She did. Although Lee Si-yoon followed Hellion's suggestion, after that she suddenly fell silent and did not proactively contact him. Hellion asked Lee Si-yoon over the phone, and she said she was fine. Less than a month later, one morning, Lee Si-yoon suddenly called Hellion. From the tone of her voice on the phone, Hellion immediately sensed something was off, so he hurried to Lee Si-yoon's home. When he saw Lee Si-yoon, Hellion was shocked. Within less than a month, Lee Si-yoon's belly had mysteriously swollen, and her condition was very poor. Hellion took her to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor diagnosed without hesitation that Lee Si-yoon was about to give birth. That day was October 12th. As for what happened next, even without Hellion saying it, I already knew. Lee Si-yoon gave birth to the head monster baby, causing quite a stir in the hospital. What about Lee Si-yoon now? How is she? She died. A faint, indescribable sorrow washed over me. In this affair, it seemed that human life had become insignificant. A life was like a bubble ready to burst and disappear at any moment. Hellion was not a chatty person, and as we reached this point, we both fell silent. After a while, I tentatively asked him, "Is that DV Lee Si-yoon used still around? If possible, can I take a look at the content?" "Sure." Hellion pulled out a USB drive from his pocket and gently pushed it over. "After you finish watching, delete the video. Do not keep it. Do you trust me?" I took the USB drive, feeling a bit surprised. I had thought I would have to haggle with Hellion for a long time before he would reveal these secrets to me. We need to confront that nightmare together. Hellion glanced at me calmly and said, "Moreover, I can sense that you are a thoughtful person." For now, I bid Hellion farewell and rushed home with the USB drive. eagerly starting to watch the content with. It can be said that the content on the USB drive was the earliest origin point I could witness regarding this matter, so I watched it very intently. The DV recorded everything happening in the bedroom from a stable angle. In the video, after washing up, Lee Si-yoon lay down on her bed. Clearly, she was very anxious, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, her body curled up beneath the blanket, constantly glancing towards the direction of the DV. After a maximum of 10 minutes, Lee Si-yoon fell into a deep sleep in such a state. The dim and empty bedroom descended into a deathly silence. There was no sound, no movement. Up to this point, the content of the video remained normal. In the footage, Lee Si-yoon appeared to be just like countless others who had fallen asleep late at night. As time unknowingly flowed to midnight, the calm scene suddenly quivered like ripples on water, and the entire bedroom in front of the DV seemed to be distorted by an invisible force. This distortion lasted only a second, and then the scene returned to normal. However, during that brief moment, I felt a chilling aura emanating from the screen before me. I widened my eyes, staring intently at the screen, fearing that I might miss even the slightest detail. Suddenly, I felt a tightness at the back of my head. Beside Lee Si-yoon's bed, a pair of shoes appeared out of nowhere. A pair of straw sandals, completely extinct in the modern world, neatly placed beside Lee Si-yoon's bed. I couldn't clearly see when this strange pair of grass shoes appeared, and my face was almost pressed against the computer screen, trying to observe the details more vividly. The image was influenced by an imperceptible factor accompanied by slight distortions and fluctuations. That eerie atmosphere instantly engulfed me. The distortion persisted for a second or two, and when the image became clear, I saw a dark shadow lying on Lee. The shadow seemed to be a person gently stirring on Lee Si-yoon. She was likely trapped in a passive slumber, sensing something unusual, but unable to awaken, only able to struggle instinctively. The dark shadow was pressing down on Lee Si-yoon's hands, preventing her from struggling. I saw it clearly, but felt both tense and confused. I couldn't figure out when this ghostly shadow appeared or from where it had come. It was as if it truly was a ghost suddenly emerging from a dark corner. Was this shadow the father of the big-head monster baby? Helion was absolutely right. With just the naked eye, no one could distinguish whether this shadow was a person or something else. For about 10 minutes, this shadow drifted away from Lee Si-yoon. It slipped on those strange grass shoes, floating as if not touching the ground towards the corner of the bedroom as the video approached its end with only 2 seconds remaining. Suddenly, I felt a sense of familiarity with this shadow. I couldn't see its face. Its figure flashed past the camera and then vanished. Fearing that I was experiencing an illusion, I quickly rewound the video, replaying it repeatedly. In the end, I lost count of how many times I watched those last few seconds, feeling increasingly uneasy. This shadow felt familiar to me. I must have seen it somewhere before, yet the vague and blurry image kept me from recalling who it was. I was quite anxious, sitting in a daze for a long time. This video was first-hand evidence, but I honored my promise to Helion and deleted it. If I hadn't seen this video, I might have just thought that the nightmare we experienced was merely caused by encountering a bizarre creature that had never appeared before. However, the materials left by Lee Si-yoon made me feel that the situation might not be as simple as I imagined. The more I knew, the more mysteries arose. People in the WeChat group were flooding the chat every day. On the third night after I saw this video, it seemed that the wealthy and handsome guy could no longer endure this inverted life, as he claimed that his usual business was disrupted by irregular hours, leading to a downturn and a sharp drop in income. This situation was fatal for a businessman, so the wealthy and handsome guy complained in the group, saying that he was exhausted. At most, he would endure a few more nightmares, but he didn't believe this dream would last forever. In fact, it wasn't just the wealthy and handsome guy, the others also couldn't continue sleeping during the day and staying awake at night. When he voiced his concerns, Ding Ling was the first to express support, and the next-door old Wang also voiced his agreement. We agreed to return to a normal life starting the next day. The next day, I forced myself to stay awake during the day, not sleeping for a full day and night, and by evening, I felt utterly exhausted and disoriented. Several people in the group wished each other good night before resting. We all wanted to verify whether that nightmare would still exist after several days of inverted living. Due to exhaustion, I fell into a deep sleep. In my dreams, consciousness was unclear, and I had no idea how long I had been asleep. Thus, when the dream came, I once again could not distinguish between reality and the dream. That night, my dream was simple. There were no big-head monster babies, no black bamboo forests, and no dilapidated old villages. It seemed I was facing an eternally still, yet dark sky, filled with twinkling stars. Yet in my daze, I saw those bright stars which seemed like countless blinking eyes. This dream was still so strange, but it wasn't frightening. When I woke up, I felt grateful. If I could escape this nightmare, it was truly something to be happy about. After I woke up, the people in the WeChat group probably also gradually awakened. The habit formed over these days was to check WeChat first upon opening their eyes. We exchanged messages, and the results were quite uplifting and none of us were disturbed by that nightmare again. I told you so. The wealthy and handsome guy said proudly in the group. We are all raised in a materialistic ideological education. How could we believe that a dream could affect us? Humans can conquer nature. Let me report my situation. I slept soundly last night and didn't have that nightmare. I didn't have it either. Me neither. So we've already rid ourselves of that terrifying nightmare, and we no longer have to live in fear. The wealthy and handsome guy sent a smug emoji. I dreamt of a starry sky, filled with shining stars. The once boisterous WeChat group fell silent, and involuntarily, I felt a chill run down my spine. That recently faded sense of fear surged back like an electric current, instantly covering all my nerve cells. Did you really dream about a starry sky? After a moment of silence, Ding Ling was the first to ask the wealthy and handsome guy. A dark sky with many, many blinking stars. Yes, a beautiful starry night. The wealthy and handsome guy, oblivious, thought this dream was very romantic. If I could hold the hand of the person I love and stroll under this starry sky, it would be a very happy thing. Happiness my foot. Ding Ling sent a dizzy emoji. Did I randomly tell you that I also had a dream about the starry sky last night? Immediately my fears were confirmed. After Ding Ling spoke, old Wang from next door also said that although he didn't dream of the black bamboo forest, he similarly dreamt of a twinkling sky. After that, even the usually quiet office worker shared her dream, a dream about the starry sky. I immediately messaged Helian privately. He hadn't spoken, but had been watching all along. I dreamt of it too, Helian replied me, but I felt that in that pitch black sky, it wasn't stars, but countless. At that moment my head felt like it was going to explode. This situation had completely exceeded my capacity for thought. Several people who had never intersected before were frequently having the same dream after the appearance of the big-head monster baby. What could this possibly mean? What does it signify? I didn't feel like we had escaped that nightmare. Rather, I felt like we were somehow sinking deep. There was something invisible that followed us like a shadow. I feel that way too, like countless eyes. I said to Helian, the most critical point is that until now we have been completely led by the nose. I developed a somewhat pessimistic thought. Under these circumstances, we had no way to solve the practical problem. A dream certainly doesn't represent anything, but I'm afraid that dreaming more will inevitably lead to some more severe or terrifying events. Helian didn't reply because he had no confidence or way to solve these issues. He could only remain silent. Appa, do you have time? Can we chat for a bit? At this moment, Ding Ling sent me a private message. In this group, I wasn't familiar with anyone except for Helian. I hadn't privately messaged anyone else. Ding Ling was the kind of lively and carefree girl, just 20 years old. From her speech, one could tell she was utterly naive, actually immature. There was no need to communicate or resolve the matters we encountered with someone like her, so I had never contacted her directly. What do you want to chat about? Why are you looking for me? Appa, could you be a little friendlier? Ding Ling sent a wronged emoji and quickly typed Helian and the office worker. Don't pay attention to me. Old Wang is from a different world, and the wealthy and handsome guy is a bit oblivious. After thinking it over, you're the only normal person in this group. Don't exaggerate. Oh, everyone is normal. Okay, I take it back. Oh, everyone is normal. Ding Ling typed unusually fast messages, flooding my phone screen. Appa, did you also dream about the sky and stars last night? Yes, you should be able to tell that we all had the same dream. Appa, there's something I don't know who to tell. Ding Ling continued sending messages. This happened to me, but we all dreamt the same dream. I don't know if you Helian, the office worker, and old Wang are like me. What happened? Appa, please don't be afraid. Whatever you do, don't. It's a horrifying matter, very terrifying. I have always felt that a girl like Ding Ling is unreliable in her words and actions, prone to exaggeration. However, during our conversations, I sensed that her words contained no falsehood. A terrifying matter. Perhaps because these few people in the WeChat group were unconsciously brought onto the same path by that nightmare, I felt a chill run down my spine as I looked at the messages Ding Ling sent on the screen. What terrifying matter? How scary can it be? I replied to Ding Ling while secretly comforting myself. People who work at a crematorium have seen it all. How much worse could it be than a big-head monster baby? Appa, words cannot express what I truly want to convey. You won't know how frightening and disgusting it is unless you see it for yourself. Ding Ling quickly sent another message. Prepare yourself mentally, and then find a mirror. Part your hair, and take a careful look. Hair. What about my hair? Oh dear Appa, I already said that words cannot express it. You should see. Ding Ling continued. However, I really hope you won't end up like me. I couldn't tell if Ding Ling was just being mysterious or if she was genuinely too innocent to articulate her point, but after her so-called explanation, my curiosity surged to an uncontrollable level. I took my phone and rushed to the bathroom, wiped the mirror in front of the sink, then leaned in closely, seriously examining my hair in the mirror. My hair was very black, thick, and in excellent condition. On the surface, there seemed to be no abnormalities, and following Ding Ling's advice, I gently parted my hair. There are only so many strands of hair, but I had never scrutinized my hair so seriously before. The dense hair gave me a creeping sense of horror. Countless fine strands seemed like a dark forest hiding something unknown within. I carefully observed for a while and saw nothing unusual in my hair, so I thought to ask Ding Ling on WeChat. However, just as my hand was about to leave my hair, I suddenly spotted a very fine scar resembling a split wound close to my scalp. The scar was faint, so faint that it was nearly invisible unless looked at closely. This scar looked quite new, but since starting university, I had never sustained any injury to my head. I couldn't recall when this scar had been left. Before I could recollect clearly, I discovered several identical scars on my scalp. These scars were hidden beneath my thick hair, and unless I shaved my head, it would be hard to notice. Are you talking about several scars that look like wounds? I freed my hand to ask Ding Ling on WeChat. Oh, Appa, you have them too. Ding Ling sent a surprised emoji. You really have them too. Can you please speak properly and stop overreacting? I replied to Ding Ling, my heart pounding uncontrollably. Since she mentioned it like this, it proved that beneath her hair, she had also discovered such fine scars. I couldn't believe this was a coincidence, especially with the members of the WeChat group. Appa, let me tell you, those aren't scars. Ding Ling might have thought typing was too slow and sent a voice message instead. Those are eyes. Sometimes they might open. My scalp immediately went numb, as if the scars beneath my hair were slowly open. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign. The appearance of so many scars resembling eyes beneath my scalp involuntarily reminded me of the numerous eyes, like compound eyes hidden under the sparse hair of the big-head monster baby. Both Ding Ling and I could tell without asking that the other members of the WeChat group must also be undergoing such. I quickly discussed this matter with Helian. If we let this information leak, it would certainly cause panic, but a fire cannot be contained with paper. Something growing on others would eventually be discovered. Thus, Helian decided to openly explain the situation to everyone. The events had already occurred. Avoidance was never a solution. Once this news was released, the others indeed panicked and rushed to find mirrors. A few minutes later, the rich and handsome guy was the first to explode, followed closely by the neighbor Wang and the white-collar worker, who successively sent messages. Underneath their hair, scars resembling eyes had also appeared. The suspicions I had in my mind rose once more. We were certainly entangled with something. What exactly had entangled us? Why had it chosen us? We still knew nothing. I feel this is a very bad... I spoke in the group. With several people developing such eyes on their scalps, no one could guarantee that these scar-like eyes wouldn't worsen and spread. If left unchecked, who knows what terrifying things might grow in other parts of our bodies. What should we do then? The rich and handsome guy said in despair. I haven't even experienced the sweetness of love yet. I guess no girl would marry a guy with eyes all over his head, right? I felt that we should take the initiative. Since that nightmare appeared, we had been adopting a strategy of avoidance and retreat, which definitely wouldn't solve the real problem and would only complicate matters further. Thus, for the first time, the people in the WeChat group began to seriously discuss countermeasures. I believe that any event that occurs in this world has its motivations, conditions, and reasons. I had been pondering whether the video left by Li Siyun before her death had provided some insight. I began to Li Siyun dreamed that a dark shadow was pressing down on her. The video showed that she was not completely dreaming, as that dark shadow truly appeared in reality. From this perspective, I started to suspect, what about the nightmares experienced by these few people in the WeChat group? Were the scenes in that nightmare real and truly existed? I shared this thought with Helian. He didn't express much, but said he would look into it. We shouted fiercely, but in the end we quieted down, because this wasn't as simple as lining up to buy groceries. We didn't even have a proper starting point. Honestly, I, along with others, was very scared, fearing that over time something else might grow on our bodies. A person's capacity for endurance is limited. Although the current situation is still within an acceptable range, if any more abnormalities arise, I estimate that someone as delicate as Ding Ling would truly break down. In the following days, we returned to our inverted day-night cycle, and no one wanted to dream anymore, not even the most mundane dreams. I took the time to inquire about it. Old Li's son had returned from out of town, and the funeral was over. Old Li had burned people his whole life, and in the end, he was also shoved into the furnace to turn into a handful of ashes. With his death, I lost my specific job and became a dispensable idle person. I had been feeling dizzy lately and had completely lost my enthusiasm for work. I continued to take sick leave. After all, I was just a temporary worker. If I got fired, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was probably 4 or 5 days later when Helian said in the group that we all needed to meet offline, because there was something very important that required everyone to express their stance. The gathering place was a mid-range restaurant in the city of Yangcity. The rich and handsome guy had reserved a private room in advance. Since it involved life and death, everyone was very proactive. Before the agreed time, everyone had almost gathered except for Helian. This was also my first time seeing the true faces of the members of this WeChat group. The white-collar worker looked exactly like a white-collar worker, beautiful in appearance, wearing a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses. She seemed to have a mild case of OCD, sitting silently wherever she was, constantly wiping down the table and chopsticks in front of her with a napkin. There was an aloofness in her expression, as if everyone present owed her something, perfectly embodying the aura of a high-cold goddess. The neighbor Wang was a surgeon at the hospital, a southerner, around 30, slender, very fair, with small eyes, wearing glasses. Occasionally through the lenses one could see a restless light flickering in his small eyes. He didn't say much, but he was clearly the type who was quietly seeking every opportunity to please the white-collar worker. I firmly believe that if there truly was an empty room next door, Wang would definitely go help out. The rich and handsome guy was entirely different regardless of his wealth. He was neither tall nor handsome, with a dark round face, low altitude, and a solid build, probably weighing about a ton. He was the most active, his mouth never stopping, talking to us about this year's economic situation and the political upheaval in Yang City. Ding Ling looked exactly how I imagined, at most 20 years old, adorably naive, wearing a little devil hat with cat ears, her watery eyes filled with curiosity towards us. We chatted for a while, and at exactly 7 o'clock Helian arrived punctually. I had met him before, but for the others in the group it was their first time meeting him. Wang and the rich and handsome guy stood up to shake hands with Helian, while the white-collar worker glanced at Helian, still elegantly wiping her chopsticks. Once everyone was gathered, Helian, who didn't like to talk, never dilly-dallied. The neighbor Wang asked Helian what important matter we were voting on during the gathering, and Helian took out a photo from his pocket and passed it around. Everyone, including me, was surprised when they saw the photo. This was a recently taken photo depicting a black bamboo forest. The photographer stood at the edge of the deep bamboo forest. Through the sparse bamboo one could vaguely see an old village in the distance on a gentle slope. This photo made my liver tremble. It was real and definitely not edited. The reason we were surprised was that the scene in the photo was almost indistinguishable from the scene in the nightmare we had. Black bamboo forest, old village, distant mountains. In other words, the scene in the nightmare truly existed, and there is indeed such a place in the world. The photo brought by Helian once again aroused suspicion and unease among everyone. It is already bizarre enough that several strangers share the same nightmare, but more importantly, Helian seems to have found the place from the nightmare. The scene in the photo is very clear. As I watched, my vision blurred, and I could no longer discern whether the nightmare we experienced was real or fake. Well, this is a big deal. The handsome rich guy slumped in his chair and said, "This is what I fear the most. If it were just a nightmare, it would still be just a dream, but now it seems to have turned real. How can we explain this? It doesn't align with natural science." The neighbor old Wang eagerly glanced at the office worker beside him and said, "In my opinion, it's like installing software on a computer. This nightmare is like malware forcibly installed in our brains." The office worker shot him a glance, but remained silent. A cold goddess doesn't casually converse with others. "This is not necessarily a bad thing," I said to them. "If we find this place, there is hope to resolve the predicament. Now shouldn't we invite the group leader to meet us?" The office worker ignored others and looked at Helian, slowly fiddling with the napkin in hand, saying, "He created this group, gathered us together, yet he doesn't show up. Ooh, I can't help but suspect this is an unspeakable conspiracy." The office worker usually doesn't speak, but it's undeniable that this woman has a very meticulous mind. Since the group leader established the group, he has never said a word. We don't know if he's really offline or secretly watching the conversations in the WeChat group. Helian was merely the earliest to be pulled into this line. He was unaware of the shadow's whereabouts. Each of us knows that the very establishment of this group is strange, but since the shadow does not show himself, we cannot just wait idly. The nightmare only invaded our nerves and sleep, but the scars resembling eyes that sprouted beneath our hair have clearly threatened our lives. We need to go see this place. Helian pointed at the photo on the table and said to everyone, "Perhaps only by going there can we uncover the reason for the nightmare. This action is voluntary. You have the right to choose to go or not. Do we really have a choice?" Old Wang sighed ruefully. He is a doctor, has a respectable identity, and earns a good income, living comfortably in a small city like Yangqing. If it were not a matter of life and death, he definitely wouldn't wish to venture into such desolate mountains. However, just as he said, we had no room for choice. Helian briefly introduced the situation of that place. The scene in the photo is within the jurisdiction of Liangshan, the autonomous prefecture in Sichuan. The old village has no name. Since it belongs to Galu County, we can only refer to it as Galu. At this point, I became somewhat interested in Helian's profession. To find a village hidden in the deep mountains of such a vast country in just a few days is incredibly difficult. Helian's network of connections must be extensive. For us at this moment, getting to the old village is a matter of a single sentence, but to elaborate it is complicated and difficult. At the very least, we need ample time and a frightening amount of funding. Since this is everyone's affair, it is inappropriate for one person to pay. We ultimately decided to split the cost. I felt a layer of cold sweat forming on my forehead as I silently calculated if I took out this amount, only a little would remain on my card. Uncle, Ding Ling stammered for a long time, pitifully saying to Hulian, can we discuss it? Can my share? I haven't worked for 2 months. My living expenses have already been exhausted until next February. There's no rush. We can talk about that later. The plan to go to Galu was initially established around the dining table. After discussing, we finally began to eat. The meal was treated by the handsome rich guy. He bragged throughout the meal, but when it came to the actual situation, the table was full of vegetables. It was quite bland. After dinner, everyone went home to prepare. As I walked down the road, I couldn't help but think about the gathering of one cool uncle, one cold goddess, one repressed doctor, one poser, one natural airhead, and myself. Is it really just a coincidence that these 6 people came together? From the moment Lee Si-yoon gave birth to the big head monster baby, to the time the baby was sent to the crematorium, I am sure there were more than just us 6 who witnessed it. What about others who have seen the big head monster baby? As I thought of this, a terrifying idea suddenly popped into my mind. Those who witnessed the big head monster baby experienced nightmares, such as the members in the WeChat group, while others directly died like old Lee. Nightmares and death are not coincidental. It only indicates that those of value remain while those without value perish. If I continue thinking in this direction, then what kind of value do the 6 people in this WeChat group hold? I cannot figure it out, but I have a feeling that the truth and answers lie in the old village of Galu. I don't know how long this trip to Galu will take. The temporary job at the crematorium doesn't matter. I can always find another one. However, I still couldn't resist calling my dad in Xinxiang. Since this incident began, I haven't revealed anything to anyone, including my dad. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after we will set off for Galu. I don't know if normal communication can be maintained in such deep mountains, so I wanted to inform him in advance. On the other end of the phone, I heard my father's voice. For some reason, upon hearing his voice, I suddenly felt unsettled, a hint of sadness arising from within. This sadness felt like a premonition foreshadowing that something might go wrong on our trip to Galu. I chatted with him for a few moments and told him to rest early. My biological clock has been overturned. When I returned home, it was 11 at night, and I had no inclination to sleep. The people in the WeChat group had also returned home one after another, and a group of people muddled between black and white gathered together at midnight to discuss the upcoming trip to Galu. Still, the handsome rich guy and Ding Ling spoke the most, their repetitive chatter lacking novelty. I put down my phone and went to wash my face and brush my teeth. When I returned to the bedroom after washing my face, the desk lamp emitted a soft click and then went out, leaving only a sliver of moonlight seeping in through the window. I was startled and glanced around. The hairs on my body stood on end. The sudden extinguishing of the light mirrored the moment in the nightmare when the big head monster baby was about to appear. I knew very well that dreams and reality must be different, but upon seeing this familiar scene, I couldn't help but turn around and gaze at the sheets hanging down from the bed. Suddenly, a bright light flashed behind me, revealing a brilliant white glow. In such a dim environment, people are very sensitive to light, and I quickly turned around to see the computer screen behind me booting up. The pale screen had none of the usual standby background. My teeth began to itch, and I secretly pinched my head. It hurt, indicating that at this moment I was not dreaming. Before I could react further, the pale computer screen suddenly went black. At first glance, it seemed the computer had shut down automatically, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was merely the screen's display turning into a deep pitch black night. The image began to slowly shift, revealing a black bamboo forest before me. The bamboo forest extended deep, gradually revealing the old village at the bottom of the gentle slope, faintly visible. I felt a surge of headache while also experiencing an inexplicable anger. I turned my biological clock upside down to avoid having nightmares, yet the hidden instigator forced me to accept the aftermath of the nightmare in this manner. This is certainly not a dream. My brain is awake and can at least distinguish between reality and illusion. Dreaming and witnessing with my own eyes are completely different concepts. In the dilapidated old village, it was empty and eerie as the image slowly approached. When the distance closed enough to see the scenes within the old village clearly, I saw a large number of crows sprawled on the ground. The black crows were enormous, and I couldn't tell how many were crammed together, forming dense piles. I do not have a phobia of clusters, but seeing so many crows rolling together like a small hill made me feel terrified and nauseous. At that moment, I forgot the fear before my eyes because, unbeknownst to me, I felt that there was something beneath, but the object was buried beneath countless crows, and I could not make out what it was. My intuition was strong as I looked at the thing completely covered by the crows on the screen, and I had that feeling even made my hands and legs go soft and tremble. This very unpleasant feeling entirely stemmed from the thing covered by the flock of crows, yet I could only stare at the screen, unable to drive away the crows and see what lay beneath. Suddenly, the dense flock of crows scattered without any warning like a cloud rising from the ground. At the same time the crows dispersed, I caught sight of the object they had been concealing beneath their bodies. Countless black crows surged into the sky like an explosion of dark smoke in the center of the old village. Although the distance from the old village and the frame was still far, the objects beneath the crows were already visible under the moonlight. 5 coffins were arranged neatly, contrasting with the dilapidated old village, which in turn highlighted the eerie coffins, making the scene seem to be permeated with a hint of death. My head throbbed, and an ominous premonition arose within me. Upon seeing everything reflected in the current scene, I immediately understood where my uneasy feeling originated. 6 people, 5 coffins. Although the scene was silent with no subtitles or narration, I felt that it seemed to imply that on this journey to the ancient land, among the 6 of us, only one would return alive. The other 5 would remain in those coffins. As the scene played to this point, the screen went black and the previously extinguished desk lamp flickered a few times, struggling to light up again. The bedroom was eerily quiet. The computer stood motionless on the desk, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet cold sweat trickled down my back. I did not know how this scene was played out by the computer, but the clear and vivid imagery instilled a strange fear within me about the Yedobejan journey to the ancient land. It was a contradictory choice. I feared that the scene would manifest in reality, yet I felt that I had to go to that ancient land. If I did not go to the ancient land, I would never uncover the truth, nor would I ever escape the entanglement of that nightmare. I dared not tell the others in the WeChat group, fearing it would shake their resolve. Feigning nonchalance, I continued discussing the details of the trip to the ancient land with the wealthy and handsome. Beep, beep, beep. Just as we were talking about whether it would be hard to travel far this season, the phone by the bed suddenly rang. My phone rarely rang at this time of night. I picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number calling. I pressed the answer button, and a heavy breathing sound came from the other end. Feng Hui. Director Liu. Despite the unfamiliar number, the moment the other party spoke, I immediately recognized it was Director Liu's voice. I need you to do me a favor. Director Liu spoke as if he had just run a marathon, panting heavily as he told me in a fragmented manner. Come downstairs and collect the body. Wait a moment. My scalp tingled, and I immediately recalled the call I had received from Old Lee before he hanged himself. Having learned from the previous experience, I decided to stop him no matter what. But just as I finished speaking, the call abruptly ended. I dropped the phone and opened the door, rushing downstairs. I lived on the 2nd floor, and it only took me 2 minutes to get down after answering the call. The night was deep, and as I rushed down, I saw a bright red figure in the middle of the community under the old pine. Director Liu, like Old Lee, was dressed in a garment that looked as if it was dripping with blood hanging from a thick branch of the old pine tree. This time I had arrived in time. Director Liu was still alive, but his legs were twitching slightly, and his tongue had protruded from his mouth. Get down. Panic surged within me, and without considering much, I just wanted to save him. Don't. Come. The moment I moved, a voice as though choked by a ghostly hand emerged from Director Liu's throat. Having worked in the field for 2 years, I was quite familiar with Director Liu. However, when that voice reached my ears, I suddenly realized it did not sound like his usual voice. It resembled the voice of another stranger, as if a person was using Director Liu's body to utter those 3 words to me. The voice was chilling, and the sensation felt as if a familiar person was warning me with an eerie tone. Listening to that voice and looking at Director Liu's blood-red clothing and the protruding half of his tongue, I immediately halted my steps. You won't find the answer. The voice drifted to my ears again, though hoarse and indistinct. I could hear it clearly. I felt something was off. The meaning conveyed by the voice was simple, yet upon reflection, it seemed to be directed at the impending journey to the ancient land. He was telling me that even if I rushed to the ancient land, I would not uncover the truth of the matter. First, there was the scene played by the computer, followed by Director Liu's warning before his death. I felt as if there was an unseen black hand obstructing the journey to the ancient land. However, everything has a clear or latent duality. The scene and Director Liu could be seen as an obstruction, but at the same time, they could also be viewed as a temptation. I am not a superstitious person, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to work as a temporary laborer at the crematorium at such a young age. The more complex and bizarre the situation, the more I wanted to know what was hidden behind that mysterious black veil. I had only pondered for half a minute when Director Liu's legs suddenly straightened, his body went limp, and his hands hung down weakly, swaying in the night breeze from the tree branch. Under normal circumstances, if I encountered such a situation, regardless of whether the person hanging was alive or dead, I would at least bring them down. I thought so, temporarily pausing my thoughts as I intended to go and untie Director Liu. However, when I lifted one leg, I hesitated, feeling a twinge of taboo. He hanged himself here in the dead of night. If I saved him, the fact that we both worked for the same organization would inevitably bring me trouble and inconvenience. At this moment, I could not afford to be restricted in my freedom. I looked up at Director Liu swaying from the pine tree. In fact, from the moment the big-head monstrous baby was taken to the crematorium, old lease and Director Liu's fates were no longer in their own hands. In other words, he was doomed to die, and no one could save him. I could not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Director Liu's death on the pine tree was merely to convey that one message. He conveyed that message, I received it, and his death could already be marked with a period. In the stillness of the night, after much contemplation, I carefully erased any nearby footprints and sneaked back into my place. Through the window, I could vaguely see Director Liu's body, swaying among the pine trees like a pendulum. I sat quietly behind the curtain watching until dawn. I could not describe the feelings within me, whether it was Li Siyun, old Li, or Director Liu. These familiar or unfamiliar figures in my life had their lives become so insignificant, so minute, that they could die at any moment. Perhaps out of a sense of sympathy for the dead rabbit and the sad fox, I felt that my own fate, like theirs, was also beyond my control. Around 6 in the morning, 2 elderly people who were out for their morning exercise first discovered Director Liu hanging from the pine tree. Suddenly, this remote community on North Ring Road was in an uproar and many people rushed to watch. Even at this moment, Director Liu's eyes had not yet closed. His face was ashen, but his lips were as red as his blood-stained clothes. After a long time of gathering, the police and ambulance arrived. Someone untied Director Liu from the pine tree, laying him flat on a stretcher, his wide-open eyes staring directly at my window. You won't find the answer. To avoid causing unnecessary panic among the others in the WeChat group, I did not inform them about the computer scene and Director Liu. We discussed in the group for 2 days, and Helian made some preparations. On the 3rd day, everyone gathered ready to set off for the ancient land. We first flew from Zhengzhou to Chengdu, then transferred from Chengdu. Traveling at this season was not a rational decision. Neither Ding Ling Gao Fushua nor I were accustomed to the climate and humidity here. Heading south, the temperature was higher than that in Yangqing, yet we still experienced symptoms of a cold. We arrived at a place called Limen, which was the largest supply and resting point after entering the ancient land. The area around the ancient land produced cypress and medicinal herbs, so Limen attracted many medicinal merchants and antique traders. Helian was very thorough, having contacted his friends here in advance. When we arrived at Limen, we met Helian. This person was called Biaozi in his 20 stocky with a buzz cut, dressed in a black leather jacket. Through the collar of his jacket, one could see the tattoos on his neck and a thick gold chain. Just from his appearance, this guy did not seem like someone who would be pious. He looked very much like someone from the underworld. Since we were not on the same wavelength, there was not much for us to say to Biaozi, and he could not be bothered with us. However, he was very warm towards Helian, displaying a mix of warmth and respect, addressing him as brother as soon as they met. Once again, I began to speculate about Helian's identity and occupation. I could not understand what kind of person he was that could make someone like Biaozi so obedient. Helian briefly introduced himself, and only then did we learn that he had once found a clue and then commissioned Biaozi to head to the ancient land, where he took photographs of the old village at the edge of the black bamboo forest. In other words, Biaozi had been to the old village. What was the situation in that old village? I took the initiative to chat with Biaozi, wanting to understand as much as possible about the local conditions before entering the village. Biaozi looked at me without speaking, then turned to look at Helian. Helian nodded slightly, and only then did Biaozi begin to talk. Biaozi said that the old village was not an ordinary village. People like us who had lived in cities for years probably had never heard of such a village. It was a leper colony. At the beginning, I really did not understand what the term leprosy village meant. Biaozi was unwilling to tell us much, but fortunately the neighbor Old Wang was a doctor and had some knowledge about these things. The so-called leprosy is something very distant for people today, but in the past in those remote areas leprosy was horrifying. Old Wang said that this disease is caused by a type of Mycobacterium leprae and is contagious. Those afflicted with leprosy suffer erosion of their peripheral nerves and skin. I had never seen a leprosy patient, but according to Old Wang's description, the skin and faces of leprosy patients would become diseased, leading to deformities in their limbs, making them appear terrifying like ghosts. In the past, there were no effective defenses or treatments against this disease, or once contracted, it was a terminal illness. What was even more dreadful was that leprosy was contagious, and if one person contracted it, it could endanger the entire family, or even the whole village. Thus, in remote areas like Golu, people diagnosed with leprosy would generally be driven away by their families and villagers left to fend for themselves. In order to survive, the expelled leprosy patients gradually gathered together, forming a natural village where all the inhabitants had leprosy and normal people dared not approach. Is there anyone left in that village? They all died out, Biaozi casually replied, turning to speak quietly with Helian. My mind spun, and I immediately recalled the image of the red-clothed hanging ghost swaying in my nightmare. There were no living souls left in the old village of Galu. If I asked further, Biaozi would not know. He had only taken a few photos around the outskirts of the old village and had not personally entered it. We planned to stay here at Lyman for a day before officially heading toward the old village of Gulu the next day. Helion had informed Biaozi in advance, and Biaozi had prepared 3 vehicles, 2 for passengers and 1 filled with equipment and supplies. It was evident that Biaozi had considerable influence here. Gathering so many supplies would be impossible for an ordinary person in just a couple of days. All of us, in terms of appearance and attire, were quite different from the herbal merchants and antique sellers in Lyman. Helion wanted to keep a low profile, so Biaozi took us to the outskirts of Lyman and found an inn. Upon seeing this, and we were all dumbfounded. It was a yard enclosed by mud walls containing 2 rows of low earthen houses, one of which was nearly collapsed. Biaozi shouted a couple of times at the entrance, and after a while a hunchbacked old man came out to speak with us, his mouth full of local dialect that we couldn't understand. The yard was spacious, and we drove the vehicles inside. The earthen houses where people lived were in terrible condition. Helion and Biaozi shared one room, taking turns in the vehicle to watch over the supplies, while Ding Ling and Bai Ling shared another. That left me, the rich handsome guy, and Old Wang. Old Wang quickly claimed he wasn't used to sleeping with others. I wasn't foolish. I understood right away as the rich handsome guy, and I had caught a cold after heading south, and Old Wang was afraid of getting infected. These were trivial matters. The rich handsome guy and I took some items into the room. Is this a hotel or a den of spiders? As soon as the rich handsome guy entered, he was greeted by a face full of webs grumbling under his breath. The 2 of us spent at least 10 minutes clearing out the spider webs and clutter from the room. The earthen house was extremely shabby with only 2 beds and a broken table. Fortunately, the wooden beds were sturdy enough to sleep on. The rich handsome guy claimed to be accustomed to staying in star-rated hotels and found this environment very unsuitable. Just be content with what you have. I smiled helplessly. At least there was a bed to sleep on. If we set off toward the old village tomorrow, we would have no place to sleep along the way and would have to camp out. After tidying up the room, it was almost dark and we gathered to have a meal. Biaozi said we should all rest well tonight to replenish our energy. The terrain in Gulu was mountainous and difficult to traverse, and we would likely waste a lot of time and energy getting to the old village. Who doesn't want to sleep well is a grandson. The rich handsome guy was clearly very dissatisfied and continued to grumble. We were all exhausted from being haunted by nightmares and desperately craved normal sleep. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. The rich handsome guy and I chatted for a while, contemplating whether to sleep. My biological clock had been disrupted in Yanqing, but after a few days of travel, I was utterly exhausted and felt very sleepy. After a brief conversation, my eyes could hardly stay open. Sleep? The rich handsome guy flopped onto the bed. I can't spend my life not sleeping just because of a dream. Come on, sleep, sleep, sleep. I smiled again. The rich handsome guy loved to show off, but he was actually quite nice. Encouraged by him, I lay down on my own bed. The thick wooden bed was damp and took a while to warm up. As soon as the bed warmed up, a wave of drowsiness swept over my mind, and in less than 2 minutes I fell asleep. I don't know if it was because I had left Yanqing, but I slept soundly, and that heart-wrenching nightmare did not appear. With no disturbances, and coupled with fatigue, I slept very deeply. In deep sleep, one has no concept of time, unable to distinguish whether they have slept for a minute or an hour. Sleep was originally very peaceful, but suddenly the dream turned pitch black, and I vaguely heard a very faint voice beside my ear. Help me. No. Save me. No. In that hazy sleep, I immediately recognized that it was the voice of the rich handsome guy. The dream was dark, pitch dark, as if I could not see my hand in front of my face. I strained to look into the deep darkness where the voice was coming from, but saw nothing, only hearing that desperate cry for help. I suddenly woke up, sitting up abruptly in bed. Before me was the darkness of deep night, and at the same moment I awoke, the voice of the plea disappeared. I turned my head and looked around, and nothing was amiss. The rich handsome guy was sound asleep on the bed opposite mine. I shook my head vigorously. That was indeed just a dream. But this dream left me feeling unsettled. I could not forget the scene I had seen on the computer screen. The old village, 5 coffins. Listening to the rich handsome guy's even breathing from the opposite bed, my anxiety eased a little. After waking up, I felt an urgent need to relieve myself. Fearing I would wake him, I quietly put on my clothes, quietly opened the door, and slipped to the toilet. The toilets in such places are all dry latrines, and the night breeze makes one shiver. After entering Sichuan, I guessed I was somewhat unaccustomed to the local environment, and my stomach felt very uncomfortable. As soon as I squatted down, I lost control. I was not used to this squatting position, or after squatting until my legs went numb, only then did my stomach feel better. My butt and legs were already freezing cold, so I quickly pulled up my pants and ran back to the room. The warmth from the bed had almost dissipated. After lying down, I still felt sleepy. However, as soon as I lay down and had just closed my eyes before I had even fallen asleep, the dream I had just experienced seemed to waft in front of me like an invisible wisp of smoke. Help me. Help. I was slightly startled, immediately flipping over and getting up from the bed. I heard that faint plea again. At this moment I was wide awake, and the voice seemed to buzz like a mosquito, soft yet vivid, as if someone was pleading in my ear. But after getting up, the voice of the plea vanished. The earthen house was low and the windows were small. The moonlight slanted in between the two beds onto the wooden table, casting a hazy dimness inside. I could see nothing and hear nothing. I began to suspect whether my senses were playing tricks on me. I stood by the bed, listened intently for a few minutes, shook my head, and lay back down. But this time, as soon as I closed my eyes, the deep darkness and the faint cry for help again penetrated my ears like a ghostly presence. I felt a bit confused because I truly could not discern whether that voice was real or just my imagination. This surreal feeling made me very uneasy. I didn't want to shout and wake my companions, causing unnecessary panic and chaos, so I turned over and quietly looked around the corners of the room. The room was empty. Apart from the beds and tables, there were no extraneous furnishings. In such circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to be hiding in the room. My sleepiness had been completely dispelled by this sudden disturbance, leaving me restless. I walked back and forth in the room many times, ultimately finding nothing, and could only sit back down on the bed. Help me. Help. As soon as my butt touched the bed, that vague plea surged into my ears like an unyielding spirit. My scalp tingled, although I didn't want to disturb my companions without clarity on the situation, causing unnecessary panic and chaos in the dark of night. Hearing that indistinguishable illusion time and again made it impossible for me to remain indifferent. I didn't want to escalate the situation, so I decided to wake the rich handsome guy up first. If both of us were awake, perhaps we could discern whether that plea was an illusion. Xiao Gao, wake up. I whispered to the rich handsome guy, but as I expected, his weight meant he was the kind of person who could sleep through anything. I called him twice, and he didn't respond, still fast asleep. Wake up. I raised my voice a little and reached out to push him. But as soon as I reached out, my already tense emotions escalated, and my nerves felt like a tightly drawn bowstring instantly taut. What I touched was his arm. The rich handsome guy was short and stout, his arms as thick as Ding Ling's thighs with solid muscles. However, at this moment the arm I touched was thin and soft with a slight elasticity. This is not the rich handsome guy. The person sleeping on the bed is not the rich handsome guy. Who? I immediately became alert, instinctively taking a step back, quickly pulling out my phone and shining its light on the bed. The phone's light was enough to illuminate the bed before me, and when I saw the scene in front of me, it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over my head and my mind was about to explode. A person lies on the bed, seemingly just awakened from a deep sleep, her eyes still heavy with drowsiness. At this moment, I can only vaguely discern that she is a woman. I cannot tell her age, nor can I discern her features. The light reflected from the phone screen falls perfectly on her face. Her features are abstract. I find it difficult to describe, as if she were a watermelon that had fallen and shattered on the ground. A large flesh-like bulge surrounds her nose, resembling a grotesque flesh flower. The woman's appearance completely stunned me. Suddenly, I recalled the story that old Wang told us about leprosy before we went to sleep, and I could vaguely guess that she was a leprosy patient. What's more critical is that this bizarre-looking woman found herself in the bed of a wealthy and handsome man. She was the only one there. The handsome man was nowhere to be seen. Who are you? My emotions were tense, causing my vigilance to heighten as I raised my phone higher. At the same time, I observed her discreetly. Fortunately, she was the only one in the room. You? Are you in the wrong room? The woman's appearance was so abstract that it was terrifying, but her voice was quite normal. She looked at me timidly, stuttering. You are in the wrong room. I was taken aback. Her words made me momentarily hesitant. This row of earthen houses has more than a dozen rooms which from the outside appear almost identical. In the dead of night, the possibility of having entered the wrong room could not be ruled out. Despite my hesitation, my anxiety towards this woman did not dissipate. Even if I had entered the wrong room, the fact that such a tenant resided in our lodging sent chills down my spine. I said nothing more, glanced at her again, and hurriedly stepped out. Outside the doors of the nearby earthen rooms, I kept comparing over, and a sense of dread rolled through my mind. Upon comparison, I realized I had not entered the wrong room. Thus a deformed woman lay in the handsome man's bed, yet the handsome man himself was nowhere to be found. I had no time to ponder further. I lifted my leg and rushed back into the room. However, as I burst in, I was left dumbfounded. The handsome man's bed was empty, not a trace of him to be found. The woman, who looked like she had a flesh flower on her face, had vanished like steam, leaving no trace behind. I glanced at the bedding, still warm to the touch. From the moment I saw the deformed woman until now, only 4 or 5 minutes had passed. The windows of the earthen house were tightly shut, and I could not imagine how this woman could have escaped in such a short time. Suddenly, I found myself in a daze, my mind racing with thoughts. Originally, I did not want to make a fuss to avoid alarming others, but with the handsome man, missing this matter couldn't be concealed. Even if I didn't want to speak of it, I had to. This incident could only be reported to Hellion. As I thought this, I turned to leave, but involuntarily halted. I had a persistent feeling that something was wrong, yet I could not articulate what it was. This sensation felt like a very fine thorn lodged in my flesh when visible to the eye, but it tormented me, making it hard to sit or lie still. What was wrong? Just as I was about to step over the threshold, a flash in my mind occurred, and that invisible thorn seemed to leap from my flesh. I recalled the video Hellion showed me, the one about Lee Si-yoon. I suddenly felt that the deformed woman resembled Lee Si-yoon. Even though her features had been ruined by that flesh flower, her eyes increasingly confirmed to me that she was indeed Lee Si-yoon. As this thought emerged, I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Lee Si-yoon, who gave birth to a deformed baby, had already died in the hospital. How could she appear in the ancient land far away? Lee Si-yoon, the deformed baby nightmares, WeChat groups, the journey to the ancient land. A thread of invisible connections seemed to tie them all together. I bolted out, ran to Hellion's room, and knocked on the door. Hellion had not yet fallen asleep, and the door opened. What happened? Hellion noticed my unusual complexion, and sensed that something must have occurred. I did not know how to convey this matter to him, as the concept of Lee Si-yoon was entirely my personal feeling. If I blurted it out, it might mislead Hellion. After briefly considering, I only told him that the handsome man had disappeared. He's gone. Where did he go? Hellion quickly threw on some clothes and followed me out. As we walked, I explained the situation to Hellion. To be honest, I did not think the handsome man's disappearance was a normal occurrence. The video that had mysteriously played on my computer before coming to the ancient land made me increasingly uneasy at this moment. Hellion Biaozi and I searched my room thoroughly. The earthen house was small and had no decorations, so it was impossible to hide someone. Hellion checked the front and back of the room, but found no traces. There was nothing we could do. The person had vanished, and we could only search for him. You're not familiar with this place, so don't wander off. Hellion instructed me, just stay here for now. This matter shouldn't be mentioned to anyone else. He sent Biaozi and a driver out to search for the handsome man. Biaozi readily obeyed Hellion's orders and went to call for help. The driver was in the car and came out upon being called. Hellion assured me, then prepared to go out with Biaozi to look for the handsome man. With no leads, where do you plan to search? It is precisely because we have no leads that we must search. Hellion turned back to look at me and said, not a single member of our small team can be left behind. Could something have happened to him? I felt very uneasy because in the dream I had before using the restroom, I vaguely heard a muffled cry for help. Coupled with the image of those 5 coffins, it made my heart feel increasingly unsettled. I could not help but share this detail I had kept hidden with Hellion. I know, Hellion said, slightly turning his head to think. I saw that footage. Not just you and I, the other members of the team must have seen it too. They just haven't spoken about it. I suddenly understood, oh, I was not the only witness to that footage. Perhaps others felt as I did, unwilling to shake the morale of the team at a critical moment, so they kept silent. 5 coffins mean at least one person among us can still survive. Hellion turned and walked away. I knew nothing of the terrain outside the inn, and the other members of the team were asleep. I had nowhere to go, and no one spoke. I paced in circles in the room, not knowing how many times I had turned before finally sitting on the bed. I cleared my thoughts and recalled all the details, but the seemingly inexplicable disappearance of the handsome man left me at a loss. Hellion and the others had been gone for about half an hour. The room felt cold and dreary, and I could not bear it any longer. I slipped off my slippers and crawled into the blanket, planning to warm up while waiting for Hellion to return. However, as soon as I lay down, I couldn't control it, and my eyelids grew heavy, yet I dared not sleep, only managing to doze off slightly. This dreamlike state lasted for a while. I felt a darkness envelope me, and once again I was engulfed by an endless void. Like a profound night, it resembled an endless sea. Suddenly, I saw a shadow stumbling. The shadow grew clearer, sending chills down my spine, for I saw that the shadow was the handsome man. Moreover, he was not alone. He was carrying the deformed woman. His face was dark, shrouded in a layer of black mist. He walked with great effort, drooling from the corner of his mouth, mumbling incessantly as usual. You're too heavy, I can't carry you. You're too heavy, I can't carry you. I immediately woke from my drowsy nap. The room was still the same, and I was still myself. I let out a sigh. These days my dreams had been too chaotic. Whenever I slept, I could never find peace. However, this dream seemed particularly strange at this moment. The handsome man had just disappeared, and I dreamt of him. What did that signify? I sat on the bed, constantly ruminating on the handsome man in the darkness who was mumbling incessantly. You're too heavy, I can't carry you. You're too heavy, I can't carry you. A chilling sensation surged from an unknown source, climbing up my spine to the top of my head. This phrase reminded me of a long-standing supernatural story. Best friends back to back. Just then a faint knocking sound echoed which sounded like someone knocking on the door. Before I could react, the gentle knocking was accompanied by a cry for help that I had heard a few times before. Help me. I felt uneasy all over and gently climbed down from the bed. I had already searched the earthen house thoroughly with Julian checking under the bed as well. However, after that fleeting dream, I suddenly had a strong feeling. I felt that the handsome man hadn't gone far. He must still be in this room. I slowly bent down, peering through the dirty sheets hanging from the wooden bed. Just like during the previous search, the space under the bed was empty. But for some reason, my feeling was incredibly strong. The handsome man must be in the room. In this confined space, where else could he be apart from underneath the bed? I continued to lower my body, half kneeling, my face nearly touching the ground, looking from a very low angle under the heavy wooden bed. When my gaze focused beneath the bed, I nearly dropped my phone. I saw the deformed woman like a gecko tightly pressed against the bedboard, her eyes staring rigidly at me. The wooden bed was wide-eyed. Right next to her lay the handsome man, his limbs and waist restrained by several tendons fixed to the bedboard. The handsome man's face was dark, as black as coal. His eyes were wide open, yet he could not utter a word, drooling down from the corners of his mouth. Seeing the grotesque woman with a stiff gaze and the handsome rich man drooling, my mind went blank, and without thinking I reached out to grab her. Come out. With both parties so close, my reaction was quick enough, but the speed of the grotesque woman was unimaginable. She gently bounced off the bedboard, and like a slippery mudfish dodged my hand and rolled out from under the bed. I couldn't catch her at all, but at the moment we brushed past each other, a tidal wave of feeling surged within me. Her eyes were direct and hard, yet I could tell that behind that rigid gaze lay an unfathomable tumult. My feeling expanded uncontrollably. The angry bloom of flesh on the grotesque woman's face completely concealed her original appearance, but I knew she must be Lee Si-yoon, the one who gave birth to the big-head monster baby. Who are you? Confused, my mind was a jumble. Lee Si-yoon had died on the very day she gave birth to the big-head monster baby, yet this grotesque woman exuded such a strong feeling. I didn't understand what was happening. The only way to uncover the truth was to catch her and force her to reveal it. I was much stronger than her, but the grotesque woman's movements were as swift as light. Before I could reach out again, she lightly pushed open the window of the earthen house and jumped out, disappearing into the darkness outside in an instant. I wanted to chase her, but unfamiliar with the terrain and fearing danger more importantly, I felt I couldn't catch up to her. So I stopped, glanced outside the window a few times, then turned back, bending down to lift the handsome rich man from the bed. The handsome rich man was wide-eyed, but seemed to have lost all awareness. Julian and Biaozi were not there, and I didn't want to alarm anyone else. Yet feeling uncertain, I could only call for old Wang and the others. Ding Ling was sleeping soundly, but was displeased at being woken up. However, upon seeing the handsome rich man lying on the bed, they were instantly horrified. What the hell? What's going on? Ding Ling, being a girl of slight courage, felt a bit scared seeing the handsome rich man looking possessed. She hid behind me, peering out with her eyes. I looked at old Wang, who was a doctor more experienced than us. I wanted him to check what had happened to the handsome rich man. But old Wang stood by silently, as if watching a spectacle. Aren't you a doctor? The white-collar worker crossed her arms, her tone devoid of any emotion, and said to old Wang, "Why don't you help him? Doctors aren't omnipotent, right?" Old Wang was somewhat reluctant, but I could tell that this reserved man was quite interested in the white-collar worker. So when she spoke, he couldn't resist, and slowly approached the handsome rich man, lifting his eyelids. Whether it was the handsome rich man's condition being too complicated or old Wang's lack of dedication, after a long examination, he couldn't come up with a coherent explanation. We were at a loss, watching helplessly as the handsome rich man continued to cough up dark phlegm with a... I was very anxious, not just because of the handsome rich man's predicament, but also due to the inexplicable strangeness that underpinned this situation. The handsome rich man had been subdued. If the grotesque woman truly intended to kill him, it would have been a simple matter. Yet she chose not to kill him, but to leave him in such a state. I couldn't fathom her purpose or intention. While the four of us guarded the handsome rich man with furrowed brows, the noisy commotion possibly startled the hunchbacked old man of the inn. He came out holding a lamp, fumbling his way to the door, and peered inside. He spoke in the local dialect, making communication difficult. After much effort, the hunchbacked old man could only understand a little. It looks like he's been afflicted by a sorcerer. The hunchbacked old man glanced at the handsome rich man and muttered something to us. The term sorcerer was unfamiliar to us. It was the locals' term. To put it bluntly, it had the same connotation as witch. In some remote old mountain areas of Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou, sorcery has existed since ancient times and has continued to this day. Will he die? Ding Ling was very worried. She was quite familiar with the handsome rich man. In this strange environment, the team members were like crickets tied on the same string, unlike Ding Ling and old Wang. Hang him up. The hunchbacked old man set down the lamp and instructed us to hang the handsome rich man up. The handsome rich man was suspended upside down from the beam of the earthen house, drool dripping continuously. The hunchbacked old man took a black needle the thickness of a toothpick and jabbed it into the handsome rich man's spine. In an instant, the handsome rich man spat out half of his tongue, and his mouth slowly opened wide. His Adam's apple was moving, and it looked like a drunken person leaning over the toilet desperately trying to vomit, but unable to. The hunchbacked old man quickly withdrew the needle and lightly patted the handsome rich man's back. Wow! This slap seemed to trigger an explosion point, and the handsome rich man began to vomit. I watched as a continuous stream of black wriggling worms fell from his mouth onto the ground. The worms were alive, still wriggling after hitting the ground. Each black worm was as thick as a chopstick squirming together. The number was uncountable, making the onlookers' scalps itch. EW. Ding Ling couldn't take it anymore. The clusters of black worms spewing from the handsome rich man's mouth were terrifying and disgusting, making it hard to look at. As I watched, Ding Ling nearly vomited, but she couldn't tear her eyes away, gripping my arm tightly. It's so disgusting. Let go. I pushed her hand away, but Ding Ling was like a piece of stubborn candy. Just as I pushed her hand away, she grabbed my arm again, leaving me helpless. But as disgusting as it was, the handsome rich man's state improved immediately after he vomited a mass of writhing black worms. Before long, he began to regain consciousness. We set him down gently and placed him on the bed. The hunchbacked old man shoveled the black worms outside, set them on fire, and buried them deep in the ground. After a little over 10 minutes, the handsome rich man finally awoke. Surprisingly, he seemed unaware of what had happened before. I guessed he must have been afflicted while asleep. I thought I would never see you again, Xiao Lingling. The handsome rich man was very excited, reaching out to grab Ding Ling's hand. The hunchbacked old man, being taciturn, saw the handsome rich man wake up and silently walked to the kitchen to light a fire for boiling water. Taking advantage of the gaps between Ding Ling and the others' conversations, I cautiously followed to the kitchen to chat with the hunchbacked old man. I didn't ask him how he knew how to treat the handsome rich man, or the old man might have been a sorcerer before or had contact with one. That's private information, and even if I asked, he might not tell me. Instead, I asked him if there was a grotesque woman with a flower-like growth on her face staying at this inn. Yes, the hunchbacked old man said, tossing a handful of firewood into the stove and turning to ask me, how do you know about her? I heard someone mention it. I avoided his question and continued probing. Who is she? Where did she come from? The hunchbacked old man glanced at me again, picked up a piece of firewood, lit a dry smoke, and began to speak. This grotesque woman had come to the inn about a week ago. The hunchbacked old man's inn was quite remote at the edge of the inner gate, with poor conditions, and medicine merchants and antique dealers rarely stayed there. But for certain people, this inn was very convenient, as the hunchbacked old man did not meddle in others' affairs. No matter who came to stay, he would let them in. I felt a flicker of doubt because I sensed that this grotesque woman seemed to be waiting for us. Did she know about our expedition to the ancient land a week ago? How long did she stay here? 1 day. And then, where did she go? She died, the hunchbacked old man said. She had leprosy. When the grotesque woman first arrived, she was wrapped in a thick scarf and stayed in the inn for a day. The hunchbacked old man unintentionally saw her face. His experience was richer than ours. As soon as he saw the grotesque flesh flower on her face, he knew she was likely infected with leprosy. This disease is contagious, so even though the hunchbacked old man did not meddle in others' affairs, he could not stand by. Fortunately, there were no other guests at the inn at that time, so he decided to let the grotesque woman stay for 1 night and ask her to leave the next day. However, the next morning, the grotesque woman died in the room, and it was a vehicle from the Lyman County Hospital that took her away. Listening to the hunchbacked old man's recounting made me feel cold all over. Had I guessed wrong? Li Siyun had already died once. Could she die a second time? I didn't understand what this all meant, but I couldn't help feeling afraid. Human fear often stems from the unknown. I returned to the room where old Wang and the white-collar worker had left. Ding Ling was feeding glucose water to the handsome rich man. The handsome rich man looked nothing like someone who had just awakened. He seemed very spirited, his large head resting in Ding Ling's arms, looking blissful and intoxicated. Can you please drink quickly? Ding Ling was probably still thinking about the handsome rich man's ordeal with the worms, her brows tightly knitted. Xiao Lingling, I'm very tired. Let me rest a little longer in your arms. It makes me feel secure. Get real. Drink up. Ding Ling, holding the handsome rich man's large head, truly couldn't take it anymore. She pinched his nose and poured half a bowl of water into him. Another half an hour passed, and as dawn approached, Hulian and the others returned. After a night of commotion, it turned out to be a false alarm. I briefly recounted the incident to Hulian, who said nothing. Don't you think this incident is actually an invisible warning? It's trying to stop us from going to the ancient land. I felt that this occurrence was too bizarre, too strange, in other words, very inauspicious. Perhaps, Hulian nodded slowly and said to me, but what can we do? I've always had a premonition that if we don't go to the ancient land, the consequences will be worse. I agree with Helian's thoughts, but I always remember the words Director Lu said to me before he hanged himself. You won't find the answer. This has been my source of inner turmoil. What exactly is hidden in the old village of the ancient land? Despite the many suspicions that the wealthy and handsome persona has brought upon me, I have now reached the entrance not far from the ancient land, and there is no turning back. The physical condition of the wealthy and handsome man is quite good. After resting until late morning, he has fully recovered. Biaozi took the vehicle and left the entrance. Beyond the entrance, we entered the desolate mountainous area. From here to the ancient village on the ancient land, it is about 180 kilometers away. Due to the terrain, the vehicle crawls along the mountain roads like a snail, moving very slowly. After traveling over 100 kilometers, we reached a point where there were no more roads, and the car could barely move. The remaining journey would have to be on foot. Facing the road ahead, everyone was dazed. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one understand what it meant to traverse mountains and seas. As I gazed out, my vision was filled with layers of high and low mountains, seemingly endless. I had no idea how far we would have to walk in this infinite sea of mountains. The straight-line distance and the mountain path are two entirely different concepts. The car could not go any further, and all the supplies consumed along the way would have to rely on human effort. Just thinking about this made my legs feel weak. Biaozi, strong and sturdy, carrying 2 backpacks, said that dry path is not meant for people to walk on. At this point, I saw Biaozi grit his teeth. His first trip to the ancient village was at the behest of Helian, and prior to this, Biaozi knew nothing about the situation in the ancient village. He brought along a companion and entered through the dry path. However, these wild mountains had never been developed, and there were no paths. It was incredibly difficult to traverse, with some areas being too perilous. Biaozi and his companion had been living in the city and had never walked such mountain paths. The equipment they carried was too heavy, and the companion fell and broke both legs in the deepest part of the mountain. Humans are not omnipotent. Even with today's technological advancements, we cannot cover every corner of the earth. In the deep mountains, there was no signal for phones and vehicles could not pass. Without an airplane, that injured companion would definitely not make it out. Biaozi couldn't stay with him forever. If he were to be sentimental and indecisive once the food ran out, both of them would be trapped in the mountains. Biaozi left some supplies for that companion, then rushed to the ancient village and took some photos. After returning, he wanted to bring the injured companion out, but it was beyond his capacity. That companion died in the mountains. Hearing this made us feel apprehensive and sad. In such environments and situations, one person's injury or accident could potentially drag the entire team into a dead end, so everything must start from the perspective of safety. Biaozi specifically inquired and found a waterway that could lead into the mountains. Following that waterway, we were only 5 or 6 kilometers away from the ancient village. We found the river flowing through the mountains. One of Biaozi's drivers had grown up by the Jialing River and knew how to steer a boat. We brought more than 10 swimming rings fully inflated and made a wooden raft from logs. The raft could not compare to a boat. It was very bumpy. We are all from the north, and this river is relatively slow, yet it still made us dizzy and nauseous. The sky was overcast, and as we smoothly traveled down the river in the mountains, both sides were lined with mountains, with the sky darkening as if it were near dusk. I am the type who gets dizzy at the sight of water. Sitting on the undulating raft made me feel unsteady beneath my feet. The companion rowing the raft was very talkative, paddling while telling us stories about the riverbank. His stories were mainly about fishing and netting. Uai, along with the white-collar worker, and old Wang, had no mood to listen, while Ding Ling and the wealthy and handsome man, being carefree, listened with great interest in this environment. Having grown up by the river, have you ever seen a water ghost? Ding Ling interjected. I heard that people who drown in the water become water ghosts. Where would there be any water ghosts? That's pure nonsense, the companion said with a Sichuan accent, laughing. There are no water ghosts, but speaking of which, there are many strange things by the river. For example, when I was a child, I went fishing with an old man and saw a lot of black algae by the water looking like hair, and it was quite frightening. The old man turned around and left, saying that the algae were alive and would ensnare people. I sat on the raft feeling dizzy, and my mood was inexplicably troubled. Hearing them chatter made it feel noisy, so I simply turned my head to the side to look at the mountains on either side, trying to distract myself. However, in the instant I turned my head, I caught a glimpse of something floating silently on the surface of the water beside the raft, causing my scalp to tighten. I didn't know when, but a group of drifting objects had surfaced resembling algae or a clump of hair. Everyone be quiet. I quickly shrank towards the center of the raft and whispered to the others, be careful around. In less than 2 seconds, I saw the surface of the water around the raft rise with a large mass of black filamentous objects clumped together. These things were dark and seemed to float slowly on the water. Damn it, my mouth is full of poison, and it comes just like that. The companion rowing the raft immediately became tense, standing up with the bamboo pole used for paddling, stirring the water to try and push the clumps of filamentous objects away. These filamentous objects were silent and appeared to drift with the current, but as soon as the bamboo pole touched them, they wrapped around it like countless tiny tentacles holding it tightly. The companion rowing the raft gritted his teeth, trying to retrieve the bamboo pole, but beneath the filaments there seemed to be an irresistible force nearly dragging him into the water. In desperation, the companion had no choice but to release his grip, and the ensnared bamboo pole immediately sank, disappearing without a trace. The people on the raft were on high alert. Ding Ling and the wealthy and handsome man pressed tightly towards the center, while Helian and Biaozi guarded either side, protecting the people in the middle. After the bamboo pole was pulled down, the water surface returned to calm. The clusters of filamentous objects floated slowly around the raft, with the waves completely blocking our view above the water. We couldn't see what lay beneath those filaments. The filamentous objects remained still, and Helian and Biaozi had no opportunity to act. They were surrounded by these things and didn't know where to start. Hurry up and row. Row further away. Old Wang next to me urged the companion rowing the raft, his glasses dripping with water. What do you want me to row with? My feet. The atmosphere was nearly explosive, especially in such a silent environment, which made it feel terrifyingly oppressive. Helian and Biaozi stood ready, but each could only guard one side, unable to cover all angles. I kept looking around, and suddenly I saw a mass of black filamentous objects rising slowly on the surface of the water behind Old Wang, like a net that had already been cast, vaguely enveloping him. Old Wang, be careful, I loudly warned Old Wang. He was quick-witted, but in a rush, as soon as he turned his head, the mass of filamentous objects enveloped him tightly, dragging him directly off the raft and into the water. I was drenched in cold sweat. Old Wang being pulled down would end up like that bamboo pole, sinking to the bottom. In a moment of desperation, Hulian, who was standing at the edge of the raft, lunged over and grasped the mass of filaments entangling Old Wang. There was an indistinct force resisting Helian among the filaments, and it was immense, pulling Old Wang down into the water. Helian held onto the filaments with all his strength. Fortunately, because of him, Old Wang did not completely sink, only submerged up to his head. Both Biaozi and I panicked, wanting to help Helian. Don't come over, Helian sternly told us. In that instant, I realized those dark filaments indeed seemed alive. Helian's forearm was submerged in the water, yet he still clung tightly to the filaments entangling Old Wang. The filamentous objects swiftly crawled up Helian's arm like a rapidly growing vine. In the blink of an eye, half of Helian's body was covered in the black filamentous objects. The force from beneath the water seemed beyond human resistance. Helian gritted his teeth desperately, holding onto the filaments. He knew that if he let go for even a moment, Old Wang would be pulled to the bottom. Helian struggled with the filaments for about a minute. More and more of them slowly drifted over, and if Old Wang remained submerged for too long, he would surely drown. Just when we felt completely hopeless, Helian suddenly yanked his hand forcefully, pulling the mass of filaments along with Old Wang out of the water. At the moment the filaments completely emerged from the water, I finally saw what was inside. It was a corpse that had turned pale and swollen from being soaked. Due to the water, the body had swollen at least by half, a ghastly sight. From head to toe, the corpse was covered in layers of filaments, and Old Wang was wrapped inside, unable to move. The pale, swollen corpse shook as it left the water, as if trying to drag Helian and Old Wang back down. Helian's strength was beyond imagination. The swollen corpse, along with Old Wang, weighed at least 300 pounds. He used one hand to grip tightly, while the other formed a fist and smashed down. With a thud, this punch smashed the upper half of the corpse to pieces, sending bits of flesh and bone flying everywhere. As the corpse crumbled, the seemingly alive filaments immediately wilted, drooping down limply. Helian reached out and yanked Old Wang out of the filaments, tossing him in front of us. What the hell? What happened? Ding Ling, upon seeing Old Wang, was immediately stimulated, covering her head with both hands tightly, closing her eyes, and involuntarily screaming loudly. Old Wang had been dragged underwater for about a minute, a duration insufficient to drown him, but he was unconscious, his glasses askew on his ears. Filaments black and resembling hair appeared to have taken root and sprouted slowly, oozing out from Old Wang's mouth, nose, and ears. The filaments infiltrated every orifice. Finally, I saw a strand of black filament sprouting from beneath his eyelids. Old Wang's facial hair was visibly growing and spreading at an alarming rate. Ding Ling and the handsome guy were already in shock. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Old Wang transformed into a large dark-haired corpse submerged beneath the water. Old Wang. Old Wang. Despite the fact that Old Wang had always given me a selfish impression, the situation was dire. After all, we were in the same boat, and a few of us tried to find a way to save him. In just a short while, Old Wang's mouth and nose were nearly stuffed with black hair, while the white-collar worker maintained her high and mighty demeanor, standing idly by. Ding Ling and the handsome guy were frantically supporting Old Wang, while a thug's accomplice used a knife to cut the hair protruding from his body. Old Wang could not be awakened, and the black hair around the raft continued to surge in waves. We were trapped in the middle of the water with no shore in sight on either side. Except for He Lian and the thug, everyone else was desperately crowding towards the center of the raft, afraid of being ensnared by the black hair that suddenly burst forth from the water. We were all looking around nervously, closely watching the movements on the water's surface. In the silent standoff, I turned around and suddenly noticed Old Wang, who had been dazed on the raft, sluggishly crawling towards the edge, wanting to dive into the water. Old Wang. I grabbed his legs and pulled him back with all my might. The handsome guy and Ding Ling rushed to help me, but in our haste the three of us lost our balance, causing the wooden raft to tilt sharply. We rolled down the slanted wooden raft towards the water's surface. Once our center of gravity shifted, we couldn't stop ourselves. Even the white-collar worker, who always carried herself with an air of confidence, was now in a sorry state, lying on the wooden raft with her hands gripping tightly between the logs. The raft tilted in an instant. He Lian stepped over, one hand grabbing Ding Ling, and the other pulling back the handsome guy, forcefully bringing them back. But I truly couldn't hold on any longer, yet I didn't want to let go of Old Wang. I knew that if I released him now, he would undoubtedly vanish completely in this water. Just as Ding Ling and the handsome guy were dragged back, a significant portion of Old Wang's body had already fallen into the water, and I uncontrollably slid after him, plopping into the water. Panic swept over me, and as I fell into the water, I could clearly sense the quietly floating black hair surrounding me like sharks drawn to blood, swiftly closing in. My legs and arms were instantly ensnared by countless strands of black hair, rendering me immobile, my body dragged deeper into the water like a piece of wood. The river water was clear, but the light was completely blocked by the endless black hair. As my body was fully submerged, it felt as though I had sunk into a bottomless, stagnant pool. At least I remained conscious. In this life-threatening moment, I suddenly tapped into a hidden potential and struggled fiercely to break free from the strands of black hair. I wanted to fight my way to the surface, at least to get my head above water to avoid drowning. But the black hair drifting in the water swayed languidly like a horde of lurking ghosts. Faintly, I could see several pale corpses wrapped in black hair. Their eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth. Fear completely gripped me. I was well aware of the consequences of being ensnared by this black hair. In that moment, my mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to survive, and I stretched my hands upward, breaking the surface of the water. But before my body could follow, I suddenly felt someone tightly embrace my waist. It was Old Wang. He was dazed, but still had a flicker of consciousness left. A drowning person would hold onto anything for dear life. I couldn't pry his hands off. It was already exhausting to get myself above water, and with him pulling me down, I sank deeply once again. This time I had no chance to break free. Old Wang clung tightly to me, and we rolled together, entangled in the countless strands of black hair, slowly descending into the depths of the water. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable. My lungs felt like they were about to burst. The lack of oxygen caused my consciousness to blur, and black shadows began to grow larger and more indistinct before my eyes. Splash! Just as I felt I was about to be suffocated, a figure suddenly plunged halfway into the water, followed by a strong hand firmly grasping my collar and pulling me upward. The strength of this hand was unparalleled, astonishingly powerful. Together, Old Wang and I weighed over 200 pounds, yet with the help of the water's buoyancy, this hand effortlessly lifted us above the surface. I gasped for air, and my oxygen-deprived brain quickly began to function again. My vision was still somewhat blurred, but I could see He Lian's face drenched in droplets of water. We can't escape. I came to my senses, realizing that the black hair beneath the surface had nearly blocked the river channel, causing the water flow to slow down. We had no way to flee from this encircled area of water. If we remained stagnant, everyone would inevitably be ensnared and drowned. I thought that based on He Lian's skills, he might have a slim chance of escaping alone. I wasn't noble enough to be free of selfish thoughts. I wanted to live as well. However, my mind was clear, and I knew that only if He Lian survived would there be a possibility of hope for us. You break through. I threw Old Wang onto the raft center and urgently said to He Lian, "You escape and find a way to come back for us." "No," He Lian replied, his upper clothes completely soaked in cold water. The wet clothes would hinder his movements. He took off his outerwear and fleece jacket, leaving only a tight tank top with 2 stripes. His muscular chest radiated explosive strength. I've said it before, not a single person from this team can be left behind. I want leave on my own. Then what should we do? Are we just going to die here? I glanced down at Old Wang, then at the pale-faced Ding Ling and the handsome guy. At this moment, we were He Lian's companions, but also his burdens. Lien said nothing, only subtly clenched his jaw. I saw the muscles in his cheeks twitch slightly. Then he raised his feet, standing firmly at the edge of the raft, and took a deep breath. Boom. His fist shot into the water like a heavy bomb, pulling out a waterlogged corpse wrapped in black hair. The water corpse was soaked, resembling a large sponge. Lien dragged it with one hand and struck it with a punch. His hard fist penetrated the hair and smashed the corpse to pieces. Lien moved quickly, casually shaking off the wet strands of hair from his hand and seizing the second clump of black hair. One by one, the water corpses were obliterated by Lien's fists. I realized he was trying to carve a path to safety for everyone through this reckless assault. As the water corpses exploded, chunks of rotten flesh and shattered bones filled the raft. I lost count of how many corpses had been smashed, but at some point Lien's fists were bloodied, likely from sharp bone fragments. Yet he did not stop, and amid his furious punches a stream of bright red blood like garnets flew through the air. This scene was hard to forget. In the remote, ancient mountains, a tough, silent man shed the first drop of blood. There are many tragedies in this world, but no one can deny the existence of miracles. Lien fought fiercely around the wooden raft. Whether it was due to his ferocity or some other unknown reason, the black hair surrounding the raft began to retreat in clusters, dwindling until it ultimately disappeared without a trace. Pull to the shore. Pull to the shore. The thug hurriedly took off his outerwear to cover Lien, then loudly instructed his accomplices. The crew rowing the raft no longer mentioned the lack of bamboo poles. They began to paddle with their hands. With the endless black hair gone, there was momentarily no danger on the water. A few of us worked together and soon brought the wooden raft to the shore. We carried the unconscious old Wong and climbed onto the riverbank. The thug's accomplice grew up by the water and still believed in some old methods of boatmen from the past. He made some ginger soup with solid fuel for Lien, claiming it could dispel dampness. How is old Wong? Well, Ding Ling, who was almost paralyzed with fear on the raft, was kind-hearted and worried whether old Wong would wake up after reaching the shore. Old Wong's condition was very poor. Although the black hair had stopped spreading after leaving the water, he was increasingly unconscious and wouldn't wake up. The thug's accomplice used a knife to cut the black hair and forcefully pried open old Wong's mouth. We saw that old Wong's mouth was nearly stuffed with strands of hair, and it took considerable effort to extract the clump of hair. It's a bit precarious, the accomplice said, stabbing the tip of the knife into old Wong's palm. Old Wong didn't. None of us were doctors, but we had some basic medical knowledge. I lifted old Wong's eyelid, and my heart. Beneath old Wong's eyelid lay a few strands of residual hair, and his pupils had begun to dilate. This situation left us feeling very low. We hadn't even truly arrived at the ancient village when a life was already lost. In this place, even Lien was powerless to help old Wong. We temporarily set up camp on the riverbank, pitched tents, and started a fire to cook. By around 6 in the afternoon, old Wong's breathing and heartbeat gradually ceased. The white-collar worker, the handsome guy, and Ding Ling were silent, while Ding Ling's eyes turned red as she wept uncontrollably. Lien quietly moved to the side, sitting alone in a corner that was gradually fading into darkness. I approached and sat beside him. At this point, I felt it necessary to discuss our future plans with him seriously. 5 coffins, 5 dying people. Old Wong might just be the first. The death of old Wong cast an enduring shadow over our minds and the path ahead. Having worked in the crematorium for 2 years, I had grown accustomed to life and death, but seeing someone like Ding Ling and the rich and handsome man, I suddenly felt how fragile life is. They sat silently, consumed by grief, refusing to eat or drink. We still need to go to Gulu Old Village, Lien said, lowering his head. If we back down now, his death will be in vain. We will discuss things slowly. First, we need to handle the body. We couldn't take the body to Gulu, nor could we bring it back to Yang City. Therefore, old Wong's body could only be buried nearby in a suitable place. Ding Ling was still quietly crying. I walked over, squatted down, and gently touched her head. This little girl often chatted a lot, but only during such critical and special moments could one truly see a person's essence. She was kind-hearted, and seeing her red-rimmed eyes made my heart ache a little. Don't cry, everything will be all right. Appa. Ding Ling looked up at me with tear-filled eyes and said, this kind of thing won't happen again, right? I don't want to see my friends die. It won't happen again. It was just an accident, just an accident. The rich and handsome began sorting through old Wong's belongings, taking any equipment and supplies they could carry. A buddy of Biaozi and I planned to carry old Wong to find a place to bury him about 10 meters away. Old Wong's body was starting to grow cold. I felt a headache, not just from the situation at hand, but from the fact that someone so alive had suddenly died in the desolate mountains. I wondered what repercussions this might bring when we returned to Yang City. Little brother put in more effort, and lift him up, Biaozi's buddy said, pulling at old Wong's pant leg. He's dead, let him rest in peace. Don't dwell on it too much. I sighed. Even in death, old Wong had hair that hadn't been completely cleaned out of his nostrils and ears, and his death was somewhat unsightly and eerie. But to me he was just a fallen comrade. He could never return home again. I turned around intending to lift Old Wong's arm and carry him away. But just as I moved, I felt an icy hand suddenly grip my wrist tightly. Even though there were people all around the moment my wrist was grabbed, I felt a surge of panic. Because I clearly felt it was Old Wong's hand gripping my wrist. I looked down and indeed saw Old Wong's hand inexplicably clasping mine. His eyes were still tightly shut with no breath, no heartbeat, but his grip was firm. That cold and tense sensation made my heart race, and I couldn't help but shout. What the hell? The buddy holding Old Wong's legs was also startled. A person like him who mixed with Biaozi was used to fighting and injuries, this wouldn't normally surprise him. However, seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be frightened and dropped Old Wong's legs. Everyone gathered around. Old Wong lay stiffly on the ground with his eyes closed and 2 strands of fine hair were faintly visible at the corners of his mouth. Ding Ling and the rich and handsome man huddled together in fear. Feng Huai, let go of him. Helian urged me, insisting we leave Old Wong's body alone first. It's not that I don't want to let go. I struggled with all my might, but Old Wong's hand gripped my wrist like a steel clamp, as if it had rooted itself there, refusing to let go. Biaozi's buddy was closest. Although scared, he was still someone who had been in rough situations. Startled for a moment, he quickly came over to help. Bro, you're already kicking your legs, and yet this claw won't let go of its own person. The buddy forcefully pried at Old Wong's fingers, pleading, the conditions are a bit tough right now, bear with it. Once we return to the city, anything you want, just let that fat kid over there know in a dream. Cars, houses, money, women. None of it will be a problem, we'll burn them in heaps for you. No matter how hard we tried, Old Wong's hand was as unyielding as iron, tight and impossible to pry. I was sweating, I had heard about this situation before. It's called the dead grip in folktales. When a dying person grabs something, they will never let go. The only way to retrieve something from a dead person's grasp is by breaking all their fingers. Bro, do you really want to turn against each other? Biaozi's buddy was sweating profusely, finally panicking, pulling out a knife. If you don't let go, I'll have to chop off your hand. You should leave first, we'll meet again down the line in a few decades. If we tear apart our faces now, there will be nothing good to say when we meet again. But regardless of what we said or did, Old Wong's hand remained firmly grasping mine. The longer it held on, the more anxious I became. Biaozi's buddy was clearly a bit dim-witted. Seeing Old Wong wouldn't let go, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he really raised the knife. Wait a minute. At this moment, the white-collar worker who had been observing coldly stepped in, crossing her arms and walking over to us. With that unchanged gaze and demeanor, she looked down at Old Wong. What do you want? Just say it. I knew that before Old Wong died, he had a certain interest in the white-collar worker, but this cold woman would keep her pursuers at bay. But I really didn't expect that after Old Wong's death, it seemed he still maintained a sense of affection and a bit of fear towards the white-collar worker. Biaozi's buddy was about to chop off Old Wong's hand, but just with one sentence from the white-collar worker, I felt Old Wong's hand gradually loosen around my wrist. Seizing the opportunity, I broke free from Old Wong's grip and took several steps back. Ding Ling and the rich and handsome man hurried over to ask if I was all right. Even at this moment, I still felt a chill all over me. Old Wong's grip was unusually strong, and it painfully squeezed my wrist. What do you want, eh? The white-collar worker stood 2 meters away from Old Wong, arms crossed. Do you want someone to accompany you? Or do you want something? Speak it out, and let's end this here. Don't bother us anymore in the future. Old Wong's eyes remained shut, his breath and heartbeat had vanished. In a sense, the absence of vital signs represented death. But Old Wong's Adam's apple was gently moving, and he slowly opened his mouth, a strand of black hair emerging from the depths of his throat. We all heard his throat making clucking sounds like a hen laying eggs, and the clucking gradually intensified into discernible syllables. Old Wong, we don't want to leave you behind, but we can't take you with us. Ding Ling, hiding behind me, peeked out with one eye, her voice choked with tears. Please don't scare us anymore, all right? The clucking in Old Wong's throat continued, intermittently spitting out a sentence. I want to show you something. My scalp tightened because I could tell this was indeed Old Wong's voice. His vital signs had vanished, yet he could still speak in his own voice. What did this mean? Or rather, was he dead or alive? I want to show you something. Old Wong's body, lying flat on the ground, suddenly rolled over in a strange manner, as if a spring had been installed, facing down into the soil. His body slowly began to move forward. We stood frozen, not daring to move. As Old Wong crawled a few meters away, Helian followed closely behind. He crawled very slowly, like a stumbling snail. In fact, after today's events, at least in my heart, I had come to see Helian as a strong protector. With him leading the way, I felt somewhat at ease. So I followed Helian, watching Old Wong's crawling trajectory bit by bit. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. As I watched, I suddenly became astonished. Although Old Wong made no further enlightening movements or sounds, I could see that his crawling target was a dead tree about 10 meters away. I didn't recognize this tree, it had likely been dead for many years. We had originally planned to bury Old Wong's body under this tree. The dead tree was a clear landmark. If we really had the opportunity in the future, we could still excavate his remains and find a way to bring them back to Yang City. Old Wong was crawling towards this burial site. A distance of 10 meters would normally take just a few steps for an ordinary person, but it took Old Wong a full 5 minutes. He reached under the dead tree, stopped crawling, and then his head seemed to be devoid of bones as it plunged into the earth. Yet his hands inexplicably began to dig into the ground before him. At that moment, Yin and everyone else understood what Old Wong wanted to show us was buried beneath. He used both hands to dig into the soil, and no one dared to go help him. The soil near the riverbank was relatively softer than in the mountainous areas, but using hands as shovels to dig was laborious and difficult. Old Wong was digging, and we were watching. No one spoke. Ding Ling and the rich and handsome man even dared not breathe. My heart was filled with rising doubts, and I turned to look at Helion. Old Wong, the already deceased. Old Wong, what exactly did he want to show us? Old Wong's hands had already stiffened, mechanically digging deeper into the soil. We all had no idea what might be unearthed, and we could not rule out the possibility of danger, so we stood still, temporarily focusing on the unfolding situation to adapt as needed. After about half an hour, Old Wong unearthed a pit roughly 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter and about half a meter deep beneath the dead tree. His current state resembled that of a zombie driven by an unknown force, moving stiffly and sluggishly. Having dug so deep, he could no longer continue. I found something to show you. I found. Old Wong's face was pressed against the ground. Without turning or moving, he mumbled this phrase, and then his arm stopped moving entirely. All action ceased, resembling a true corpse devoid of any signs of life, lying quietly on the ground. What did he unearth? Ding Ling clearly heard Old Wong's intermittent and vague words. She dared not move recklessly and peeked from behind me to look under the dead tree, but due to the angle, we could not see what was buried in that small pit. I believe that everyone present, including the aloof-looking white-collar worker, was quite eager to know what Old Wong had dug up. The occurrence of this incident in such a strange atmosphere further filled the buried object with an air of unknown mystery. Is that guy really losing it? Biaz's buddy asked tentatively. Huliang stood at the forefront, observing intently. Today's events had thrown us into chaos, nearly leading to a greater tragedy. Huliang dared not show any negligence. He had to ensure the absolute safety of the remaining people. Thus he observed very carefully, standing for at least 10 minutes. It's all right now. Huliang nodded, and Biaz's two buddies moved in from either side to drag Old Wong aside. Unsatisfied, they specifically found a rope to tie up Old Wong's legs and arms. Eager to know what was in the pit, we rushed over to the small hole after Old Wong was dragged away. Only when we reached the edge of the pit did we see a bundle revealed in the fragmented soil. Biaozi poked at it with a stick and slowly lifted the bundle. It was clear that this was an old mountaineering backpack, deflated and likely containing nothing. Biaozi inspected it and found only a few used dry batteries inside. He wouldn't have dug this up just to show us a few batteries, would he? Biaozi went to the edge of the pit again, casually using the stick to scrape away some loose dirt, revealing a corner of clothing. Biaozi and his crew expanded the small pit deeper, and eventually the full appearance of the clothing corner. It was an outdoor mountaineering jacket buried beneath the dead tree for who knows how long. However, the jacket was not alone, as it wrapped around a corpse that had completely decayed. The flesh of the corpse had vanished due to time and chemical processes, leaving only the complete skeleton. The pale bones were wrapped in the mountaineering jacket, deeply buried beneath this dead tree. I looked at the corpse, and then at the completely lifeless Old Wong nearby, involuntarily frowning. Old Wong had been here before. If he hadn't been here, how could he possibly know that a corpse was buried beneath the dead tree? More critically, what purpose and intention did he have in leading us to dig up this corpse in such an incomprehensible way? If Old Wong were still alive, I would certainly suspect he had a conspiracy. This broody man had a rather profound mind, but he was already dead. What could he do now? What the hell? Appa, uncle, darling, bastard. Ding Ling probably saw a skeletal corpse for the first time in her life, and could still smell the faint decaying odor lingering in the air from being buried for so long. She immediately became incoherent, desperately pinching my arm, eyes tightly shut, and screaming loudly, "What is that? What is that? Can you act normally?" I grabbed Ding Ling's hand and patted her face hard. Ordinary people have a mix of curiosity and fear regarding various corpses. They want to look, but dare not get too close. Huliang began to examine the corpse buried beneath the dead tree. The affluent and handsome guy stood beside me, scratching his head. "What do you want to say?" "I see some details." The affluent guy glanced at me, seemingly unwilling to talk. I knew he was jealous, as he had a crush on Ding Ling, but she always liked to hide behind me when something happened which greatly annoyed him. What we dug up was merely an empty backpack and a skeletal corpse. At first glance it seemed inconclusive, but the usually carefree affluent guy finally played a small role. This guy had been very keen on camping a couple of years ago, knew some fellow adventurers, played with that group for a while, and had been to several places gaining some experience. This person definitely had some camping and exploration experience. His backpack and clothing are outdated, and no one would buy them now. The affluent guy continued. When we camped back then, due to economic constraints, we couldn't buy equipment at will. We preferred to select gear from outdoor stores, warehouses, sifting through piles of unsold old goods. Those pieces of equipment and clothing were merely old in style and function, but of great quality and cheap. The affluent guy said the corpse's backpack and mountaineering jacket were at least 7 or 8 years old, and they were already extinct in the market. Used dry batteries are generally not casually discarded. They can be useful in special circumstances or if one gets stuck somewhere. The affluent guy continued. From the clothing this gentleman wore, he likely entered the mountains around October. This corpse did not bury itself. He must have had companions who buried his remains. I immediately sensed that several years ago some people had come to the ancient land. What had they come to the ancient land? I couldn't fathom their intentions. The ancient land was too desolate, devoid of human habitation, no medicinal materials, and not a scenic area. If it weren't for dire necessity, our small team would probably never willingly venture to a place like the ancient land. It was precisely for this reason that I realized that every person who came to the ancient land might have their own unavoidable grievances. There's nothing more, let's all rest. Huliang stood up, instructing Biaz's 2 buddies to take Ding Ling and the others back to the camp. After a whole day of commotion, everyone was exhausted. It was necessary to maintain a certain level of stamina in this place to avoid exhaustion. I also turned to leave, but in the beam of the flashlight, I saw Huliang's expression clearly signaling me to stay. If there's anything, don't hide it. What needs to be said must be said. Suddenly, the white-collar worker stood opposite Huliang, habitually crossing her arms, saying, "If you hide too much, aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed?" The white-collar worker rarely speaks or expresses herself. If it weren't for the nightmare, a person like her would probably have no intersection with us. However, I didn't expect her to suddenly confront Huliang, as she usually acted, as if the world's demise had nothing to do with her. "If I discover anything, I will speak up," Huliang replied, unbothered by the white-collar worker's attitude, saying lightly, "At least we are now a team." The white-collar worker said no more, giving Huliang a cold glance, while still crossing her arms before turning to leave. Biaz's 2 buddies guarded Ding Ling and the affluent guy, leading them back to the campsite more than 10 meters away. Once the people left, Biaozi continued digging in the pit, but there were only these few items. Besides the corpse and the empty backpack, nothing else was found. I squatted next to Huliang, who signaled me to stay, clearly wanting to say something. There are some things that can't be said in front of them. Ding Ling and the affluent guy are inexperienced. If we say it, they will panic, making the future even more difficult. Huliang asked Biaozi for a cigarette, lit it, but didn't smoke, possibly to dilute the faint odor coming from the corpse. "Did you really discover something?" "Yes, it's astonishing, or rather frightening discovery." Huliang held the cigarette, lowering the flashlight slightly, the beam illuminating the skull cavity of the corpse. The close-range bright light illuminated every corner of the skull cavity. My heart trembled immediately, because I saw that the eye sockets and nasal openings of the corpse still retained a few strands of black hair. Muscle tissue decays, but human hair can last for a very long time. I am not a fool. My thoughts often move faster than the average person, and upon seeing this, I immediately understood what Huliang meant. This corpse likely died in an accident in the river, just like old Wang next door. He must have encountered those water corpses entangled in black hair, escaping death to reach the shore. But after reaching the shore, he could not be saved, forever buried here. I looked closely. From the skull cavity of the corpse, I could roughly discern the cause of death. These black strands of hair like needles spread from the nasal cavity into the skull, damaging the brains, nerves, leading to death. I felt that old Wang's unusual movements after his death were likely related to this. The human brain is intricate, serving as the control center of the body. If the brain is impacted or stimulated externally, it may lead to unexpected incidents. Indeed, such a coincidence in death. I took a breath, trying to calm my somewhat chaotic mind. I don't smoke, but instinctively found the strange odor unbearable, so I asked Biaozi for a cigarette, lit it, and placed it in front of me as an incense. "Do you know why I said this corpse is astonishing, even frightening?" Huliang tossed the burnt-out cigarette butt and slightly pulled back the flashlight. "I really can't see it." Huliang did not answer me, but gently pushed aside the clothing on the corpse with a dry branch. When the clothing was pushed aside, I suddenly saw a pair of glasses hanging crookedly on the lining of the garment. Myopic glasses. It was merely an ordinary pair of glasses, yet it set off a thunderous roar within my heart. I I turned around almost uncontrollably to glance at Old Wong, who was not far away. Old Wong still wore his glasses, one of the arms having been broken. It was indeed a surprising and even chilling coincidence. Years ago, there were some people just like us who arrived in the ancient land with unknown purposes and intentions, and they too buried a companion wearing glasses beneath this withered tree. Could this be a coincidence? I began to doubt whether the skeletal remains before me had also been called Old. There is no information on the corpse. We can't gather more clues now. Hellion tidied the deceased's clothing slowly, standing up and gazing into the distant mountains. The old village of the ancient land was not far off. What should we do about Old Wong's body? Biaozi asked Hellion, knowing that at this point there was no other option but to bury Old Wong as well. The skeletal remains were returned to their original position, and we dug a hole beside it to place Old Wong's body. Before filling in the soil, Hellion reached out, took off Old Wong's broken glasses, and tucked them into his inner. Old Wong's death cast a deep shadow over us, though I could not anticipate what insurmountable dangers might still await us deep in the desolate mountains. Ding Ling and the wealthy guy were novices. If a crisis arose, these two could potentially drag the entire team down. However, when I saw Hellion sitting silently by the tent, memories of him throwing out a cascade of blood droplets like red agate flooded my mind, and suddenly, I felt a sense of reassurance. I hardly slept a wink that night. By the next morning, the team continued onward as we had no courage to venture into the water again, abandoning the raft we had prepared and instead walking along the riverbank deeper into the mountains. The sky remained overcast, and as we walked through the endless mountain, sunlight was nearly non-existent. All around the mountains appeared gray and indistinct. I had lost all sense of distance after 2 days of following the riverbank without incident. During our camping that night, Biaozi remarked that by the next morning, we would be just a few kilometers from the old village. The dry path Biaozi had taken previously was far from the water route, but as we neared the old village, he recalled the specific route. The mountains of the ancient land were desolate, especially in this season, with little vegetation. However, by the next morning, we reached a bend in the river, standing on a high ground, where we could faintly see a patch of bamboo forest swaying with the mountain wind several kilometers away. The bamboo was as dark as ink, forming a vast sea of bamboo. My eyes twitched. This was my first time coming to the old village of the ancient land, yet that patch of bamboo forest a few kilometers away felt strangely familiar. I had seen it several times in my dreams, each time so vividly that it felt as if I were standing at the edge of the bamboo forest. Appa. Ding Ling stood behind me, not knowing when she had once again grabbed my arm. She was visibly timid, as she too had recognized that the distant black bamboo forest was the very scene from her nightmares. Is there still something in that village? If I wanted to know what was in that village, I wouldn't have to come here myself. I feel helpless and uneasy. If the incident at the inn involving the wealthy guy was merely an accident, then Old Wong's death can no longer be explained as such. Biaozi led us onward, and the black bamboo forest drew closer. The scene before us was almost identical to that in my nightmares. Countless black bamboo trees and the mountains stretching behind the bamboo forest. There were no paths within the bamboo forest, but Biaozi had traversed it before and was somewhat familiar. Leading the way at the front, it took us nearly 20 minutes to pass through the black bamboo forest. At the edge of the black bamboo forest was a steep slope. In my dreams, one could see the old village in the distance from the top of the slope. Biaozi had taken a photo of the old village from the edge of the bamboo forest. He skillfully approached the edge of the slope, intending to point out the old village to us. But as soon as Biaozi steadied himself, I distinctly saw his body sway. Immediately after, he turned around with a ghostly expression. Where is the village? We followed closely behind Biaozi the dream, and the photo vividly depicting the terrain behind the bamboo forest. I strained my gaze to the limit. Below the slope of the bamboo forest lay a relatively flat depression among the mountains. The old village of the ancient land was supposed to be in the center of this depression, yet no matter how I looked, I could not see that village. The old village which had appeared in our dreams seemed to have evaporated from this land. Are you kidding us? The wealthy guy erupted in anger. Our journey had already been arduous, and we had lost Old Wong's life along the way. Each person felt fear and impatience upon arriving at our destination, only to find that the old village in the photo did not exist. The wealthy guy could not accept that reality and began to lash out. I have no time to play tricks on you. Biaozi was only respectful towards Hellion and was not polite to the others, retorting on the spot. The atmosphere grew tense. The wealthy guy felt he had been played by Hellion, and Biaozi, suspecting he had fallen into a trap they had set up beforehand. However, Biaozi vehemently denied it, insisting that the photo was indeed taken here. The argument was fierce. I remained silent, but through these days of contact and observation, I sensed that Biaozi was the straightforward type who wouldn't make such a cruel joke. Let's go down and take a look first, Hellion interjected, unable to defend Biaozi, leading the way down the gentle slope to stop the quarrel. We followed along. The center of the depression was flat, and in my memory, there should have been many dilapidated and collapsed houses there. But I saw nothing. When we reached the center of the depression, I borrowed a folding shovel from Biaz's companion and began to dig into the ground. I could doubt dreams as they were ultimately illusory, but I could not doubt that photo. The old village should have been here. I began to wonder if for some reason this dilapidated old village had been torn down. Houses can be demolished, but the foundations of the buildings underground must still remain. I wanted to dig up the foundations to verify my thoughts. In fact, my actions were also a way to reassure myself. In my mind, I had already regarded Hellion as the spiritual leader of the team. I did not want the wealthy guy's words to become reality, and I certainly did not want to doubt Hellion. The soil was loose and I could dig quite deep with each scoop. I kept digging until I reached a depth of about 1.5 people when despair began to creep in. Because beneath the surface the soil was clearly that which had never been disturbed. In such soil layers there could not possibly be any foundations. Feng Hui, stop wasting your effort. The wealthy guy snorted, hostility evident in his eyes as he looked at Biaozi. He said, there is no old village. Uncle. Ding Ling clearly believed the wealthy guy's words. She looked at Hellion with a pitiful expression and said, what on earth did you bring us here for? You know I'm a Moonlight Clan member. I have no money, not even enough for expenses. My mind was in chaos. I had already confirmed that there was no ancient land old village behind the black bamboo forest, yet I still did not want to believe that Hellion had deceived us. But I began to recall the process of getting to know Hellion. Until now he remained a stranger to me. I did not know what he was doing, I did not know his identity, and I did not even know his name. What reason did I have to trust a stranger with an unknown background? At one moment I could not help but start to wonder if the ancient land old village was part of a conspiracy. I do not lie and neither does Biaozi. Hellion faced our doubts and accusations without much explanation as he was not the kind of person who was good with words. However, this time Helion's explanation evidently had no effect, at least not on the wealthy guy. The white-collar worker's attitude towards Hellion was similarly unfriendly. The wealthy guy was quite talkative, usually he could chat for an hour or two without stopping. Now faced with the situation, he was even more relentless, bringing up every possible suspicion from start to finish. Hellion simply shut his mouth. When he could not clarify something, saying more would be of no use. To be honest, I am now very suspicious that the shadow behind the group is your disguise. He won't lie. I contemplated for a long time, remaining silent. Ultimately, I made up my mind. Despite my many doubts, the most primal and instinctual feeling in my heart told me that Hellion was not that kind of person. I stopped the wealthy guy, saying, Hellion is here for the first time as well. We have all seen the original photo. It definitely wasn't photoshopped, and there is no forgery. You trust him that much? The white-collar worker scoffed, saying, do you know who he is? He is Hellion Launching. I was taken aback. This name sounded somewhat familiar, although I could not recall where I had heard it before, and the impression was not deep enough for me to remember at that moment. He is Hellion Launching. The white-collar worker crossed his arms, standing there with an icy tone as if it were about to freeze. He is part of the underworld. After being reminded by the white-collar worker, I suddenly recalled the name that I had heard in Yangcheng. Yangcheng is not a major metropolis, but it is located in northern Hunan bordering Shaanxi and is rich in cultural and historical resources. Ancient cities like Homajincheng, Luoyang, and Kaifeng are not far from Yangcheng. Since long ago, underground artifact trading activities around Yangcheng have been frequent, and due to profit motives, those who make a living in this field have gradually formed their own circles and powers. In recent years, the situation has tightened, and the sources of goods have become scarce. These gangs often clash due to various issues and conflicts. Without strength, one cannot protect their territory. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the people in this circle are considered to be involved in the underworld. Those who are powerful in this circle are well known among the people of Yangcheng. The Hellion Launcheng mentioned by the white-collar worker is the second-in-command of the Jinkai Group in Yangcheng. On the surface, the Jinkai Group operates chain hotels, but at least 30% of the underground transactions in Yangcheng are managed by Jinkai. Where there are interests, there are conflicts. Where there are conflicts, there is struggle. The relationships between gangs are fundamentally delicate, and sometimes when the interests are too great, they can only sit down to negotiate. If negotiations fail, they resort to fighting. The annual financial statements of the Jinkai Group are stained with blood. Some matters are not known in detail by us ordinary citizens. Only those who have mingled in the underworld understand how powerful Hellion Launching is. I had been secretly speculating about Hellion's identity and background, but I didn't expect that the white-collar worker would expose it at this moment. As soon as the words left her mouth, the rich and handsome man's expression became somewhat unnatural. This guy is thoughtless. When pressured, he loses control and acts recklessly, but it's very unwise to act recklessly with underworld people. What's wrong with being involved in the underworld? Said Biaozi defiantly, crossing his arms and shouting at us. I am exactly involved in the underworld. Much cleaner than some people. Environment and profession reflect quality. A person like him is inherently untrustworthy. The white-collar worker retorted, maintaining her original posture, standing still, and watching He Lian and Biaozi expressionlessly. It was at this moment that I first realized that the white-collar woman, aside from being aloof and reclusive, was actually quite extraordinary. We all know the purpose of coming to the ancient land. It has nothing to do with me. He Lian did not get angry. He remained calm and tried to explain. The team had clearly divided into two camps, and in such an environment, it was impossible to be a good person, as everyone had to choose a side and decide whether to stay or leave. The rich and handsome man was obviously aligned with the white-collar worker, while Ding Ling had no idea, looking at me foolishly indecisive. I thought for a moment, and deep down I was willing to trust He Lian. Because during the fierce battle in the river, He Lian was obviously risking his life to save me and old Wang. If he had any ulterior motives, he wouldn't disregard his own life. He Lian won't do that. I finally spoke out, stating my position. The current split in the team was unfavorable to anyone, and at the very least we all needed to work together. If we wanted to turn against each other, we should wait until we leave here. You'll never know what he's really thinking. The white-collar worker raised her eyelids at me. I sensed that there seemed to be an underlying conflict between her and He Lian, which was likely the root cause of the current dispute. Didn't you only find out who he is today? Why didn't you mention it before we came to the ancient land? Why bring it up? My impression of the white-collar worker dropped sharply. Her sudden attack at this time could easily cause the team to fall apart. You intentionally concealed his identity. Can I question whether you have some undisclosed motives? All right, everyone stop shouting. Ding Ling stepped in to mediate. He Lian understood the importance of the situation, and the white-collar worker likely analyzed the circumstances and realized that fighting now would bring no benefit. Thus, once Ding Ling intervened, both sides eased off and the matter was temporarily set aside. We couldn't find the old village in the photo, so we stalled in this flat area among the mountains for most of the day. The white-collar worker and He Lian were at odds. Although they didn't argue anymore, neither ignored the other, each searching for clues around the flat area. When it was time to sleep at night, we each set up our tents. In these extraordinary times, there was no other option. The four of us, white-collar worker Ding Ling, the rich and handsome man, and I, squeezed into one tent. The rich and handsome man was suspicious that there was some conspiracy here, so he couldn't relax and went outside to keep watch. The wind at night was a bit strong, and in the howling wind there seemed to be sounds resembling wolf howls coming from deep within the mountains, echoing eerily. Ding Ling became frightened and unconsciously huddled closer to me. Appa. She looked like a pitiful little creature wandering the streets in the cold winter, curled up in her sleeping bag, revealing a cute face, as she quietly asked me, What should we do? Don't worry, I said, feeling soft-hearted as I looked at her pitiful appearance. I reached out a hand to pat her head and said, No one will harm us. At this moment, a simple word of comfort was like a reassurance for Ding Ling. She nodded, probably really tired, and within 2 minutes she fell into a deep sleep. While I was comforting her, I also felt at ease as I touched her soft hair. No matter how dark the night outside was or how strong the wind blew, at least I had a living companion by my side. The rich and handsome man was keeping watch outside, but I couldn't sleep too soundly, dozing off intermittently. Before long, my hand moved slightly. Although my eyes were still closed, I suddenly felt that the sensation coming from my palm was wrong. Ding Ling's hair was soft and silky, but now what I held in my palm was straight and stiff. I opened my eyes abruptly and saw that Ding Ling had somehow transformed into the white-collar worker. She was lying diagonally beside me, her eyes fixed intently on me. What are you doing? I was startled and quickly withdrew my hand. You're quite alert. The white-collar worker let out a sigh. Am I not softer than her? The white-collar worker lay between me and Ding Ling's sleeping bags. The light in the tent was extremely dim, but I could vaguely make out her figure. If we set aside her cold and aloof personality, this woman actually had a rather alluring figure full of curves. What are you lying here for? I didn't find it romantic or happy to lie beside the curvaceous white-collar worker. Her personality was unbearable to me. She was beautiful, but completely different from Ding Ling. Ding Ling was a cute little girl, while the white-collar worker resembled an exquisitely carved statue. A man, even when holding a perfect statue, would have no extraneous thoughts. Let's talk, the white-collar worker said, opening her eyes and touching her fair neck. What has He Lian told you? He didn't say anything. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you, but I need to tell you that He Lian is not as straightforward and simple as you think. I know, I didn't deny it. He Lian was a big thug in Yangcheng. If he were truly a simple person, he would have probably been hanged 100 times by now. He has concealed some important matters from me and from you, the white-collar worker said. We were forced to stand together when we came to the ancient land. His concealment from us is inherently abnormal. Don't you think? What has he concealed? About Li Siyun. I finally got a bit of information from the white-collar worker. Initially, He Lian and the white-collar worker were both involved in this matter because He Lian was a friend of Li Xiyun, and so was she. Li Xiyun was in a very poor state at that time. She felt fear, unease, and a lack of security. In such circumstances, her confidant and appeal for help would naturally lean towards He Lian, who could provide her with security. Thus, she told He Lian about the situation and handed over that DV camera to him. As one of Li Xiyun's few friends, the white-collar worker also knew part of the inner story, but not as clearly as He Lian. After the incident with the big-head monster baby, the white-collar worker discussed this, with He Lian wanting to know more details for her own safety. He Lian showed her the content recorded by the DV, but the white-collar worker was not satisfied. I tell you, Li Xiyun didn't just record for one night. She used the DV to document almost a month's worth of events, but what He Lian showed me was just a tiny fraction of the content. He has concealed much more. My heart stirred, and my impression of the white-collar worker was not very good, but with our faces almost touching, I could sense that she was not lying. Li Xiyun's DV recorded every night from the start of her nightmares until she entered the hospital. But why did He Lian conceal these? What exactly did that DV document that he couldn't let us know? I suddenly became very curious about that content. The white-collar worker and He Lian negotiated several times, hoping to see the complete video record, but He Lian did not agree. The white-collar worker had no way out. A woman with her personality would scare away many people, but her face and figure could still attract quite a few, like old Wang. Thus, the white-collar worker also had certain connections in Yanqing. She began to investigate this matter herself. What have you found out? Not much. There are very few people who know about this. The white-collar worker, hearing the sound of the rich and handsome man coughing outside the tent, leaned closer to me, whispering in my ear, "The big-head monster baby we saw is not the first one. Is the big-head monster baby we encountered not the first one? It's not the first one." The white-collar worker's tone was light, yet firm, her lips nearly brushing against my ear, and the hot breath she exhaled made me feel itchy and uncomfortable. Clearly, the white-collar worker did not want the handsome rich guy outside the tent to hear our conversation, so I had to endure it to uncover the truth. The white-collar worker pushed her network to the limit. The incident of the big-head monster baby was tightly covered up, and once it passed, no further clues could be obtained. However, while investigating this matter, she inadvertently made other discoveries. 10 years ago, a freak had been born at Yangqing's second hospital. At that time, the delivery of the pregnant woman occurred in the early morning with only the on-duty doctor and nurse in the delivery room, so very few people were aware of it. The freak was immediately dealt with upon birth. After some internal digestion of information, 10 years had passed, and most of those who had witnessed the freak were already dead. The white-collar worker, after several twists and turns, finally found a nurse who had been on duty at that time. When the white-collar worker found this person, she had already been in Yangqing's psychiatric hospital for years, completely mentally deranged. It was impossible to obtain concrete and accurate clues from a madman, so the white-collar worker had to give up. Are you saying that the corpse we dug up under the dead tree is definitely not a coincidence? I seem to understand some things. That was precisely because a monster baby had appeared in Yangqing 10 years ago that a group had come to Galu Old Village. That group lost someone in the river and buried them under the dead tree. I believe we are definitely not the first batch of people to come to Galu Old Village. I think that the group that arrived at Galu Old Village years before us buried their companion by the riverbank, and they did not retreat. They must have persevered just like us and continued forward, reaching the black bamboo forest. But I could not speculate whether they found Galu Old Village in this marshy area among the mountains, because at this moment I could not even distinguish if Galu Old Village truly existed. What I wanted to know more was the fate of that group. Did they encounter something? Did they uncover the truth? Or did they perish in the ancient land? The white-collar worker's words left me feeling disoriented, the situation more complicated than I had imagined. I temporarily set aside my prejudices against her and seized the opportunity to discuss it with her. Do you think the ancient land really has that old village we saw in the photo? As I quietly asked the white-collar worker this question, both of us suddenly heard the handsome rich guy outside the tent shout loudly, "Stop! Stop!" The handsome rich guy's shout was sudden, startling everyone awake. I quickly crawled out of my sleeping bag, put on my clothes, and darted out of the tent. Under the moonlight, I saw the handsome rich guy chasing a rapidly moving shadow which had already run several meters away. The shadow was weaving through the mountain path, heading toward the depths of the plains. The shadow was very thin. One leg seemed to have a problem, but that leg did not hinder its speed. The handsome rich guy was sturdy but running slowly. However, he did not give up chasing the shadow further away. As the fast-moving shadow was about to fade from sight, I suddenly felt that its silhouette was somewhat familiar. Memories buried deep in my mind stirred layer by layer, and in an instant I felt that the shadow resembled the deformed woman I had seen at the Li Men Inn. Chase. As soon as I thought of this, I involuntarily took off after it. You stay here, gather some things, and follow us. Biaz's reaction was also quick. He hurriedly explained to the two companions then followed Hulian to catch up with me. Everyone was chasing after the handsome rich guy into the depths of the mountains, and the further we chased, the more unfamiliar the terrain became. After passing the marshy area, the mountain terrain was steep and complex. That shadow and the handsome rich guy had already become invisible. Hulian determined a direction based on the footprints left on the ground, and led us to continue the pursuit. In such deep mountains, there were actually not many paths, at most just one or two that could barely allow passage. The mountain paths twisted and turned quickly, disorienting people. Hulian and Biaozi were running ahead, I was in the middle, and Ding Ling, the white-collar worker, followed behind me. After running for a long time, one of Biaozi's companions caught up with us with some supplies. At this moment, that shadow and the handsome rich guy had completely vanished, even leaving no footprints behind. "This is not good," the white-collar worker said behind me. "If we keep chasing, we might get lost." I also felt that things were not looking good. We had initially pursued that shadow, but now we had lost it completely. But we couldn't stop. Even if we couldn't catch up to the shadow, we had to find the handsome rich guy. The roads at night were quite difficult to navigate, and our target had already disappeared, forcing us to slow down. In this extremely unfamiliar environment, we had no reference points. Wherever we went, we were surrounded by endless mountains. Being among the mountains felt no different from being an ant. We walked for at least several hours. The sky should have brightened, but it was heavily overcast, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. It was only at this moment that the white-collar worker's earlier words truly became a harsh reality. We got lost in the deep mountains with winding paths and overlapping hills. Even Hulian couldn't distinguish the way we had come. "This is bad." Biaozi's companion was sweating. We had been moving so quickly, and he was the only one with a bit of food. The mountains here were like the sea. If we truly lost our way and were trapped in the mountains, the food would only last us 2 or 3 days. "We need to consider turning back now," the white-collar worker said, having run most of the night, her lips slightly chapped. She licked her lips and said, "We haven't gone too deep yet. We must find our way back." "But what about the handsome rich guy?" Ding Ling, exhausted, gasped. "What will happen to him? We cannot lose more for the sake of one small thing." "No way." Hulian looked back at us, and then glanced at the path ahead, which had completely lost its direction. "We cannot leave anyone behind." "Your heart is quite kind." The white-collar worker began to sneer, clearly dismissing Hulian's words. Hulian was wise in this regard. He did not engage in a verbal battle with a woman who was already hostile toward him. I could see that he was not pretending. He had mentioned long ago that not a single person in this group could be left behind. As long as a companion was alive, they would exert all efforts to save them. Though he said that reality was ruthlessly denying us even a shred of hope or opportunity. The entire day the sky was overcast. We kept walking and searching, but found no trace of the handsome rich guy. On the contrary, I felt like we had stepped further into the depths of the mountains, making it even harder to find our way back. Being trapped in the deep mountains at this season was a terrifying ordeal, and even more frightening was the fact that we had very little rations left. Unknowingly, we had been wandering in this sea of mountains for 2.5 days. Hulian distributed the food. At first, everyone could get a small piece of compressed dry food daily. But after 2.5 days, the backpack of the companion was empty, and at dinner each person only had 1/3 of a piece of compressed dry food. Moreover, this was the last bit of food. Humans are the most imaginative creatures. Due to the scarcity of food, we felt very hungry, and that little bit of compressed dry food was hardly satisfying. If we had no food tomorrow, and our stamina was depleted, we would be unable to move further. My worries gradually morphed into an unavoidable reality. On the 3rd day, the food ran out, and we could only drink a little of the scarce clean water. Pure water could not replenish the calories consumed by the body. It was bearable to be hungry for a day, but just thinking about the future outcome was terrifying. A person can go days without food, but how do we survive these days? If there is no food and no way out, we would starve to death. I counted the days, and on the 6th day of being trapped in this seemingly endless sea of mountains, almost everyone had become lethargic due to hunger. At this point, the team should not have been scattered, but without food, we could not hold on. On the evening of the 6th day, Hulian and Biaozi went out to look for anything edible, while the rest stayed by a small hollow. The white-collar worker and Ding Ling were all right. They were just dizzy from hunger, while Biaozi's companion suffered from low blood sugar and collapsed after not eating for several days. "Appa." Ding Ling looked at me, then at the collapsed companion. She thought for a moment, pulled out a piece of compressed dry food about 1/3 the size. "This is my ration. I wanted to save it for when I was about to starve to death." This small piece of food was evenly divided into 4 portions, and I, the white-collar worker, and the companion each received 1. Such a small amount of food was hardly enough, and after eating it, I felt even hungrier. "We won't starve to death." "No, we won't." Ding Ling cried. At her age, she could not bear the reality of potentially dying from starvation. "We won't." I, as before, gently stroked her soft hair. With tears in her eyes, she leaned against the cave wall and soon fell asleep. I stepped out of the hollow, keeping watch outside. Although nothing had happened in the past few days, I dared not let my guard down, and I feared that danger would arise at the most vulnerable and exhausted moment of the team. I had little strength to walk around nearby, so I could only sit on the ground, constantly observing my surroundings. I felt a bit anxious and angry, pondering where the handsome rich guy had gone. At least we still had a bit of food, but he had already been without supplies for 6 days. Could he still be alive? The wind howled as I thought wildly for a long time. Despite being very hungry, my vigilance remained very high. Just as the wind was howling, I suddenly felt a presence behind me, footsteps that were already extremely close. I quickly turned around and saw the handsome rich guy who had disappeared for several days standing right behind me. Feng Hui, come with me. He beckoned mysteriously, indicating for me to follow him. What are you going to do? I hesitated for a moment as the handsome rich guy turned and walked away. I didn't know whether to follow him or wake up Ding Ling and the others who were still asleep. In the deep darkness of the night, the tall and handsome man walked quickly. I had little time to hesitate, and after a brief moment of contemplation, I decided not to alert anyone else. With Helian and Biaozi absent, only the white-collar Ding Ling and the guy who was about to collapse from low blood sugar were left, and they couldn't help at all. I felt dizzy from hunger, but the appearance of the tall and handsome man brought me a glimmer of hope. In dire straits, if one cannot find food or a way out, encountering a long-lost companion can also be an uplifting opportunity. I immediately followed the tall and handsome man. Under normal circumstances, keeping up with the tall and handsome man would not be a problem for me. The key was that after several days of hunger, my stamina was depleted, making it very difficult to run through these unmarked mountains. We maintained a certain distance one behind the other, but I could never catch up to him. He moved as if he were stepping on wheels of fire. After a few minutes, the tall and handsome man was getting further away. The disappearance of the tall and handsome man left me feeling quite frustrated. It was precisely because he chased after that unknown figure into the vast mountains that so many of us became trapped. Now, having finally encountered him, he was running so fast. I gritted my teeth and pushed myself to run at full speed. Tall and handsome man, stop right there. As I chased him, I thought that his behavior at this moment was clearly unusual. After being separated for so many days, he should not have reacted this way upon seeing us. So while pursuing him, I remained vigilant. When I shouted out, the tall and handsome man's pace noticeably slowed a bit. He turned around, placed a finger to his lips, and shushed me. What the hell are you doing? I felt a bit angry, but when he turned around and made that should gesture, I could clearly sense that his expression was completely normal, just like the tall and handsome man I knew. Feng Hui, keep your voice down. The tall and handsome man, usually carefree and boisterous, now appeared cautious. Surrounded by mountains so barren that not even a single insect could be seen, he seemed worried that someone might overhear our conversation. He whispered to me, I discovered you yesterday. Why did I want to kick you? I finally felt reassured. This was definitely the normal tall and handsome man. Why are you acting all mysterious? Don't you know we came into the mountains to find you? Several of us are so weak from hunger, yet you seem remarkably calm. You met us yesterday and didn't say a word. Feng Hui, to be honest, I've noticed something. The tall and handsome man pondered for a moment and said, but my intuition tells me that this information cannot be shared with the others. With just 2 sentences, the tall and handsome man clarified the situation. He had been wandering in this strange, deep mountain for several days and may have discovered something, but after the earlier conflict with Helian, he clearly no longer trusted him. Therefore, he didn't want to disclose this information in front of everyone. I sighed silently. At this critical moment, I couldn't explain anything on Helian's behalf. Even if I did, the tall and handsome man might not listen. He seemed carefree, but was actually quite stubborn. However, I still felt fortunate. After being separated for several days and exhausting all our supplies, at least we were all safe and alive. Helian and the others went out to find food. Only Ding Ling and the white-collar worker, along with a subordinate of Biaozi, are left at the camp. Don't think too much about it. What did you discover? Can you tell me now? The tall and handsome man fell silent, closing his mouth as if lost in thought, which made me a bit anxious. Feng Hui, don't rush me. It's not that I don't want to speak. The tall and handsome man quickly replied, I just don't know how to describe it. Have you ever been to school? I'm not joking. The tall and handsome man's expression suddenly became serious. The things I discovered, I really don't know how to describe. If I tell you now, you might not believe me. Come, let me show you. You'll understand after seeing it with your own eyes. He waved to me and turned to continue walking ahead. After this conversation, I felt much more at ease and quickened my pace to follow him. I was so hungry that I could barely walk, while the tall and handsome man still had plenty of energy, weaving through the seemingly impassable mountainous terrain. I had to push myself to keep up with him. The mountains were completely unfamiliar. After walking just 10 meters, the surrounding environment and terrain were utterly unrecognizable. Buzz! At that moment, I suddenly felt a jolt that startled me. After days of tension, my nerves had been on edge, and even the slightest stir would make my scalp tighten. However, I soon realized that the vibration came from my phone. In the depths of the ancient mountains, the phone's signal had completely vanished. Therefore, this device, which I usually never left behind, had turned into an ornament. There was no signal for calls, but we had charged the phone with a power bank. In case of emergency, the phone could be used for illumination or photography. The phone continued to vibrate, and my heart, which had just settled a bit, immediately began to race again. Based on my instincts and experience, this vibration indicated that someone was calling. In this remote, isolated mountain with the phone signal completely cut off, how could a call possibly come through? Buzz, the phone kept vibrating. I took it out of my underwear pocket, and the screen lit up with a number I had never seen before flashing. My scalp tingled because I could clearly see that the phone had no signal, yet this unfamiliar number kept moving across the top of the screen. What the hell? I felt a chill run down my spine as memories of a horror movie I had seen before, The Call of the Dead, flashed through my mind. I couldn't fathom how this number could possibly call me under such circumstances. Unless it really was a ghost. This sudden call made my steps falter, while the tall and handsome man in front remained oblivious, continuing to lead the way. I couldn't explain this incoming call, but I knew that since it had come, there was no way to avoid it. Thinking this, I pressed the answer button without hesitation. Who? There was no response on the other end. I could only hear a noise like electrical static crackling and buzzing, unsettling my nerves. Who? I emphasized my tone and raised my voice, feeling uneasy and vaguely apprehensive, needing to use my voice to bolster my courage. Be careful. Amidst the static on the line, a series of voices suddenly burst forth. The tone was neither ominous nor cheerful, sounding strange. I couldn't discern the gender of the speaker. That fat guy, something's off. What did you say? The call abruptly ended. I wanted to call back, but there was no signal at all. Holding the phone, I unconsciously glanced at the tall and handsome man ahead. That fat guy, something's off. My mind was in turmoil, feeling a sense of dread. The tall and handsome man was my companion, having walked with me for so many days, yet this strange call was my first time answering. But for some reason, deep in my heart, I felt an uncontrollable belief in the words of that strange voice. The figure of the tall and handsome man ahead suddenly became hazy. I suddenly lost my composure. After walking for so long, I had strayed far from the camp, and the walkie-talkie's signal coverage was limited. Moreover, I couldn't reach Hellion. Alone and surrounded by these aimless mountains with no way out. The tall and handsome man remained unaware, still leading the way. I felt that something might truly be wrong with him, but I had no way to turn back. After all, he was my teammate. In this critical moment, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, I couldn't abandon him. Tall and handsome man, wait a moment. I had no other way, and wanted to call out to him. But the tall and handsome man seemed not to hear my shouts, keeping his head down and continuing forward. A distance had opened up between us, and I couldn't catch up. My calls were ineffective, leaving me utterly helpless. The tall and handsome man walked quickly, and not far ahead, he rounded a bend along the foot of the mountain. When I caught up, he finally stopped. On the other side of the mountain foot was a very deep ravine. The tall and handsome man stood by the cliff, rigid as a wooden post. After the reminder from that eerie call, I became alert and dared not approach too closely. Tall and handsome man, what's wrong? I cautiously asked, hoping to communicate verbally first. Fong Huai. The tall and handsome man slowly turned around, and just a meter behind him was an unfathomably deep gorge. The night wind howled through the mountains. The tall and handsome man was sturdy, but in the powerful gusts of wind, he appeared like a swaying leaf ready to be blown away. This is the situation I discovered. You can take a look, but you need to be mentally prepared. The expression of the handsome and wealthy man left me with an indescribable sense of eeriness. I assessed that it was now completely impossible to communicate or negotiate with him. I instinctively took a step back. In this atmosphere, I couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. The handsome and wealthy man bent down, picked up a large stone slab from the ground, and began to dig. The soil at the edge of the cliff was mixed with many fragmented stones, and the scratching sounds made by the stones and shards rubbing against each other were grating on my nerves. I didn't know what he was trying to do, but I couldn't go over to stop him. I could only stand there, adapting to the situation. He dug earnestly, focused, not saying a word, just digging with great effort. In the ancient land's deep mountains, it seemed as if no one had visited for centuries, and everything remained in its natural state. The soil at the cliff's edge, hardened and brittle from the wind, rain, and sun, was continuously excavated by the handsome and wealthy man, whose hands were already scraped and bloodied, yet he remained oblivious. He dug down to about half a meter deep, then slowly stood up facing me and dropped the bloodied stone slab from his hand. Handsome man, is there anything you'd like to discuss with me? I felt increasingly faint. If the handsome and wealthy man were a stranger, I might not feel this level of panic. It was precisely because he was my companion that I felt that chilling horror. The fear in my heart stemmed from the strange gaze of someone familiar. You can see for yourself. The handsome and wealthy man lowered his head to look at the pit he had dug, but for safety's sake, I kept a distance from him, and since he was standing on higher ground, I couldn't see anything from my angle. I can't see it now, nor am I in a hurry to look. We can talk about it. I feel I know you well, so I said to him sincerely, it's nothing serious. We are just facing a little difficulty, but it can definitely be solved. Ding Ling is still at the camp, don't you want to see her? Upon mentioning Ding Ling, a hint of affection visibly flickered in the handsome and wealthy man's eyes, but it appeared for just a moment before being drowned by the confusion in his gaze. Some things are beyond my control, you know. I only have one way to solve the problem. The handsome and wealthy man murmured softly, and before I could react, he suddenly took a step closer to the cliff's edge, glanced at me, then looked back at the unfathomable valley behind him, smiling grimly. This is the only way I have. Before I could utter a word, he turned and jumped off the cliff. He was only a step away from the cliff, and I couldn't stop him. By the time I shouted, the handsome and wealthy man had already vanished from the edge, leaving only the rushing wind. My senses went numb. I couldn't fathom that he would jump off the cliff at this moment. That guy was not right. I stood there dazed for a long time, only coming back to my senses when the cold wind numbed my face. The cliff was deep. The handsome and wealthy man's jump almost equated to his death. I slowly walked over, and the pit he had dug was still there. The pit was over half a meter deep. I shone my light into it, and immediately saw a corner of a garment buried among the rubble and loose soil. I picked up the stone slab and continued digging. Everything hidden in the soil beneath the pit quickly came in. It was a skeleton wrapped in a mountaineering jacket, remarkably intact. Based on my assessment, the deceased likely died at the edge of this cliff and gradually settled to a depth of half a meter due to changes in the soil. Seeing this mountaineering jacket made my head spin, for it was the same style and brand as the clothing worn by the corpse we dug out from beneath the dead tree by the riverbank. This inadvertently indicated that the corpse beneath the dead tree and the one at the cliff's edge belonged to the same group of people, just one died at the edge of the ancient land's deep mountains while the other died within. The skeleton was pale, and it was evident from the bones that the deceased had a limited height in life, which reminded me of the handsome and wealthy man. With no one around, I felt a chill creeping up my spine. As I gazed at the skeleton before me, my mind was filled with images of the handsome and wealthy man. I could even imagine that this deceased person might have had the handsome and wealthy man's face, the same physique, a carefree personality, and a tendency to chatter. I didn't know whether to feel sorrow or fear. If my imagination were indeed the truth, it would mean that the handsome and wealthy man had unearthed his own bones from the soil at the cliff's edge. In the black bamboo forest, the ancient land's old village, 5 coffins. That nightmarish scene, like a hidden curse, had begun to slowly manifest. Old Wong next door was the first, the handsome and wealthy man was the second. 5 coffins meant 5 dead people. Who would be next? I shuddered, unwilling to think further. To be honest, I had no deep bonds with those white-collar workers. We were merely forced together due to this special circumstance. But at this very moment, I felt a deep worry. I did not want to witness the death of anyone else. Thinking of Ding Ling and the white-collar workers still at the camp made me anxious. I feared something else would happen. Helian and Biaozi had yet to return, and their safety depended solely on me. I had to go back. I instantly stood up, but having squatted at the cliff's edge for too long, I stood up too abruptly, causing my head to spin, leaving me unsteady, my vision filled with golden stars. Just as I was feeling dizzy and could barely stand, I suddenly felt as if my ankle had been grabbed by a hand. The sensation was very clear. My vision was blurry, and I couldn't see anything. I hurriedly shook my head while trying to pull my foot back. Yet the grip on my ankle was strong, and no matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't break free. I hastily turned my head, and my gradually clearing vision instantly revealed a bloody hand firmly gripping my ankle. Following that hand, I saw the handsome and wealthy man covered in blood straining to peek from below the cliff, desperately trying to pull me down. The darkness below the cliff was impenetrable, and the wind made it hard to open my eyes. I panicked, feeling as if I would be dragged down at any moment. My physical strength was already severely depleted, and compounded with the temporary lack of blood flow to my lower limbs. When I exerted force to break free, my head felt like it was about to explode with a loud bang, and everything went black as I lost consciousness. After an unknown period of unconsciousness, I had no awareness at all. When I finally woke up, the first thing I saw was Ding Ling's pale, adorable face, her big eyes filled with worry. The moment she saw me open my eyes, she was suddenly filled with joy, almost shouting, "You're awake." I lay in the temporary camp. Helian and Biaozi had returned without me knowing when. During this season, there was hardly anything to eat in the mountains. Biaozi had lived here for a few years and had some experience digging up some shriveled cassava to make a pot of porridge. After days of hunger, having something to eat felt like a treat, and after drinking a bowl, my stomach felt much more comfortable. I chatted with Helian. They returned at dawn. At that time, I had already disappeared. Helian traced my whereabouts based on footprints around the camp, and eventually found me at the cliff's edge. Where's the handsome and wealthy man? I didn't see him. I fell silent. There were some things I couldn't explain clearly to Hellion right now. Before I lost consciousness, I had clearly seen the bloody face of the handsome and wealthy man. But after waking up and reflecting quietly, I felt something was off. That deep cliff. If the handsome and wealthy man jumped down, it was already a miracle he didn't die. There was absolutely no way he had the strength to climb back up and drag me down. The white-collar worker always regarded Hellion with hostility, and while I spoke softly to Hellion, the white-collar worker stood by watching coldly. I felt that this couldn't go on, and being trapped in the deep mountains' internal strife would only hasten the collapse of our group. I needed to find a suitable opportunity to mediate. Did you see the pit at the cliff's edge? I asked Hellion. There's a skeleton wearing a mountaineering jacket in the pit. I saw it. Hellion nodded. That place is very far from the camp. How did you find it? It was the handsome and wealthy man who brought me there. He discovered the place first, and probably thought it inappropriate to mention it openly, as it might cause panic in the group, so he quietly took me there alone. Are you sure? Hellion looked at me, then at Biaozi, who was silent and smoking, but I could see a hint of doubt in Biaozi's eyes. I'm sure, I stated firmly. Before losing consciousness, my mind was very clear, especially with someone as familiar as the handsome and wealthy man. I wouldn't mistake or forget him. But Biaozi's look made me uncomfortable. What do you doubt my words? I don't doubt it, but this matter has Hellion thought for a moment, and said to me, around the camp, and on the long stretch of road to the cliff's edge, there are only your footprints, and absolutely no signs of anyone else appearing. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Hellion wouldn't joke with me. His observational skills were exceptional. The fact that only my footprints were found around the camp and along that road indicated that I had walked alone to the cliff's edge. This really sounds absurd. I couldn't articulate it clearly, but I was certain that if no one had brought me, I would never have been able to find the burial site at the cliff's edge accurately in such an unfamiliar environment on my own. Who brought me there? Was it the handsome and wealthy man? But why were there only my footprints on the road to the camp? The footprints puzzle eludes me. Now that tensions have eased and my mind is clear, I turn to careful reflection. This matter itself bristles with anomalies. After turning it over repeatedly, the ghost call resurfaces in my thoughts. The most startling and inexplicable element, defying rational explanation entirely. Though nearly 12 hours have passed, the memory of that call still echoes in my ears. The voice unervingly ambiguous, neither male nor female, neither warm nor cold. Its tone unsettled me deeply, yet the caller's intent seemed not hostile, but cautionary. At the very least, I sensed no malice. There's no need to exhaust yourself over these questions, Hellion said, observing my deep contemplation. In this place, Gulu, many things defy logic. Let's speak plainly. The skeletal remains buried at the cliff's edge where you collapsed. Can you deduce the identity of the deceased from those bones? No, I cannot. Hellion had examined the remains closely. When the earlier expedition arrived in Gulu, they must have weighed their choices carefully. The skeleton beneath the withered tree and the one at the cliff's edge bore no identification documents or personal effects whatsoever. Yet through meticulous observation, Hellion concluded that the cause of death warranted profound scrutiny. All supplies had been removed from the skeleton beneath the dead tree. Its companions clearly pressed deeper into Gulu's mountainous heart. By contrast, the backpack beside the cliff-edge skeleton still held several unopened tins and bars of chocolate. Starvation was therefore impossible. Moreover, no wounds, no fractures, no signs of trauma marred the bones. Even Hellion could not determine the cause of death. A chill ran through me. Though our camp lay some distance from the cliff, within this vast, boundless range, both sites belonged to the same desolate region. Death is inevitable, but we must know how it came so we may guard against it. That we cannot even ascertain the cause means we too may perish as silently and mysteriously as the skeleton at the cliff's edge. Should we still search for Gao Fushui? A wave of sorrow washed over me. I now suspected that before collapsing at the cliff, I'd succumbed to hallucinations, brought on by thirst, exhaustion, and terror. Such a sheer precipice makes survival unthinkable. Once he fell, there was no return, no hope of life beyond that drop. Search for what? The white-collar woman, overhearing my hushed exchange with Hellion, bristled with resentment. Even if you find him, you'll only uncover mangled flesh. Do you truly wish to haunt your own dreams each night? We will search, Hellion replied, rarely contentious with her, yet unwavering now. Not one member of this team shall be abandoned. Even in death, he deserves burial. The team's hierarchy was plain. Hellion and Biaozi were its pillars. When Hellion made a decision, descent, even hers, was futile. We gathered our gear and set out from camp toward the cliff. I had traversed this path once before, Hellion too. Nothing untoward occurred en route, and by afternoon we stood again at the precipice's rim. By daylight, the cliff's depth revealed itself fully. Just as I remembered, an abyss so profound its base vanished into shadow. A fall would reduce a body to unrecognizable ruin. Was Gao Fushui really pushed from here? Ding Ling, pure-hearted and fragile, gazed down, her grief raw and unmasked. She and Gao Fushui had been close, each new loss frayed her spirit further. Yes, I had no words to comfort her. Recalling the moment he leapt last night, even the sky above seemed to dim, to dull into a leaden haze. In that instant we were all equally brittle, exposed, vulnerable, trembling at the edge of unraveling. Hellion scouted for a descent route. The terrain offered little mercy. Miles along the rim, then a canyon bend where the slopes softened just enough. There we found a narrow, treacherous path downward, and descended one by one. We knew the plan well, backtrack from the cliff's base to where Gao Fushui had jumped the previous night. Ding Ling followed behind me, squinting, perhaps shielding her eyes from the horror she feared awaiting us below. To everyone's astonishment, the cliff's base held no trace, not even a smear of blood. A man of his size falling such a distance would leave unmistakable evidence. Yet after hours of searching we found nothing. Could Gao Fushui still be alive? Hope flickered in Ding Ling's voice. No body means no certainty of death, only possibility. If he lives, where could he possibly be? I gave a hollow, humorless laugh. Whoosh! A violent gust swept past our skulls. The ravine's narrow throat funneled wind like a tidal surge, deafening, blinding, forcing our eyes shut. We instinctively turned our backs to the gale. Dust swirled, thickly rising and falling in chaotic eddies, until through the haze a flash of pink flared across the opposite wall. The wind roared too fiercely for speech. Crouching low, we scrambled behind a jutting boulder to shelter ourselves. The gale raged for nearly 10 minutes. When it finally abated, we stood coated head-to-toe in dust, disheveled, humbled, absurd. I remembered that sudden flutter of pink. The moment the wind stilled, I sprinted toward it, and what I found defied expectation. The pink strip was a woman's scarf, now grimy and shapeless, tied tightly around a dead branch as thick as an arm. Several stones pinned the branch firmly in place, transforming it into a tiny, defiant banner. At close range, I saw a stone pile roughly 1 meter left of the scarf, towering tightly packed, its crevices sealed over decades by wind-driven soil and gravel. Yet through gaps in the stones a dark aperture yawned behind them. That pink scarf was no accident. It was a deliberate marker. My pulse quickened. The earlier expedition must have discovered this cave, and for reasons unknown left this signpost behind. Clearly they entered. I knew nothing of their composition or purpose, but their very presence in Gulu was itself a vital clue. They went inside. Excitement surged within me. An intuition took root, that within this cave they had uncovered something extraordinary. I did not expect to solve every mystery, but even fragmentary evidence would grant us footholds for deduction. This was no mere nightmare. It was a tapestry woven with dread and allure, sinister, uncanny, yet magnetically compelling, drawing us step by inexorable step deeper into its coils. Let's go in, I proposed to Hellion. A solitary intentional marker implied significance. Hellion fell silent for a long moment, staring at the entrance, nearly sealed by time and earth. After 2 full minutes, he nodded slowly. Yes. Good. We'll prepare immediately. Think carefully. Hellion gripped my arm, each word deliberate. They marked it, and never returned to remove the mark. They entered. None emerged. His words sent a jolt of ice through my veins. My resolve wavered. Yet I answered, voice steady. We must enter. Without doing so, this journey to Gulu will mean nothing. Hellion began issuing orders. He, the white-collar woman Ding Ling, and I would descend together. Biaozi and his companion would remain outside. Biaozi protested fiercely, yet Hellion refused to yield. He voiced no explanation, but I understood. This burden belonged solely to us four. Biaozi had come out of loyalty to Hellion, not obligation, and Hellion would not risk dragging him into the unknown. Defeated, Biaozi muttered and, with his companion, began clearing the earth and rubble, choking the entrance. Behind the stones loomed a cavern mouth, over a man's height, more than 2 meters wide. Our flashlight beams pierced the gloom, revealing a winding, shadow-draped passage. The tunnel plunged far beyond the reach of light, swallowed whole by absolute darkness. Nothing beyond the beam's edge was visible. Will you listen to me? Hellion glanced into the void without turning. Will you? Yes. Biaozi nodded without hesitation. Their bond remained opaque to me, but it was unmistakably one forged in absolute trust, perhaps even sacrifice. Once we're inside, you hold this position. If 3 days pass and we do not emerge, you leave immediately. Find your way out. Escape Gulu. Hellion spoke slowly, gravely. Remember, 3 days? Then you go. Biaozi's lips parted. He wished to protest, but closed again. He knew as I did that Hellion would not be swayed. Hellion entered first. The white-collar woman visibly recoiled, but circumstances allowed no refusal. With a resigned roll of her eyes, she followed close behind him. Ding Ling trembled. I steadied her, gently urging calm. The passage beyond the entrance offered only one path, and it twisted relentlessly. Silence reigned, absolute, suffocating, as though the cave existed outside time and sound. We dared not speak. In single file we moved, Hellion first, then the white-collar woman, then Ding Ling, and I brought up the rear. Hellion insisted we maintain distance, so that should calamity strike it would not claim us all at once. Then ahead Ding Ling halted, frozen in place. Hellion and the white-collar woman had already advanced 10 meters, yet Ding Ling remained motionless. Ding Ling, I called softly. Appa. She turned, brows knotted, eyes narrowed as if holding back tears. We're 4 people, right? Yes, 4. Why ask? What's wrong? Why do I feel? She shrank inward, glancing wildly, up, down, left, right, her voice a trembling whisper. Like there's someone else here, with us. What nonsense are you talking about? A chill ran through my heart. In this environment, Ding Ling's words undoubtedly struck fear into my very soul. It's true, Appa, it's true. Ding Ling almost buried her face into her collar, her eyes darting around nervously. I really feel like there's an extra person. She was looking, and so was I. Ding Ling was too timid to just casually say something like that. The cave was silent. Apart from Hellion and the white-collar worker's footsteps, there was no other sound. For safety and lighting, the 4 of us turned on 3 flashlights. The terrain of the passage was relatively simple, so if there really was an extra person, it would be impossible not to notice. What happened? Hellion, hearing my conversation with Ding Ling, turned back to ask. I told Hellion that Ding Ling was very frightened, her eyes wandering restlessly, her spirit unsettled. Though I could see nothing deep down, I could not entirely dismiss Ding Ling's words. Human intuition can be quite mysterious. I had experienced premonitions before. Find him, find him. Ding Ling was like a frightened rabbit, unable to sit or stand, almost becoming neurotic, affected by the atmosphere, muttering, find him. Don't panic. Hellion tried to calm Ding Ling. His observational skills were exceptional. In such a straightforward terrain, no one could escape his keen eyes. Buzz. At that moment, I felt my phone in my pocket vibrate suddenly. The phone vibrated just once, and I hurriedly pulled it out. The phone screen was lit up. In the deep mountain gorge, there should be no signal at all, yet at the same time I took out my phone, I saw it had received a text message. My hand trembled involuntarily, because I could see the number that sent the message was the same as the Eerie call. I hadn't read the message carefully yet, but upon seeing that number, the phone felt like a red-hot iron block, almost slipping from my grip. What the hell? I really saw a ghost. If this were in the past, I would never believe that a phone could receive messages or calls in complete signal isolation, but the experiences I had just shattered my common sense. I froze momentarily, forcing myself to control my trembling hand as I opened the text. To your right, 3 meters ahead, dig it out. The message contained just these few words, yet it felt like a timely hint, instantly giving me a target and direction. I couldn't help but glance to my right and took a folding shovel from my backpack. The surface of the soil at the cave's edge was crusted over. In the summer, when the rain was abundant, water would seep into the cave, then flow according to the terrain, accumulating in low spots and gradually settling, drying up. I excavated the hard crust beneath, which the soil was loose and somewhat damp. My digging was precise, entirely based on the position indicated in the message. After a few shovelfuls, I felt the shovel hit something. A cave is still a cave. Unlike an open field, it is less affected by wind and rain. A clump of hair, dark black hair, looked gray and dusty because it was mixed with soil. Ding Ling shrieked in fright, and I instantly understood her feelings were not mistaken, or indeed there was an extra person here, but it was a corpse. I continued digging, and the owner of the hair was completely unearthed. It was a rotting skeleton leaning against the cave wall, partially buried in loose soil. The hair was long, indicating this was likely a woman. The skeleton wore a familiar mountaineering outfit, and there were some supplies in its backpack, but no food or water. On the surface, it appeared this person had starved to death after exhausting all their supplies. The skull of the skeleton had hollow eye sockets. Looking at this skeleton, my gaze became hazy, and an unusual feeling arose within me. I could sense that she had been a quite beautiful woman in life, but death and time had ravaged everything. Her beautiful exterior had decayed, leaving only a pile of bones that were hard to look at. To the left of the skeleton, I unearthed a notebook with a deformed cover soaked in water. The notebook was wrapped in plastic, but not sealed completely, so when water entered the cave it was affected. Many pages were stuck together, impossible to flip open, and the handwriting on the pages had also swollen, making it difficult to read. This was the only clue with writing we had found so far from the 3 skeletons, so I examined it carefully, trying to open each page, completely focusing on deciphering the blurred text. This was a diary. The owner had a habit of writing, and even in such a desolate place like the ancient land, this habit had not been broken. At this moment, my heart suddenly ached. I didn't want to turn back, but I still slightly turned my face, using my peripheral vision to glance at Ding Ling, who was staring blankly beside me. She had written in her diary, every day since the day she left Yang City. Oh, I knew she would take the opportunity during breaks to write sentence by sentence in her diary. The early pages of the diary were hard to decipher, but they likely recorded the little bits of daily life of this skeleton: joy, sorrow, pain, and pleasure. On the last 2 pages of the diary, the handwriting was slightly clearer. I spent over 10 minutes finally reading through it coherently. The content of this diary was as follows. I think I might be dying. They found that place and never returned. Ooh, I didn't have the courage to look for them. I am lost, and I can no longer find the way back. I am very cold, wearing all my clothes. I have no food, and yesterday I drank the last bit of water. I am scared, but I don't know what I can do. I miss the warm sunshine of Yang City, and I miss the cat I raised. I am really very cold, very hungry, very scared. It's too dark here. If I turn off the flashlight, I can't see anything. While writing this diary, I saw a dark shadow. I think it might be the Grim Reaper, but wants to take me away. I can't write anymore. Mom, I miss you so much. I miss you. My heart ached. I could imagine that perhaps in the very moment she stopped writing, her breathing and heartbeat. Just as I finished reading the diary, the white-collar worker took the notebook and began to read it bit by bit. I didn't know what to say. When I turned to look at Ding Ling again, I saw her pull out her own diary from her bag, holding it tightly to her chest. Appa, she asked me softly with a familiar expression and tone. I might starve to death too, right? Silly girl. I felt a bit like crying, but I forced a smile and stroked her face, saying, we won't die. I believe you. Ding Ling clutched the diary, looking up at me, her innocent, yet anxious gaze causing my heart to begin to crack. I couldn't help but pull her into my arms, softly comforting her, while gently patting her back. She was like a baby, so fragile, so weak that a gust of wind, a drop of rain, or even an unexpected sound could completely break her. The white-collar worker was reading the diary while Helian stood silently by the skeleton. The already bad atmosphere suddenly reached a breaking point. I felt Ding Ling's tears soaking my shirt. Before coming to the ancient land, I had imagined many scenarios. I knew this would not be a smooth journey. I had made countless plans and decisions, determined not to leave the ancient land until the truth was found. However, at this moment I wavered. I didn't want to see anyone else die. Let's go back, find the way out of the mountain, and return to Yang City. I said to Helian, I don't want to go any further. No way. Helian slowly shook his head. Even if we find the way out now, it will only be a temporary safety. In the future, there will be more serious consequences. Perhaps those consequences will be more painful than death. Enough of that. The white-collar worker slammed the diary shut, interrupting Helian. Do you have to wait until everyone is dead before you are willing to tell us the truth? Helian Longqing, how much have you hidden from us? I trusted Helian very much, that trust coming from the heart. But as I held the trembling Ding Ling and listened to the white-collar worker's words, that trust began to feel like a fragile bubble gradually collapsing. From Helian's eyes, I could tell he was indeed hiding something. He knew some things, but insisted on bringing us to the ancient land. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. The white-collar worker crossed her arms, her gaze cold as a knife, directly confronting Helian. You all saw that scene. Helian contemplated for a long time before finally speaking. Old village, 5 coffins. That means out of our group of 6, 5 will die, right? The white-collar worker let out a cold laugh. 2 have already died. Who will be next? Indeed, 5 people are destined to die. Helian did not argue with the white-collar worker, continuing. But that scene actually recorded our previous group. They also had 6 people, and in the end 5 died. Helian indeed knew about this. They died in the ancient land. Ooh, only 1 survived. Helian looked at me and paused. I am that survivor. Helian's words took me by surprise. Even when I first met this silent yet distinct individual, I sensed that he must have a story. However, I never expected his story to be so profound. Looking at the skeleton before me and recalling the 2 deceased I discovered earlier, my impression of Helian subtly shifted. He was the only survivor of the previous team, which indicates that he knew a lot. He understood that people would die upon arriving in the ancient land, yet he concealed the truth and let us hear. In other words, Helian brought us to the gates of hell. I found myself at a loss for words, but my gaze towards Helian changed. Helian lowered his head, lost in thought. Nobody spoke, and the heavy atmosphere lingered for a long time. Helian, she is still very young. I held Ding Ling in my arms, and after a series of setbacks and shocks, Ding Ling seemed dazed, curled up in my embrace, not daring to open her eyes. Why do you have to do this? You know the tragic fate of the previous team, yet you brought us here. Relax. The white-collar worker spoke with a teasing and sarcastic tone. Since he survived last time, he will surely survive this time. Let's ingratiate ourselves with him. Perhaps he will show mercy and take us back. I was the only one who survived among the 6 from the previous team, but do you know why I survived? Helian looked upside faintly and said, because I didn't come to the ancient land. That veil between us had been torn apart. Helian perhaps felt there was no longer a need to hide anything. He sat down and shared a bit of chocolate with each of us. The chocolate was found in the backpack of a corpse by the cliff. It had been there for at least a few years, but it was wrapped in tin foil. Under normal circumstances, I would never eat such a thing, but at this moment not eating would mean starving. After considering for a while, Hellion began to tell us about the incident. It occurred 8 years ago. At that time, Hellion had just arrived in Yanqing from Hebei, unfamiliar with the place, relying on the help of a fellow villager to do some small business. Thus, Hellion had a very good relationship with that villager. His villager was already elderly and was in the building materials business in Yanqing. The year Hellion arrived, his villager was hospitalized due to a terminal illness, already in critical condition with no hope of recovery. The treatment was merely a formality. Hellion was not good at expressing himself, but during that period he stayed almost every day at the hospital. Before Hellion's villager passed away, a strange big-head baby appeared in the hospital. When Hellion mentioned this, I recalled the content that the white-collar worker had whispered to me a few nights ago. This undoubtedly proved that Hellion was not lying. 8 years ago there was indeed a big-head baby, but I had not yet arrived in Yanqing and knew nothing of this incident. The situation following the appearance of the big-head baby was almost identical to our current encounter. That nightmare clung to some people like a shadow, with Hellion being one of them. After being tormented by the nightmare, these individuals began to seek solutions. At that time, the leading internet communication platform was QQ, and it was through QQ that someone contacted Hellion. Besides Hellion, there were 5 other people. These 6 individuals, just like us, were drawn together from different corners of this city due to the big-head baby and the nightmare. They discussed, complained, and sought solutions, just like us. Because the dreams of the Black Bamboo Forest occurred too frequently and too realistically, some began to question whether this place truly existed. After some time, someone located the specific location of the old village in the ancient land. They could no longer endure the torment of a nightmare, so they decided to venture into the ancient land to uncover the truth. At that time, I had no idea of the consequences of going to the ancient land, Hellion said. I had no plans to evade. I was initially meant to participate in that expedition to the ancient land. Hellion was already prepared to set off for the ancient land with the team. Unknowingly, whether by coincidence or luck, just before departure, Hellion had an accident while gathering supplies, injuring one of his legs with a bone fracture, which required at least a few months of bed rest before he could walk normally. He had no choice but to give up the expedition to the ancient land. The other 5 individuals did not hesitate. Due to Hellion's withdrawal, they formed a team and went to the ancient land. Once they entered the ancient land, all communication devices ceased to function. Hellion remained in Yanqing, unable to contact them, and he hoped that the team would return soon to uncover the truth. But this wait lasted 8 years. That team disappeared completely after entering the ancient land, as if they had evaporated with no further news. Hellion opened QQ countless times, but all the avatars were gray. Hellion refused to give up. Until his injury healed, he began to investigate. At that time, he was still young and merely a follower among the 6. He did not know many details and could only start investigating from the other 5. He always harbored a faint hope that those 5 had indeed returned from the ancient land, but had not contacted him for various reasons. He spent nearly half a year searching for the specific addresses of the 5 individuals and contacting their immediate. Hellion knew that the team did not return after entering the ancient land, but he felt that no matter how dangerous it was, we had to go. Because during that half year, Hellion uncovered some facts that he could not face or accept. The members of that team from 8 years ago might have all died in the ancient land. Moreover, that nightmare seemed like a curse, leaving no one unscathed, including the relatives and friends of the deceased. The families of those 5 individuals became very tragic. Relatives died or were injured due to various accidents and reasons. Some of their relatives hanged themselves, some went missing, and none had a good ending. Hellion said this, then looked up at me. We can die, but do you want to watch your loved ones get caught up in this vortex? Your meaning is that we must seek the truth whether we find it or not, regardless of whether we live or die after entering the ancient land. My heart suddenly twitched. My mother passed away early, and my father raised me. He is my only family, and Hellion's narration cast a heavy shadow over my heart in an instant. Yes, regardless of life or death, we must push forward. I glanced at the white-collar worker beside me. The diary was still in her hands. Originally, I intended to withdraw at this point and hadn't thought much about it, but now the situation forced us into a dead end, and I had to think carefully. I clearly remembered the last entry written by the owner of that diary. They found that place and never returned. What did they find? From a literal perspective, that place is undoubtedly the key, and I even suspect it is the most crucial factor in unraveling the mystery. Hellion, brother, wake up now. The white-collar worker snorted, pointing at the skeleton on the ground. Don't you think we've already fallen into a pit? If everything were normal, this person would have had enough provisions on them. How could they have starved to death here? Her words jolted me awake. Indeed, it was so. This skeleton had enough provisions to last a few days before they died, yet in the end they consumed all their food and starved to death in this winding and deep passage. They were unable to escape. Let's retreat now. The white-collar worker turned around and walked toward the entrance of the cave along the path we came from. Hellion was unable to stop her, and I held Ding Ling momentarily unsure of what to do. Let's go back for now. Hellion stood up and said to me, "You can wait outside, I will go in alone." Ding Ling's condition was too poor, and I also felt she was unsuitable for staying in this environment for a long time. So after Hellion finished speaking, I pulled Ding Ling and followed behind the white-collar worker. I began to feel an unsettling anxiety. The skeleton was right in front of me, and the passage after the cave entrance was actually not complex at all, but I couldn't understand why she had starved to death here. The white-collar worker walked quickly, and we followed closely as we had walked slowly on the way here. The distance was not far at all. However, after walking for nearly 20 minutes, the path remained winding, and the entrance seemed to have vanished. I wasn't wrong, right? The white-collar worker turned back, her face turning a bit pale. At our current speed, we should have already reached the cave entrance. There was only one path without any forks. The white-collar worker continued walking. Less than 10 minutes later, she rounded a bend and immediately froze. This woman was very assertive, cold, and harsh, but at that moment I clearly saw her finger tremble as if she had been electrocuted. White-collar worker, what's wrong? I followed her and just stood behind the white-collar worker, and my gaze instantly froze. I saw not far ahead the skeleton we had just unearthed. The skeleton remained in its original state when unearthed, and under the light the pale white bones appeared, so my scalp tingled because we had lingered for a long time while digging up the skeleton. I was already quite familiar with the environment nearby. I couldn't be mistaken, this was indeed the site where the skeleton was unearthed. This meant that we had walked for over half an hour, seemingly circling back to the starting point. This is not right. I shook my head vigorously, feeling dizzy. We had been moving along the passage without any forks, so it was impossible to lose our way. Can't you see? The white-collar worker's hand trembled just once, then returned to normal. In that tone that seemed unchangeable, she turned back to me and said, "If it weren't for circling back, would this person have starved to death here? But we haven't lost our way." I tried to argue based on common sense, but as soon as I spoke, I realized that the reality before me was too far from common sense. Some things can never be explained by common sense. Let's try walking again. I felt anxious and puzzled. I didn't understand why that unbranched passage suddenly transformed into a circular loop. I turned around again and walked to the front. The path was still the same. I carefully timed it, and after more than half an hour my heart sank suddenly as I saw that familiar corner. My legs felt as if they were filled with lead, trembling as I moved forward. When I reached the corner, the flashlight in my hand emitted a strong light, and as the light shone past the corner, the pale skeleton lay quietly in place. In that moment, I seemed to understand the cause of death of this innocent victim from 8 years ago. Like us, she repeatedly tried to traverse the passage to return to the entrance of the cave. Yet she wandered futilely in this suddenly appearing strange, circular loop forever without an exit. No matter how long she walked, she was always trapped in a fixed large circle. From the starting point back to the starting point again, from the starting point back to the starting point, until all the food was consumed and her body was utterly depleted. She finally sat down weakly, using her last ounce of strength to write that diary. Then, alone and helpless, she stopped breathing in the darkness. I felt as if I was going mad. This predicament was far more terrifying than getting lost in the vast mountains. My emotions suddenly became very agitated, and without a care, I turned around and retraced my steps. More than half an hour, more than half an hour, more than half an hour. I didn't know how many half hours I wasted repeating the nearly unchanged futile struggles, just like the deceased from back then. About 4 hours later, the heat from that small piece of chocolate was completely wasted, and I felt my legs go weak, unable to take another step. Hellion, brother. The white-collar worker was also very exhausted but refused to lower her proud head. Leaning against the cave wall, she crossed her arms and said to Hellion, "Aren't you going to think of a way to get us out?" Hellion did not respond. He was willing but powerless. He had never participated in that expedition 8 years ago, and for him, the ancient land and this cave were both unfamiliar. "You brought us here, and now you can't think of a way out." The white-collar worker chuckled, but her face quickly darkened. "Are we like ants endlessly circling in a loop, either dying from exhaustion or starving to death?" Hellion did not argue with the white-collar worker, and I truly lacked the strength to engage in idle talk. Although I was dizzy from hunger, I clearly understood that whether a matter was normal or bizarre, if it occurred, there must be a reason behind it. Thinking this, I began to slowly examine the surrounding passage, as I did not believe that a path without forks would suddenly turn into a circle. I observed and searched, trying to find that reason. However, after observing for a long time, I truly could not discern anything. The four of us were very tired, and Ding Ling's condition worsened. She slumped softly to the ground. The more there was no way out, the more I felt an indescribable fatigue. I couldn't hold out any longer and sat down heavily on the ground, my eyelids beginning to grow heavy. You all rest for a while, I will look for a way out. Hellion tossed me a whole piece of chocolate and silently turned to leave. I forced myself to maintain my spirits, took off my outerwear, and draped it over Ding Ling. At this moment, she seemed as fragile as a leaf ready to vanish at any moment. Appa, I'm very cold and tired. Ding Ling murmured softly, her voice faint. It's okay, it will be fine soon. Hellion will find a way to get us out. Don't think too much, sleep for a while. I broke off a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into Ding Ling's mouth. She held the chocolate like a baby with a piece of candy, gradually falling asleep amidst a slight sour sweetness. Ding Ling fell asleep, and the white-collar worker across from her also closed her eyes for a nap. The passage was very quiet, but I always felt that in this darkness there seemed to be a pair of eyes continuously peering at us. I dared not sleep, I had to watch over the two of them. But as soon as I sat down, I could not control myself. My eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In less than 2 minutes, my consciousness began to blur. I was dead tired, yet in such an environment, it was impossible to truly fall asleep. In this half-dreaming state, my mind was chaotic and distorted scenes flashed by like a speeding train. Familiar, yet strange faces kept bobbing up and down. Suddenly, among these chaotic faces, Ding Ling's dazed face appeared. She said nothing, retreating into the darkness, looking back at me as she walked. That gaze was so pitiful it made my heart ache. Ding Ling. I suddenly woke up. My nap was very short, at most 10 minutes. It took over half an hour to walk through this circular passage, and Hellion still hadn't returned. To conserve energy, we turned on a small flashlight. The light was dim. Upon waking, I instinctively turned to look at Ding Ling beside me. But when I turned, I found Ding Ling was gone, leaving only my outer garment on the ground. Ding Ling. I stood up abruptly, looking around. The light couldn't reach far, but as I stood up, I saw a figure squatting a few meters away. Clearly, it was Ding Ling. Ding Ling had woken up at some point, silently squatting beside the pale skeleton, staring unblinkingly at the two dark eye sockets on the skull. Ding Ling. I was momentarily stunned and called out to her, but Ding Ling just squatted there, showing no reaction, fixated on the skeleton, as if she had turned to stone. As soon as I spoke, the white-collar worker also woke up. The two of us looked at Ding Ling, not knowing what was wrong with her. Do you recognize me? Ding Ling stared blankly at the pale skeleton, slowly reached out her hand, touched the grayish hair on the skull, and whispered, I think I know you. Ding Ling's actions at this moment were unsettling. I stood behind her with the white-collar worker, yet Ding Ling seemed completely unaware, squatting in front of the skeleton and mumbling to herself. It appeared as if two long-lost friends were whispering to each other. Ding. The more I watched, the more uneasy I felt. I reached out to pull Ding Ling away, but my hand was immediately blocked by the white-collar worker. You don't understand her current state. Waking her up directly like this might cause trouble, the white-collar worker whispered, signaling me to hold back. Ding Ling murmured for a long time, as if she had poured out everything from her heart. She turned to the side, sat down next to the skeleton, and lay down shoulder to shoulder with it. I'm very cold, very tired. I don't want to leave anymore. Ding Ling's eyes were vacant as she turned to look at the dark eye sockets of the skeleton beside her, as if she were lying in bed with a close friend. She stroked the skeleton's hair, muttering, I want leave, Bill, stay here to accompany you. I could hardly bear to witness this scene. I tiptoed over and gently patted Ding Ling, but she showed no reaction. Then I draped one arm around her neck and the other around her legs, and carried her back. As Ding Ling was carried back, her vacant eyes suddenly appeared exhausted. She leaned against my shoulder, closed her eyes in weariness, and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. My back was drenched in sweat. A moment of panic left my heart racing like a drum. I think we should The white-collar worker glanced at the sleeping Ding Ling, then turned to the motionless skeleton a few meters away, and said, just looking at it makes one feel uneasy. Okay. I also felt that having the skeleton exposed was inappropriate. I gently placed Ding Ling down, covered her with a garment, and then took a folding shovel to dig as deep a pit as I could where the skeleton had been unearthed. However, the pit contained only a layer of soil that had been washed in by rain with solid rock beneath it. I couldn't dig further with the portable folding shovel. The white-collar worker came to help, and together we worked up a sweat, managing to dig a pit less than half a meter deep. Let's leave it at that, I said, tossing aside the shovel and pushing the skeleton into the pit. Boom. Just as we were about to fully bury the skeleton, a sudden dull sound came from behind us. I turned around in a flash and saw a large section of the cave wall collapse. Stones and sediment fell like a wall crashing down. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the area of the cave wall that collapsed happened to be right where Ding Ling was. The wall-like stones and soil cascaded down, instantly burying Ding Ling. The swirling dust settled slowly in the airless cave. I could no longer see the scene before me and rushed forward, covering my nose. Surrounded by dust, it was hazy. I frantically dug through the fallen earth, while the white-collar worker behind me dragged off her outer garment coughing as she fanned the dust away. We worked together to clear the collapsed earth, but despite digging all the way to the surface, we did not find Ding Ling. My scalp tingled, and I hurriedly turned over the entire pile of rubble and dirt again. Ding Ling, buried just moments ago, seemed to have evaporated like a drop of water in the scorching heat. What the hell is going on? I was frantic, unable to restrain my urge to curse. The series of unexpected events made me restless, and I frantically dug in the dirt. The soil and stones were scattered all around, yet Ding Ling was still nowhere to be found. I truly couldn't understand where she could have gone. The repeated physical exertion had drained my energy, and I collapsed to the ground. So far apart from the skeleton, we had discovered nothing in the cave. But I had a vague feeling that there was something sinister in this cave. Where's Helian? The white-collar worker was at a loss. She had a conflict with Helian, and now that trouble had arisen, all her frustration fell upon him. I remained silent, unwilling to speak or unable to find the words. I looked at the dissipating dust and the chaotic heap of stones and dirt, feeling utterly despondent. Was our team truly going to meet the same fate as the one from 8 years ago, completely obliterated in the ancient land? I remained silent, and the white-collar worker also closed her mouth. As the dust slowly settled, my vision began to clear a bit. At that moment, I suddenly saw a small hole revealed at the edge of the collapsed cave wall. This hole resembled the hidden layers within the walls of old houses, capable of concealing something. If the wall hadn't collapsed, I might have never noticed this hidden layer. This hidden layer wasn't much. During the mountain's formation, intense tectonic activity inevitably left behind various gaps. But while discovering this hole, I saw a foot. A foot was protruding from the cave, and the shoes it wore were too familiar to me. Those were Ding Ling's shoes. Ding Ling. I froze for a moment, reflexively standing up and lunging toward that foot. The foot quickly retracted into the hole, and I rushed to the edge of the hole, shining my flashlight inside. The hole was small, and under the beam of light, I saw a shadow crawling forward within the hidden layer of the cave wall. That shadow closely resembled Ding Ling. Ding Ling. Ding Ling. Without a moment to think, I grabbed the flashlight and pushed myself into the hidden. My heart was in turmoil, because it seemed that Ding Ling was not willingly crawling within the hidden layer. It looked like something was lurking in the shadows, pulling her away with force. I couldn't see what was dragging Ding Ling, but no matter what it was, I just wanted to pull her back. The hidden layer was too narrow. Ding Ling's slender body could barely crawl through, but after crawling a few meters, I became stuck in the middle, unable to make any further progress. If I pushed hard inside, the pressure on my chest would make it difficult to breathe. I watched helplessly as the figure in the hidden layer crawled further away, eventually disappearing from sight. At that moment, I could hardly control my eyes, and tear ducts and tears streamed down from my eyes. Sometimes death isn't the scariest thing. The most painful experience, worse than death, is watching your companions die one by one while having no power to save them. When everyone has perished and you are left alone, that sense of desolation and loneliness can swallow one's. I lay still in the hidden layer, feeling as if time and space had frozen. The cave grew colder, causing me to tremble continuously. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the hidden layer, followed by the cold, interrogative voice of the white-collar worker. Helian had returned, glanced at me at the edge of the hidden layer, and then called me out. "Half the people are dead," the white-collar worker said to Helian. "Have you found a way out?" Helian remained silent, which indicated that his search had yielded no results. Without a way out, and with Ding Ling disappearing right under our noses, we were now reduced to just 3 people. In my eyes, Helian was certainly a competent leader, but as the situation deteriorated rapidly, my confidence began to wane. I couldn't be sure whether Helian could lead us out of this haunted cave alive. Going back might not lead us anywhere. Helian remained silent for a long time before saying to us, "Now we can only move forward." Moving forward. Doesn't that mean we're getting further away from the exit? The white-collar worker disagreed with Helian's decision. I calmed down for a moment. Since we couldn't find a way out, I might as well press on to the end. The diary left by the skeleton still lingered in my mind. The team from 8 years ago must have found something significant deep within the cave. I wanted to see what that place was and what secrets it concealed. If I must die, I would rather do so with a Let's go all the way. I shouldered my bag, turned the flashlight to its brightest setting, and shone it into the winding darkness ahead. Both Helian and I were determined to continue, while the white-collar worker had no choice but to follow. The path ahead was unfamiliar to us. Although we couldn't hear any unusual sounds, I knew there was certainly something unseen lurking in this dark cave. That thing was trailing us, spying on us, aware of our every move. Therefore, hiding was futile, and the 3 of us walked straight ahead. The further we walked, the colder it became, and I was unsure when it started, but that feeling in my heart grew increasingly intense. I felt a pair of eyes staring at us from a corner that I could not see. That feeling was unsettling. I scanned the surroundings, but saw nothing. Buzz. Just as I was feeling restless, my phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. The suddenness made me halt, and my right hand instinctively reached into my pocket to grab the phone, which was lit up. I had received a text message from that same unfamiliar number. This number had called once before and sent a message previously, each time with some sort of hint. I barely had time to contemplate how I was receiving a message in this completely signal-deprived place. I opened the message and quickly scanned it. To the right, the soil layer is thin, you can dig it out. You can't do it and let the person next to you take action. Upon reading the message, my eyes did not wander, but I suddenly understood that something was concealed within the wall beside me. But the message did not specify what that thing was. I dared not speak freely, nor did I even want to move, fearing my abnormal behavior would alert whatever unknown entity was present. After stopping, the white-collar worker and Hulian leading the way both turned to look at me. At that moment, prompted by the text, I suddenly felt where my unease stemmed from. I could clearly sense that the pair of eyes that had been spying on us was hidden in the wall beside me. "What are you doing?" The white-collar worker furrowed her brow when she saw me zoning out. "In our current state, can we still move forward?" I ignored her and looked toward Hellion. I hadn't known Hellion for long, but I had spoken to him more than anyone else in the team. I thought I understood what kind of person he was, just as he probably understood my temperament and some of my habits. I conveyed everything I wanted to express through my gaze. I looked at Hulian, then slowly glanced at the wall beside us. "Dig it out," I said in a whisper. I felt that Hellion understood my meaning. Indeed, as soon as I finished speaking, Helion's body shot toward the wall beside me like a flash of light. As soon as he moved, his right hand formed a fist and slammed against the wall. The soil layer on the wall was thin, and Helion's fist struck with unimaginable force, breaking through the thin layer of rock behind it. Helion's right hand swiftly reached into the hidden layer behind the wall, his arm slightly bent. His expression suddenly changed, clearly having grasped something within the hidden layer. Everything happened so fast, it was almost dizzying. Hellion stepped back, gathering all his strength in his right hand, and suddenly yanked. Boom! The fragile wall was instantly breached, revealing a grotesque figure that Hellion firmly grasped and dragged out. This figure vaguely resembled a person curled up like a ball. After Hellion dragged it out, it fell heavily. The figure writhed and struggled. As I illuminated it with my light, upon seeing its true form, I felt a tickle in my throat and nearly vomited. This was a person whose age was indiscernible, completely bald, with a bare upper body, emaciated like a ghost, with skin stretched tightly over bones. A hole had rotted in his cheek, as if it had been festering for years without healing. His eyes were enormous, strangely large, taking up nearly half of his face, but his eye sockets only contained pupils the size of yellow beans. This monstrous figure reacted quickly. After being dragged out by Hellion, it struggled desperately, as if, having lived in Yang City for so many years, Hellion had a wealth of combat experience. He must have trained specifically. His strikes were precise and forceful, quickly subduing the creature. The monster thrashed on the ground. It seemed to have been subdued by Hellion, but suddenly one of its arms twisted at the elbow in an unimaginable way and shot towards me like lightning. Its arm was like a withered vine, deformed and elongated, with claws that were 2 or 3 centimeters long. I never expected that in such a situation its arm could twist like a worm. I hastily dodged, twisting my way. The monster failed to grab me, but managed to tear off a piece of my clothing. I gasped. Thankfully, I was wearing thick clothing, or it would have ripped off a chunk of flesh. I shrank away, completely escaping the monster's attack range, while Hellion increased his strength, trying to fully restrain the monster. Hellion was incredibly strong, but this humanoid monster was slippery as an eel. Even more alarming was that all of its joints seemed to be connected by elastic bands, allowing it to twist and deform freely. Its body was as soft as dough. Helion's grip felt like holding on to a dangerously elastic toffee. In such a dangerous situation, Hellion would not hold back. The monster twisted rapidly, and Hellion was even quicker. His hands moved so fast they were almost a blur. Crack! Hellion suddenly broke the monster's right forearm, and I could even hear the sound of its bone shatter. The bone was forcibly broken, a pain that would be unbearable for an ordinary person, yet the monster seemed to feel no pain at all, dragging its limp right arm, while still resisting with all its might. But losing one arm clearly affected its movements. Crack! Hellion seized the opportunity, stepping on the monster's left arm, exerting force to twist it to pieces. With both arms broken, the monster's movements slowed down considerably, and Hellion firmly pinned it down, rendering it immobile on the ground. It stared at us with wide eyes that seemed no longer human, filled with a beast-like cold light. An ordinary person would faint from such severe injuries, even if they didn't die. Yet this humanoid monster didn't even blink, its 2 limp arms still writhing like worms trying to attack us. Seeing that this monster had finally been subdued, I let out a long sigh of relief. But before I could catch my breath, I saw the monster's unusually large eye sockets, where the yellow, bean-sized pupils were rapidly spinning. Simultaneously, a chilling sense of danger washed over me like a tide. I couldn't discern the exact nature of the threat, but it made me feel extremely uneasy. Be careful. I loudly warned Hulian, but as soon as I spoke half a sentence I noticed that the monster's small yellow bean-sized eyes suddenly seemed to explode, rapidly swelling and expanding. Crack. I heard a light sound akin to bones shattering, and the flesh on top of the monster's head burst open like a balloon, creating a crack. I can sense the ominous aura of crisis at this moment, yet I am powerless to assist Hellion. I can only watch as the scalp of the humanoid monster splits open, revealing a hole the size of a thumb in its white skull. For some unknown reason at this moment, a faint sound seemed to emanate from an unknown corner of the deathly. This sound is not unfamiliar to me, though I had heard it in that nightmare before. Ethereal and ancient, it seemed to drift through the river of time like a shamanic chant that had wandered for 1,000 years, filling every corner of the cave, as pervasive as mercury. In truth, my consciousness is quite clear. Upon hearing this sound, I can discern that it seems to be an auditory illusion, yet as the sound wafts through the air, my vision begins to blur, and the winding passage of the cave appears like a spiraled mountain road extending infinitely. The loops of the road winding endlessly seem to have no end, no way out. Shaking my head, I suddenly realize that the cave's passage is a dead end. The reason we cannot escape is entirely due to the humanoid monster lurking within the wall's crevice. Where is Ding Ling? I shouted, recalling how something had forcibly dragged Ding Ling into the wall's crevice, and my anger flared up. I wanted to press the monster for answers. I am not a ruthless person, but I am determined. If this monster remains silent, I won't hesitate to break its leg. But my questioning received no response. Everything happened too quickly. My shout echoed in the cave, and suddenly a dark shadow flashed from the thumb-sized hole atop the monster's head. Under the light, the shadow reflected a dark gleam, moving as swiftly as lightning, slipping down Helion's pant leg. Helion's speed was astonishing. He immediately reached out to grab this dark shadow. In the moment Helion caught it, I saw that it appeared to be a dark worm slightly thinner than a thumb long, and wriggling, its head had already burrowed into Helion's pant leg, while its body continued to squirm out from the monster's skull. The worm was as slippery as an eel covered in slime. Despite Helion's great effort, it still squeezed through his fingers and slid away. The worm moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye it had coiled around Helion's neck. Helion remained silent, turning his hand to grasp the slippery worm, wrapping it around his right wrist, while the humanoid monster seized the opportunity to struggle to its feet, attempting to flee deeper into the cave. Helion's right hand gripped the writhing worm tightly, and with a swift motion, he drew a knife we usually use for self-defense. The knife, brought by Biao from the mainland, was 30 centimeters long with a blade as thin as paper. Everything around me was becoming a blur. I could do nothing but shine my flashlight for Helion. With a swift motion, Helion charged forward 2 steps, raising his hand. I could barely make out his movements, only seeing the knife slice through the dim light, leaving a sharp, gleaming arm. The bright flash of the knife cut through the air, causing the humanoid monster running ahead to suddenly halt. Its head flew into the air, but its legs continued to move forward for a few steps before the headless body stumbled and fell to the ground. As my gaze returned, I saw Helion stepping on one end of the dark worm, while his left hand wielded the knife, slicing the dark worm into several pieces that writhed on the ground. At that moment, I don't know what the white-collar worker felt, but my trust in Helion silently reached its peak. He held the knife and glanced back at us, his chiseled face devoid of any expression. Yet in that instant I felt, this man can handle any enemy at all. Boom. At the same time that Helion dealt with the humanoid monster and the dark worm emerging from its skull, a deep rumbling seemed to echo from the depths of the cave. The sound suddenly resembled thunder, and upon listening closely it seemed like a multitude of voices erupting in a roar. The noise flickered in and out, vanishing almost immediately. I felt a sudden refreshment break through the oppressive heaviness in my heart. The cave remained dark, but that feeling was akin to suddenly drawing open the curtains in a completely lightless room, illuminating the pervasive darkness. The 3 of us remained in place, yet at this moment each of us could feel that the cave passage had returned to normal. If we turned back now, we would surely find a way out, locate the cave's entrance. I finally had time to think. The layout of the cave was so simple that it could be seen through at a glance, but where was the mysterious person who had sent those hints several times? The other party had shown no trace. I couldn't even determine whether it was a person at all. I felt regret. If the young girl trapped here 8 years ago could have exposed the humanoid monster and unraveled the deadlock before us, perhaps she could have survived. We need to keep moving forward. Helion sheathed his knife and gazed deeper into the cave. This time the white-collar worker remained silent. Perhaps she finally understood that the situation was becoming increasingly complex, but it was precisely this complexity that made the mystery all the more alluring. Regardless of the angle, we must uncover the truth. I have a premonition that the truth is certainly hidden in the place mentioned in that girl's diary. 8 years ago the team entered this cave, and subsequently found that place. Continuing forward, I cannot guarantee what kind of situation will arise, nor can I ensure we can withstand any sudden mishaps. Hellion took out the remaining bit of food and said to us, Fong Huai, you and the white-collar worker have the right to choose. The food can be shared equally, and you can choose to continue with me or retreat now. If you choose to retreat, you can wait outside the cave for a maximum of 3 days. If I haven't come out after 3 days, you should leave the ancient land. Leaving the ancient land might lead to worse outcomes. I recalled Helion's recounting of the events from 8 years ago, and I felt a chill. If I were truly beset by misfortune destined to die in the ancient land, then so be it, for there is no other choice. But I cannot bear the thought of that misfortune continuing to entangle my loved ones. I resolved to continue forward. The white-collar worker seemed somewhat reluctant, yet she was not foolish. When things had escalated to this point, sometimes one has no choice. We each received a piece of chocolate. If we lay still, the calories from this chocolate could sustain life for a while. With the humanoid monster dragged out from the cave wall, I felt a sense of security. Hellion led us deeper into the cave for about half an hour. The passage widened imperceptibly, and the terrain gradually lowered. After another 10 minutes, we reached the end of the passage. Beyond the passage lay an underground space vast beyond estimation, resembling an immensely large bubble deep within the mountain strata where the flashlight's beam could not reach the other side. The light beam diffused outward. In the endless darkness, something seemed to loom in the distance. This place was far too large. I estimated that even if nothing unexpected occurred, a thorough search would take a long time. As I pondered, I walked forward with Hellion. After about 200 to 300 meters, the indistinct shapes standing in the darkness began to come into view. A row of wooden stakes, each over 2 or 3 meters tall, stood neatly planted in the ground ahead. Roughly counting, there appeared to be around 100. This underground space was undoubtedly naturally formed, but the dense wooden stakes immediately revealed signs of human intervention. With all 3 of us shining our flashlights on them, I felt a wave of horror. In the cluster of wooden stakes, each about 3 meters high, hung a person on each one. The underground space likely had little air circulation, and the bodies on the stakes lay still, as if they hadn't changed position for many years. I had always thought that this deep mountain in the ancient land had seen no one else besides the team from 8 years ago and us, but the scene before me undoubtedly proved that many had ventured into this vast mountain. The surroundings were silent. The more I looked at the cluster of wooden stakes, the more dizzy I felt. Hellion slowed his pace, inching closer. When we got close enough, 2 familiar climbing outfits suddenly became visible on the front row of wooden stakes. The climbing outfits on the bodies hanging from the stakes were identical to those on the remains at the edge of the dead trees and in the cave passage. The team from 8 years ago consisted of 5 people. 1 died in the river, 1 at the cliff's edge, 1 in the cave, and the remaining 2 died here. Looking at the corpse on the wooden stake and the surrounding environment, I began to doubt whether this was the place mentioned in the diary. However, it cannot be ruled out that the person died in that place and the body was brought here to be hung. In addition to the 2 corpses dressed in climbing gear, there were many others on the wooden stake. A careful observation reveals that there is a significant time gap among these corpses based solely on their clothing. The underground space is vast, even creating a microclimate isolated from the outside world. For reasons unknown to me, the corpses on the wooden stake have not completely decomposed. Most of the moisture has been drawn out, leaving the bodies resembling wilted sun-dried carrots, maintaining a rather bizarre state. With so many corpses hanging in such a conspicuous place, it instinctively made me think that this could be a form of intimidation as well as a warning. Someone doesn't want the later arrivals to continue forward. The corpses silently tell us that if we proceed, we might be the next ones hung on the wooden stake. Hellion walked on for a while and could clearly see the corpses on the front wooden stake. The corpses dressed in climbing gear, 1 male and 1 female, were hung by a hemp rope around their necks at the top of the stake. The corpses hung their heads, their legs and feet dangling straight down, looking as gruesome as those who had committed suicide. The team from 8 years ago was completely wiped out. I admired the white-collar worker's courage. Most women would likely be scared out of their wits upon seeing these corpses, yet she appeared unfazed, speaking to herself as she walked towards the female corpse with the drooping head. The corpse had lost most of its moisture, and its face and features had shriveled beyond recognition. However, the female corpse's hair was a significant indicator. It undoubtedly had been a short haircut before death. That short hair was almost indistinguishable from the white-collar worker's hairstyle. What does death truly feel like? The white-collar worker gazed at the corpse in front of her, seemingly uncontrollably raising her hand to gently touch her own hair. The feeling was akin to looking in a mirror. It sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to rush to her side. I didn't like this person's temperament, character, or way of handling things, but in this place she was my companion, and I had to do everything I could to ensure her safety. Let's go, don't look anymore. I grabbed the white-collar worker, fearing she would become entranced like Ding Ling staring at the corpses. The two people dressed in climbing gear were likely the ones who died most recently among these corpses. Hellion examined each one hoping to find some clues. But with the corpses so shriveled, the cause of death was already impossible to ascertain. I held on to the white-collar worker and followed Hellion, feeling uneasy amidst this grove of wooden stakes surrounded by corpses with their heads hanging down. Wherever I went, it felt as though unseen eyes were watching me from behind. I could even sense that in the corners of my vision, where I couldn't see, some corpses were lifting their heads staring at us. I want to ask you something. The white-collar worker tugged at me and asked seriously, what does death truly feel like? I don't know. As I tried to urge the white-collar worker to calm down and behave normally, I suddenly felt my head swell with unease. I saw a corpse hanging on the wooden stake behind her slowly turn its face. Its eyeball had completely shriveled, wrapped within eyelids that had narrowed to a slit, staring intently at the white-collar worker. The corpse's flesh had dried into a layer tightly clinging to the bones, but I noticed the corner of the corpse's turned face twitching in a stiff and eerie manner, as if it were smiling. Damn! My adrenaline surged, and I abruptly yanked the white-collar worker away, reaching for the folding shovel at my waist and swinging it with all my might. With that swing, I put all my strength into it, and the corpse's withered head was knocked off, falling to the ground with a thud and rolling a few times. As the head fell, I saw a worm about the thickness of a pinky finger wriggling out from the skull, like a slender black snake, quickly crawling across the ground and reaching my feet in the blink of an eye. I shuddered at the thought. The reason the hanging corpse could turn its head and its mouth could twist stiffly was definitely due to that black worm hidden in its skull. I couldn't imagine the consequences of such a worm crawling up my pant leg. I swiftly lifted my foot, perhaps coincidentally, seizing the perfect moment, and when I landed, I crushed the worm into the ground, without a second thought, then swung the shovel wildly. The shovel was quite sharp, and with such reckless chopping, I pulverized the black worm completely. As the worm was killed, the silent grove of wooden stakes suddenly began to tremble, as if a gust of wind had swept through the thicket, filling the air with rustling sounds. I turned my head and saw the surrounding corpses trembling as if they had been electrocuted. Run! Hellion pushed me, explaining that these corpses might be harboring many black worms. A few could be dealt with, but if there were too many, it would be inevitable to miss some. Not trusting Hellion, I hurriedly pushed the white-collar worker back, hiding behind Hellion while holding the shovel. The two of us cooperated to retreat from the grove of wooden stakes, and from the trembling corpses, black worms began to fall off in a rustling wave, moving like a swarm of snakes. I wasn't sure if these black worms were poisonous, but I dared not let them touch me. Hellion sliced through each worm that surged towards us, while I took the opportunity to crush the occasional worm that slipped by. As we slowly exited the grove, a swarm of black worms reached the edge but stopped pursuing us. They crawled chaotically on the ground for a while, before slowly climbing the wooden stakes, re-entering the clothing of the corpses. Well done, Hellion said as he sheathed his knife and turned to me. I was gasping for breath. In truth, I was already too weak from hunger, but I gritted my teeth to hold on for my life. Let's move forward. There's nothing more to see in this grove of wooden stakes. I weighed my backpack. I felt my time to hold on was running out. If I didn't find the so-called place before I completely collapsed, I would be forced to retreat and reconsider my plans. I wanted the white-collar worker to follow us, but when I turned my head, she was nowhere to be seen. The grove of wooden stakes was square-shaped, and I couldn't see the white-collar worker. I immediately took off running, circling around the wooden stakes in front of me. As I turned the corner and shone my flashlight, I saw her standing still in front of the short-haired female corpse. She held a small makeup mirror, her body seemingly petrified and unmoving. Only her eyes darted between her reflection and the female corpse that had been dead for 8 years. Tell me, what does death truly feel like? I rushed towards her in a panic, not saying anything. I simply wrapped my arms around her waist and turned to leave. As we maneuvered around the grove of wooden stakes, the space behind them opened up again. The area was so vast that the compass was completely ineffective. The needle spun uniformly in circles on the dial, making it impossible to discern any specific direction. For now, we couldn't care less about that. We ran with the white-collar worker for nearly 200 meters. She was quite slender, but still weighed over 100 pounds. Carrying her this far was exhausting, to the point of feeling like I might vomit blood. Once we were far from the grove of wooden stakes, the white-collar worker seemed to recover a bit. She closed the small mirror in her hand, and the confusion in her eyes had nearly faded. Feng Hui, stop right there. I immediately raised my hand to halt the white-collar worker's words. Don't ask me that question anymore. I've never died, and I don't know what that feels like. No, the white-collar worker shook her head and said, I just want to thank you. My heart softened. This was the gentlest side she had shown since I met her. If it weren't for this encounter, I might not have realized that this strong, iron-willed woman also had her own moments of vulnerability. Hellion and I briefly discussed our supplies were too few, and we needed to find that place as soon as possible. Yet in this vast space, without a clear direction or any clues, we could not find a suitable entry point. Buzz. My phone vibrated this time. I wasn't as shocked or surprised as before. I picked up my phone and felt that the person who had sent messages multiple times was like our morning star, always providing guidance whenever I was at a loss. If you are not afraid of death, walk straight in the 2 o'clock direction. It is waiting for you. Looking at this text message, I felt it contained a wealth of potential information. The message pointed me in a direction, and without a doubt, that direction leads to that place. However, I did not know what it was waiting for me, what it referred to. Since arriving in the ancient land, strange occurrences seemed to abound. The white-collar worker beside me looked at the phone in my hand and remarked with a hint of surprise, "Your phone still works." I knew she said that because she wanted to see the content of the text message I received. I no longer had the mood to speculate about who or what things sent me the message. I was only considering one question. Our team has 6 people each carrying a phone, so why was the message sent to me and not to Ding Ling or Gao Fu Shuang or the white-collar worker or Helian? I felt that this was certainly not a coincidence. Straight ahead at 2 o'clock. I had no weapons on me, just tightly gripping that shovel. Although the message did not specify, I could deduce that if we continued forward, we would undoubtedly encounter danger. Unexpected danger. This time we proceeded with extreme caution, but in the vast space besides the stakes that bore a sense of intimidation and warning, I could see nothing else. The space was vast, yet the ground beneath us was flat, astonishingly clean, devoid of even the smallest pebble. I couldn't gauge the exact distance, but I knew 3 of us had walked for a long time, and the path ahead had become even smoother. At that moment, the light illuminated the front, and I suddenly saw about 100 meters away a thin layer of mist slowly swirling over the ground, resembling a flowing cloud moving at an extremely slow pace. Because of this, I speculated that the terrain ahead was likely changing. If there were no air convection, would this mist be flowing along the ground like water? In no time, we reached the distance of over 100 meters, and as we got closer to the mist, my speculation was confirmed clearly. The terrain indeed changed, and the magnitude of the change made me feel slightly dizzy. In the seemingly boundless underground space, a deep pit appeared that could not be measured by any unit. The pit resembled a sky pit, its depth and width invisible to the naked eye, making it seem as though the path ahead was abruptly cut off by this immense and profound abyss. Due to the vastness of the underground space, a unique microclimate was generated, but this microclimate was so subtle that it was difficult to perceive. However, the volume of this pit was beyond imagination, creating another microclimate different from that of the underground space, with a light mist swirling out of the pit, and the air had a slight convection causing the mist to flow. This mist floated at the top of the sky pit, level with the ground, and its formlessness obstructed vision and light. Even with the flashlight set to its highest intensity, it could not penetrate the layers of mist. I did not know what this place was, but standing beside this abyss resembling a great chasm, that inexplicable premonition surged back into my mind. I sensed that this was that place recorded in the diary. The sky pit was silent, and even straining my ears, I could not detect any sound. Everything beneath the pit was shrouded in mist. Since I had decided to find that place, I certainly wanted to uncover the truth, but it was impossible to see clearly. I did not know what lay within the pit. Yet the content of that text message flickered before my eyes, waiting for me. It was highly likely that it was right in this impenetrable pit. What should we do? I asked Helian beside me. Is there no way for him? The white-collar worker never missed an opportunity to provoke Helian. To be honest, Helian had a truly great temperament. If it had been me, I would have lost my temper long ago. Helian took off his backpack and pulled out a cylindrical device. This should be a launcher for a flare, an essential tool for vast cave explorations. The maximum range of the flare is about 200 meters, and a faint light arced through the air, gliding toward the depths of the pit. Suddenly, the flare erupted in a brilliant white light, instantly illuminating the mist-shrouded sky pit. As the light flashed, both I and the white-collar worker immediately saw a tower standing in the darkness beneath the thin mist. This might be the only blinking landmark within this sky pit. The tower was solid, but in the vast pit it appeared slender. One flare could not illuminate the entire tower. We could only see the upper half, while the other half remained buried in darkness. This sky pit was unfathomably deep, just like the legendary void, instilling a sense of dread. A profound void, a towering spire. The Tower of the Void. While in shock, I pondered continuously. The architectural structure of this tower was entirely different from that of ancient Chinese pagodas. The Tower of the Void had no distinct levels. Based on visual estimation, it was constructed layer by layer from massive stone blocks, appearing quite crude compared to the sophisticated ancient towers, yet ancient and majestic like a rugged giant in a chasm. Most importantly, the existence of the Tower of the Void likely dated back a long time. In ancient times, especially in these primitive, deep mountains of the ancient land, even if there were surviving populations, their productivity would have been extremely low. Standing on the edge of the pit, I could not truly comprehend the tower's height. In that era, constructing such a tower would have been a matter of life and death. Every material used for the tower weighed tons. I speculated that the construction principle of the Tower of the Void was likely similar to that of pyramids, with a platform built around the tower, essentially constructed from earth and stone. The higher the tower was built, the higher the platform needed to be piled. Once the tower was fully completed, the platform would be removed, leaving behind a complete tall tower. But regardless of how it was constructed, this tower was a miracle. I believe everything has a reason. The way of thinking of people in ancient times may have differed from that of modern people, but what was their purpose in investing so much time and effort to build such a stone tower? The more I thought about it, the more I felt that the Tower of the Void was filled with secrets. We began to walk slowly along the edge of the pit, hoping to find a path down. This sky pit was the original construction site of the tower, and there must be a way down. After walking less than 20 meters, we spotted a rugged stone staircase extending from the edge of the pit downwards. Though it was called a staircase, it was essentially a series of stone hollows directly carved into the pit wall. The wall was slightly slanted, but still steep. To descend, we had to step on this staircase, risking our lives as we went down step by step. "Fong, why are you really going down?" The white-collar worker gasped and turned to me, saying, 8 years ago, those 2 people hanging on the stakes might have died after going down from here. This steep stone staircase is the only passage to the bottom of the pit, yet it also symbolizes the unknown and death. Right now, we still had the opportunity to withdraw, but if we turned back, all the secrets would forever remain secrets, unsolvable secrets. To knowingly undertake the impossible is a form of folly. It is a folly, yet also a steadfast determination and belief. I must unravel this secret, otherwise it won't just be me, but perhaps many others who will be troubled by the consequences of that nightmare. Hellion took the lead to scout the way. For safety's sake, I kept a distance of 4 to 5 meters behind him, and the white-collar worker maintained the same distance behind me. This staircase had likely been traversed by many people. The edges of the hollows were smoothed out. We did not have long safety ropes and had to rely solely on our hands to climb. With each step, perhaps death was looming. Hellion climbed slowly, which was somewhat safer, but the pit was too deep. By the time we reached halfway, I felt my strength depleting rapidly, as if all the remaining force in my body had been drawn out. But all I could do was grit my teeth and endure, not thinking about how much longer it would take to reach the bottom, just stubbornly climbing. The process of climbing lasted a long time, and by the time I finally reached the bottom of the pit, I collapsed onto the ground, not even wanting to move my fingers. The white-collar worker was also exhausted, gasping heavily. The bottom of the pit was damp with a dense network of underground water systems, clearly indicating that there had previously been habitation here. Large stones were laid over the water flow, allowing passage. The white-collar worker and I could no longer hold on, and we each ate a bit of chocolate. After resting for at least an hour, that extreme fatigue and weariness gradually eased somewhat. We walked from this place toward the center of the pit, which was perhaps around 200 meters away. The towering Tower of the Void was getting closer. Only by truly standing beneath this tower could one appreciate its solidity and grandeur. The base of the tower resembled a palace supporting the straight tower body. The air convection became more pronounced. After standing for a while, I noticed that the bottom of the pit was not a flat expanse as the back of the Tower of the Void. The direction we were facing revealed another deep abyss that could not be seen to the bottom. This abyss was even more unfathomable than the pit, with a chilling coldness constantly seeping up from its depths, making one shiver uncontrollably. The bottomless abyss was about 30 to 40 meters away from the Tower of the Void, which was a safe distance for us. The pit was cleaned very well. Apart from this Tower of the Void, there was nothing else. This further confirmed that the truth we sought might lie within this tower. The front of the base of the tower was the 2 massive stone doors were slightly ajar, and the right door had collapsed halfway due to age. From the outside, one could not see the full view of the tower inside. After a long period of observation, Hellion cautiously stepped through the half-collapsed stone door. The white-collar worker and I followed behind, feeling extremely uneasy, always believing that this tower concealed many things, and they were things we could not handle. The base of the tower was destined to have a vast interior space. Hellion instructed us to remain still for now while he explored the tower. The tower was empty, with some disheveled stone figures discarded in the corners. The stone figures were roughly the same size as real people, and behind the white-collar worker were a few. I found these figures quite unsettling, feeling as if there were several corpses standing behind me, and I didn't even want to look at them. "Hey, did you notice something?" The white-collar worker patted me and said, "Why do these stone figures have no faces?" If she hadn't pointed it out, I might not have noticed. The stone figures were covered in dust, but upon closer inspection one could see that their faces had been chiseled beyond recognition. This felt very awkward, as if I were looking at a person whose nose and ears had been cut off, causing my palms and soles to itch. The interior of the tower base was filled with these faceless stone figures piled up everywhere. Hellion was slowly probing the way forward in the vast emptiness of the tower's base. Only the sound of his soft footsteps could be heard. The office worker wrapped her clothes around her, frowning as she said to me, "Fong, why don't you feel that this ghostly place has an indescribable feeling?" "I don't feel anything." I didn't want to discuss this issue with the office worker because I truly felt that the interior of the tower's base was eerie, likely due to the years of neglect, or perhaps because of the absolute darkness. I always felt that this boundless darkness seemed to conceal other creatures. But the more I felt this way, the less I could talk about it with the office worker. I'm not a superstitious person, but am genuinely afraid that some things we talk about might just become real. Hellion wanted to traverse the entire tower's base. We certainly had to ascend the tower, so we couldn't leave any hazards behind to avoid being trapped up top. He walked slowly and observed carefully. After about 10 minutes, Hellion turned around in the corner of the wall opposite us, preparing to head back. The distance between us was a bit far, and the tower's base relied entirely on the flashlight in hand for illumination. At the moment Hellion turned around, I couldn't tell if my vision was blurred. I saw several crooked, rotten-faced stone figures behind him, seemingly slowly raising their arms. Clearly they intended to ambush Hellion. For half a second, I couldn't be sure if what I saw was accurate, but soon the office worker beside me looked tense too, raising her hand to point towards Hellion. At that moment, I could confirm it wasn't an illusion. I didn't have time to think about how those rotten-faced stone figures could lift their arms, and immediately shouted to Hellion to warn him. "Be careful behind you." This shout reached the limit of my vocal volume, echoing in the empty tower's base. Hellion's reflexes were such that upon hearing the warning, he immediately sprang into action. However, what I didn't expect was that this enormous tower base built from tons of stone appeared so solid it could last forever. But with that shout, both the office worker and I felt a subtle balance within the tower's space was shattered by my voice, leading to instability. I felt the tower above my head tremble, slightly faint rumblings echoed, and dust began to fall like rain. I sensed danger and grabbed the office worker, intending to flee from the corner, but as my hand clasped around her arm, 2 stone blocks taller than a person crashed down about 7 or 8 meters ahead. I don't know how heavy those stones were, but the immense vibration caused by their impact stunned me, forcing me to abandon my plan to rush out. Surrounded by dust through the hazy mist, I caught sight of Hellion, clearly entangled by something. Boom! The echoes of those 2 massive stone blocks hitting the ground hadn't completely faded, and one side of the tower base seemed to be collapsing entirely, as if the people inside could be buried alive at any moment. In that moment, I felt as though I was facing a natural disaster that humanity could not contend with, or stop placing all my hopes on Hellion. I couldn't fully see the scene behind the haze, but in a daze I felt Hellion's situation was no better than mine. He was tightly entangled by some unseen force, rolling and struggling in the darkness. The tremors of the tower's base shook the foundation, and the surrounding walls began to crack. I felt I could no longer rely on Hellion. I held onto the office worker, pressing tightly against the corner. When my peripheral vision was about to retract from afar, I saw Hellion rolling out from a wide crack, entangled by those things I couldn't see clearly. When I saw this scene, my heart jolted. 30 to 40 meters away from the stone tower was an unfathomable abyss. Despite the distance, my feeling was so sorrowful and intense that I sensed once Hellion went out, he would never return. Boom! Half of the tower base collapsed completely, as if a temple that had been worshipped by alien races in the darkness for thousands of years crumbled, and the flashlight's beam was instantly obstructed by fallen stones stacked like a mountain. The office worker and I stumbled, collapsing against the wall, squeezing ourselves beneath 2 crooked stone figures. This collapse seemed to be the peak of the tremors. After it, the sensation of shaking significantly diminished, then gradually faded away. Before me was a thick haze of dust floating back and forth. I hurriedly stood up, shining my flashlight around. My heart sank completely. All around were large stones that had fallen and piled up, trapping the office worker and me tightly in a small space among the ruins. If it weren't for the huge noise of the tower collapsing, I would almost suspect this was a man-made conspiracy. Those fallen stones seemed deliberately stacked, leaving not even a gap wide enough for a finger. I was still reluctant to accept this reality, getting up and constantly searching the surroundings, hoping to find a gap among the ruined stones to crawl out. The office worker was searching as well. The space imprisoning us was about 40 to 50 square meters large. After searching for a while, the despair in my heart began to uncontrollably consume my nerves. There was no way out, not even a crack. To escape from here, one would have to disintegrate into air. Very well, very well. After a while of searching, the office worker, probably like me, had despaired significantly. She sat down weakly, looking up at me. The usual cold and proud gaze was extinguished by despair. "We can't get out, we can't get out. Let's keep looking." At this moment, I felt I should be like a man, strong and tenacious in the fight for survival. I should comfort and encourage the office worker to uplift her spirits. But as soon as I said that, I felt a lack of confidence because the space beneath the ruins was so small, and after so long of searching I knew there was no way out. Absolutely no way out. I felt like a fly trapped in a glass bottle, aimlessly circling around, fearing that if I stopped I would be struck down by the despair of the darkness. I busily circled around the space several times. The office worker remained motionless, sitting there with her head down, lost in thought. Feng Hui, I have a premonition. The office worker's voice had noticeably changed, lacking the previous assertiveness and aloofness. She raised her head, her shoulders trembling imperceptibly. I have a feeling that Helion might die. He's so powerful, he won't die? I felt a bit strange. The office worker and Helion had always been at odds. Whenever there was a chance to provoke Helion, she would certainly not miss it. But now her tone seemed to carry an indescribable regret. I suspected that this cold-faced, hard-mouthed woman lacked immunity to a tough guy like Helion. Looking at my expression, the office worker seemed to know what I was thinking. She smiled faintly and said, "You know, the last few videos left by Li Xiyun must be in Helion's hands. I'm just sorry that if he dies, those videos will never be seen by us again." After saying this, the office worker fell silent again. I turned around for a long time, feeling increasingly exhausted, and could only sit down to conserve my precious energy. There was still a bit of chocolate left, but the stones in front of me were all larger than my head. I asked the office worker to turn off the flashlight. In this predicament, without food or drink, one could still persist, but if the light source was cut off, I estimated we would quickly go insane. She and I sat shoulder to shoulder, only turning on a spare portable flashlight. At this point, even though I put on a brave front in front of the office worker, deep down, I already understood that this was a dead space, all exits blocked by massive stones without a single gap. However, I had not completely lost my desire to survive. I still had a last glimmer of hope. Ghostly messages, ghostly information. That person who had brought me insight several times in this predicament, I felt it would surely provide me with relevant information to help me break free from this deadlock. I sat still, my heart racing, anxiously waiting for the phone to vibrate. The premonitions of the office worker and me seemed to align. After being trapped in this pile of ruins for 2 hours, no sounds could be heard from outside. This proved that Helion, entangled by things I couldn't see, clearly rolled out and never returned. Otherwise, he would have certainly sought us out. Even if he couldn't dig through the pile of giant stones, he would absolutely not leave. As time went by, I even began to doubt whether Helion was dead. I was anxious, but had no way out. I could only hope for a text or call with insights and think about how to find Helion after escaping. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. In this desolate environment, time flowed silently like water. Having been trapped here for a full 5 hours, my body urgently needed nourishment and warmth. I wanted to save some food, but couldn't resist, and ate half of the remaining chocolate. Buzz. Just as the taste of chocolate lingered in my mouth, my phone suddenly vibrated. My heart leaped, and I swiftly grabbed the phone as if my life depended on it. Hope arrived. Hope arrived. I couldn't tell who sent the message, but at this moment, I truly loved this person. Even if it wasn't a person, I wanted to give it the most heartfelt embrace. A message appeared on my phone. When I saw it, the hope that had just risen in my heart shattered like a bubble. Here there is no way out. When I saw this text message, my heart was engulfed in desolation. The despair that had already spread within me surged forth without any hindrance, completely drowning me. The reason one can persist in adversity without collapsing may be solely due to a glimmer of hope, which serves as a mental pillar. If even this glimmer of hope shatters, then perhaps a person's spirit will instantly collapse. I set down my phone, my gaze vacant, as I slowly glanced around the desolate space before me. This is a sturdy bottle without an exit or any seams. I could even foresee the eventual fate of myself and the white-collar worker, consuming all the food only to painfully perish in despair and hunger. I dared not think further. If death were inevitable, I would rather choose to be shot. The longer the process of dying, the more torment it would bring. I was unwilling to resign to fate, but the current reality had already unconsciously determined my destiny. Let's make one more effort. I rarely yield, even knowing hope is lost, yet I still struggled to rise and walked around the space once more. In the following hours, I sat face to face with the white-collar worker, a small handheld flashlight illuminating the space between us with faint light. I could see her face devoid of any color. 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. In this ancient and isolated mountain, it felt as if the world had abandoned us. No one would know our whereabouts, nor would anyone come to rescue us. Time passed from several hours to 2 days and 2 nights. On the 3rd day, I consumed the last bit of food I had, which wasn't enough to sustain normal consumption. I had no spirit, no strength, and couldn't even sit still. Hunger began to distort my consciousness. It was slightly better when my eyes were closed, but once I opened them, I felt stars swirling before my eyes, as if the light from the flashlight was subtly warping. After being hungry for a long time, I started to feel lightheaded, as if I were floating in mist. Hunger is truly a painful experience, so a man made of steel can withstand bleeding but cannot endure hunger. When the hunger made me dizzy, all I could think of were hamburgers. Looking at my arms, I couldn't help but want to take a bite. The white-collar worker's eyes began to turn gray. Her usually neat hair was slightly disheveled, much like her gaze covered in a thin layer of dust. She could no longer maintain her previous strength. In the throes of hunger and adversity, she was no different from Ding-Ling, fragile and easily breakable. Long-term food deprivation lowered our immunity. After being trapped in this dead end for 4 days, the white-collar worker finally succumbed. Sometimes she would doze off, and other times she would start rambling. I found it hard to endure, but I was slightly better off than her. Looking at the white-collar worker's pale face for the first time, I felt pity for her. This feeling suddenly made me forget her previous lofty demeanor. We are all going to die. The white-collar worker curled up in the corner, dazedly opening her vacant eyes to mumble to me. I truly had no way to help her. I took off my outer jacket and covered her with it. In this environment, the only warmth I could offer was this little bit. Since ancient times, who hasn't faced death? I smiled bitterly as I tucked the jacket around her. Can you hold me? The white-collar worker possibly lacked the strength to even open her eyes. She looked at me, closed her eyes, tilted her head, and said very softly, "Except for my father, no man has ever held me. I can't remember what it feels like to be in someone's embrace." I didn't answer. I slowly extended my hand. The white-collar worker leaned against me at an angle. Her hair still carried a faint scent of shampoo. Her hands were ice-cold, but her body was soft. Holding her made my heart feel a little more at ease, because at least now I still had a living companion by my side. You should have seen that scene. The white-collar worker said to me gently with her eyes closed. 5 coffins mean 5 people must die. Old Wang next door, the rich and handsome Ding-Ling Hellion. They are all dead. Now only the 2 of us are left. Will one of us still be able to survive? My heart jolted. Trapped in adversity, I was only thinking of how to escape, and I had completely forgotten that scene. 5 coffins, 5 dead, and now only the white-collar worker and I remained in a group of 6. Does this really mean that one of us will survive? But I truly couldn't imagine how to survive. Feng Huai, if only one of us can survive and the choice is in your hands, what would you choose? The white-collar worker asked. Be honest, speak your heart's truth. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Humans are inherently selfish creatures from birth. If I had to speak the truth, I certainly did not want to die. The white-collar worker's body was soft, radiating warmth. Holding her, I could feel her breathing and heartbeat. In the midst of hesitation, fear suddenly gripped me, for I couldn't imagine that if the white-collar worker truly died, her breathing and heartbeat would cease, her body would decay, and like all corpses, turn into a pile of pale bones. Something within me was touched. I am not that noble, at least not noble enough to sacrifice myself to save others, yet at this moment my heart was stirred. I desperately did not want the white-collar worker to die. I would rather pay any price to keep her alive, even if that price were my life. To be honest, I want to live. I said to the white-collar worker, but if I truly had to choose, I would choose for you to live. Is that the truth? The white-collar worker's hands lacked strength, but she held onto my waist, her ear pressed tightly against my chest. I've heard too many lies. Before dying, I just want to hear one truth. The truth. I sighed in relief. Sometimes I am an emotional person. Seeing a homeless person on the street, I might feel pity, and in a moment of impulse give him all the money I have. I might regret it afterward, but in that moment when I handed him the money, I was sincere. Thank you. The white-collar worker clung tightly to my chest and fell into a deep slumber once again. I held her, listening as the sounds around me faded until they disappeared. I couldn't even distinguish whether she had fallen asleep or fainted. This time the white-collar worker did not wake up again. She still breathed, but remained unconscious. I wanted to stay strong, but I was not superhuman. I couldn't remain lively with all sustenance completely cut off. I don't know when it started, but I too found myself on the brink of unconsciousness. I kept reminding myself not to sleep, because if I fell asleep, I might never wake up again. But I couldn't control my eyes, and I wanted to hold the white-collar worker tighter, yet she slowly slipped from my embrace, lying at my feet. How long would it take for our bodies to be discovered? Maybe next century, or the century after, or perhaps no one would ever know that 2 people from the north had quietly fallen asleep in this darkness. I didn't know how long I had been unconscious, but in a daze I felt something tugging at my shoe. I opened my eyes to see the portable flashlight's battery nearly depleted, the light dimmed to the extreme. In that instant of opening my eyes, my scalp tingled. I saw a small shadow squatting at my feet, tugging at one of my shoes. With thin limbs and an absurdly large head, sparse hair. If it were any other time, I would surely have jumped up. But starved to this point, I felt like a corpse with only a heartbeat, watching the big-head creature squatting at my feet, unable to move. The big-head creature squatted there looking at me. I looked back at it. As the staring continued, I felt that its once shriveled, wilted face seemed to have rounded out a bit, and its sparse yellow hair had darkened somewhat. In my heart, I believed the big-head creature was definitely not a good entity. I lay still because I simply couldn't move. Stealthily, I groped and secretly grasped the shovel beside me. But as I held the shovel, I suddenly realized that if the big-head creature intended to harm us, it would not need to wake me. It could easily take my and the white-collar workers' lives while we slept. Moreover, the more crucial point was that there wasn't a single seam in this desolate space. How did the big-head creature get in? What on earth does it intend to do? Looking at the big-head strange baby, my emotions became very complex, and I couldn't quite express what kind of feeling it was. In my consciousness, the change in fate for the 6 members of our team all stemmed from the big-head strange baby. From this perspective, it is my mortal enemy, a creature that is both horrifying and chilling. Yet at this moment, the appearance of the big-head strange baby gave me a glimmer of hope amid despair. My companion and I had searched the ruined space multiple times and found no exits, yet the big-head strange baby managed to enter. This implies that there must be a path to survival that I have yet to discover. As long as we can persistently survive, there is still hope for escaping the ruins. However, when I looked at the motionless big-head strange baby by my feet, I suddenly wondered if my companion and I could truly survive. In the dimly lit space, a bizarre baby squatted at my feet, and this feeling was more unsettling than any horror movie. The big-head strange baby remained still, and I too could not move. We faced each other in a silence. I constantly warned myself not to show fear or panic at this moment. The situation was already unfavorable for me. If I panicked further, I would have no chance to turn the tide. Therefore, I suppressed all the anxious emotions within me and tried to maintain composure while locking eyes with the big-head strange baby, contemplating how I could subdue it. I could not recall exactly how many days the big-head strange baby had been missing. As I observed, I suddenly noticed that it seemed to have undergone some changes during its disappearance. These changes were not very obvious. If one did not look closely, they might go unnoticed. After all, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be scared out of their wits upon seeing the big-head strange baby, leaving no room for other thoughts. Its face had become rounder, its hair had darkened and thickened, and its limbs had slightly grown stronger, making its body proportions appear more normal than before. These insignificant changes made me feel that it was becoming more human-like rather than remaining a mere monster. I slowly gathered my strength, not expecting to subdue the big-head strange baby, but at least I needed to know how it had entered. I gripped the shovel tightly in my hand, my palms sweating. Due to the tension, I broke out in a sweat, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged in my heart. Just as I was gathering my strength, the big-head strange baby, which had been squatting motionless, suddenly straightened its body and began to retreat. This eerie little creature had an exceptional sense of danger. The moment I conceived the thought of confronting it, it sensed the impending threat. As it retreated, I suddenly sprang to my feet and lunged at it. My physical strength had already been completely exhausted. This charge was solely driven by sheer will. After fainting for so long, the sudden rush caused my blood sugar to drop and my legs gave way, causing me to fall forward uncontrollably. The fall was quite brutal, and I was unlucky enough to hit my forehead against a rock the size of a fist, knocking me out instantly. I struggled to lift my head as blood trickled down from my forehead to the surrounding area of my eyes. The big-head strange baby had paused 3 meters in front of me, turning back to look at me. In a daze, I saw the big-head strange baby slowly raising its arm to a 45-degree angle. I did not know what it intended to do, but I could sense that its eyes held a gaze that only a human could possess. The injury to my head combined with my weakened state quickly dulled my consciousness. I was not completely unconscious, but my head was spinning, and I could no longer keep my eyes open. It was a peculiar sensation. I still existed in this real world, yet my mind seemed to perceive another completely different realm, as if I were flickering between reality and illusion. Vague memories of many people and events resurfaced. Oldly, the neighbor Lao Wang, the rich and handsome Guy Ding Ling, my companion Helian. Their faces emerged one by one in the haze like a cluster of sparkling bubbles, blooming and then bursting. I did not know how long I had lingered in this stupor. Those chaotic faces, both strange and familiar, were eventually all replaced by the inscrutable face of the big-head strange baby. The face of the big-head strange baby was frozen in my blurred consciousness, and I seemed to feel it opening its mouth, wanting to say something. I woke from my stupor, having exhausted all the battery in my flashlight. In the ruins, I could see nothing ahead. I groped for my flashlight and turned it on, but the big-head strange baby had vanished. My companion. Unable to find the big-head strange baby, I quickly turned to look for my companion. I did not like her personality, but in this special environment, she had become an invisible pillar of support for me. My companion still lay in place, maintaining her original posture. Her condition was already very poor. She had breath and heartbeat, but her pulse fluctuated and her hands and feet were icy cold, while her forehead was burning hot. She was slender and not as strong as I, and in the absence of food, she had grown increasingly weak. My companion. My companion. I patted her face, but she did not respond. Unable to contain my fear, I picked her up. To be honest, I was terrified she would die. In the lonely darkness, if my companion quietly passed away before me, my nerves might not withstand it. I kept calling her name, patting her. She was neither ill nor injured. If only there was a little food and a bit of water, it would be enough to pull her back from the brink of death. But I had nothing. At this thought, I recalled the big-head strange baby. Where had it entered the ruins from? Since it could come in, it indicated that there must be a way out. I immediately set my companion down and resumed my search in the ruins. I searched meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked, yet the exit seemed to have vanished into thin air. Where is the exit? Where is it? I stood there in a daze, replaying all the moments when the big-head strange baby had appeared. How it appeared and how it departed. I had not witnessed it with my own eyes. As I pondered the strange motion of the big-head strange baby raising its arm, just before I fainted resurfaced in my mind. A glimmer of insight suddenly flashed in my mind. I turned around, took a few steps, and stood at the spot where the big-head strange baby had disappeared, looking forward at a 45-degree angle. I had searched every corner of the ruined space, but I had overlooked the area above me. When I looked ahead, illuminated by the strong beam of my flashlight, I quickly spotted a gap about the width of a palm in the upper corner of the wall. This gap was created by two large stones falling and pressing against each other, filled with rubble and dust. I suddenly understood that the big-head strange baby raising its hand was clearly indicating the exact location of this gap. The gap was only as wide as a palm, barely enough to fit an arm through, but for me this was already an exhilarating discovery. I was weak, but the intense will to survive ignited a certain potential within me. I suddenly felt invigorated and ran towards the wall corner. In the corner, a few dilapidated stone figures lay haphazardly. I stepped on one of them to climb up. Using the shovel to pry at the gap, a shower of debris and dust cascaded down. Before I could react, a stone larger than a washbasin fell from the gap with a thunderous crash. I pressed myself tightly against the wall. The large stone nearly grazed my nose as it fell, sending cold sweat down my back. As the dust settled, the gap widened, clearly revealing a hole large enough for a person to crawl through. Based on the architectural structure of the stone tower and the condition after the tower base collapsed, it could be determined that if I crawled through this hole, I would enter the second level of the stone tower. I did not know if I would find a way out of the stone tower after crawling through, but being stuck in this confined space, I had to take the chance. Since my companion had not yet awakened, I would crawl ahead to scout the way. I wedged the flashlight against myself, holding the shovel in one hand. Once the swirling dust gradually dissipated, I cautiously poked my head out of the hole where the tower base had collapsed, affecting the adjacent tower level. My eyes were level with the ground of the second level of the stone tower, and I slowly scanned the area. The ground showed signs of cracks, but overall the situation was still relatively good. It was still very quiet around me. After observing for a moment, I crawled directly up through the hole. When I did so, I immediately spotted something next to a fragmented stone block at the edge of the hole. There weren't many items, but for me at this moment, everything was a lifesaver: 3 packs of ultra-energy compressed biscuits, a small bag of pure glucose powder, and a soft package of purified water. I was ecstatic. This little food might not fill my stomach, but it could save my life. At that moment, I nearly burst into tears. Only those who have faced the brink of starvation can understand this feeling. Yet as I held these items, my thoughts suddenly shifted, and I found this situation somewhat absurd. The English labels on the biscuits and glucose powder were still intact. Clearly these items had been brought in from the outside world. With almost everyone in the team dead, who had left me this life-saving food? Hellion. I immediately thought of Hellion. Had Hellion not died? If Hellion was indeed alive, regardless of how he found the entrance, he should have woken both me and my companion. Given his way of doing things, he would not abandon us. Holding this life-saving food, I became puzzled. Someone had clearly left me these supplies intentionally. The second level of the stone tower, like the entire underground space, seemed devoid of any signs of life, yet I was certain that someone was here. Who could it be? I held the rations in my hands, pondering for a moment, yet I could not ascertain who had left them for me. I ceased my thoughts and turned back, crawling through the cave entrance to the base of the tower. I tore open the biscuit packaging, mixing a small portion of the biscuit with water to form a paste, then added a bit of glucose powder. The aroma of the biscuit paste was delightful, and as I stirred it, my mouth watered incessantly. However, I did not eat. Instead, I picked up the woman in a business suit and fed her. Although she was unconscious, her extreme hunger kept her instinctively eating, and before long, I had fed her the food. After she finished eating, I had a little myself, and then sat beside her, keeping watch. The little food quickly took effect, and after about 20 minutes she awakened. She had been unconscious, completely unaware of what had transpired. I briefly explained to her that the situation had improved somewhat, but the danger was not completely averted. We still needed to find our way, starting from the second floor of the stone tower. There's still a bit of food, let's split it, I said, dividing the remaining portion into two and handing one half. The void stone tower appeared quiet, but I knew that silence did not equate to safety. I could not guarantee that both the woman and I could escape unscathed. If we encountered any sudden situations that caused us to scatter, having some food on each of us could allow us to survive a bit longer. If it comes down to it, you can leave me behind. She carefully placed her things down, fixing her hair, and said to me, I never want to become a burdensome liability. Stop with the nonsense. I thought this woman was truly a bit much. When she was dazed, she treated me as a comforting shadow from her memories, but now that she was awake, her inherent aloofness and pride were re-emerging. I'm serious. Given the circumstances, if you can escape, do so. It's better for one person to die than for both of us to perish together. At least you can take news from here. All right, let's go. I let the woman rest for a moment, then supported her as she crawled up from the hole. After following her up, I began to observe our surroundings. The collapse of the stone tower was a bizarre accident. It was likely due to the tower's intricate and sturdy construction when it was originally built. The base had crumbled halfway, yet the main structure was largely unaffected. The woman and I looked around the second floor, which had no doors or windows, indicating that this tower was never meant for habitation. Thus, we still could not find a way to leave the stone tower. Don't you think we've crawled from one dead end to another? I shook my head, not agreeing. Various signs and my instincts told me that this void tower must harbor a path to freedom. If we truly want to find a way out, we must keep climbing towards the top of the tower, she said, breathing heavily. In case of an emergency, we'd be like lambs to the slaughter. Being a lamb is still better than starving to death. I felt a bit annoyed by her tone, ignoring her as I took the lead with the shovel. In a narrow path, the brave prevail. It's not guaranteed who will kill whom, so don't be so pessimistic. The second floor of the stone tower was even more spacious than the base, as if everything had been cleared away, leaving nothing behind. We made a circle, and the stairs leading upwards were still mostly intact. Following the spiral staircase, the woman and I moved about 6 or 7 meters higher. In fact, the stone tower did not have a fixed number of floors. Based on my previous observations, it might be between 40 and 50 meters tall, likely having 8 or 9 floors, probably 9. In ancient China, 9 was a deeply significant number. Although there were numbers above 9, such as 10, 11, and 12, 9 represented the ultimate limit. Thus, past emperors were referred to as the 9-5 respected rather than the 15 respected. Actually, the higher we go, the more dangerous it becomes, the woman said, trailing behind me. The base has collapsed, and such a tall tower could fall at any moment. Then what do you propose we do? I was genuinely a bit irritated and turned to ask her, should we just stay down here, finish this little bit of food, and wait to die? I was just saying that. Why are you getting angry? The woman rolled her eyes and said no more. I led the woman up to the third floor of the stone tower. The third floor was empty, but on the fourth floor there were some stone figures scattered chaotically. They were similar in size to real people, expertly crafted from stone, yet their faces had been chiseled into a state of disarray. When I first saw the stone figures in the tower, the base had collapsed, and I hadn't had time to observe them closely. Now I could calm down and take a good look. The stone figures were in disarray, and from the marks on them, it was evident that they had existed for an incredibly long time beyond traceable history. I also noticed a detail: the materials used to carve the stone figures varied significantly, distinguishable even to the naked eye. This indicated that these stone figures originally came from different places and had all been collected and transported to the stone tower. Why have all these stone figures been disfigured? The woman was fastidious and had a cleanliness obsession, as such people often had obsessive-compulsive tendencies, feeling uncomfortable upon seeing any flaws. The faces of the stone figures had been deliberately marred. Wiping away the dust from their surfaces, I noticed that the chisel marks were relatively new. Although I couldn't determine precisely when they were made, it was definitely within a short time frame. From the fourth floor onwards, the number of stone figures gradually increased. By the sixth floor of the stone tower, we still hadn't found a way out, but the stone figures were densely packed everywhere. Because these figures came from different regions, there were variations in their sizes and craftsmanship, with rows of tall and short stone figures numbering in the hundreds. The woman and I had nowhere to stand back to back. I clearly remembered that during the collapse of the base, Hellion seemed to have been entangled by the stone figures. Therefore, facing so many stone figures made me uneasy, as if confronting a row of potential ambushers, which felt very unsettling. I glanced around and intended to continue moving. The stone figures from the lower levels had been moved up, and the narrow space leading to the seventh floor was nearly blocked by them. The rows of stone figures resembled walls. As I brought the woman to the side of the stairs, my footsteps suddenly. My vigilance was high. I felt that someone might be here, so I maintained a sharp sense of observation. I stopped because I saw a corner of clothing faintly revealing itself next to the row of stone figures near the stairs. Someone was hiding behind the stone figures. Moreover, the person was deliberately concealed, remaining still. I sensed they were waiting for us to approach within a certain range before launching a sudden attack. I could feel the hostility from the other party. I immediately turned back to the woman and gestured with my eyes, as she was quite clever and understood my meaning in an instant. I handed her the flashlight and gripped the shovel tightly for defense. I'm feeling a bit tired and my legs are freaking numb. I spoke loudly to the woman on purpose. Young man, don't overdo it. Oh, it's not good for your mental and physical health. If you can't hold on, take a break. The woman understood and responded, stopping in place as she swayed the flashlight while rummaging through her back. The backpack was filled with a jumble of items rustling as she moved. Taking this opportunity, I quietly circled to the other side of the row of stone figures. From this position, I could clearly see a person hiding opposite their back to me. Afraid of being discovered, they did not dare to show themselves and were intently listening to our voices. Their demeanor clearly indicated they were waiting for us to get closer. I suddenly felt confused. I believe the food I had was intentionally left for me, a gesture of goodwill. However, this person before me was on high alert, preparing to launch a deadly ambush against us. I could not discern how many people were hidden in this stone tower, but I had no other choice at this critical moment. I absolutely could not let my guard down, nor could I show mercy. Without further ado, I needed to take the other party down. Feng Hui, I actually think you are quite a decent person, very sincere. The woman continued speaking, trying to attract the other party's attention. You're just a bit stubborn. That personality isn't great. If you don't change, you might end up suffering. As she spoke, I held my breath and quietly approached the person hiding behind the stone figures, raising the shovel higher as the distance closed. You really like dingling, don't you? Don't deny it. Ooh, I'm not blind. I can see it. As the woman continued talking, it seemed she was getting serious, her tone dripping with jealousy, as she said, I find it puzzling how your generation's standards of beauty have regressed to such an irredeemable level. Does she even know what feelings and love are? Two clueless young fools think they've developed feelings due to a moment's attraction and impulse, daydreaming about a beautiful future. Let me tell you, that's pure nonsense. I took a deep breath as I stood just inches away from the person hiding behind the stone figures. The woman kept mumbling, and I was completely prepared. In the blink of an eye, I swung the shovel down hard onto the back of the person. Bang! This person was no master, otherwise they wouldn't be hiding here preparing for an ambush. They had never expected that I would circle around and hit them from behind. The blow was heavy. The person let out a scream, staggering forward and collapsing to the ground, their legs twitching as they tried to crawl forward. I rushed over in one step, stepping on their back and aiming the shovel at their neck. Don't move, otherwise I will take your life. Immediately the person stopped moving. At this moment the woman realized I had succeeded and ran over with the flashlight. Under the light, I saw blood streaming down the back of this person's head, and involuntarily my heart trembled, because I felt they looked somewhat familiar. Although the person I was stepping on hadn't turned their face, yet that familiar feeling grew stronger and stronger. When the white-collar worker rushed forward and shone the flashlight on the person, my head buzzed with a sudden realization. I was astonished, extremely astonished, with a sense of utter unpredictability washing over me, and my heart raced. Don't kill me. The person turned slightly, pleading for mercy. Hearing his voice only confirmed my suspicion further. I could see the frame of his glasses hanging by his ears. It's old Wang from next door? The shock inside me lingered, as old Wang from next door was definitely dead. We had personally buried him beneath the dead tree by the river before entering the mountains. How could he possibly have crawled out of the ground and followed us here? I was afraid I had mistaken him, so I urged the white-collar worker to hold the flashlight closer, then squatted down to turn his face. A pale face and the eyes behind the glasses glimmering with a sly light. We had been together for quite some time in this team. I wouldn't say I knew everyone thoroughly, but at least I could recognize their appearances without error. Old Wang had always given me a sinister feeling from the start. I had even imagined that if our team encountered sudden misfortune, he would likely be the first to run away. I was completely bewildered, utterly bewildered. I strained my brain, but couldn't fathom how old Wang had come back to life. Yet I sensed an aura of conspiracy lurking in the air. How he came back to life could be set aside for now, but since he had returned, he wasn't looking for us, but was preparing an ambush at the stone tower. Old Wang's intentions were quite sinister. Old Wang talk. I dared not let my guard down, my vigilance heightened. While pressuring Old Wang for answers, I was also using all my senses to observe this layer of the stone tower. The situation was more complicated than I had imagined. I had initially thought that in this towering void tower, there was only the person who had left me rations. However, given the current circumstances, since it wasn't Old Wang who left the rations, it meant that there was more than one hidden person in this place. Old Wang hung his head silent. The temperature inside the stone tower was quite low, but beads of sweat dripped incessantly down his face. You are too sinister. The white-collar worker also erupted in anger. Having been trapped here for so long, without finding an escape, all her pent-up fury was directed at Old Wang. She pulled out a rope and firmly tied Old Wang to a stone figure, casting a cold gaze at him. I asked again, but Old Wang remained silent. The situation itself contained some bizarre, unfathomable hidden truths. Old Wong didn't want to tell us. His silence was actually a form of resistance. I became a bit anxious. I didn't want to act against someone I considered an acquaintance, but feeling cornered, even if I couldn't clarify everything, at least I needed to know how Old Wong had come in. That was the path to survival. Old Wong, don't push me. I slowly shook the shovel in my hand. The images of Gao Fushuang Ding Ling and Helian disappearing still lingered in my mind. I thought if it weren't for a conspiracy, perhaps they wouldn't have fallen into eternal slumber in the depths of the ancient mountains. I gritted my teeth, my heart hardening. If Old Wong continued to be tight-lipped, I would really take action to teach him a lesson. What are you babbling about? The white-collar worker was even more impatient. She snatched the shovel from my hand, waited, and turned to Old Wong, her posture clearly conveying to him, if you don't speak, this shovel will soon swing at you. Old Wong's eyes widened in shock. I couldn't tell if it was due to the white-collar worker's murderous intent or something else. He didn't speak, but his body writhed like a worm struggling against the ropes, sweat pouring down like rain. He was extremely agitated, his eyes wide open, as if the eyeballs might fall out at any moment. Don't. I instinctively took a step back, fearing Old Wong would pull some stunt. His legs were frantically pushing against the ground, but the ropes were very tight. The stone figures behind him were stacked closely, as solid as a wall. Old Wong struggled desperately, but was unable to break free from the ropes. He was drenched in sweat, his lips turning blue, trembling as he looked at us. Although he didn't speak, I could tell he was pleading for mercy, begging us to let him go. I felt a sense of disgust. This person was terrified of death, but he hadn't witnessed Ding Ling being dragged into the wall's crevices, nor had he seen Helian being wrapped up and rolled out of the stone tower. Every life is precious, and in my heart no one is worth more than another. Suddenly Old Wong's trembling body froze, and he became completely still. His eyes were wide open, his gaze frozen in his eye sockets. The white-collar worker glanced at me. We were both uncertain about Old Wong's condition now, but I had no intention of approaching easily. Old Wong had hidden himself so deeply, having been buried, yet still sneaking around in the stone tower. I absolutely could not let my guard down. I planned to keep watching to see him finish his act completely. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I saw a dark black hue spreading across Old Wong's neck, the darkness creeping along his skin, and in the blink of an eye it consumed his face. Old Wong had a fair complexion, but once shrouded in that dead black, his face appeared as if dipped in ink, glistening with darkness. I pulled the white-collar worker back, and after regaining my footing, Old Wong had been completely engulfed by that blackness. Even the whites of his eyes turned pitch black. The scene was utterly chilling. I felt a chill rising from the soles of my feet, and the hairs on my back stood up. What happened to him? The white-collar worker frowned. I couldn't articulate it. The only thing I could do was observe. There was no other way. Once that dead black covered Old Wong, I saw his hands, neck, and the skin and muscles exposed outside his clothes beginning to swell. It was as if a transparent balloon was being slowly filled with ink. The swelling intensified and quickened. The flesh beneath his skin seemed to be rapidly undergoing decomposition, swelling. In a very short time, Old Wong's body had at least expanded by a third. He had been quite thin, but at that moment he resembled a bloated black puppet. The white-collar worker felt nauseous. Due to the swelling, the skin on Old Wong's body was stretched to the point of being almost translucent, faintly revealing the black, viscous liquid flowing beneath. Bang! Just as the white-collar worker and I could no longer suppress our extreme disgust, Old Wong's face, distorted from the swelling, suddenly split open. A black, foul-smelling liquid sprayed out from the ruptured opening. The crack continued to extend, almost completely slicing Old Wong in half. The black liquid beneath the skin flowed out, and I estimated that this black liquid was the result of muscle and internal organs melting for some reason. As the black liquid drained away, only the darkened bones remained inside that layer of black skin. If I hadn't witnessed this scene with my own eyes, I couldn't describe how horrifying and disgusting it was. The white-collar worker and I hadn't eaten much, otherwise we would have already vomited. The foul odor permeated the entire 7 layers of the stone tower. There was no wind, and the smell lingered, nearly suffocating us. Despite this, my mind remained remarkably clear. I immediately sensed that someone or something did not want Old Wong to speak, so once Old Wong was subdued, his mouth had to be silenced. Who killed Old Wong? Who used such unimaginable and cruel means to do so? I felt danger. The murderer could silently kill Old Wong without any warning and had the capability to do the same to me and the white-collar worker in this environment. The black bodily fluid was corrosive. In the moment I contemplated, Old Wong's darkened skeleton collapsed like a pile of unbalanced blocks. Suddenly, I saw a tiny worm no longer than a chopstick slowly slithering out from between the scattered black. I couldn't tell if it was a small snake or a black worm. It was tiny, about the thickness of a person's pinky. It was completely black, glossy, with 2 white antennae a few centimeters long on its head. As the black worm crawled out from the bones, I couldn't tell if it was my vision playing tricks on me, or if it was something else that felt as though a terrifying aura filled the stone tower, instantly dimming even the flashlight's beam. The black worm raised its body like a cobra facing me. The two white antennae on its head trembled slightly. Without anyone explaining, I already knew that Old Wong's death was related to this black worm. What on earth is this? There was a distance of 4 to 5 meters between me and the worm. I dared not move, fearing that any sudden motion would lead to a fatal attack. With no other options, I could only quietly confront the black worm. Perhaps only a minute passed, but as I stared at the black worm, I suddenly felt an odd sensation, one I had never experienced in my life. I couldn't help but tremble at this feeling. As I gazed at the black worm with white antennae, I felt as if I was not facing a worm, but a person. A living, breathing person. I was stunned, my brain struggling to cope with this overwhelming sensation, leaving me frozen in place like a statue. The white-collar worker noticed me dazed and pulled me from behind. With her tug, I snapped back to reality. The black worm still hovered before me. At that moment, my perception expanded and intensified. For some reason, I suddenly felt that this black worm knew the truth, knew all the secrets. Whoosh! Just as I had this thought, the white-antenned black worm darted with incredible speed, almost in the blink of an eye, slipping through the gaps between the stone figures behind. I knew this white-antenned worm was terrifying. It might carry unique and deadly venom, but I couldn't suppress my thoughts. It knew the truth. To me, it was like a person, and I had to catch it. I felt like a madman disregarding any danger, and I took off. This pile of stone figures blocked the staircase from the 7th to the 8th floor. Although the construction materials of the stone tower were crude, the bonding between the stones was very tight, leaving almost no gaps. I felt that the black worm was heading to the 8th floor. My movements were much slower than its. A jumble of stone figures obstructed my path. I crawled over the stone figures, and the white-collar worker had no choice but to follow closely behind. I climbed over the stone figures and rushed up 2 steps at a time. The black worm had already vanished from view, and I had no idea if it was hiding in some corner of the 8th floor. The stone tower was nearing its peak, the area of the tower's floors gradually shrinking. When I burst into the 8th floor, I found it clean and spacious, devoid of stone figures or any clutter, as if not a speck of dust remained, strangely empty. The white-antenned black worm was nowhere to be found, and I instantly lost my target. The white-collar worker caught up from behind and grabbed my arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" My mind began to regain its composure. This was indeed a bit too risky. As things quieted down, my observational skills returned to normal. There was nothing superfluous on the 8th floor, but after scanning and observing, I saw that the walls were covered with primitive patterns reminiscent of cave paintings. This style of painting was rough and ancient, using natural pigments. The interior of the stone tower was almost sealed off, and the murals had not been eroded by external conditions, suggesting they had likely been well preserved. However, I discovered that the murals had suffered human vandalism. I suspected that the ancient indigenous people of the ancient land had existed long ago, perhaps before written language was circulated. Apart from verbal communication between people, the murals were the primary carriers of information. The amount of information in the images was substantial, but due to the damage, most of the murals had become unclear. This was so far the only valuable clue I had found in the stone tower, and I refused to give up, carefully browsing through these murals. I slowly moved from one end of the wall to the other. After circling around completely, when the final few murals were nearing their end, I found that miraculously the last few murals had evaded that human destruction. Although the colors of the murals had faded, the main subjects had been preserved. The murals were painted directly on blocks of stone, with each block holding one painting. These were likely narrative murals, and the paintings were continuous. The majority of the murals before this one were unclear. I didn't know what the previous murals recorded, but on the first mural I could clearly see there was a large group of people worshipping a bare-chested old man. The old man was very thin-skinned, stretched tightly over bones. This frailty symbolized his old age and the many experiences he had endured. He held a lofty status, like a deity worshipped by countless followers. The mural recorded the daily life of this old man, receiving worship from all directions throughout the seasons, from winter to summer, and from summer back to winter, year after year. His life was very simple, inconsistent with his exalted status. I guessed he was accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, for in the ancient mountains it was difficult to have a luxurious life. Like everyone else, he ate coarse food, remaining bare-chested year-round, like a reclusive ascetic. Apart from receiving worship, the old man was accustomed to sitting cross-legged, similar to the great monks of later Zen temples, contemplating in silence. The murals were already limited. In the third-to-last mural, the old man stood alone in a desolate, empty place. The mural depicted his side profile as he faced this vast emptiness, seemingly in deep thought. I wanted to discover some valuable clues from the murals, so I observed with utmost attention. As I repeatedly examined this mural, I suddenly felt that the emptiness before the old man was not just an expansive, desolate land. It seemed like a chasm, an infinitely deep chasm reminiscent of the universe. The old man stood before this chasm, seemingly in a meditative state. Each mural symbolized the passage of time. I didn't know how many years had passed, but this old man had finally reached the end of his life. He was about to die. He lay on a bed made of bundled grass, surrounded by people. Murals can't capture every person's facial expression so clearly, but as I gazed at the mural, I seemed to feel a sense of sorrow and desolation. Murals are lifeless. From the moment they are painted, they are permanently fixed. Yet as I looked at this mural, beyond that sorrow and desolation, it felt as if I sensed something else. I couldn't describe this feeling, as if there was a detail in this mural that I had yet to observe. I began to look closely again, almost pressing the flashlight against the wall, examining it centimeter by centimeter. I dared not be impatient, fearing that my impatience would lead to missing that detail I couldn't observe. I couldn't recall how many times I had gone back and forth, but suddenly my gaze locked onto a nearly invisible but in the image. I saw a tiny worm on the head of the old man lying on the grass bundle, a black worm with white antennae. Murals can't be compared to reality, but I could feel that the white-antennaed worm in the mural was the same as the one I had just chased with all my might. The worm in the mural was only half of its body visible, with its slightly raised head and two antennae clearly depicted. As I continued to look, my teeth began to itch because I strongly felt that this white-antennaed black worm had crawled out of the old man's skull. I turned my head. I had reached the corner of the wall and was left with the last mural. This last mural was relatively the simplest of all. The mural featured only one person with no other figures or scenery. The person in the last mural was young and robust, bare-chested with muscular arms, exuding seemingly boundless strength. My eyes suddenly narrowed because I felt for no reason that this young, strong person resembled the deceased. If the murals were arranged correctly, then the content of the murals was quite perplexing. The deceased old man appeared in the last mural in this young and vibrant form. Crack. As I struggled to clarify my thoughts, the block of stone carrying the last mural suddenly cracked open in a neat seam. This seam was like a door being opened. The blocks of stone on the wall instantly split apart. Behind the stones sat a man in perfect posture. He was a man bare-chested with powerful muscles on his arms. My vision suddenly blurred. It felt as if something very illusory had suddenly become real. I was terrified because I felt that the person sitting before me in the stone block seemed to have walked out from the last mural, the person from the painting. In the cracked square stone sat a figure that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. This person was clearly alive, or despite his head being bowed in a meditative posture, I could see his well-defined muscles and the rise and fall of his chest. Under normal circumstances, I might scoff at such an absurd and inexplicable sight, yet at that moment I couldn't even conjure the thought to dismiss it. I finally felt that in the deep mountains of the ancient land, especially in this vast and dark underground space, anything could happen. Who is this person? Is he the one who left me provisions? I couldn't be sure, and the flashlight in my hand shifted from the mural to this person. As the light suddenly brightened, the flashlight nearly slipped from my grasp. I saw the person slowly raise his bowed head, and when half of his face became faintly visible, I was stunned. With slightly darkened skin, a chiseled face, and a silent gaze. At such a close distance, my sight couldn't be mistaken. I recognized him as Hellion. Hellion. My eyes momentarily glazed over, unable to stop themselves from darting between Hellion and the mural beside him. Hellion had rolled out of the stone tower before I was buried in the rubble. But how could he be here? There's no denying that White Collar and I had been trapped in the ruins for a long time, during which I was completely oblivious to everything happening outside. Logically speaking, Hellion certainly had enough time to find a way to ascend the tower while I was trapped, arriving at the 8th level of the Void Tower before me. But why would he do that? He must know that White Collar and I were stuck, yet he remained indifferent, abandoning us to rush to the tower. What was his purpose? What intentions does he have? I suddenly felt my trust shatter once more, and I found my previous naivete somewhat laughable. To be honest, I really didn't know why I had trusted Hellion so much before. Just as White Collar said, Hellion harbors secrets we are unaware of. He concealed these secrets from Hellion. My mouth felt bitter and dry, unsure whether to cry or laugh. I looked at Hellion seated in the square stone and struggled to find the words to start. Hellion Longching, you truly are something. White Collar stood behind me with the flashlight, her ongoing discord with Hellion evident. Encountering him unexpectedly now made her angry and restless, her tone cold and filled with hostility. It is waiting for you. Hellion, as indifferent as ever, disregarded White Collar, not even sparing her a glance. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixated on me as he spoke each word deliberately. It is waiting for you. My head spun. I suddenly recalled the text message sent by the ghostly figure. If you are not afraid of death at 2 o'clock in front, keep walking. It is waiting for you. What is it? What kind of entity is it? In that moment, I suddenly noticed a new layer of mystery in Helian's silent and familiar gaze, one that I couldn't decipher. He offered little explanation. His mountain-like figure shook, and he jumped out of the square stone, landing steadily. Perhaps it was just that one sentence that caused a reversal in my thinking, opening up many dead ends in my mind. This was likely not a coincidence. The Void Tower in the deep mountains of the ancient land has stood silently in the underground space for an indeterminate time, possibly 500 years, possibly 5,000 years, or even longer. For so many years it stood silently, but when I arrived it suddenly collapsed, sealing off all escape routes, and leaving only a path to the top of the tower. In other words, regardless of my personal wishes, regardless of whether I wanted to ascend the Void Tower or not, I had to go up. I couldn't help but raise my head and gaze at the passage leading to the topmost level of the Void Tower. The 8th level was spacious and the passage was completely clean and unobstructed, yet standing here, I couldn't see what awaited at the top. However, I could sense that the text message and what Helian referred to as it was at the pinnacle of the Void Tower. Helian launching. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. You brought us to the ancient land, and now the group is scattered. Those who died are dead. Those who are missing are missing. I truly need you to explain this. White Collar seemed to sense that Helian's gaze was subtly different than usual. Trapped in the ruins, she was terrified, resisting all dangers. Her tone was filled with caution as she discreetly pulled me aside and said to Helian, launching. First, let's clarify things. Some things, in fact, have no truth. The truth is merely a result. Even if you know it, what difference does it make? Helian turned away, slowly walking toward the passage that leads to the top of the 8th level, not looking back as he said, whether you go or not, it's entirely up to you. Stop! I shouted. White Collar, who was equally exasperated with Helian, shouted from behind, stomping her feet and gritting her teeth, stop. Helian ignored her, continuing down the passage. I hesitated slightly as I had no idea what awaited above, and I couldn't even be sure if I would survive if I followed him up. But that moment of hesitation quickly passed and was suppressed. I had to go. I had to see what Helian referred to as that so-called result. Do you dare to follow? White Collar tugged at me, whispering, you're really courting death. It doesn't matter. I shook my head and slowly removed White Collar's hand. I knew this was a risk, but it was also an opportunity. Helian hadn't forced me. I could have easily stepped back now and found a way out. But what after leaving? Even if I survived and returned to Yang City, back to the real world, my future life would likely be haunted and entangled by this so-called result. Every time I went to sleep, I would surely be unable to resist, desperately wondering what that result would be. If I were to be troubled by this puzzle for a lifetime, I felt that might be an even more agonizing pain than death. Wait here. I patted White Collar and said, if what you said is true and I don't survive, Helian might not make things difficult for you, and you can still leave. Where else can I go? Are you really not afraid of death? White Collar, unable to hold me back, continued to, if I die, then I'll join Ding Ling and the rich guy in the afterlife. I chuckled and turned, following Helian's footsteps towards the winding staircase. Helian was in front, and I was behind, stepping up the stairs one by one. The steps were not long. The height between the 2 layers of the stone tower was limited, but now walking on them felt like traversing a path that separated life from death, each step a dance with life and death. Life and death were no longer within my control. As I followed Helian up the staircase, the first sensation I felt was a very slight air current, a damp and chilly breeze gently blowing against my face. The top level of the Void Tower was a tower room with no walls, each corner supported by a thick pillar holding up the 9th level of the stone tower and the spire. The flashlight shone through the transparent tower top, illuminating far away. It is right here. Helian, bare-chested, walked to the other end of the tower room. Boom. At that moment, several large lights at the corners of the tower room instantly lit up, their blazing flames illuminating the entire space. When the lights flashed brightly, I saw a rectangular black object quietly placed in the center of the tower. My pupils constricted as I recalled the scenes that appeared several times in my nightmares, that black object slowly arching up from beneath the soil in the center of the old village. This is it. I stood before this black object, unable to discern what it was. It measured over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide, appearing as though coated with a layer of tar, its surface mottled with some moss I could not name. Through the moss, I could see that the outer layer was covered with chaotic and abstract patterns that I did not recognize. I had never seen these patterns before. If I were to rely on first impressions, I would think it was just a large stone. Yet my intuition told me that this object was not merely a large stone. I do not know who built this Void Tower, but the fact that this object was placed at the very top signifies its importance. Helian, can you tell me now? I looked at Helian, who stood on the other side of the black stone, and asked, what exactly is this? Is this the result we have been striving to find on our journey through the ancient land? In truth, I have many questions I wish to ask Helian, yet at this critical moment, I can only focus on the most pressing one. Right now all I want to know is what this so-called result in front of me signifies. This is a result bought with the lives of several people. I looked at Hellion with great expectation, hoping he would reveal everything I wanted to know. I don't know what this is. Hellion remained calm, but shook his head saying, I truly don't know. What nonsense are you talking about? I exploded with anger. To me it felt like a farce. After enduring so much to find this object, Hellion tells me he doesn't even know what it is. I don't know what this is, I only know that I brought you here to see it. As I spoke with Hellion, the white-collar worker below lost his composure and rushed up in a hurry. The tower was open, and as soon as we arrived we could see the vast darkness surrounding it. The tower stood dozens of meters high without any protective measures. The white-collar worker seemed to have a fear of heights and immediately clung to a pillar, anxiously looking at me. Hellion, we've already lost several people. I felt Hellion was still hiding something from me. I wanted to persuade him in my impression. Even if Hellion concealed some secret, I believed my intuition that he was still a person who valued feelings. I wanted to move him to make him reveal everything he knew. Buzz. Oh. Suddenly the few burning lights at the corners of the tower roared to life, flames leaping up half a meter high. At the same time, a resonant sound echoed in the silent underground space, like a grand bell reverberating through the ages, drifting from a far distant place to my ears. The decibel level of the sound wasn't very high, but it seemed capable of penetrating everything, reaching deep into the soul. I lost control and my eyes began to blur, following the flickering flames. I felt as if I was about to melt away, merging with the impenetrable darkness before me. Everything around me vanished from sight. The light was gone, and it was so dark I could not see my own hand. Amidst that grand, echoing sound, a voice faintly penetrated my ears. Have you learned to let go? Oh. I heard the voice clearly. I couldn't see the speaker, only hear the voice. I felt like a prisoner locked in a cage, facing this question I could not refuse to answer. Letting go, what does it mean? Is it to completely discard something that originally belonged to you? I am just an ordinary person. Deep within me, I carry both the virtues and vices of humanity. From a certain perspective, I am noble. I can sacrifice some of my belongings for a person or a cause. But from another perspective, I am selfish. Many things are precious, so precious that losing them means never having them again, such as life. If I had to choose between my life and that of the neighbor Wang, I would prefer that he be the one to die. I do not believe that anyone in this world would give up without reason, regardless of the consequences. I cannot. No, I could not withstand the interrogation from that voice, nor could I lie. In the face of that voice, a person seems to be like a newborn infant, completely exposing their most authentic self. I cannot let go of everything. No. The voice did not continue. It seemed to be instantly drowned out by the surrounding rumblings, and in my daze I thought I could hear a faint sigh. Boom. No. All sounds abruptly ceased, and my hazy consciousness returned to normal. The lights at the corners of the tower flashed before my eyes, and I saw Hellion across from me, the white-collar worker beside me, and the still unknown black rectangular object in the center of the tower. Hellion did not speak, but there was a discernible hint of disappointment in his gaze. I did not understand the situation we were in and could only place my hopes on Hellion. I was rapidly considering what words to use to communicate with him. Boom. Oh. Just as I was organizing my thoughts, I felt the void tower beneath my feet suddenly tremble, as if it were shaking from a chill. The tremor was slight, but my heart jumped into my throat. The tower's base had already collapsed halfway, making it impossible to support the tower as it once did. The stone tower was so high, without a solid foundation the entire structure would become unstable, and even a slight, unexpected shake could lead to catastrophic consequences. As expected, with the tremors came successive vibrations. I could feel the lower layers of the tower, and its base clearly shaking. Standing at the top, such movements were enough to instill fear. The tower is collapsing. The white-collar worker, already afraid of heights, clung tightly to the pillar and shouted at us. I had no time to devise any response. The continuous vibrations accompanied by the crashing sounds of falling stones caused the towering void tower to slowly tilt towards the bottomless darkness abyss 30 or 40 meters away. This tilt was completely unimpeded and uncontrolled. As the tower leaned, I lost my footing, and in a panic I grabbed hold of several thick ropes that were falling from above the tower. The tower completely collapsed, and the speed of its fall increasingly accelerated. With such a height, the tilt continued to quicken. We had no time to say a word as we plummeted with the tower into the abyss. At that moment, one hand gripping the rope, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. This abyss was too deep. Whether a person or an object, once it fell, it might never be recovered. This black object resembling stone was so important, I feared missing this opportunity to unlock the truth it contained. I acted as if I had gone mad, braving great danger, extending my hand to grasp the edge of the black stone. This action was absurd. With my strength alone, I could not stop the stone from sliding down. Yet I did it anyway. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. During the tilt, the stone tower broke at around the second floor, which shortened the distance just enough for the tower to plunge over the edge of the abyss. As the tower fell, death was certain. Just as the tower was about to hit the ground, Hellion yanked my bag and pulled out a climbing rope. The edge of the abyss was uneven, and Hellion threw the rope out, shouting at me, "Jump! Jump down!" We had to jump into the abyss before the tower hit the ground, as at least that would prevent us from being crushed by the immense inertia. I dragged the white-collar worker, pushing off with both feet, and jumped from the tower. I pulled the white-collar worker along, and as Hellion grabbed my backpack and leaped out, the tower struck the ground, and the massive columns and stones shattered into pieces. I still held onto the edge of the black stone, but to save my life, I had to let it go. Boom. The black stone, rectangular in shape, fell with a thud at the edge of the abyss. The tremendous force shattered one of its corners. I had already let go, but a fragment the size of a palm flew towards me, striking my chest and nearly knocking me unconscious, though one hand instinctively clung tightly to the white-collar worker. The black stone rolled a few times and fell into the abyss, but I had no time to pay attention. The rope Hellion threw ensnared a protruding rock, and the three of us were connected, plummeting into the depths of the abyss. This climbing rope was only 50 meters long. While suspended in midair, Hellion's feet repeatedly pushed against the rock wall until he finally found a foothold, barely halting our descent. However, the combined weight of the three of us, over 300 pounds, coupled with the inertia of slipping, was still immense. Just as our fall was about to stop, the protruding rock at the edge of the abyss was suddenly pulled apart, and the three of us fell freely into the abyss. After falling a few meters, my body came to a sudden stop as my backpack was wedged between two stones suspending me. I could not support the white-collar worker with one hand, but she instinctively clung to my leg, leaving the two of us swaying precariously in midair. Yet Hellion was not so fortunate. I watched helplessly as he clutched the now unsupported rope, rapidly falling into the darkness. He fell at an astonishing speed, almost in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing into the abyss below. I couldn't help but shout, but it was futile. My mind was filled with Hellion's gaze as he fell directed at me. We had no time to converse, but his eyes conveyed encouragement. It seemed he was urging me to escape the underground space, to leave the ancient mountains. In a flash, I was pulled from the grief of Hellion's fall back to reality. The quality of the gear we had procured was excellent, but the weight of both me and the white-collar worker was entirely supported by two straps of the backpack. The white-collar worker clung to my leg, her body completely suspended, unable to exert any strength. Just as I caught my breath, I heard the sound of the backpack straps tearing. Feng Hui. The white-collar worker could evidently feel it too. The backpack could not support us any longer. She suddenly stopped struggling, raised her head, and looked at me intently. I knew she was afraid that I might kick her off to save myself at this critical moment. But at this moment, if I did not let go of the white-collar worker, then in the next second we might meet the same fate as Hellion, helplessly plunging into the abyss. The situation was tense to the breaking point. The office worker dared not move, keeping her head raised and gazing at me with anxious eyes. At this moment, her life was entirely in my hands. Feng Hui. The office worker seemed to be pleading, or perhaps something else. I dared not speak. The strap of my backpack was already torn, and even the slightest movement could cause the backpack to slip completely between the two rocks. Looking at the office worker's face, I wanted to tell her that I would not abandon her. Regardless of whether I liked her personality, we were bound together in life and death. Those who have never experienced such a situation would not understand. As long as I had breath left, I could never kick her down. Yet I could not express these words. I held my breath, slowly extending a hand to grasp a crevice in the nearby rock. With a ripping sound, the backpack could no longer bear the weight of both of us. Just as my hand halted, the strap of the backpack tore completely from it. With a newfound leverage, I swiftly turned and gripped tightly onto the protruding rock above. "Don't panic. Hold on to me," I shouted loudly to the office worker. Although dragging someone was extremely strenuous, it was certainly more stable than being at the brink of death. I freed one of my feet, pushing against a stone on the rock wall to stabilize myself completely, then slowly lifted the office worker up as well. We cannot afford any mistakes at this moment. I turned to the office worker and said, "Keep climbing up to the edge of the abyss." The crisis seemed to have temporarily passed. Together with the office worker, I climbed the rock wall, reaching the edge of the abyss. As I pulled myself up, I almost collapsed from exhaustion, sitting on the ground and gasping for air. In the face of danger, I felt little, but once safe, I realized my hands were already scraped raw. I had lost my backpack below, while the office worker still had one. After resting for a moment, she rummaged through her bag and took out a first aid kit to bandage her wounds. The pain felt like a direct connection to my heart, making me want to scream. While bandaging my hand, my chest throbbed with pain struck by debris. Though there were no visible wounds, I had developed a bruise. While inspecting my chest for injuries, I found a piece of rock that had fallen from my open shirt. It was a dark chunk of stone about the size of a palm. This fragment came from the large black stone that had cracked and fallen, and it was this stone that had nearly knocked me unconscious. Clenching the fragment, I involuntarily turned my head to glance at the dizzying abyss beside me. This abyss was unfathomable to the naked eye. The large black stone had fallen, and so had Hellion. I thought perhaps we had no chance of retrieving it. The palm-sized fragment in my hand became the only clue. My heart felt a chill, a shadow of despair washed over me. I could not forget the scene of Hellion plummeting into the abyss before my eyes. Out of a team of 6, only the office worker and I remained. The others could not return. "Let's go," the office worker said, seeing me lost in thought, perhaps wanting to leave this place. The surroundings were filled with debris left from the collapse of the void stone tower, and there was not a single trace of anyone else. I could not see the large-headed baby monster, and even now I dared not confirm whether the one who left me the life-saving supplies was Hellion. The office worker and I retraced our steps, filled with ethereal fantasies along the way. I fantasized about suddenly finding Ding Ling or Gao Fushuang in some corner, hoping they were still alive, merely separated from us for various reasons. But the silence along the way was deafening. I walked slowly, yet found nothing. The obstacles in the passage leading to the underground space had been cleared, and we smoothly exited it, reaching the entrance. When the cold and fresh air hit me, I felt a sense of gratitude for surviving a great disaster. Hellion had once instructed that if we did not return within 3 days, Biaozi should leave immediately. Yet Biaozi's bond with Hellion was evidently deep. He refused to leave and waited outside the cave. When he saw only the office worker and I returning, he became anxious. "He won't be coming back." I patiently explained the situation to Biaozi, making it clear and simple. Biaozi's forehead veins looked like they were about to explode as he seized my collar. "He definitely won't die. He's not a god, or why wouldn't he die?" As the office worker exited the cave, she reverted to her usual frosty demeanor, brusquely pushing Biaozi's hand aside. "3 of our companions have died. Why wouldn't Hellion die? Is his life more valuable than others?" "You..." Biaozi's words were not as sharp as the office worker's. In his panic, his eyes reddened, fists cracking loudly. "What? Want to fight? Is this how people in your line of work act?" The office worker scoffed, coldly glancing sideways at Biaozi. Throughout our time together, I could see that Biaozi was a rough man. He was merely hot-tempered, not unreasonable. Upon the office worker's remark, he gradually relaxed his grip, sulking as he and his buddy prepared to enter the cave to search for Hellion. "Don't go," I grabbed him. Setting aside whether the cave was still dangerous, even if Biaozi found that abyss, he would certainly not see Hellion's body. I tried to persuade him while Biaozi's buddy also urged him. Biaozi said nothing, shaking off my hand and walking away. In the moment he turned, I noticed his eyes seemed to glisten with tears. "Brother, don't be anxious," Biaozi's buddy whispered to me. "Biaozi's life was saved by Hellion. They share a deep bond. He is too reckless, don't take it to heart." I nodded. As I watched Biaozi's figure grow more distant, a sense of regret filled my heart, even a hint of loss. That man who once shed blood in the sunset may be someone I will never see again. The once lively group was suddenly reduced to just the 4 of us. We were still searching for a way out of the mountain. Initially, I thought it would take a long time again, and everyone had to prepare for more hunger. But perhaps by coincidence, the 4 of us found the path we had taken when entering the mountain within 2 days. Biaozi's other buddy was still at the campsite outside the mountain, which had ample supplies, including food and water. I devoured a lot, feeling like a starving ghost after years of hunger. "Fong, why are we returning to Yang City?" the office worker quietly asked me. Having gone through the gates of hell together, her attitude toward me had clearly changed. Back to Yang City. I felt a profound sense of melancholy once again. I truly did not want to stay in this cursed place for another day, nor did I want to return for a lifetime. In fact, I did not even want to hear the 2 characters Gulu anymore. After finding the way out of the mountain, the remaining path was much easier. Biaozi escorted us back, leaving Gulu and returning to the inner door. He was less friendly to us, not saying a word, yet still dutifully saw us to Chengdu, to the plane headed for Yang. When we returned to Yang City, it was past midnight. The office worker expressed wanting to have a drink, but I had no mood for it. "I don't want anything right now. I just want a good sleep." The office worker took a taxi to drop me off at home. Upon returning to my residence, I felt that this place was perhaps the warmest and safest in the entire world. I wrapped myself in the blanket and fell into a deep sleep until the next afternoon. Upon waking, I began to tackle some tasks. I took out my phone, wanting to search the number from the mysterious call. However, when I opened my phone, I hesitated. The mysterious call, along with the subsequent text messages, had suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. I felt astonished, as I had always kept my phone on me and no one had touched it. Yet the calls and messages were gone, as if I had never received those messages. Could it be true? I leaned against the bed, staring at my phone for a long time, and unconsciously pulled out the palm-sized fragment from my pocket. The fragment was dark with faint patterns that made one's head ache. The large black stone could no longer be retrieved, while I could only start with this fragment. I needed to first understand what this fragment was before proceeding with deductions and speculations. This matter was not over. Despite our team having suffered losses and the office worker and I having returned to Yang City holding this fragment, I had a premonition that things were far from finished. On the third day after returning to Yang City, the office worker came to find me. Thankfully, she had a good memory, as she had taken a taxi to drop me off and had firmly remembered my address. Honestly, I no longer felt much aversion towards her. I understood that this woman's coldness was reserved for strangers. Her face was like a door always closed to the unfamiliar, but that door would silently open for those she knew. After chatting for a while with only this one companion left in our team, I had something on my mind that I could only share with her. I told her about my premonitions and plans. You're right, only by understanding what this thing truly is can we continue our investigation. The office worker pondered for a moment before standing up and saying, "Let me find someone to examine this item." The office worker worked efficiently. That afternoon she drove over with an elderly man who appeared to be at least 80 years old. The old man was hunched over and could hardly walk, wobbling as he climbed the stairs. When I faced the old man, unease filled my heart. This old man was clearly blind. I glanced at the office worker whose eyes were filled with confusion. Asking a blind man to help us appraise this fragment was absurd. Don't underestimate him, the office worker whispered in my ear. This is old De Zhang from Yubaozhai. Who could afford to hire him? Upon hearing this, I was genuinely surprised. Yang City is located in Hunan province, situated in the heartland of China. The Yellow River Basin was the most developed area for ancient culture and economy, with a long history. Kaifeng, Luoyang, and Anyang are all ancient capitals. The northern Mang of Luoyang is a renowned feng shui hub. Since long ago, cultural relic trading activities in this area have been frequent, forming a fixed market. Yubaozhai is the oldest antique store in Yang City, and this blind old man, old De Zhang, is the most famous appraiser there, responsible for evaluating and authenticating antiques and paintings. The profits from antique shops come from the price differences between purchases and sales. To make big money, one must have a keen eye. A careless mistake could lead to losing half a shop. Every industry has a few top figures at the pyramid's peak. In the appraisal circle, most of the older generation has passed away, and old De Zhang can be considered one of the few remaining a revered figure among his juniors. Before liberation, old De Zhang was an apprentice in a pawnshop and later became a servant. The servants in pawnshops were known for their supernatural skills. Although old De Zhang is blind, decades of experience have concentrated in his hands. His hands, when appraising curios, are more precise than a person's eyes. While I was talking with the office worker, old De Zhang groped his way to the sofa and sat down. It is said that blind people's hearing is exceptionally sharp. At 80, old De Zhang's hearing was better than a dog's. We whispered to each other, yet he heard every word. "Young man, I came here entirely to give someone face." Old De Zhang curled his hands in his sleeves, rolling his eyes, and said, "If you don't trust me, I'll just leave. I've already come here, I can just report back." "No, please don't." I quickly poured a glass of water for old De Zhang. In this day and age, asking someone to do a favor is the hardest thing. Even a flurry of compliments might not earn one any goodwill. After learning of old De Zhang's identity, I immediately became attentive, showering him with flattery. "Young man, you have quite a sweet tongue." Old De Zhang rolled his eyes again and extended 2 fingers. "Get me a cigarette, soft Zhonghua, nothing else." I hurried downstairs to buy cigarettes. After returning, old De Zhang smoked 2 in quick succession. Satisfied, smacking his lips, took a sip of water and extended a hand, saying, "Bring the item over." I handed the dark fragment to old De Zhang. He relied on touch to appraise antiques and would use 2 fingers like a traditional Chinese doctor, taking pulse to slowly explore the edges of the item. After touching it twice at most, he would know the item's origin, age, and history. That was his skill. However, this time, old De Zhang held the fragment, touched it back and forth 3 times, then closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, asking me, "Young man, is this piece a fragment that broke off from a large material?" "Yes, it is a fragment." "How big is the original item?" "About 2 meters long and over 1 meter wide, rectangular in shape." I tried my best to explain the details to old De Zhang clearly to avoid any misjudgments due to vague circumstances. "Young man, are you certain you saw that item with your own eyes, eh?" "Absolutely, I am certain." "Hiss." Old De Zhang suddenly gasped, unsure if it was from excitement or anxiety, his wrinkled hands trembling. "Remarkable, that item is truly remarkable. I have never seen anything like it in my life, really remarkable." Old De Zhang's expression and tone clearly indicated that the large black stone was indeed as important as I had imagined. I was also a bit excited. Old De Zhang had been in this line of work for decades, from the Pre-Qin to the Han dynasties, all the way to the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. I wouldn't say he knows everything about the world, but at the very least, ordinary things wouldn't catch his eye. "Old man, what exactly is this thing?" I hurriedly leaned closer to old De Zhang, offering him a cigarette. Old De Jong had a strong craving for cigarettes and accepted them without hesitation, holding the cigarette between two fingers and smoking leisurely. It was only at this moment that I realized old De Jong's hands were exceptionally well-maintained, completely inconsistent with his age and the skin of his other body parts. Don't stare. The white-collar worker noticed me fixating on old De Jong's hands and said he relies on these hands for a living. How could he not care for them? While old De Jong was smoking, I genuinely hoped he could clarify the true origin of the large black stone in detail. However, at the same time, I feared he would pry into the source of my item. I didn't want to tell the truth, but I was also afraid that lying would give old De Jong the wrong signal. Old man, this thing. Young man, old De Jong only examine items, never ask unnecessary questions. Every profession has its own rules. In this line of work, those who talk too much cannot last long. Old De Jong was blind, yet he was astute. He could not see my expression, but from my tone it seemed he had already deduced my worries. Old De Jong mentioned that people in his profession are often entrusted to appraise items that others cannot determine the depth of. Many ancient artifacts and heavy items come from underground, often with dubious origins, so the owners do not wish for others to know where they come from. This requires the appraiser's mouth to be tight-lipped, only examining the item without speaking. As old De Jong said, if someone is too talkative, they would likely be knocked out after examining just a few items. Then I can rest easy. Old man, please tell me about this item. If my touch is correct, this item is a piece of skin that broke off from a raw amber mine. Old De Jong pinched the cigarette butt and took a deep puff, saying, I've seen many things in my life, but I never dared to imagine that such a large amber could exist in this world. Amber. I was momentarily taken aback. What was happening here? I knew how amber is formed. I did not have old De Jong's depth of experience and insight. However, just thinking about the shape and size of that large black stone filled me with an indescribable astonishment. Amber mines are entirely naturally formed items. It is impossible for them to have a shape as regular as the large black stone, and even less likely for them to be that large. The largest amber old De Jong had ever seen was decades ago in a dilapidated former Qing prince's home. That prince's family had fallen on hard times, and everyone in the household was addicted to opium. Unable to sustain themselves, they sold the amber they had. The buyer was unsure of its value, so they asked old De Jong's master for help. That piece of amber was about 12 jin in weight and sold for an astronomical price at the time. It is said that the largest amber discovered to date comes from Myanmar, weighing 25 kilograms, and is preserved in the Natural History Museum in London. Some also say that the largest amber is in Russia, containing a larva of an ancient reptile. But what about that large black stone? Conservatively estimated, its weight is already over a ton. I looked at old De Jong. This old man had not seen the actual large black stone, but in his lifetime, he had appraised countless rare treasures. Ordinary amber or beeswax were not valuable treasures. He had seen too much, and I estimated he wouldn't be mistaken. The patterns on this item are quite strange. Old De Jong picked up the fragment again and slowly stroked the faint patterns on it. These patterns were not natural, they were artificially carved. The patterns resembled cuneiform script, but were definitely not it. Old De Jong pondered for a long time and found it difficult to make a judgment. He suspected this might be an unknown script, but he couldn't be sure. The earliest decipherable script discovered in China is the oracle bone script from the Shang dynasty. The Xia dynasty before the Shang is a legendary dynasty that has already been denied by mainstream academia. Such a large old piece, I've never heard of it before. Old De Jong trembled as he stood up, and as he left he did not forget to pocket the 2 packs of cigarettes on the table, sighing, if only I could see it with my own eyes. The white-collar worker sent old De Jong off and returned after more than half an hour. I finally grasped some details about the large black stone, but it was better not knowing, and now that I knew the inside story, many more questions arose in my heart. Setting aside the likelihood of the situation in the deepest mountains of the ancient land, the enormous amber was enshrined like a sacred object at the top of the Void Tower by a group of unknown individuals. What exactly was the purpose of that amber? I began to doubt, could it be that the truth of this matter could never be found? I couldn't think of any way to proceed, and the white-collar worker didn't have any suggestions either, so we babbled aimlessly for a while. After returning to Yang City from the ancient land, life seemed to fall back into a routine. The white-collar worker and I no longer had that nightmare, and we also discovered that the cracks beneath our hair resembling closed eyes gradually disappeared. The nightmare seemed to be a thing of the past, completely leaving my life. About a week after returning to Yang City, I felt that everything seemed to be calm, as if nothing unusual would happen. Having not worked for such a long time, that temporary job had already fallen through. I wanted to continue the investigation, but didn't know where to start. Whenever I was home alone, I would think about the events in the ancient land, recalling Ding Ling and Gao Fushua. They would never return, but what about their families? I felt a surge of guilt. A living person suddenly vanished silently from reality. To me at least it should have caused quite a stir. Their families must be searching for them frantically, they must report it to the police, and they must flood the area with missing person notices. I was scared no matter what. Ding Ling and the others had gone to the ancient land together, and then they fell into eternal sleep beneath that mountain right before my eyes. I couldn't escape involvement. Even if I wasn't the murderer, if the situation escalated, I would at least be questioned. But a week passed, and the whole Yang City seemed to have forgotten that anything had happened. I kept an eye on the Yang City news every day and checked the newspapers, but I didn't see any missing person notices regarding Ding Ling, Gao Fushua, and the neighbor Old Wang, or Hulian. It seemed as if those 4 individuals were of no importance. They had gone missing without anyone caring to search. I felt an uneasy feeling creeping in as I recalled the past that Hulian had mentioned 8 years ago and the curse-like consequences brought on by that nightmare. I suddenly felt that I had to visit their homes. In fact, I really didn't know much about Ding Ling and Gao Fushua. Other than their WeChat IDs, I didn't even know their real names or addresses. I had lived in Yang City for a few years and my connections were rather thin. The few friends I had were all aimless. I didn't want to trouble the white-collar worker, but my desire to visit my companions' homes grew stronger. I couldn't find any leads myself, so I had to seek help from the white-collar worker. If you think it's necessary to take a look, then go ahead and take a look. The white-collar worker said. However, checking up on all 4 of them is a bit difficult, and let me tell you, Hulian doesn't need checking. He isn't from Yang City and has no relatives here. His relatives are those in the underworld. Who do you want to start with? Ding Ling, I suppose. As I spoke Ding Ling's name, her slightly childish and naive face seemed to flash before my eyes. Her eyes were sparkling, and my heart ached indescribably. Oh, I couldn't forget the helplessness and loneliness in her gaze when she disappeared into the darkness. You really are sentimental. The white-collar worker scoffed, seemingly a bit dissatisfied, but ultimately said nothing else and turned to leave. I didn't inquire about the specific work the white-collar worker was doing in Yang City, but her efficiency was indeed very high. After a day, she sent me Ding Ling's address. With the address in hand, I rushed to the destination. This address was not remote at all. Even the taxi driver knew it. Ding Ling's home was in Lugong Garden, the first villa-style residential area in Yang City established over a decade ago. Back then, those who could live in Lugong Garden were either officials or people of status. It was impressive. I successfully found Lugong Garden and located No. 3. It was a 2-story small villa with a large yard. I saw the withered grapevines on the wooden frame and many drooping bonsais and flowers. I rang the doorbell and waited for 2 minutes. The door from the yard opened and a middle-aged woman looking to be in her 40s was gazing at me. My heart involuntarily trembled. Although it was just the first glance at this middle-aged woman, I immediately confirmed that she was Ding Ling's mother. Because she resembled Ding Ling, Ding Ling's face carried her mother's features. She was dignified and serene like a noble woman who had secluded herself in a mansion for years without stepping outside. In fact, living in Lugong Garden itself was a symbol of status. Who are you looking for? I couldn't just bluntly ask if Ding Ling was missing right off the bat. I needed to establish some trust with her before proceeding with the conversation. Hello, Annie. I am a friend of Ding Ling. I explained from outside the door. I just returned from out of town and came to see Ding Ling. Thank you for coming to see her. Ding Ling's mother walked to the yard gate, glanced at me, and said, You might not see her today. She's a bit unwell and is sleeping upstairs. Hearing this, I was stunned as if struck by lightning. Ding Ling, she's not dead. She's back in Yang City. Looking at Ding Ling's mother and listening to her words, I couldn't tell whether I felt fortunate, shocked, or something else. My emotions were complex. If Ding Ling had not died, it would surely be good news. But what hidden implications lay behind this good news? How did she escape danger? How did she return to Yang City? Since she is not dead, why hasn't she contacted me? After returning to Yang City, I had glanced through WeChat countless times, but no one in the group had said a word. Was this concealment or a conspiracy? You've never been here before, have you? What is your name? I've never been here. I didn't want to lose my composure in front of Ding Ling's mother, so I quickly regained my focus and said I was a classmate of Ding Ling when we were young. Later, I moved away to study, graduated from university a couple of years ago, found a job, and just returned to Yang City to visit family. I see. Ding Ling's mother nodded. Like Ding Ling, she had very fair skin, but she was in her 40s with many fine lines at the corners of her eyes and brows. With an apologetic tone, she said to me, She's not feeling well, I want her to get a good sleep. I haven't seen her for a long time. Can I just take a look at her? I negotiated with her from outside the door. Ding Ling's mother spoke in a calm tone, yet there was a firm insistence that brooked no contradiction. She loved Ding Ling dearly and didn't want her to be disturbed. She really isn't feeling well. You can come back another day. Having reached this point, any further pleading would just be futile. I reluctantly stepped back and bid farewell to Ding Ling's mother. However, after taking a few steps outside, it felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling in my heart and If I knew nothing, it would be fine, but now that I knew Ding Ling was not dead, I couldn't wait to see her and ask her. That urgency made even a minute feel intolerable. Yet I couldn't persuade Ding Ling's mother, and without entering her home, I couldn't see her. When I reached the entrance of the Deer Harbor Garden, I gritted my teeth, deciding to take the plunge today. Even if I was treated as a thief, I had to see Ding Ling. Ding Ling's return held many implications. I thought she was dead, but now that she wasn't, it could be inferred that the wealthy and handsome Lao Wang, and even He Lian, might still be alive. Only they had concealed this from me and the white-collar workers. I walked outside Deer Harbor Garden for a while, and found an internet cafe where I opened a computer. But I didn't want to go online, nor did I have the mood for it. I sat in the cafe passing the time. People came and went, and I sat from morning until noon, then from noon until afternoon. I ordered takeout and had just taken a couple of bites when the white-collar worker called. She asked me if there were any results from my visit. Over the phone, I couldn't explain clearly because I hadn't truly seen Ding Ling yet, and it wasn't convenient to talk with people around. I vaguely responded a few times saying that I would contact her later. After finishing my takeout, I began to close my eyes to rest. My mind was chaotic, but I endured. All the confusion and unanswered questions might perhaps find an answer when I saw Ding Ling. I forcibly suppressed my impatience and quietly waited in the cafe until late at night. Now the weather was already quite cold, and after dark there were hardly any people on the street. Seeing that it was about time, I exited the cafe and quietly approached Deer Harbor Garden. More than a decade ago, the concept of property management didn't exist. At that time, Deer Harbor Garden was quite upscale, but by today's standards, it was already quite outdated. Only the main entrance of the garden had surveillance cameras, so I circled around to the other side and climbed over the wall. Those who lived here were wealthy individuals who found Deer Harbor out of style. Most had moved to new homes, and the residents were no longer many. I crept along the wall, making my way to Ding Ling's home. Peering through the gate, I could see that the lights in the house were off. I looked up at the second-floor bedroom, and then climbed over the iron railing of the courtyard. I squatted in the corner for a while, observing. The people inside might really be asleep. Standing up, I began to climb toward the second floor, using everything I could to assist my ascent, moving very slowly to avoid making any noise. In the walls of this old-style upscale residence, hidden drainage pipes were embedded. I climbed fairly smoothly, and soon I reached the second floor and crouched on the windowsill outside. The second-floor window had no security bars, and the curtains were drawn. I found a gap in the curtains and peered inside. The room was dark, devoid of light, and the curtains blocked out the moonlight, making it hard to see. After watching for a while, I could vaguely make out that the room was elegant and clean, and it seemed that a person was lying on the large bed. Ding Ling. My heart skipped a beat. The person on the bed was curled up under the covers, and I couldn't see her face. However, from my conversation with Ding Ling's mother during the day, I knew this was likely Ding Ling. After enduring an entire day, this moment was what I had been waiting for, so I reached out to try to open the window. But just as my hand reached out, the bedroom door opened, and I quickly shrank back, straining to hide by the edge of the light from outside the bedroom came in, and I saw that it was Ding Ling's mother who opened the door. She walked lightly, likely not wanting to wake Ding Ling, and gently approached the bed, tucking in the tightly wrapped quilt. Taking advantage of the little light coming from outside, I observed the room. It was clearly a girl's bedroom, decorated with some very cute ornaments, and various posters were stuck to the walls. Good girl Ling Ling, sleep well. Ding Ling's mother stood by the bed for a while. Although the light in the room wasn't bright, I could see the tenderness in her gaze that only a mother could have. Ding Ling's mother lingered in the bedroom for a few minutes before gently closing the door. I was shivering on the windowsill, but I didn't dare move. After waiting at least another 20 minutes, I slowly pulled the window open from outside. Ding Ling. I called softly into the room, but Ding Ling was curled up in her blanket, sleeping very soundly. My heart raced with urgency, and I couldn't yell loudly. After calling a few times, I directly pulled the window wide open and climbed into the room. A faint fragrance filled the air, and smelling it made my heart ache. This was the scent Ding Ling loved, though she always carried this fragrance. As I entered the bedroom, I saw a photo of Ding Ling on the bedside table. In the photo, she was on tiptoes holding a bouquet of flowers and smiling sweetly. Ding Ling, you're sleeping so deeply. I originally felt a pang of sadness, but then recalled the scene of my near-death escape from the ancient land, feeling a sense of being toyed with and manipulated. I reached out and grabbed the quilt on the bed, pulling it back directly. But the moment the quilt was lifted, my scalp, underneath the quilt was a large cloth doll with black hair and a round face. Oh no. I felt like my head suddenly expanded. Oh, I froze, grasping the corner of the quilt. In the dead of night, seeing a large doll with wide-open eyes in the empty bedroom felt very eerie. Is this really Ding Ling? Is this Ding Ling who has been sleeping all day because she isn't feeling well? Is Ding Ling's mother acting? Does she know I would climb into her daughter's bedroom in the middle of the night? My mind was filled with horror, incredulity, and mysteries, and my hand grasping the corner of the quilt was trembling. In the pitch-black, silent night, the doll's eyes seemed to move back and forth. My vision blurred, and it seemed as if the doll transformed into Ding Ling. I initially intended to investigate further, but everything before my eyes scared me stiff. I dropped the quilt, turned, and crawled back out of the window, then fled from Deer Harbor Garden, as if escaping. I had no place to go, retreating back to the internet cafe where I had spent the day. Even sitting in front of the computer, my heart was still pounding. After a long time, my emotions slowly calmed down. I began to ponder this matter. Clearly something was off. I was certain that this was the first time in my life I had seen Ding Ling's mother. I didn't know her, and she wouldn't know me. Why would Ding Ling's mother lie like this to a stranger? Did she know I would come at night? Where had she hidden Ding Ling? The more I thought about it, the more my desire to see Ding Ling became uncontrollable. I had to meet her no matter what. My influence in Yang City was limited. Only after thinking it over, I realized I needed to discuss this with the white-collar worker. The night was already deep, and there was no need to go home now. I managed to sleep a bit in the internet cafe, but it was uncomfortable and uneasy. I woke up just before 7 in the morning, then went out preparing to contact the white-collar worker for a face-to-face discussion. But for some reason, as soon as I stepped out of the cafe, I felt a strong urge to go see Ding Ling's home again. I couldn't explain why. I just wanted to go. This thought made it impossible for me to control my footsteps, and I involuntarily turned around and walked toward the direction of Deer Harbor Garden. The winter in Yang City was windy, especially in the morning, which made people shiver. I tightened my clothes and walked forward against the wind. I thought to myself that if I could see Ding Ling's mother again, I would know what to say and how to ask her questions. As I reached Deer Harbor Garden now, the wind suddenly picked up swirling small dust and debris toward my face. I raised my hand to shield myself from the wind, and suddenly half a newspaper was swirling from the yard of No. 3, blowing against my face with a loud slap. I grabbed the newspaper that had stuck to my face and instinctively wanted to shake it off, but a glance caught my attention and I froze. I turned around, turning my back to the wind, picked up that half of the newspaper, and examined it closely. It was an old newspaper, and on it I saw Ding Ling's photo. Her picture was printed beneath a missing person notice, and the printing date of the newspaper was 8 years ago. I was stunned. The notice searching for Ding Ling had already been published in the newspaper 8 years ago. Staring at the old newspaper, I became lost in thought. The wind was strong, and the cold breeze made me shiver. I lifted my gaze and carefully read through the contents of the newspaper. This old newspaper from 8 years ago, featuring a missing person notice along with a photo, undoubtedly indicated that the missing person was Ding Ling. I involuntarily recalled the remains unexpectedly unearthed in the deep, winding corridor of the underground space. The diary of the remains was still in the possession of a white-collar worker, but the contents of that diary were deeply engraved in my mind. In that dark space, an endless loop from which one could never escape, with food scarce, the remains wrote their last diary entry in darkness, then quietly fell asleep in the ancient Lu Mountains. Mom, I miss you. I held the newspaper petrified. This situation was a paradox I could not comprehend or speculate. It's been 8 years, as she has been gone for 8 years. Just as I was lost in thought, a calm voice suddenly came from behind me. I turned around and saw Ding Ling's mother standing by the gate, though I was unsure when she had arrived. Undeniably, Ding Ling's family might be affluent and influential. Her mother looked exceptionally well-maintained, exuding an aristocratic grace that emanated from her very being. But at that moment her gaze was vacant and dazed. It was as if she was murmuring to herself, yet also speaking to me. I have searched everywhere I could, yet I still can't find her. I dare not think, nor do I wish to think, but every night for these past 8 years I have wondered, is Ling Ling dead? Is she really dead? For some unknown reason my soul was shaken. I felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if I shared the grief of this mother who had lost her daughter. No wonder. The Ding Ling I knew had been missing for 8 years. Her mother might have exhausted all her connections and resources in search of her, but she could not possibly find Ding Ling, who was already asleep in the ancient Lu Mountains. 8 years can dilute so much. Perhaps people have already forgotten that there once was a girl named Ding Ling in this world. Because of this, after returning from the ancient Lu, Ding Ling's disappearance did not spark any waves. Thinking of Ding Ling led me to think of the wealthy, handsome guy, and then to the neighbor old Wang. Were they also among the people who had disappeared 8 years ago? I don't believe she is dead, as she must still be alive. Ding Ling's mother was completely lost in her thoughts at that moment. Her expression, actions, and eyes resembled someone whose nerves had been intensely stimulated and were now out of balance. She is somewhere on her way home. I think from the moment Ding Ling went missing 8 years ago, this mother could not withstand such immense pain, and her heart was entirely focused on Ding Ling. She might be experiencing delusions due to her nerves, feeling that her daughter was still there, always there, quietly and sweetly sleeping in the bedroom upstairs. That stuffed doll might be her emotional anchor. Do you know where she is? Can you bring her home? Ding Ling's mother was becoming increasingly erratic. She looked at me, at the old newspaper I was clutching, as if a drowning person had suddenly grasped a life-saving straw. She reached out to me through the fence of the gate, her voice filled with longing and urgency. Bring her back, and I will pay you a lot of money. I felt overwhelmed by her gaze and slowly began to retreat, then turned and ran. I ran quickly, swiftly, leaving Deer Harbor Garden. The cold air rushed into my lungs, and I felt my heart still convulsing with pain. That feeling is hard to describe. It was simply heart-wrenching, so much so that I felt like crying. After running a considerable distance, I finally slowed my pace. The situation was clear. Whether I acknowledged it or accepted it, it was a fact. Ding Ling had already become lost in the ancient Lu 8 years ago. But if she had been lost 8 years ago, then who was accompanying me to the ancient Lu this time? Could she be a ghost? With feelings of loss and confusion, I returned home. Just as I arrived, the white collar, I felt mentally drained and my psychology affected my physiology. I felt so exhausted that I could barely speak, giving vague responses over the phone before covering myself with a blanket and falling into a deep sleep. I woke up in the afternoon, gradually realizing some hidden truths behind the scenes. However, the more I knew, the more questions arose. The nightmare had not fully unfolded, yet new doubts emerged. I felt somewhat powerless. I was merely an ordinary person. What could I possibly do with my limited strengths? For a moment, I almost wanted to give up. I thought about finding a new job and burying everything I had experienced deep in my heart, ignoring everything and living a good life. I lay there dazed until evening, then got up to boil some noodles and turned on the computer to find a movie to watch, hoping to relieve the heavy pressure and burden on my mind. I watched 2 movies in a row, then procrastinated doing this and that. By around 2 in the morning, I finally began to feel sleepy. Buzz. Just as I was about to crawl under the covers, the phone next to my bed vibrated. Perhaps during my time in the ancient Lu, the eerie, ghostly calls had instilled in me an inexplicable psychological aversion to the phone's vibrations. The moment I heard the buzzing, I felt tense. I picked up the phone and saw the caller ID displayed on the screen, and my heart relaxed. It was a call from my father. But just as I relaxed, an uneasy feeling crept in. In my memory, since the moment I started attending university in Yang City, my father had never called me late at night. I pressed the answer button and called out. My father's familiar voice came through the line. Xiaohuai, are you asleep? The weather has been bad lately. You need to take care of yourself. I'm doing well. I suddenly felt that my father's voice was still the familiar one, but his tone and the way he spoke seemed to carry something indescribable. Dad, is there something wrong at this late hour? No. My father paused for a moment before continuing. I just wanted to say a few words to you, Xiaohuai. I'm getting old and can't compare to the past. Sometimes when I think about the past, it never feels good. You lost your mother when you were young. I know you are stronger than other children. Dad, why are you saying this? Being strong is not a bad thing. In life, one must endure some setbacks. Without perseverance, one cannot shoulder great responsibilities. In everything, do not give up easily. Xiaohuai, take care of yourself. Dad, what's wrong with you? The more I listened, the more something felt off. My father was the kind of honest person who never drank and wouldn't be drunk at midnight calling to say foolish things. Xiaohuai, do you have time now? My father paused again on the other end of the line. Suddenly his voice became ethereal, as if it were a ghostly echo, trembling and sorrowful, whispering to me like a mosquito. If you have time, come collect my body, Dad. I became anxious, shouting into the phone, Dad, what's wrong with you? Before I could finish the call, abruptly panicking, I dialed back, but my father's phone was already unreachable. A curse of nightmares. My mind began to swell, and Helian's narration echoed word by word in my mind. Those who had been to the ancient Lu would be continuously affected by nightmares, and that influence might spread to the closest people around them. I disregarded everything else, threw on my clothes, and rushed out the door. The journey from Yang City to my hometown took nearly 2 hours, and the streets at 2 in the early winter morning were eerily silent, with no one in sight, nor a single taxi. While running to find a car, I repeatedly dialed my father's number. But I could no longer get through. I didn't want to trouble anyone, but there was no other option at that moment, so I called the white-collar worker. The phone rang for a while. The white-collar worker had probably already fallen asleep and groggily answered. Can I use your car right now? There's an emergency. Where are you? The white-collar worker could sense my urgency and became fully alert. I told her my location, and within 10 minutes at most, 2 headlights flashed across the road. The white-collar worker drove over at high speed, as if she were going to fly. Where are we going? What happened? The white-collar worker, probably having just crawled out from under her blanket, hurried over her usually neat hair, a bit disheveled. I didn't have time to elaborate, just pointed her in the direction. The car left Yang City and sped along the road to my hometown. I still refused to give up, dialing my father's number several more times, but it remained unreachable. What exactly happened? You need to tell me. You're driving me crazy. The white-collar worker asked while driving. Do you remember what Helian said? The curse of nightmares might be coming. The road at night was clear. The white-collar worker almost floored the accelerator, and what usually took around 2 hours was completed in just over an hour. I instructed the white-collar worker to drive straight into the village. It was almost 4 in the morning, and people were in deep sleep. Apart from the occasional dog barking, there were no other sounds in the village. The car stopped outside my home. I jumped out and ran toward the door. The gate was slightly ajar and open. As I entered the yard, I saw several rooms shrouded in darkness, except for the main room, where a faint light flickered like a ghostly fire. Dad? I rushed into the main room. In recent years, my hometown had improved and many houses had been renovated or rebuilt, but our family still lived in the old house. Such old houses are prone to dampness. The main room always carries a faint musty smell whenever one enters, except in summer. The main room was empty. Beneath the large beams, there was a wooden bench with a rope hanging down from the rafters. The main room looked just as I remembered, with only that solitary wooden bench and a rope gently swaying in the wind. I could see nothing else, no sign of my father. Under the wooden bench, something flickered. I slowly crouched down and saw that it was a phone. I recognized that phone very well. It was the one I bought for my father with my first month's salary after graduating from university in Yangtze City. My father cherished this phone. He rarely took it out and kept it stored carefully. The phone was in excellent condition with no scratches, appearing as good as new. But at that moment, the owner of this Huawei phone was missing, with only the phone flickering incessantly beneath the bench. I picked up the phone, which displayed a warning signal indicating that the memory was full. Fang Huai, the white-collar worker, asked softly behind me, "Where is this?" "It's my home." My mind was in disarray, unsure how to explain this situation to her. I swiped open the phone's standby screen, and it immediately jumped to the folder used for storing videos. My father only used the phone for calls and was unfamiliar with its other functions, but I saw that there was a video file in the folder. The file was recorded about half an hour ago, which, if calculated, coincided perfectly with the moment my father hung up the call, and I rushed home. I remained silent. The white-collar worker didn't know what had happened and couldn't interject. My father was missing, but this phone was left in such a conspicuous place, clearly intended for me to find. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to open the video. The main scene of the video was the main room of my home. Although the lighting was dim, having lived here since childhood, I could recognize it from a blurry outline. The screen of the phone showed only the background, with no one present. The bench under the rafters was already set up and the rope was draped over the beam. When this video was recorded, it was utterly silent, so no sounds could be heard. The video was long, and this section of empty scenes lasted almost 10 minutes. Suddenly, within the blank scene, a figure slowly walked in. I instantly recognized it as my father. He moved slowly, as if dragging heavy shackles, his steps unsteady. He wore a glaring red outfit which appeared so jarring against the dim background. The bright red clothing, along with my father's graying hair, created an inexplicable eeriness in the scene. My father, dressed in that bright red outfit, moved his heavy feet, slowly inching to the center of the main room. The light was dim, and I could not discern the expression on his face. He walked to the hanging rope beneath the beam, stopping like a marionette. He remained still for half a minute, then slowly lifted his leg and stood on the wooden bench. My heart raced. This scene was not unfamiliar to me. I clearly remembered the scene when old Lee and the office director passed away, the bright red clothing, the hanged figure. At that moment, the image distorted eerily as my father faced the screen and could not see what was behind him. But as an observer, the entire scene was within my sight. The main room was very dark, especially the corner behind my father, where it was almost impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. I saw two shadows slowly crawling out of the dark corner. The shadows, black as ink, resembled a giant soft-bodied creature slithering on the ground, approaching my father. Due to the lighting, I could not discern what those two pitch-black shadows were, but I could feel that they were definitely not human. The scene displayed on my phone instantly frightened me to the core. This was not the first time I had witnessed someone hanging in red clothing, but this time the one about to hang was my father, my own flesh and blood. I simply could not view all of this as an observer. On the screen, my father stood dumbfounded on a wooden stool, one hand slowly pulling the noose that hung from the beam towards his face as he tiptoed, gradually maneuvering his head into the loop. Up until this moment, he still had not noticed the two shadows that crawled towards him from the darkness behind. I watched as my father's head entered the noose, seeing the lifeless gaze in his eyes, as if he had completely given up on struggling and resisting. My hand clenched into a fist. Although I understood that the scene on the phone was in the past, I could not bear the pain and torment my father was enduring. Tears began to well up in my eyes, my teeth clattering, as the moment my father's head was about to be fully ensnared by the noose, those two ghostly shadows had already crawled up to his back. In the image, the two shadows moved like a flowing pool of ink, bizarre beyond description. The image on the phone screen suddenly began to distort, flashing snowflake-like dots, and in the blurred scene, I seemed to see two shadows extending a tentacle-like limb from either side, slowly pressing against my father's shoulders. Crack. The image abruptly cut off, and the screen went black. I had no idea what those two shadows were, or whether my father I was dead. Oh. I frantically operated my phone, but this video was only so long with no further content. The video felt like a suspenseful horror film with no visible ending and no way to guess the conclusion. My emotions were completely thrown into disarray, feeling extremely anxious, yet there were very few clues left in the phone or the living room, making it difficult for me to deduce many details and hidden truths. This person, is your father. The white-collar worker had waited a long time before tentatively asking me, "Is it your father?" Yes. My mind was a mess, almost losing rationality as I scanned every corner of the living room hoping to discover something more. Don't be too anxious. The more it is like this, the more you need to stay calm. The white-collar worker stood behind me. While I watched the video, she also witnessed it in its entirety. Since the person in the video was not her father, she was an absolute bystander, at least clearer and calmer than I was. I think the person in the video is likely not dead. Not dead. I couldn't tell whether the white-collar worker was seriously deducing or simply trying to comfort me, but upon hearing her words it felt like a glimmer of hope emerged. If the purpose of those two shadows was to kill your father, then the final outcome of this video would not have been deliberate. The white-collar worker looked at me, sympathetically shrugged, and said, "He is very likely still alive, but I don't know if he was taken away or what happened to him." I slowly crouched down. This ordinary farmhouse courtyard was where I grew up. In recent years I had been living in Yangqing, and my childhood felt somewhat distant. However, every time I think of the courtyard it brings back many memories, warm and familiar. Yet at this moment the courtyard felt desolate and dark, as if I were surrounded by an impenetrable night. Feng Huai, the white-collar worker, accompanied me for a long time and said, "What are your plans now? Stay here or return to Yangqing?" "For now. I will stay here." I had no plans in mind, but with such a huge incident at home, I needed to handle the aftermath. Don't overthink it. If things can be investigated slowly. The white-collar worker glanced at her watch. "I had an appointment yesterday, and I have something urgent this morning. I must return to Yangqing. I should be able to wrap things up in the afternoon, and will come find you afterward. Let's go take it slow on the way." I didn't know what else to say. My father was in trouble, and it was a kind of unexpected incident that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. My mood was terrible as I sighed and saw the white-collar worker to the door of the courtyard. She reminded me a few more times before driving away along the same road. I tidied up the living room and checked once more, truly finding nothing. Our family was just a very ordinary household in the village. My father was a simple and honest countryman. I felt exhausted. The journey to Gulu, the Duga garden home, one encounter after another, left me physically and mentally drained as I trudged heavily to my bedroom. The bedroom was very clean. Even though I wasn't living there, my father still maintained the habit of cleaning it. The sheets and blankets were spotless. I wanted to keep my spirits up, but I simply couldn't fall asleep. When my father was around, I never thought so much, because he was an introverted and honest person who didn't express emotions. In my impression, he was always that slightly hunched-over old man who only smoked silently. Like all fathers, he bore hardships and toiled to earn money, all for the sake of allowing his son to have a better life in the city far from the countryside. Except during busy farming seasons, he worked in the nearby county doing tough and heavy labor, hoping to earn more money to buy me a house in Yangqing. I felt a dryness in my eyes, and as I thought about it, tears began to slide down my cheeks. Click, click, click. Just as I was completely immersed in endless sorrow, a faint and unusual sound reached my ears, brushing against the ground. The sound was very faint. If it weren't for the silence of the early morning, it might have been overlooked. I suddenly opened my eyes, and the sound seemed clearer. My senses seemed to sharpen suddenly. The moment I opened my eyes, I could perceive that the sound was emanating from beneath the ground. I quickly rolled off the bed, gently lying on the ground. The old farmhouse didn't have tiled floors. The ground was paved with those types of bricks used for building houses. As soon as my ear was close to the ground, the sound rushed into my ear like a wisp of smoke. The sound was rustling. It seemed like many mice were digging underground, but on listening again, it also sounded as though someone was murmuring. In just about half a minute, I realized that the sound was actually seeping up from beneath the floor of the adjacent room. Next door was my father's bedroom. I immediately became alert and quietly walked to the door, grabbing a wooden stick and silently opening it. The window next door was not tightly closed. Getting closer, I immediately heard that rustling sound like mice digging coming from under my father's bed. There were no people visible in the bedroom, only that irritating sound drifting intermittently into my ears. I was tense but would not give up. My father had just encountered an incident, and such unusual movements coming from his bedroom could not possibly be a mere coincidence. Holding the sturdy wooden stick, I silently climbed into the bedroom through the window, sneaking up to the bed like a cat on tiptoes. As I reached the side of the bed, the noise from beneath the ground reached a peak, and I saw several bricks on the floor. Something was about to emerge. I held my breath, crouching down, aiming the wooden stick at the trembling ground. No matter what it was, if it dared to show its head, I would strike first. Crash. Several bricks along with flying dirt were pushed up by whatever was beneath the ground. I didn't dare turn on the light. The light was very dim, but the moment the bricks moved I saw what appeared to be a head emerging halfway from the hole beneath the bricks. In that dim environment, I couldn't see the exact appearance of the head. My heart was tense. When the head showed itself, the sense of crisis hidden in my heart suddenly erupted. I felt extreme unease, and without hesitation swung the wooden stick horizontally. The wooden stick whistled through the air. The owner of that head probably did not expect me to be waiting by the bed. Trying to dodge, he was a bit slow, quickly retracting his head, and the stick grazed past his scalp. This made him nervous. He completely tucked his head back into the hole beneath the bricks, and immediately a series of clattering noises came from underground. Seizing the opportunity, I took the wooden stick and started thrusting it into the hole. Soon after, I vaguely saw that beneath the bed's bricks, there was a medium-sized wooden box. The person who had almost had his head smashed by me was trying to drag this box away. But the box was quite large and got stuck in the hole. I forcefully thrust the wooden stick into the hole in the ground. It seemed that the person inside was very reluctant to give up the box, but it was firmly lodged, and he couldn't move it for the time being. For less than 3 seconds we faced each other, and he could not withstand the pressure. Saying nothing, turned around and crawled away through the hole beneath. I didn't have a flashlight or any light source, so in a hurry I pulled out my phone and used its screen light to shine down. I only saw the figure of that person turning around to crawl away, but this figure gave me an inexplicable and very strange sense of familiarity. In that moment my nerves froze as my gaze locked onto the figure. I really felt that this back was extremely familiar, yet I couldn't recall where I had seen it. This sudden sense of familiarity made me realize that this person was likely an acquaintance. But the oddity was that normally if it were someone very familiar to me, I could recognize them by their back, even without seeing their face. Yet this familiar back left me racking my brain, unable to remember who they were. As I paused and thought, the person swiftly darted out. The wooden box had blocked the hole, preventing me from pursuing. In an instant, the person had vanished without a trace. By this time, things had become very clear. This person had dug a hole from beneath the ground and entered my father's bedroom solely for this box that was buried underground. The person had escaped, but the box remained right in front of me. I set down the wooden stick and pried up a few nearby bricks to retrieve the box. It was an old wooden box, thick and heavy like iron. Faced with such a heavy old chest, though its lid remains tightly closed, I can already sense that the contents inside are likely very important. This chest has probably been buried underground for many years, its lacquer peeling and emanating a faint musty odor with a rusted lock hanging from it. What is this? My mind began to race. The chest was discovered in my father's bedroom. Undoubtedly, this must be something my father buried. There were many stories in the village about wealthy landlords hiding their treasures at home, but I know better than anyone how little wealth our broken family possesses. Then I recalled the person who had almost been struck in the head by my stick earlier. He was trying to silently retrieve the chest from underground. I am not particularly good at thinking, but in the face of this scene, a strange thought suddenly occurred to me. I seemed to sense that my father's feelings towards this chest might be quite contradictory. He buried the chest to preserve it well, yet it was buried, and then covered with a layer of bricks firmly sealed underground, which suggests he might have never intended to dig it up again. I dragged the chest back to my bedroom. To prevent that person from spying nearby, I carefully observed the front and back of the window for a while before tightly closing the doors and windows. I don't know if the chest is too heavy or if I'm too nervous, but without realizing it, sweat began to bead on my forehead. The lock on the chest was completely rusted, and without a key, I used a tool to break it off. As the chest creaked open, I saw that inside was a smaller wooden box. The smaller wooden box was still locked. There was no other choice. I had to again destructively break the lock. After opening the second wooden box, I found a layer of straw inside. The dry straw crumbled at a touch, and as I pushed aside this layer of straw, I saw a third box. I felt a bit dazed and was anxious to see what was hidden inside, but the boxes kept playing a series of tricks. The third box was even smaller, but very exquisite, wrapped in a layer of iron sheet. Reluctantly, I broke off the lock on this box as well. At the moment the box opened, I truly felt fear. My hands were numb from smashing the lock, and I was very unwilling to see that there was an even smaller box inside. The old wooden chest was heavy because it contained 2 boxes. Opening the third small iron box revealed its contents at a glance. I was a bit astonished and surprised. The chest was tightly sealed with layers upon layers, giving a strong impression that something extraordinary was inside. However, when I opened the box, all that was inside was a thin booklet of a few pages. More surprisingly, beneath the booklet was half a pack of instant noodles. Aside from this booklet and half a pack of instant noodles, there was nothing else. In other words, the items my father carefully buried under the bed were actually just this booklet and half a pack of instant noodles, and the person who almost got hit by me intended to steal the same items. The booklet was just a few thin pages, the edges of the paper already yellowed, clearly an old object from many years ago. When I took it out, I immediately saw that it was a medical record book, a very old one. The packaging of the instant noodles was very intact, branded Yuzu. This kind of instant noodle can be traced back many years, and even to this day it dominates the instant noodle market in several surrounding counties. Local people simply do not prefer brands like Kong Shifu or Tongi, they only recognize Yuzu. The medical record book had suffered severe dampness, but looking at the cover I could still make out that it was from the People's Hospital in the eastern part of the city. This hospital was located on the outskirts of the old county town, the closest hospital to several nearby villages. In the past, when villagers had headaches or fevers they couldn't handle, they would run to the People's Hospital in the east for treatment. About a decade ago, the hospital relocated, leaving only a dilapidated site behind. I suddenly couldn't understand, why would my honest father hide such a medical record book? And half a pack of Honestly, if this chest had been hiding some gold or silver, or even a priceless antique, I wouldn't have been surprised. But in this wooden box buried for who knows how many years, there was only a medical record book and half a pack of I wanted to flip through the medical record book, but due to dampness and age the pages had severely stuck together, making it impossible to turn. The characters on the paper had become distorted and blurry. The doctor's handwriting in the hospital was already difficult to read, and with the damp distortion, it was even more unclear. I exerted a bit of force, but I felt that tearing it like this would damage the book. With no other way, I had to temporarily give up to avoid completely ruining it. Holding the book, I slowly looked through it again. On the back of the medical record book, I saw 3 neatly written basement. My eyes couldn't help but narrow. My father's education level wasn't high. When I was in elementary school in the town, I would lean on the threshold to do my homework, and my father would practice writing characters beside me. I was very familiar with his penmanship, so even though the characters on the back of the medical record book were distorted, if I looked carefully, I could still recognize that it was my father's handwriting. Originally, my father's accident made me sad, but at this moment, after the sadness, a thick layer of suspicion arose. My father was honest, but not foolish, since he treasured the medical record book so much it must have a reason and necessity. However, the illegible writing on the medical record book made me anxious and restless. What was my father doing this for? Hiding a medical record book I could somewhat understand, but what on earth was that half pack of instant noodles? Aside from this medical record book, I had no other clues. It was difficult for me alone to guess the hidden meaning. At this time, the only person I could seek help from was the office worker. I wanted to discuss it with her, but looking at the clock, it was 4:30 in the morning. The office worker was on her way back to Yanqing. She hadn't witnessed what happened here, and even if I told her, she wouldn't be able to offer any constructive advice. Honestly, this layer of suspicion was making my heart anxious. I couldn't wait even a second. Looking at the words People's Hospital in the East on the medical record book, and then at the word basement on the back, I couldn't sit still. This might be the only clue I could grasp at the moment. People's Hospital in the East. Basement. People's Hospital in the East basement. I knew very well that this was a special time, and right now I was all alone. It was not suitable to rashly go to an unfamiliar place. However, the image of my father's wrinkled face flashed in my mind. In my impression, he was so honest that he had no privacy or secrets at all. Yet the chest I discovered today, along with the 2 somewhat strange items inside, made me feel as if this might be my father's secret. What does it mean for someone who has never had secrets to suddenly have one? If my father hadn't had an accident, I might never have known about this chest buried under the bed. Once he had an accident, the secret surfaced. Was this a coincidence? I wanted to hold back to think it through, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to restrain myself. I looked at the clock again, and then at the thick darkness outside. Suddenly, I gritted my teeth, packed a few things, and rode the old bicycle that had long been used in my home. Our village is some distance from the old site of the People's Hospital in the East, and I rushed towards my destination as fast as I could. I rode as if my life depended on it, the wheels spinning as if they were about to fly. After about half an hour, the old site of the People's Hospital came into view. This was a battlefield hospital established during the Liberation War. After the war ended, it was handed over to the local authorities, renovated and expanded. Decades passed in a hurry, and now looking at it, the People's Hospital appeared like a pile of abandoned construction debris, quietly immersed in the deepest darkness before dawn. The old site of the hospital had been abandoned for a long time, both inside and outside, overgrown with dry grass. When I was a child, I had come here twice and still had some impression of the general layout of the hospital. I dismounted from my bicycle and walked around the dilapidated walls for a while. The hospital's main gate was tightly bound with wire, and through the gaps in the iron gate, I could see the unique desolation of the old building. The medical record book had already implicitly pointed me towards the purpose of this trip. I didn't know where the hospital's basement was, so I could only look for it temporarily. I climbed through a gap in the wall. The hospital had 2 3-story buildings in total, and the doors were locked. However, the glass in the windows was already mostly broken, so I leaned in to take a look. The hallway was empty, with only a few pieces of discarded paper fluttering in the wind. Though I couldn't see anything, my heart began to feel uneasy. How many people were born in this decades-old hospital, and how many died here? If viewed from a superstitious perspective, this place was undoubtedly ominous. I jumped through the window into the building. In the lobby on the first floor, there was still a huge sign clearly indicating all the departments of the hospital. I examined the sign carefully. There was no mention of the basement, but I saw the location of the pharmacy. The People's Hospital in the East was originally a battlefield hospital that treated wounded soldiers while battles raged outside. Back then, resources were scarce, and many medicines were more precious than gold. Thus, the battlefield hospital had to have a strong and concealed underground shelter to provide care and properly store medicines during wartime. I suspected that this underground shelter was the basement indicated in the medical record book, which had been converted into an underground pharmacy in peacetime. Following the route on the sign, I walked to the back of the front building and found the entrance to the pharmacy between the two buildings. The hospital had relocated and the medicines in the pharmacy had surely been taken away, but this was once a crucial area of the hospital. The door was an iron door, solid as a mountain, difficult to shake. The keyhole of the pharmacy's main door had rusted shut, rendering it impossible to open. I had no choice but to look around and noticed a small vent nearby. The vent was too small for a person to crawl through, so I moved several bricks, climbed up, and used the tools I had brought to forcefully remove the vent's frame. However, even with this opening, it was still difficult to get inside. I had to take off my outer clothing to minimize obstruction. After much effort, I finally squeezed through the vent. The basement was cool and dry, resembling the air raid shelter I used to cool off in during summer as a child. Descending along the sloping stairs, I faced another closed door, but this one was wooden. I pried open the lock and stepped inside, immediately feeling a chill. When I learned of my father's incident, I had left home in a hurry, wearing only a thermal shirt beneath my coat. Once I took off my outer layer, I gradually felt the biting cold. I hurried back to the vent to retrieve my discarded coat. The basement had been built a long time ago, at a time when there were no professional architects and the construction quality was poor. The underground structure couldn't be too large, with load-bearing walls dividing the space into several small areas of about 30 to 50 square meters. Most of the items had been moved out, leaving only some iron frames behind. I walked slowly, examining carefully, ensuring I missed no details. However, the empty basement contained nothing of interest, and given the current situation, I didn't expect to find anything. Unable to discover any valuable clues, I quickly walked through the not-so-large underground pharmacy. As I reached the far end, staring at the wall before me, doubt began to creep into my mind. Had I misjudged? Was the basement referred to in the medical records not the underground pharmacy? Or had whatever should have been here already been taken away? But at this moment, what could I do? Despite my mind being filled with confusion, disbelief, and reluctance, I had thoroughly inspected the basement and could find nothing. I shook my head, let out a quiet sigh, and turned to leave. Just as I was about to turn around, I swept my flashlight across the wall, and in that moment, I suddenly noticed a faint mark on the wall. The mark was not very noticeable on the wall, yet I had caught sight of it. I stopped in my tracks and walked a couple of steps closer, almost pressing my face against the wall to observe it carefully. Logically, this wall was supposed to be the end of the basement, but through observation, after gently brushing away the dust on the wall, the mark became increasingly prominent. I saw a large mark on the wall about 2 meters high and over a meter wide. The reason this mark stood out was that the bricks in that location were relatively new. It was as if a decades-old wall had developed a hole, and the owner had used new bricks to seal it up. In an instant, I suddenly understood what was going on. This mark was originally a small door, but at some unknown point it had been dismantled and bricked up. Originally a door, now sealed off, it made me suspect that something hidden lay behind it. Perhaps this sealed door was the true meaning of the clue left in the medical records. I suddenly felt exhilarated. When I left the small courtyard, I had anticipated needing tools to pry open doors and break locks to enter the old hospital site. I took out my tools and began to hammer at the gaps between the bricks. The bricks were laid very firmly, but once the chisel loosened one brick, the entire wall began to crumble. I removed 2 bricks from the wall, shining my flashlight through the hole. Indeed, there was something hidden behind this. Behind the door was a dark room of about 40 square meters containing a large table and several shelves. The shelves held numerous jars and bottles, resembling a small laboratory at first glance. The dark room was quite messy, and from the hole I couldn't yet determine what hidden items lay within. However, this accidental discovery invigorated me, and I continued to pry at the bricks on the wall, trying to create an entrance. The basement was stuffy. After working hard for a while, I broke into a sweat, my face covered in a layer of grime and sweat. Finally, I pried open a hole about a square meter in the wall, allowing me to slip through easily. I sighed in relief, put down my tools, and took out 2 napkins from my pocket to wipe the sweat from my forehead and face. However, just as my hand went into my pocket, I felt something crumpled and wrinkled. I am quite particular about hygiene and rarely carry a lot of random items. No matter the time, I always knew what was in which pocket. Upon touching this crumpled paper, my first reaction was that it didn't belong to me. My heart raced. In such a place, suddenly feeling something strange on me was unsettling, as if someone had been silently following me. I clenched the paper and instinctively turned around to look around. The basement remained eerily silent and empty. There wasn't a single person, not even a ghost. Holding the paper, I realized it was a piece torn from a notebook. Unfolding it, I saw some writing. "Do not enter this door. It is the entrance to hell. Leave, leave. Otherwise you will bring death to many." Looking at the words on the paper, my scalp involuntarily tingled, as if I had seen a ghost. I had just pried open the sealed door in the wall when this paper conveniently appeared in my pocket. The eerie coincidence felt similar to the ghostly encounter I had in the ancient mountains. Without a doubt, this was a warning, or rather a stern caution. There was indeed no one around, and holding this paper, I gradually began to feel disoriented. I couldn't figure out if the warning on the note was exaggerated. The hidden room behind this sealed door was at most 40 to 50 square meters, filled with some random items. How could it possibly be the entrance to hell? The handwriting on the note was quite messy, making it hard to believe it was written by someone educated and skilled in writing. But for some reason, as I gazed at the hasty script, I felt that the sloppiness might very well be a disguise. Perhaps I was familiar with the handwriting of the writer. To conceal this familiarity, they deliberately wrote it in a messy manner to make it difficult for me to discern who it was. My gaze turned suspicious as I scanned the surroundings repeatedly. If I hadn't received this warning, I might not have thought so much. But seeing this note made me even more curious about the sealed room before me, and that curiosity was uncontrollable. I was engaged in a fierce internal struggle with no one to give me advice. Ultimately, the decision had to be mine. Obtaining this clue felt quite accidental. The door was right in front of me, and I thought if I were to leave now, more importantly, I couldn't discern whether this note was benevolent or malicious. If I left now, I might miss crucial information. The yearning for the unknown within me continued to swell, growing ever stronger. Enter. I gritted my teeth, once more disregarding everything, and stepped through the hole before me. The hidden room was quite small, and upon crawling in I could see everything at a glance. Someone might have lived here years ago. Apart from the large table and several shelves, there was a small bed in the corner. The room was a bit messy, but the items on the table were neatly arranged, consisting only of a teacup, a few pens, and 2 ink bottles. The drawer of the table had a small lock that could be easily opened with a pair of pliers. Inside the middle drawer were neatly stacked sheets of manuscript paper. The manuscript paper was yellowed, but the writing on it remained clear. When I took out the stack and opened the first page, my gaze froze. On the first page of the manuscript, there was a hand-drawn map with a fountain pen. Based on my understanding, this map depicted the routes into the ancient land. Though the map was only roughly outlined with a fountain pen, it was incredibly precise, detailing the dry and water routes into the ancient land without a single error, even marking the river flowing between the mountains. Who was the person that once lived in this hidden room? This stack of manuscript papers must be quite old. Many years ago, someone clearly knew the specific route into the ancient land. Such a route map could only be drawn by someone who had personally visited the ancient land. As I flipped through this hand-drawn route map, I found many neatly written words on the subsequent pages. Glancing at them, I determined that the person who left these manuscripts had definitely been to the ancient land. This was a person skilled in planning, documenting all the gear that could be used for exploration in the ancient land, anticipating possible accidents and dangers along with corresponding countermeasures. Before even going to the ancient land, he already had a well-developed and perfect action plan. As I continued reading the manuscript, my vision and nerves were simultaneously jolted. That jolt made my thoughts seem to pause. The beginning of the manuscript's main text read, "Because of that thing, I had to personally go to the ancient land." Before setting off, I made detailed arrangements and predictions. The ancient land itself was unfamiliar to me, and coupled with those companions, I had a premonition that this journey would bring about ominous events. The short, stout man might not have much cunning, the little girl was foolish, the one with glasses was quite sinister, but the one with the scarred face was the most unpredictable. Looking at the words on the manuscript, I was first taken aback, then felt a sudden cool breeze blowing on the back of my neck, sending chills down my spine. The manuscript did not explicitly name my companions, yet images of the chubby man, the little girl, the bespectacled one, and the scar-faced individual flashed through my mind uncontrollably. Tall, rich, and handsome Ding Ling, the neighbor, old Wang Helian. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. As far as I knew, 8 years ago, a team had ventured deep into the ancient land, and nearly all of them perished. I could have used this reason to explain the content of the manuscript, but the stack of papers had undoubtedly existed for more than 10 years, perhaps even longer. I was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. In an instant, the person who wrote the manuscript became incredible. I couldn't believe it, yet I had to believe that before that team disappeared in the ancient land 8 years ago, there was another group of people who had ventured into that nightmarish place I would never want to recall. I steadied my mind, and continued to browse through the stack of manuscripts. It was evident that these notes were written like a memoir after the owner returned from the ancient land. The journey to the ancient land contained enough content to fill a book, so the author chose only the more significant parts to write about, glossing over many experiences and unforeseen dangers. From both the records in the manuscript and my own imagination, I could tell the owner of the manuscript had narrowly survived nearly dying in the depths of the ancient land. In his own words, he had escaped by the skin of his teeth. I believed he had spent more time in the ancient land than I had, with more experiences than I could fathom. As I continued to read, even more shocking content appeared at the end of the manuscript. My consciousness tells me the secret lies beneath that boundless abyss. Our team has already paid a painful price. I lack the strength to probe that abyss further. As the sole survivor returning from the ancient land, I found it hard to describe the immense threat and disaster that the ancient land and the abyss would bring to this world. This section was followed by more writing, but the author seemed unaware of his surroundings at that moment. His emotions were likely chaotic and complex, and he scribbled words only to later cross them out, leaving me unable to discern the content that followed. Once again, events unfolded beyond my expectations. In my memory, the journey to the ancient land was merely to lift that cursed nightmare. If the situation truly spiraled out of control, the curse would implicate my loved ones. However, I never anticipated that the severity of the situation was far greater than I imagined. I had never met the owner of the manuscript, but he was a pioneer who had ventured into the ancient land before me. I had no reason to doubt this manuscript. What he wrote could very well be true. Who could this person be? I couldn't help but ponder that the information about the basement came from the box buried deep by my father, yet I felt my father was not the writer. I knew his character and temperament all too well. He would not do such a thing. At this point, I could only temporarily understand that this person was an acquaintance of my father, possibly a friend or a relative. My father must have known some things about this person, but given his nature, he would never casually speak of it. He would only bury it deep within his heart. Suddenly, I realized that my father's unexpected incident might not solely be the result of that cursed nightmare. From a certain perspective, my father was also an informed outsider. But who was the enemy? I was in a state of confusion and ignorance. All I saw from the video on my phone was that my father was pinned down by those two shadowy figures that were not human. Whoosh. Just as I was lost in thought, a sudden chill ran through me, for I strongly sensed that behind me a pair of eyes was staring at me intently. I did not see those eyes, but sometimes human intuition does not require seeing something with one's own eyes to make a judgment. My feeling was indeed strong and very clear. Those unblinking eyes were watching me in this dark room of just over 40 square meters. I abruptly turned around. Behind me were two metal frames placed together on which were various dirty glass bottles and some miscellaneous items. The dark room had space, but not enough to hide a person. Moreover, the dark room was just opened by me. I couldn't believe any creature could survive in such an environment without food or water for so many years. I kept looking and observing, scanning every corner. I truly did not see a shadow of a person. Gradually, I began to doubt if my perception was faulty. The watch indicated it was already 5:40 a.m. Although I did not see anyone behind me, my uneasy feeling persisted. I did not want to linger in this place, but also wanted to sift through all the clues I could find in the dark room. I turned back and took another look in the drawer of the table, where there were some blank sheets of paper unwritten. However, just as I turned back to focus on the table and drawer, that feeling of being watched from behind resurfaced silently in my heart. This time the sensation was even more intense than before. I could feel that the other party was only 2 steps away behind me. Without hesitation, I turned around again, but behind me was empty, just like before. I felt a vague sense of dread. The intense feeling and the captured sight seemed like a paradox that could not coexist. I clearly felt someone was there, but why did I always end up grasping at nothing when I turned around? The hairs on my arms began to stand on end as I recalled that I was in an abandoned hospital. The corpses of those who once died in this hospital were long gone, but those filthy entities might still be lingering in every corner of the hospital's old site, including this dark room. This chilling sensation truly made it impossible for me to stay still. I gripped the iron hammer in my hand and stood up. The moment I stood up, I saw those eyes that were watching me. Damn. I was taken aback, almost throwing the hammer in. Those eyes were wide open, trapped inside a large glass jar. The front of the jar was piled high with debris, and only when I stood up, aligning my sight with the shelf, could I see those eyes from this specific angle. Crash. The heavy shelf shook inexplicably, as if the balance of the objects piled on it was disrupted, causing a pile of dusty debris to fall from the shelf, completely exposing the glass jar containing the eyes. At that moment, I was so shocked I was almost dazed, trembling while gripping the iron hammer in my hand, yet I couldn't move a step. A large glass jar about 50 centimeters in diameter was filled with formalin, in which curled the body. This infant had a large head and thin limbs that had been submerged in the jar for an unknown period, but its eyes were still open, pressed against the glass wall, as if staring directly at me. A big-head freak baby. An infant with a big head that had been dead for who knows how long. A big-head freak baby, soaked in formalin. At this moment I could barely catch my breath. I knew the big-head freak baby soaked in formalin was already dead, but for some reason I felt it was alive, as if it were taking a bath in a glass jar, ready to stretch its thin limbs and suddenly crawl out. My emotions were extremely tense. Having experienced the journey to the ancient land and faced life and death, I shouldn't have been so timid. Yet I still couldn't bear what my eyes saw, and I began to slowly retreat towards the entrance of the dark room. Click. I was so anxious I could hardly breathe. At this critical moment, the flashlight in my hand suddenly made a faint cracking sound, and then the light went out, plunging the dark room into complete darkness. I shook the flashlight vigorously, unsure if the battery had died, the bulb was malfunctioning, or if there was a poor connection. In any case, this cursed flashlight had failed at a moment when it shouldn't have. This is just damn deadly. I gritted my teeth, wanting to curse, but thinking of my current environment made my liver tremble. I quickly took out my phone from my pocket, but after pressing it several times, the phone showed no response. I had left in such a hurry and had been in here for so long that I couldn't be sure if the phone had run out of battery and shut off. In short, all available light sources around me had gone dark. At this moment, one thought dominated my mind: leave. Get out now. Forget about the big-head freak baby in the glass jar. The jar would still be here, and I could come back anytime. I had to leave first and regroup with the others. 2 people together would be braver. Otherwise, coming to such a place alone would only scare myself to death. As I pressed the power button on the phone, I slowly retreated towards the entrance, relying on my memory. It was pitch black with not a glimmer of light, and deep down that annoying habit of mine resurfaced, making me ponder more about what I feared. I continued to back away, my mind racing with thoughts of whether that big-head freak baby in the large glass jar was gradually stretching its limbs, trying to crawl out. Rustle. In the small dark room, as I stepped a few more paces, I was almost at the entrance on the wall, but my hand had yet to touch it when a sudden rustling sound broke the eerie silence. This unexpected sound made me halt all movements, even holding my breath. As soon as the rustling began, it was continuous. It was slow and rhythmic. Rustle, rustle. In an instant my scalp tingled. I could tell that the sound seemed to be someone crawling on the ground, the sound of clothes rubbing against the cement floor. Someone was crawling on the ground. The rustling sound disrupted my thoughts entirely. In the quiet basement, the slow and rhythmic friction was painfully sharp, and soon I could tell the sound was coming this way, getting closer and closer. I pressed the phone desperately, but the battery was completely drained, and it wouldn't even turn on. My greatest flaw is that in an environment I cannot touch or witness, I tend to imagine the sounds I hear. I sensed that something terrifying, perhaps a thing or a person, was dragging itself, trying to crawl into the dark room. It was so dark around me that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't grasp the specific situation outside, blocked in the confined room, afraid to run around recklessly. I remained still, unable to do anything else, listening to the rustling sound approaching closer and closer. As the rustling noise came within about 6 or 7 meters of the dark room's entrance, I heard something inside the rustling, as if mixed with the sound of hard objects colliding. The sound was low, but to my ears it was like a dagger scraping against bone, making my teeth ache. Suddenly, I discerned that the clattering sound resembled the grinding of teeth. Something that couldn't quite be defined as human appeared suddenly in the pitch-black basement, crawling while grinding its teeth. I shivered and gently retreated, backing up against the wall, gripping the iron hammer in my hand. The situation turned very unfavorable. I had no light source and felt blind. If the other party was familiar with the terrain here, I was already at a disadvantage without them needing to act. While I was desperately contemplating my options, the rustling sound got closer by another 2 or 3 meters. I sensed that in another 2 minutes this thing would surely crawl through the gap into the confined room. My heart raced like a drum, thumping incessantly, my forehead drenched in sweat. Without light, I felt blind. If this thing really approached me, how would I deal with it? Would I just swing the hammer wildly? That wouldn't work. Just then the rustling abruptly ceased, along with the chilling sound of grinding teeth vanishing without a trace. The dark room and the entire basement fell back into absolute silence. I could hear my own furious heartbeat, feeling increasingly uneasy. When the rustling persisted, although I couldn't see anything, I could at least discern the direction and distance of the other party based on the sounds. With the sound gone, panic and danger instantly filled every inch of the dark room. I clutched the hammer and slowly backed along the wall, retreating further. Sweat streamed down my cheeks, and when I had retreated to the dead end between the table and the wall, there was still no sound. But I felt anything but relaxed. Instead, I was more terrified. For some reason, I suddenly had a very ominous feeling that this thing crawling on the ground, grinding its teeth, was here to take my life. Buzz. As I became completely disoriented, a faint rumble emanated from an unknown corner of the basement, sounding like some machine had been switched on. Immediately after, the basement outside the dark room suddenly began flashing lights with old tungsten bulbs flickering one by one along the corridor, casting a dim yellow light through a 1 square gap in the wall. The hospital had been abandoned for so long, the electrical system must have been long ruined. Even if the wiring and the lights were fine, where was the electricity coming from? I knew that in a place like a hospital, besides the normal electrical system, there must be emergency lighting facilities like generators. But who would start the generator at a time like this? The voltage was highly unstable, making the flickering tungsten bulbs dazzle my eyes. However, I had no time to consider the electrical issues. Amidst the flickering lights, I suddenly saw a thing lying just 2 meters in front of me. Oh no! The thing that had silently crawled into the dark room during the previous silence was now so close to me. If the electrical system hadn't suddenly restored, I might not have noticed the claws reaching toward my neck. What the hell is this thing in front of me? Is it human? This thing had a messy and filthy head of hair, wearing a tattered and indistinguishable old garment. Its legs, whether due to congenital or acquired reasons, were severely deformed, resembling a half circle of bent bone. With its deformed legs, it couldn't stand and could only crawl on the ground. Its arms were also twisted with unusually long fingers, and the nails on its hands were almost 2 centimeters long, sharp as knives. The suddenly bright light bulb allowed me to see the situation clearly at a critical moment. I immediately pressed my back against the corner and extended the iron hammer in my hand. If this not-quite-human, not-quite-host dared to come any closer, I would strike without hesitation. The creature with bent legs was 2 meters away from me like a cold-blooded reptile, raising its head supported by its spine. Its hair was dirty and messy, covering its eyes. But as it lifted its head, I could see its face. That face was definitely not human. Its face was swollen with several bulging growths that distorted the muscles, misplacing its features. Its nose and mouth were in entirely wrong places. Among the clusters of flesh, I could see its eyes like 2 glass balls buried in rotten meat, emitting a cold light devoid of warmth. It seemed like a starving crocodile fixating on the prey that had entered its territory. At that moment, my senses sharpened. This monstrous creature with bent legs was here to take my life. Huff! I had been confronting it with my hammer for about half a minute, but the hammer didn't intimidate the creature. Suddenly, it pushed off the ground with both hands and lunged at me. Its hands and feet were severely deformed, yet its movements were exceptionally agile. The external voltage remained unstable, causing the bulb to flicker. In a blink, the creature had pounced in front of me. I had no choice. Reflexively, I swung the hammer in my hand and struck out. The creature seemed intent on fighting me. Facing the whistling hammer, it didn't even flinch, its sharp knife-like fingers lunging directly at my eyes. Bang! This hammer struck directly onto the creature's shoulder. It was filthy. Who knew how many years it hadn't bathed? Dirt and skin flakes having accumulated thickly on its skin, resembling fish scales. I exerted great force, knocking the creature back. But as it was pushed away, I felt a sharp chill on my forehead. The creature's knife-like claw left a deep gash. I had no time to wipe away the blood that flowed down. The creature lunged at me again while retreating. The dark room was already small and filled with things. Our struggle was intense. I was well aware that if I let my guard down even slightly, I might be killed by the creature. We fought desperately in the dark room, a chaotic clash. I had used all my strength, but I was not as agile as the creature. The hammer swung back and forth dozens or even hundreds of times, but I couldn't hit it again. Boom! One misstep, and the creature lunged at me like a bullet. The cluttered items on the shelf tumbled down with a clatter. My chest ached, and before I could catch my breath, I felt something swoosh down from above, striking me squarely on the head. It was a dusty little suitcase that had been placed on top of the shelf, rolling down and hitting me on the head before landing on the ground. Old items from the past were of very good quality. The suitcase was full and heavy, nearly knocking me unconscious with that hit. When it hit the ground, it burst open. Among the slightly rising dust, I saw the suitcase contained many various books and some armbands from the WG era, with a chaotic mess scattered all over. Originally, I was on the brink of death, pressured by the creature with no time to consider anything else. But as the suitcase burst open, a photo wedged between the books came into view. I couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The photo was very old and black and white, but I could tell that the background was the mountain pass of ancient land. What surprised me even more was the man standing at the mountain pass in the photo. He was a man in his prime. I had no time to examine closely, glancing at it while hurriedly evading the creature. But just that one glance, I saw that this man in his prime vaguely resembled my father when he was young. My mind spun again, but there was no time for thought. I rolled on the ground and grabbed the fallen photo. The creature behind me was madly clawing and biting. I couldn't contend with it. I had the thought of escaping. There might be other undiscovered things in this dark room, but I had to preserve my life first before considering anything else. I rolled around, circled behind the iron shelf, and dashed towards the entrance of the dark room, bending down to slip out. The creature's movements had always been alarmingly fast. Just as I slipped out, it lunged after me like a venomous snake, turning around to block my path. I had no way to run back the way I came. In my panic, I hurriedly ran down a side corridor. The basement was filled with rooms separated by load-bearing walls, most of them empty. As I neared the end of this corridor, the faint rumbling sound grew closer. I realized that the temporary generator for the underground pharmacy was in this room. After so many years, it could still be operational. My nerves momentarily faltered. I pushed aside the generator issue. Even if the generator was fine, it couldn't possibly start itself. Who had started it? I ran ahead with the creature closely pursuing me. It seemed determined not to let me go until it killed me. I rounded the room where the generator was, and before I could reach the corner of the corridor, a large ball of fire suddenly appeared from the other side of the corner. The fireball arced through the air and landed behind me. It was likely a large bundle of rags soaked in alcohol, burning fiercely. The creature that had been chasing me relentlessly suddenly shrank back like a madman when the burning fire fell between us, coming to a stop just before the fireball. This thing is afraid of fire. I found myself cornered and without escape, but the moment the fireball appeared, it revealed the fatal weakness of the creature with the bent legs. Like many beings of darkness, it was afraid of the light of fire. I quickly took off my outer garment and set it ablaze in the fireball. The creature with the bent legs seemed reluctant, eager to sneak around the edge of the fire. I ignited my outer garment and kicked the fireball towards it. The creature with the bent legs recoiled as if its tail had been stepped on. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed the burning clothing and dashed towards the turn in the corridor. As I ran, I couldn't help but think that this fire couldn't have ignited for no reason, as someone must have intentionally thrown the fireball. However, when I turned the corner, I couldn't see anyone. But I didn't dare to wait, and continued running, circling through the underground pharmacy until I reached the staircase entrance by the large iron gate, quickly squeezing through the ventilation window to the outside. At this time, it was probably around 6 o'clock. The winter in the north arrived early, and the sky was still dark at 6. I extinguished the burning outer garment and ran all the way from the pharmacy to the wall of the hospital, climbing over it. The bicycle was still parked by the wall. I glanced back and saw that the creature with the bent legs was no longer pursuing me. I then hopped onto the bike and sped away. As I rode far away, my heart raced. Despite the danger, I also gained a lot from this experience. I didn't know who had activated the generator and thrown the fireball, but it was clear they were helping me. I suspected it might be the white-collar worker, but quickly dismissed that thought. We weren't strangers. We had almost perished together in the ancient land. If she wanted to help me, there was no need for her to be so secretive. As I rode, I couldn't help but take out that photograph. It was an old black and white photo, and while I couldn't determine the exact time it was taken, it was undoubtedly very old. In the background of the photo, the ancient mountains of the land had remained unchanged for millennia. I gazed at the deep mountains and at my father standing at the mountain's mouth. At that time, my father was still young, quietly gazing at the camera, his face devoid of any expression, as serene as drifting clouds. My hand suddenly trembled. My judgment was not wrong, and my father was undoubtedly someone in the know. He had personally been to the ancient land. If I were to analyze this train of thought, there would be reason to continue doubting whether the manuscript in the dark room was left behind by my father. However, I had examined the manuscript closely, and it was not my father's handwriting. The manuscript and the photograph made me feel that the ancient land had grown even deeper. Regardless of whether there were hidden secrets behind the manuscript and the photograph, I could sense that the place in the ancient land was not merely about lifting the curse of nightmares. The secrets lie beneath that abyss. I couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the abyss mentioned in the manuscript, but I was about 80% sure that the abyss in the manuscript was likely the bottomless pit next to the Tower of Void. What secrets lie beneath the abyss? The abyss, along with the rich and handsome and Ding-Ling, made that dead zone in the ancient land seem instantly alluring. I even began to reverse my previous thoughts, wanting to revisit the ancient land and thoroughly investigate all the questions I had. I rode back to the village, and the sky began to brighten as the villagers gradually woke up. Since starting school, I rarely returned home, and I had little common ground with the uncles and aunts in the village. I pushed my bicycle into the courtyard. The discoveries in the hospital made me realize that my honest and simple father had his own secrets. I began to search seriously in this home, where I had not lived for several years, but apart from an old wooden box buried under the bed, there was nothing else of note in the house. I looked at the hole under my father's bedroom bed. Beneath it was a very old tunnel. During the anti-Japanese war, the village had dug some connecting tunnels, and after liberation, most of them were buried. There might be an unfilled tunnel left beneath our house. The person who tried to steal the box must have entered the bedroom through the old tunnel. I examined the tunnel which led from the bedroom to the courtyard, and the thief must have hurriedly escaped from there. I blocked the tunnel entrance with a sturdy wooden board and filled it with dirt, getting covered in dust. I came out and washed my face, then charged my phone. As soon as the phone turned on, the white-collar worker's call came in. "Why couldn't I reach you earlier?" "It was out of battery. I replied, and to be honest, even though I encountered danger at the hospital site, I still wanted to take another look. However, I couldn't clearly explain over the phone, so I didn't chat much with the white-collar worker, planning to discuss it in person. Feng, why don't be upset? The white-collar worker spoke with an unusually gentle and caring tone on the phone. She knew something had happened to my father, and that I might not be in a good mood. She softly said, "Don't stay in the village. They'll come to pick you up after I finish my work in the morning. The transportation and information in Yang City are much better than in the village. It'll be easier for you to investigate anything you want to find out." All right. I agreed with the white-collar worker's words. Some details indicated to me that my father had destroyed many clues. If I stayed here, I probably wouldn't find anything. I sat in the courtyard looking at the strange, yet familiar little yard. I remembered climbing trees and picking fruit there as a child, my father making kites for me the starry summer nights, and the hot pot in winter. No matter what had happened, I remembered my father's care for me. Though he was no longer here, it felt as if his silent love lingered everywhere in the yard, refusing to dissipate. I sat there until noon, and the white-collar worker arrived from Yang City. After we met, I briefly told her about the hospital site. To be honest, I still wanted to take another look. Since there's danger, let's find a few more people to bolster our courage. The white-collar worker ran to the side and made a call, probably to summon others. Then we waited at home. From last night until now, I hadn't eaten anything and was very hungry. The white-collar worker went to the kitchen to cook for me. The house had a stove which she wasn't used to, and after a lot of fuss, she managed to make a bowl of noodles. I took a bite, and it was overly salty, extremely so. The white-collar worker's face was smudged with sort of mix of black and white as she eagerly watched me, probably waiting for me to praise her cooking. I held back, ate the noodles, and made a timid expression. The white-collar worker was very pleased. After about 2 hours, a car came from Yang City carrying 4 people. I didn't know if these people were friends of the white-collar worker or not, but from my observations, these 4 were definitely not ordinary folks. They were quiet and sharp. In fact, up until now, I still didn't know exactly what the white-collar worker did, and I didn't even know her name. However, I felt that this aloof woman must have some background in Yang City. If not, she wouldn't have dared to confront Healing. Faced with these individuals, the white-collar worker's expression returned to her usual distant arrogance, as if she were a giant 1,000 miles away. I led them to the hospital site. It was still daytime, and the hospital's routes were familiar to me, so we quickly reached the underground pharmacy. With a few more people around, I felt more at ease. However, I still didn't want to see the creature with the bent legs. Its appearance was too horrendous, and the sight was too beautiful to bear. We crawled through the ventilation opening in turn and proceeded toward the dark room. The basement was as quiet as before, but before we even reached the dark room, I caught a whiff of something burning. My heart raced, and I quickened my pace, running to the 1-meter square hole in the wall. Standing before the hole, I froze. In the light, I saw that everything in the dark room had been reduced to ashes by a great fire. There's no need to search anymore. The white-collar worker crossed her arms, turned to look at me, and said, "It seems someone doesn't want us to come here searching for clues." I sighed. At this point, regardless of who set the fire, it was impossible to determine. Everything had been consumed by the flames, and the lead from the hospital line was completely severed. I returned to Yang City with the white-collar worker and had a meal. She was still worried about my emotional state, and I assured her that I was fine, that I just needed to rest and calm down, and I would recover gradually. I considered for a long time in secret before handing that photograph to the white-collar worker. With just a photo, it was unlikely to uncover anything, but I thought it was worth a shot. The white-collar worker took the photo and left. I had a good sleep at home, and the next morning, just as I crawled out of bed, I heard someone knocking at the door. In the past, I hadn't experienced such strange events, so I wasn't cautious, but now it was different. I quietly walked to the door and looked through the peephole, and my heart immediately began to race. I saw the blind old man De Zhang standing outside, hunched over. I had only met him once, and I hadn't expected him to suddenly come looking for me. This old man had a certain influence in the circle of Yang City, and he was somewhat of a figure. Moreover, he had helped me identify the shard of that black stone, so I felt he must have something important to discuss. I opened the door. De Zhang greeted me politely, saying he had come by yesterday, but found no one at home. I had something to attend to yesterday, and wasn't home. I invited De Zhang inside, and said, "Old man, I don't smoke, so I don't have any cigarettes to offer you." "It's fine, I brought my own." De Zhang had a strong craving for cigarettes, and as soon as he sat down, he lit one up, slowly smoking, while chatting about some random topics. I knew he wasn't here for small talk, but I held back my questions, hoping he would speak up. Sure enough, after smoking 2 cigarettes, De Zhang couldn't hold back any longer. "Little brother, can I ask you a casual question?" He leaned back on the sofa, fiddling with a pair of walnuts in his hand, saying, "What is your relationship with that girl from the Wen family?" That question took me by surprise, but my mind reacted quickly. I knew De Zhang through the introduction of the white-collar worker, and the girl he referred to as from the Wen family was most likely the white-collar worker. Only now did I learn that the white-collar worker's surname was Wen. I frowned, feeling that De Zhang's question was too abrupt. De Jong lowered his head thought for a moment, and then smiled at me saying, "Little brother, I was just asking casually. Don't take it to heart. Let's talk about something serious. You're a clever person, so you must know that I don't come without a reason. I'm here, mainly to facilitate a business deal for someone." Hearing Lao Daizhong's words, I felt deeply puzzled. Could this old man possibly be joking? I wasn't part of their circle. In fact, I'd never dealt with such things before. How could Lao Daizhong, a shrewd elder who'd lived several decades, possibly have business with me? "Elderly sir, take a look around. Can you spot even a single item in this room worth mentioning?" I fixed my gaze on Lao Daizhong, while carefully observing the subtle shifts in his expression. "You're a renowned figure in that world. If you're free, we can certainly share tea and conversation, but please don't deliberately mock me." "Young brother, you flatter me." Lao Daizhong grinned again, revealing a set of dazzlingly white false teeth. He leaned closer, speaking warmly and familiarly. "It's clear you're an honest, straightforward man. I'll cut straight to the point. It's precisely that object I appraised for you last time. The black stone fragment." I paused, startled. Lao Daizhong's expertise in authenticating antiques was legendary. Last time he declared with near certainty that the black fragment was the outer crust of an extraordinarily rare, indeed almost unbelievable, raw amber. Whether that black stone lost deep within the abyss was truly amber remained a mystery known only to heaven. Yet I knew well enough the fragment held little value, practically worthless. That very piece. Lao Daizhong lit another cigarette and continued, "An old friend of mine has a profound fondness for such antiquities. Since he doesn't know you personally, he asked me to broker the deal. Let me speak plainly, what you hold is merely the outer stone casing, not genuine amber, and thus falls short in authenticity." I remained silent, yet inwardly seethed. When I'd first asked for his help, he'd sworn he wasn't one to gossip. Yet no sooner had he examined the object than he'd leaked the news. Had he not spoken, who would ever have known I possessed a fragment of stone retrieved from the ancient mountains of the Gulu region? "Young brother, my old friend, is famed for his integrity in business. He's offered either a piece of aged Tibetan honey wax, highly treasured among collectors, in exchange for your stone fragment, or if you prefer, cash this sum." Lao Daizhong extended one hand palm down and gave it a gentle shake, an unmistakable gesture across the underground markets of Yancheng and its neighboring regions. 500,000 yuan. 500,000. I studied Lao Daizhong, and suddenly found him profoundly unlikable. Every detail surrounding my expedition to Gulu was confidential to me. This old man had breached professional ethics, carelessly divulging everything. A full 500,000, not a single coin less. Lao Daizhong rubbed his hands together, evidently assuming I was some impecunious wretch surviving on a meager monthly salary, someone who'd recklessly chase ill-gotten windfalls. He clearly believed 500,000 yuan would easily buy my silence. Confident of success, Lao Daizhong rose and pulled a pristine savings card from his pocket. 500,000 yuan sits right here. The PIN is the last 6 digits of the card number. Also, please place the item in a small box. Why box it? To take it with me, Lao Daizhong chuckled, jingling the card in his fingers. 500,000 yuan. Yours to spend as you wish. Come now, young brother, hurry up and pack it. I'm pressed for time. Hold on a moment. I sat perfectly still on the sofa and spoke slowly. "You haven't even asked whether I'm..." "What?" Lao Daizhong blinked, taken aback. 500,000, and still too little. "Young brother, don't be greedy. On the open market, this thing wouldn't fetch a single copper coin. I'll keep it myself, for amusement. I won't sell it." Now that's quite a statement. Lao Daizhong, a lifelong merchant sharp as a fox, feigned deep contemplation, then stamped his foot decisively. "Fine. Maximum, I'll add another 100,000. You're overreaching, you'll scare off the buyer. Young brother, settle for reason. 600,000 yuan. That's more than you'd earn working 2 years straight." "Lao Daizhong, I'm neither negotiating nor jesting." I met his gaze with unwavering seriousness. "I simply will not sell it." For a fleeting instant, Lao Daizhong's expression froze. He sensed unmistakably that I wasn't bargaining. "Young brother, I've lived a few years longer than you. I'd never deceive you. The buyer is sincere. If you have conditions, voice them. I'll convey them faithfully and strive to satisfy both parties. But understand this, young brother, times have changed. Being a go-between is no longer easy." Lao Daizhong dropped his smile, growing solemn. "This object serves no purpose in your hands. Then does it serve one in the buyer's?" I grew instantly wary. An ordinary person glancing at the black fragment would likely dismiss it as mere gravel. Only someone privy to its origins would find it intriguing. Suspicion bloomed. Who exactly was this buyer dispatching Lao Daizhong as intermediary? What is his name? His identity? In our trade, whether a deal closes is one matter, but a client's background remains inviolable. Lao Daizhong, adhering strictly to professional ethics, refused to disclose a single detail about the buyer. "Please leave. I truly won't sell it." "Are you absolutely certain, young brother?" Though blind, Lao Daizhong closed his eyelids briefly, The cloudy, lifeless orbs within his eye sockets rolled faintly, and his tone brimmed with mounting displeasure. You truly refuse to sell. No sale. Young brother I'm but an old frail man. I cannot force you. Yet the buyer. Lao Dezhang slowly rose, trembling slightly as he steadied himself against the coffee table and shuffled toward the door. Is not someone you can afford to offend. Think carefully, 3 times, before you act. Safe journey. No escort needed. My distaste for Lao Dezhang sharpened like loathing for someone who begins with ingratiating smiles, but swiftly veers into veiled threats when thwarted. Repelled by his implicit menace, I felt not a trace of goodwill left. So I rose and escorted him out without. Ponder it seriously. The buyer's influence in Yangcheng exceeds your imagination. Defying him Hedon brings only ruin. Even after I'd seen him to the threshold, Lao Dezhang kept murmuring, think it over. 2 days hence I'll return. As soon as he departed, I sensed human agency had irrevocably entered this affair. Lao Dezhang might have been loose-lipped, leaking news of the Black Stone, but only someone intimately familiar with Gulu would harbor interest in it. Absent extraordinary circumstances, I had no intention of parting with the Black Stone. Yet I burned with curiosity. Who was this buyer? And what possible use could he have for a mere fragment? Should I continue playing along with Lao Dezhang? But the old fox was far too cunning. Extracting useful information from him would prove nearly impossible. At noon, Bai Ling called inviting me to lunch. Perhaps my impatience betrayed me. I asked her directly about that photograph. She replied there was only a single image. Tracing leads would demand immense effort, and results were unlikely within 1 or 2 days. She urged patience. After lunch, Bai Ling, perhaps hoping to ease my tension, suggested a movie. But my mind wandered. I barely endured until the credits rolled. Bai Ling drove me home and advised clearing my head, letting go of obsessive thoughts. I nodded, turned toward the stairs, and then paused, turning back. Truly thank you. Honestly, with each passing day my impression of Bai Ling subtly shifted. I now understood she wasn't entirely cold or detached. Her aloofness seemed a carefully constructed facade behind which lay her true, unguarded self. Back home, uncertain what to do next, I could only wait patiently for Bai Ling's update. I spent 2 listless days indoors, my mood damp and sour as mold, drifting between eating, sleeping, and staring blankly into space. Living alone, my apartment had grown cluttered. When food ran out, I resisted stirring, until hunger overwhelmed me on the 3rd night, forcing me to venture out. My neighborhood was remote. A small supermarket lay nearly a kilometer away. After shopping, I approached the counter just as the store prepared to close. Plastic bag heavy with groceries in hand, reaching into my pocket for my wallet. At that very instant, someone lunged past me to the counter, snatched the phone I'd casually left there, and fled. Stop! I exploded with rage, dropping the bag and sprinting after him. Within a few strides, a strange, unsettling sensation flooded my awareness. The thief raced ahead, hood drawn low, yet the wind ripped it off mid-sprint. In that split second, I glimpsed a strip of white gauze tightly wound around his forehead, as if freshly injured. And as I watched his fleeing back, that uncanny sense of familiarity surged anew. Gritting my teeth, I realized this was the same intruder who'd slunk through the hidden tunnel beneath my ancestral courtyard, intent on stealing the chest. He'd been shadowing me all along, yet I couldn't fathom why he'd stolen my phone. Breathing hard, I pushed myself to maximum speed, racing forward with relentless momentum. After several hundred meters, he was nearly within reach. I seized the inertia of my full sprint, launched myself airborne, and slammed a heavy kick into his back, sending him crashing to the ground. He rolled several times upon impact, but I charged forward, immediately determined to subdue him. I burned to see the face of this man who'd twice attempted theft, once beneath my own roof, now under the open sky. I thought that if I caught up with the thief who stole my phone, his true appearance would be revealed. But he rolled on the ground a few times, and just as I caught up and reached out to grab his shoulder, I saw that the thief was wearing a large mask that concealed his facial features completely. I was stunned for a second as the thief struggled, fiercely kicking me in the abdomen. I dodged slightly but still felt a sharp pain. He stole my things and dared to lay his hands on me, which infuriated me completely. The chaotic emotions that had been pinned up inside me suddenly found a point of eruption. I grabbed the thief by the collar and threw a punch. I had never learned any martial arts, but even a cornered rabbit will bite. I rained down punches on the thief's body. He, feeling guilty, could only dodge and protect his head. Who are you? I gritted my teeth, one hand gripping him while the other tried to remove his mask. But he held on tightly. I pulled hard, and he pulled back just as hard. In this struggle, the thief, left with no choice, had to drop the phone in his hand and try to pry my hands off. Since I had always possessed a stubborn resilience, the more he struggled, the tighter my grip became. After a brief stalemate, the thief probably couldn't hold on any longer. Just then, a car with its headlights on drove by, and feeling even more anxious, he shoved me aside, knocking me to the ground, and scurried away along the roadside. I rolled a few times from the impact, and when I stood up to chase him, I remembered the phone that had been dropped on the side. I hurriedly picked it up, but in that brief moment the thief had already run far away. At this point I estimated that I wouldn't be able to catch up. "You got away with it." I spat angrily, having fought fiercely with the thief. I had taken a couple of punches, and the saliva I spat was tinged with blood. I brushed off the dust from my clothes, and fortunately the phone was unharmed. The thief had escaped, and I had retrieved my phone, but my heart was anything but calm. This was definitely not an ordinary thief. He seemed to have been following me all along. Because of this incident, I became even more cautious. I waited for a taxi by the main road, and even considered whether I should go somewhere to hide. Since the thief had been following me, he must know where I live. For a moment, I felt lost, not knowing what to do. Sitting in the taxi, I contemplated whether I should call Bai Ling. She had far more connections in Yancheng than I did, and I wanted her to help me find a suitable place to stay for a few days. Just as I was about to make that call, I noticed someone adding me on WeChat. The person was unfamiliar, someone I had never seen before with a blank profile picture. However, their ID made my nerves twitch. The ID was Fong Rimping, which was my father's name. I quickly accepted the request and typed out a message. However, the other party did not respond, not a single word. After 2 minutes, he sent a short video. The video was only 30 seconds long, but once I opened it, I was shocked once again. The video was unaltered, meaning it captured the scene as it was at that moment. I saw the outskirts of the ancient Lu Mountains where my father was walking alone down the path leading into the deep mountains. There was no one else around, nor were there any subtitles or commentary. At that moment, I felt both relieved and puzzled. I was relieved that my father was still alive, but puzzled as to why he appeared in the ancient Lu. Calculating the time, it seemed my father had rushed to the ancient Lu right after his incident. The video was short, showing only the outline of the ancient Lu Mountains and my father's figure. Since there was no one else in the video, I couldn't figure out whether my father had gone to the ancient Lu on his own or if someone had coerced him. The situation became so complicated that I couldn't even find a starting point for speculation. I was losing my composure in the taxi. Setting aside other factors, my father was now in ancient Lu, and I couldn't stand by. My hand holding the phone trembled slightly as I watched the video a few times, completely dismissing the possibility of it being faked. I tried to communicate with the person who sent the video, but he only sent the video without saying a word from beginning to end. Despite my chaotic emotions, my thoughts were still clear. I knew that the person wouldn't send me this video for no reason. He sent the video with only one purpose: Fong Hui, your father is now in ancient Lu. Will you come or not? This might be a trap set up. Normally going to ancient Lu is very dangerous, especially a trap set there. However, knowing it was a trap, I had no choice. Since starting school, I had rarely gone home and seldom seen my father, but the bond between father and son had not faded. If there were no unfortunate incidents, I might not have thought so much. After learning that my father was in danger, his image kept replaying in my mind. I could not go. My life was granted by my father. Even if it was a dead end, I had to save him. My mind was in chaos, and I had to go to ancient Lu, but how could I get there? The first time I went to ancient Lu was to lift the curse of a nightmare, resulting in a near-total failure. This time I was going to save my father, yet I had no confidence. The last time I had someone as capable as Hellion accompanying me, and it was still perilous. Going to ancient Lu alone was no different from seeking death. Immediately, I felt an indescribable suspicion, and guess about that thief. In this day and age, how much is a phone worth? His act of stealing it clearly wasn't for reselling. Given the circumstances, I could only think that he was trying to prevent me from seeing that video. Could the thief have had foresight? Did he know that I would soon receive the video about my father? This was too bizarre. I instructed the taxi to head straight to my residence, and upon returning home, quickly packed a few things. I didn't want to stay at home any longer. All these chaotic matters made me increasingly feel that my situation was likely immersed in an unpeaceful atmosphere. I didn't have much luggage, just a few pieces of clothing, and I kept the piece of black stone close to me. Grabbing my bag, I was about to head out. Just as I reached the door, someone knocked loudly. I paused, peeking through the peephole to see old De Jong standing outside with his neck tucked in. I was eager to leave and had no time to waste chatting with him, but he stood at the door, and it was difficult to get away without a few words. I've said before, I won't sell that thing. As I unlocked the door, I said through the gap, "Don't talk to me about that anymore. Hey, I'm very busy here." Old De Jong remained silent, but when I opened the door, just a crack, his expression suddenly changed, becoming a bit awkward. Immediately, I saw two men rushing out from the side. Both were burly and strong, bypassing old De Jong and attempting to break into my home. In an instant, I understood why old De Jong's expression had changed. I had refused to sell to the seller, and it seemed that the seller, just as old De Jong had said, was a tough person to deal with. If soft measures wouldn't work, then they would resort to hard ones. Old De Jong's circle was mixed with small business owners, as well as groups with dark backgrounds like Helians. I had refused to sell, and they had come to rob me. "Get out." I pushed hard with my hand through the door gap, shoving old De Jong. At his age, he couldn't withstand the push, and the two strong men behind him had to reach out to support him. I seized the opportunity to try to close the door, but these two burly men clearly had experience in fighting. They reacted quickly. As I was shutting the door, one of them pressed against it with great force, making it difficult for me to hold on. The door was gradually being pulled open. At this moment, my mind raced. These people dared to rob me, indicating they were no good. If I fell into their hands, what would happen to me? I had no choice. I kicked out through the door gap, then turned and dashed towards the balcony window, climbing out and quickly grabbing the drainpipe to descend. My movements were fast enough, but my experience was lacking. People like them accustomed to street fights surely had backup waiting downstairs. I swiftly climbed down the drainpipe, but before I could steady my feet, the two men waiting below lunged at me. This time I had no chance to escape. The two men pinned me down, one on the left and one on the right. I struggled with all my might, but it was futile. Then the two men from upstairs came down with old De Jong, and all four strong men moved together, dragging me towards a nearby car. Kid, you had a clear way out, but you insisted on making us run for it. One of the leading men grinned, raised his hand to open the car door, and shoved me inside. I refused to comply, but he retaliated by pressing down hard on my head, forcing me in. I struggled, but my heart had already sunk. Struggling was pointless. I could only hold out for another minute or two, but the final outcome would still be me being taken away. Once they took me away, the fragments of the black stone on me would definitely be lost, and I might even suffer further. Just as half of my body was being forced into the car, a voice suddenly came from a distance behind me. It's been years. Have the rules in the Yangqing circle changed completely? As he spoke, a figure slowly emerged from a dark corner. Is this how you do business now, by kidnapping people? All the rules on the street have been messed up by you people. I initially thought there was no hope left, but the sudden appearance of this person left me utterly astonished with a hint of unexpected delight. I never expected him to come. The person stepping out from the dark corner was Biaozi, the helper Helian had called upon during our last trip to the ancient land. At that time, Biaozi didn't say much to us and parted ways after dropping us off in Chengdu. After returning to Yang City, I had no contact with Biaozi. No wonder this kid is so tough-mouthed. It turns out he has someone backing him. The man holding my head down scrutinized Biaozi and huffed. Do you know who we are? Who the hell are you to come out and support this kid? Who am I? As Biaozi listened to the contemptuous tone of the other party, the veins on his forehead began to throb. I had interacted with Biaozi enough during our time in the ancient land to understand his character. He was someone who gave face to no one other than Helian, a typical hothead. He quickened his pace towards us and declared, I'm your grandpa. This guy seems to be from Jinkai. One man who probably recognized Biaozi from before whispered to the leader, he used to be with Boss Helian, but now I'm not sure who he's with. Boss Helian. The leader couldn't possibly not have heard of Helian. The Jinkai group is one of the largest underground forces in Yang City. Helian is Jinkai's second-in-command. The head of Jinkai is getting old and hasn't been handling affairs much in the past 2 years, leaving the power to Helian. Helian's weight in the underworld is well recognized. The leader hesitated for a second, then glared. What about Helian? What about Jinkai? We need to get things done, and anyone who intervenes should be eliminated. Don't think that just because you're Helian's subordinate, or even if Helian himself shows up, it'll make a difference. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Biaozi, who had been approaching quickly, suddenly surged forward. In the shadows, his body flickered like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing before them. The leader's tone showed complete disregard for Jinkai and Helian. Biaozi would never hold back against anyone who disrespected Helian. I saw Biaozi rush to the front of the car, and then the leader's upper body bent sharply as Biaozi landed a solid punch, knocking him down. You take one down, let me see you try. Biaozi struck hard, knocking the leader unconscious with a single blow. He spat and glanced at the other men. To be honest, Biaozi had a very deep bond with Helian, but they were completely different types of people. Helian was reserved while Biaozi was flamboyant. When he got angry, his inherent wildness and dominance were unmistakable. Biaozi's skills were impressive, and with his first move he intimidated the opponents. The other three, including Lao Dezhong, began to slowly retreat. I stepped out of the car, watching Biaozi while discreetly observing my surroundings. Biaozi was not from Yang City, so I estimated that he had come alone without any backup. Under normal circumstances, rescuing someone single-handedly would already be enough. But Biaozi was the kind of ruthless person who either wouldn't act at all, or would go all out to eliminate the threat. The leader had been knocked down, but judging by Biaozi's demeanor, he had no intention of letting the remaining three escape. I'm here, come and try to take me down. Biaozi cracked his knuckles, the joints popping loudly, his muscles bulging as he spoke. He took a step forward, charging at the three retreating men. His fists were like a storm, and in no time the three men were left scrambling on the ground, unable to rise. All four men were down, leaving only Lao Dezhong, who was trembling in fear. Biaozi retracted his fist and glanced at Lao Dezhong. Lao Dezhong, let me give you a piece of advice. At your age, it's better to enjoy some peaceful years at home. Biaozi shook his hand and turned to leave, saying as he walked, "If you keep messing around with others, you'll eventually end up in trouble." When Biaozi reached me, he didn't say a word, but gave me a look. Biaozi was still the same as before. I didn't speak, and he didn't open his mouth either. He drove silently for a long time before I finally asked him why he was in Yang City. I felt that his appearance was too timely. Biaozi remained silent, driving while lighting a cigarette and taking a few deep puffs. The car was soon filled with a thin veil of white smoke. I looked at the silent Biaozi. He squinted and the corners of his mouth twitched. He told me to come. Biaozi didn't specify, but I knew he was referring to Helian. My heart raced with excitement. I even began to imagine whether Helian, who had fallen into that endless abyss, might still be alive. He's dead. Biaozi was very domineering, like a stubborn hothead who would never bend or bow. But when he mentioned Helian, a glimmer of tear-like shine seemed to flash in his slightly squinted eyes. Biaozi said that during the last trip to the ancient land, Helian had privately instructed him. Helian mentioned that he might encounter an accident. He instructed Biaozi that if he died in the ancient land, I would likely survive, and he told Biaozi to come to Yang City to protect me in secret. With Biaozi's explanation, I felt enlightened. 8 years ago, Helian had missed that trip to the ancient land due to an accident. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, allowing him to escape a calamity. However, he knew that the ancient land was fraught with dangers, and our team going there faced great peril. He seemed to have foreseen his own demise, even vaguely anticipating that I would encounter unexpected troubles after returning alive from the ancient land, which is why he entrusted these matters to Biaozi. In fact, since the day I returned to Yang City, Biaozi had been secretly following me. He followed Helian's instructions and tried not to interfere with my life. At this point, I thought about that night at the old hospital site, when someone had started the generator and thrown out fireballs. Could it have been Biaozi? But Biaozi said that night, when I suddenly left home riding in a white-collar's car at breakneck speed, there weren't many vehicles on the road in the dead of night. Biaozi was afraid of being discovered and didn't dare to follow too closely. Moreover, the white-collar drove particularly fast, and in the end, Biaozi lost track of me. "The people who kidnapped you are from Tinjiuxuan." Biaozi continued driving and asked, "How did you What Biaozi referred to as Tinjiuxuan was actually a nickname. It was also a powerful gang in the underground market of Yang City. They owned a large antique shop named Tinjiuxuan, so people generally referred to them by that name. In the antique business, one inevitably interacts with all sorts of people, and few have clean hands. Strictly speaking, Tinjiuxuan is a force in the underworld, just like Jinkai, where Helian is. I felt a headache coming on. In the end, I had unknowingly created conflicts with the underworld. Biaozi was Helian's trusted confidant, and had been to the ancient land with me, so I didn't hide anything from him, and told him about Lao Dezhang's plan to acquire the Black Stone. Biaozi was protecting me merely by following Helian's instructions. He didn't care at all about what the Black Stone was. The leader of Tinjiuxuan is Zhao Jinshan. He's a very formidable person. If you offend him, it'll be very difficult for you to get by in Yang City. Biaozi asked me, "What are your plans? Do you want to come to my place to avoid the storm? I have other matters to attend." Thinking of this, my heart became heavy again. The short video from the deep mountains of the ancient land weighed me down, almost suffocating me. With Biaozi by my side, I felt a bit safer. I wanted to stay in Yang City for 2 days to take care of what needed to be handled. To be honest, I decided to return to the ancient land, but I really had no confidence that I could leave alive this time. Thus, some matters had to be dealt with. Biaozi took me to an inconspicuous hotel on the outskirts of the city where I called a few friends, and then informed the white collar that I would be going on a long trip. I didn't plan to tell her I was going to the ancient land. This was my own business, and I couldn't drag anyone else down with me. "Where are you going?" the white collar asked anxiously over the phone. I didn't want to say, but she kept questioning me. The impatience in her tone was not feigned. I could sense that she genuinely cared about my whereabouts and safety. I ran into some trouble and offended someone who I need to lay low for a bit. I didn't want to tell her the truth, so I could only make up an excuse. If I can't take it on, I can at least hide. "Who did you offend?" "Just a little misunderstanding. I have a conflict with people from Tinjiuxuan." The white collar paused and said on the other end of the line, "Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it with Tinjiuxuan. A bunch of antique dealers really think they're the underworld now." Biaozi and I stayed in the hotel for one night. My mind was filled with thoughts, and I couldn't sleep soundly. Early the next morning around 6 or 7 o'clock, Biaozi's phone rang. After Biaozi finished the call, although his face didn't change, his eyes clearly told me something was wrong. "How important is that black stone of yours?" Biaozi put down the phone and said, "It looks like Zhao Jinshan wants to play for keeps with you." Biaozi had been with Helian in Yang City for several years and still had old friends here. The previous call was a tip-off from a very good friend of his. Since Biaozi took down the Tinjiuxuan people last night, only a few hours had passed, but a storm had already stirred in the underworld of Yang City. "What's all the commotion about?" "It's serious." Biaozi hung up the phone and filled me in. Though Yangcheng's underworld was vast and teeming, only a handful of figures truly held sway, men whose names carried weight. Indeed, the underground market was effectively controlled by these few. Whatever they decreed or set in motion would ripple outward swiftly, through every visible and invisible channel of information. Biaozi's contact had heard the same rumor. Zhao Jinshan of Tingyu Pavilion had issued a directive last night, offering 200,000 yuan for my whereabouts. By this morning, word had reached nearly every figure, great and small, across Yangqing's underworld. 200,000. I swallowed hard and asked Biaozi, would anyone actually take the job? Money isn't scarce on the streets, but doing Zhao Jinshan's bidding means gaining access to Tingyu Pavilion's influence. From then on, one's survival in Yangqing depends entirely on Zhao Jinshan's patronage. Biaozi explained, so the money is trivial, the real prize is favor. Countless men are lining up just to curry his goodwill. I understood then this was never truly about money. Men like Zhao Jinshan, or Helion, occupied such towering positions that few dared cross them. Should someone provoke their wrath, a single order would leave no corner of Yangqing where the offender could hide. Dizziness washed over me. Was it really just a shard of black stone that had ignited this inferno? Stay here, don't move. I'll go out and gather more intelligence. Biaozi hastily splashed water on his face and rushed out of the hotel to scout. Left alone in the room, I paced restlessly. Unable to sit, unable to stand still. Though I belonged to no underworld circle, I knew full well that men like Zhao Jinshan thrived in a realm utterly alien to ordinary citizens like myself. Even if I'd refused his demand outright, he'd never risk his stature over a mere transaction worth tens of thousands. There had to be something deeper, some hidden truth I hadn't yet uncovered. An hour passed, Biaozi gone, I pacing, until shortly before 8 o'clock the white-collar woman called again. She'd investigated Zhao Jinshan thoroughly and assured me not to worry. I'll handle the rest. How exactly will you handle it? I shook my head wryly. She was a woman, still young, and though she likely had connections in Yangqing, Zhao Jinshan was a pillar of the underworld. I doubted she could match him. Yet the moment the words left my mouth, a thought struck me. Old De Zhang had first been introduced by the white-collar woman. His seniority in Yangqing was legendary. Only a reigning dragon like Zhao Jinshan could possibly summon him. If Zhao Jinshan could command such a man, then so could she. What did that imply? At that very instant, fragments of my earlier conversation with old De Zhang surfaced unbidden. I remembered clearly before broaching business he'd asked, deliberately, about my relationship with the white. At the time I'd given it no thought. Now it clicked, he'd been gauging the depth of our bond. When I claimed we were merely acquaintances, he'd judged our connection shallow, and decided I was fair game. Handle it however it must be handled. After all, doesn't justice demand reason, not brute force? The white-collar woman exhaled softly. Feng Huai, trust me, don't rush. There's no need to flee the city. We nearly died together in Gulu. This burden, I'll carry it for you. You don't have to do this, truly. Her tone was resolute. She'd made up her mind. Yet I couldn't bear to drag her into this mire. This wasn't ordinary trouble. Entanglement with the underworld meant endless peril. Why not? She grew flustered, paused, then softened her voice. Though speaking over the phone, I could almost see her expression, eyes glistening, voice trembling with sincerity. In Gulu you didn't abandon me. You shared your last bite of food. Half for me, half for yourself. Feng Huai, no one has ever treated me as you have. And I swear, I've never treated anyone else as I treat you. My heart stirred. Perhaps in that very moment, without realizing it, I'd already begun craving the sound. Enough. With me beside you, the sky won't fall. Where are you now? She laughed lightly. I'll resolve this within 2 days. Just stay put for those 2 days. And when we meet again, I'll reward you with a meal cooked by my own hands. Her easy laughter seemed to settle me. Perhaps the crisis wasn't as dire as it appeared. After all, Zhao Jinshan and I inhabited entirely separate worlds. I told her my hotel address. She offered a few more reassuring words, then hung up to act. Roughly an hour and a half later, Biaozi returned. The moment he stepped through the door, his grim expression spoke volumes. He poured himself a glass of water and drained it in one gulp, then turned to me. This is damned serious. He discreetly consulted old underworld contacts and learned the situation was far graver than I'd imagined. It was as if I'd desecrated Zhao Jinshan's ancestral tomb. He was determined, absolutely, to find and confront me. Biaozi's position was equally precarious. Last night, Zhao Jinshan's men had recognized him, and with Hulian's towering status, anyone who'd served as his personal escort was easily traced. Thus Biaozi, like me, had become a prime target in Zhao Jinshan's encirclement. We can't stay in Yangqing, not even a day longer. You're not from the underworld. You can't fathom Zhao Jinshan's reach. I guarantee at the railway station and both long-distance bus terminals are swarming with his men. As he spoke, he pulled back the curtain and scanned the street below. My car bears Sichuan license plates, too conspicuous. I've parked it in an underground garage. We leave tonight. No delay. I knew Biaozi never exaggerated. His urgency meant danger was already at our threshold. But the white-collar woman had pledged to resolve everything. Torn between flight and faith, I hesitated, unsure whether to stay or go. After prolonged indecision, I resolved to leave. I'd always planned to return to Gulu. Leaving Yanqing was inevitable, merely a matter of timing. If departing now spared her further trouble, it was worth it. I made my decision, but kept it silent. Calling her now would only alarm her. I'd wait until I'd truly left Yanqing before contacting her again. Biaozi and I remained holed up in the hotel. He arranged for a vehicle, scheduled to extract us after dark, ferry us beyond Yanqing, then onward to Chengdu by air. Once aboard the plane, we'd be safe. Time ticked forward, my body still, my mind racing. What on earth was happening? My life had been quiet, unremarkable. 20 years of quiet obscurity, until the day I saw the monstrous infant with the oversized head. From that moment, everything shattered. One bizarre incident followed another. Danger surged from every direction, relentless and inescapable. I needed to know, were these events random or ordained? We waited until past 8 p.m. when the arranged vehicle was due to arrive. We carried no luggage, just ourselves, as we headed downstairs. Normally we'd check out and reclaim the deposit. But Biaozi dismissed the sum as irrelevant. He intended to slip away unnoticed. When I reached the lobby, the front desk stood empty. The hotel occupied a remote location, a privately run establishment lacking the rigorous protocols of chain hotels. Yet it was still early evening, the peak check-in hour, so I wondered where the receptionist had vanished. Biaozi glanced at the vacant desk, said nothing, but abruptly quickened his pace. I followed without. Just as he reached the glass entrance, he whirled around, seized my arm, and sprinted back upstairs. We can't get out. He dragged me up the stairs 3 steps at a time, flung open our room door, and slammed it shut, locking it instantly. They've trapped us. My experience paled beside Biaozi's. Men who lived by the blade developed an instinct for peril, uncanny, unerring. True enough, the instant the lock clicked, heavy footsteps pounded up the stairwell, 7 or 8 pairs converging fast. Jump down. Biaozi wrenched the curtain aside, and in that flash of darkness below I glimpsed several vehicles and silhouettes. The entire hotel was surrounded. Trapped indoors, we'd die quickly. Only by leaping into the open could we hope to escape. Fortune favored us. We were only on the 2nd floor. Biaozi drew a foot-long blade. A subtle twitch rippled across his jaw. Without a word, he stepped onto the windowsill and vaulted out. As he dropped, fists began hammering our door. With no choice, I scrambled onto the sill and followed. Even from the 2nd floor, the impact jolted me violently. Blood gushed from my nose. Below, the crowd spotted us leaping, one after another, and surged forward. Biaozi remained ferocious. Gripping his heavy razor-edged blade in one hand, he charged the advancing mob without uttering a word. The underworld bred both cowards and warriors. One slash felled a man, yet immediately 2 or 3 hardened fighters moved to block him. Zhang Biao, you once served Brother Helian. True, you've changed territories, but surely for Helian's sake you'll grant us some respect. A cold, sibilant voice drifted from a nearby car. The boy behind you. That's who we want. Don't involve yourself in this mess. The eerie voice felt strange to me. Following the sound, I could vaguely see a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s, sitting in the car, yet no one told me who he was. But my first impression was that he was Zhao Jinshan, the leader of Tinjiaxuan. At this moment, all the enemies surrounding the hotel began to converge behind the building, and there were indeed quite a number of them. I felt both anxious and puzzled. This Zhao Jinshan truly regarded me as a piece of meat, willing to mobilize so many people just to capture me. One must understand that we now live in a society governed by law. For him to act this way, he must have connections to pull strings. Zhao Jinshan's meaning was quite clear. The people in Yanqing were unaware that Helian had already died in Gulu. Helian held considerable weight in the underworld, and Zhao Jinshan likely did not wish to completely sever ties with Helian, so he only wanted to capture me without dragging Biaozi into it. Biao, it's still the same message. You've injured our man, but considering Helian's reputation, let's call it even. You go your way, and we'll settle our scores. Zhao Jinshan saw that he had already controlled the situation and did not want any complications, so he just wanted to send Biaozi away quickly and keep me restrained. Everyone knows what kind of temperament a Zhao has. I'm in Yanqing and you're in Sichuan. Although we don't meet often, there's always a chance to cross paths. Leave yourself a way out for future meetings. Biao, you must understand this logic. Zhao Jinshan's words were both tight and loose, seemingly advising, but actually laced with threats. His meaning couldn't be clearer. If Biaozi wanted to leave, no one would stop him, but if he stood firm, Tinjiaxuan wouldn't mind taking him down as well. Damn it. Biaozi squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. This man would never submit to anyone's threats. With a knife swinging fiercely, he forced a few people in front of him to retreat. Yet our situation was far from optimistic. Almost all the people surrounding the hotel had come over, a dark mass of dozens. Tinjiuxuan had been fighting for goods and territory for years, though everyone was a fighter. Many had never truly practiced martial arts, but had immense experience in brawls. Biaozi and I were surrounded in the midst of the crowd, and escaping seemed very difficult. Stay close to me, don't fall behind. Biaozi didn't look back, rolling up his sleeves. I saw the veins bulging in his hand that gripped the knife, suddenly lowering his head and charging towards a relatively weak spot in the crowd. The knife in Biaozi's hand gleamed with bright light, and as he charged into the crowd, cries of agony and splashes of blood erupted. I knew Biaozi was determined to break through. This was incredibly risky, but without charging we had no way out. I had no time to think. I picked up a knife dropped by an injured enemy from the ground and followed closely behind Biaozi, bursting out 7 or 8 meters. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Biaozi was quite skilled and fearless, but there were simply too many people around. We charged a few times at the weaker gap in the crowd, causing those blocking Biaozi to scatter and retreat, but in the blink of an eye, Biaozi's left arm and lower back were struck by 2 knives instantly, soaking his clothes in blood. He was like a wounded tiger, growing fiercer when hurt, cursing loudly and swinging his knife faster, desperately tearing open a gap to escape. You go first. Biaozi pushed me out and then stood behind to hold them off. I rarely came this way and was not familiar with the terrain. The front was dark and I had no time to think about where to run. I just dashed along the roadside. Biaozi protected me from behind. As we ran, I turned my head just in time to see a knife slice across his left shoulder, blood spraying up. Biaozi remained silent, seemingly impervious to pain, and with a swift strike, he knocked his opponent down. I saw blood splattered on his hands and face with so many enemies pursuing us, and I truly feared he would. Biaozi! I shouted loudly, turning to pull him back. I didn't want to be captured without reason, but I really couldn't just watch Biaozi fight alone. I dragged him along hurriedly, saying, Biaozi, I appreciate your kindness, but you need to go. Don't worry about me. Stop talking nonsense. Biaozi spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly, yet his eyes remained sharp as he glanced at me while running. In that hurried glance, I understood a kind of commitment from the look in his eyes. The only person he respected was Hellion. Hellion had entrusted him with a task, and he had promised so. Regardless of whether Hellion was alive or dead, Biaozi's commitment remained in his heart. His gaze undoubtedly told me that today, even if he weighed over 100 pounds, he could lay down his life here, but no matter what happened, he would never betray his promise to Hellion. The enemies were closing in tightly behind us. We had only exchanged a couple of sentences when someone was already on Biaozi's tail. Throughout my life, I had never fought with anyone, let alone used a knife. But seeing Biaozi's bloodied face and his determination, I felt suddenly inspired by his courage. Without saying anything, I held my breath, nimbly circled around Biaozi, bent down, and slashed at a person's thigh. Blood splattered everywhere. I suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration. Biaozi looked at my trembling hand, grinned, and turned back to take down 2 enemies who had followed us, 1 on each side. Thus we fought while fleeing. The hotel was located in a rather remote area, and after running for a while, I caught a whiff of a slightly sour and foul garbage smell. The ahead was still dark, but when I smelled this odor, my heart suddenly jolted. I realized that in our haste, Biaozi and I might have run into the Data Gully. Datu Gully is what the locals of Yangqing call it, a dried-up riverbed that has been dry for many years, wide and deep. There are no waste treatment stations near the suburbs, and many residential communities dump their garbage in the dry riverbed, leaving Data Gully surrounded by an unbearable stench. Reaching here, the wide and deep riverbed blocked our escape route, cutting off our path. Yet we had no choice. We couldn't stop for a second. Biaozi was exceptionally fierce, but after all, he was human. His wounds kept bleeding, and after running for so long, he was starting to struggle, his steps slowing down and his movements becoming more sluggish, eventually bending down unconsciously. Biaozi, let's go. I forcibly pulled him, continuing to run forward, but dragging someone slowed us down significantly, and the enemies quickly closed in. Listen to me. Biaozi straightened his back with effort, holding up his knife to intimidate the wolf-like pursuers behind, urgently said to me, You run first. Their main target isn't me, though as long as you can get away, they won't dare do anything to me. No. I firmly rejected Biaozi's suggestion. He was heavy, and I was struggling to drag him while switching the knife to my left hand, using my right to support his arm, heading towards Data Gully. When I say run, you run. Stop with the nonsense. Biaozi tried to shake me off, but I wouldn't let go. I was a normal person with normal selfish desires. But at the same time, I had principles. When I was in danger, Biaozi refused to leave me behind to escape alone, so I absolutely could not abandon him. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm not from the underworld, I don't worship Guan Yu, but I know what brotherhood means. Without saying anything further, I stumbled along with Biaozi towards the edge of Data Gully. Gradually, the sloping Data Gully came into view, and our paths were completely surrounded. Biaozi and I finally reached a dead end. We had no way to go. Standing at the edge of Data Gully, I couldn't help but look back. The dried riverbed sloped downwards about 10 meters deep. If we wanted to continue escaping, we would have to jump down. Jumping down wouldn't necessarily result in death, but it could cause injuries, and if we really jumped down it would mean completely relinquishing control. Run, keep running. Seeing that we were left with no way out, the pursuing enemies also slowed their pace like a pack of wolves cornering their prey, inching closer from all sides. Biaozi had injured quite a few of them. They hated both Biaozi and me, having already surrounded us, yet they weren't in a hurry to act, as if they were cats toying with mice wanting to play with us before we met our end. I looked around, there was truly no escape. You tell me what now? Biaozi's outer garment was soaked in blood. He simply took off his blood-stained jacket, threw it forcefully to the ground, and gritted his teeth, asking me, "If you want to fight those bastards, I'll accompany you. If you want to jump down, I'll go with you." For a hot-headed person like Biaozi, there are likely only two extreme concepts in his mind, either living or dying. Yet at this very moment, it seems we truly have no other path to take. Seeing the enemy closing in and glancing at Biaozi, who was bleeding profusely, I steeled my heart and decided to go all out. I didn't want Biaozi to die. Although he had always given me an impression of being unapproachable, these 2 brief days of contact made me realize that behind this rough exterior was a heart filled with passionate blood and heroism. This situation was aimed specifically at me. If I only thought of myself, I would drag Biaozi down to his death. He had kept his promise, accompanying me to this point, which was already a rare feat. Thinking of this, my heart suddenly relaxed. I didn't want to fall into Zhao Jinshan's hands, but besides that, I couldn't think of anything else that could save Biaozi. I took a deep breath, intending to shout at Zhao Jinshan, asking him to spare Biaozi. I could go with him and hand over the pieces of the black stone. Before I could shout those words, 2 dazzling lights suddenly flashed from a distance. The lights moved swiftly, coming closer, and I saw that they were the headlights of a car. The road near the big ditch was difficult to navigate, bumpy, and unmaintained, unsuitable for vehicles. Yet the car speeding towards us seemed to disregard everything, careening madly over the uneven road, showing no signs of slowing down, with the driver nearly flooring the accelerator. The bright headlights and the roar of the engine attracted the attention of the enemies in front of us, causing many to involuntarily turn to look. The car was moving so fast that within moments I recognized it as the white collar's vehicle. The white collar drove with more ferocity than a man, almost crashing into the crowd without slowing down. The speed was enough to kill someone, and those around had no choice but to clear a path. The white collar brought the car to a halt just a few meters in front of us, slamming on the brakes. The tires kicked up a cloud of dust as it skidded a few meters before coming to a stop. As soon as the car stopped, the white collar jumped out. "Feng Huai," she exclaimed upon seeing me and Biaozi covered in blood, panicking as she hurried over to me. "Are you hurt? Is it serious?" As soon as we met, Zhao Jinshan's group immediately surrounded the parked car, with someone snatching the car keys. This group, including Zhao Jinshan, likely never expected that when Biaozi and I were pushed to the brink, someone would come to our aid, and it would be a woman. "Girl, this isn't a place for you to be." Someone spoke, crudely shaking the car keys at the white collar after snatching them. "Why don't you come have a drink with your brother?" The white collar's face immediately turned icy, and with her temper, it was already a good thing she wasn't provoking others. Whoever dared to cross her would definitely pay. "Do you want to die?" Seeing that I had only minor injuries, the white collar tossed me some gauze and Yunnan Baiyao to wrap Biaozi's wounds. She slowly turned her head, glaring intensely at the disrespectful person, saying each word with emphasis. "Tell me, do you really want to die? Oh girl, you almost scared your brother to death." The white collar's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, but before the man opposite could finish speaking, Zhao Jinshan, who had been standing in the back of the crowd, raised his hand to stop him, signaling him to hold his tongue. "When family's girl, I haven't seen you, but I know you." Zhao Jinshan was very thin, with a pair of triangular eyes that looked both shrewd and fierce. He might actually know the white collar. His tone shifted to a calmer one, as if he didn't want to escalate matters with her. "I received the message you sent through someone, but this time the situation is a bit special. It's unfortunate that I had to refuse your face. Once this matter is resolved, I will prepare a generous gift to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, my earlier thoughts were confirmed. The white collar's connections were indeed extraordinary. A person like Zhao Jinshan, who was wealthy and powerful, normally wouldn't deign to treat ordinary people with such courtesy. His attitude towards the white collar displayed an unusual gentleness and generosity. "So you are Zhao Jinshan, the leader of the Listening Rain Pavilion?" The white collar, likely disgusted by the earlier disrespectful person, stared at him for a long time before slowly shifting her gaze to Zhao Jinshan. "I don't care for your generous gifts. Since we've met today, let's be clear. You have your rules. I won't interfere with others, but you cannot touch him. When family's girl, this puts me in a difficult position." Zhao Jinshan could tell the white collar was being tough. He had been in control of the Listening Rain Pavilion for many years, used to giving orders, and rarely did anyone dare speak to him like that. Nevertheless, Zhao Jinshan still held back his anger, saying, I have to take this person with me. I already said you cannot touch this person. The white-collar's words left no room for negotiation, as she was assertive and domineering, her expression cold, as she faced Zhao Jinshan, refusing to take even a step back. When family's girl, are you really willing to turn against me over this person? Zhao Jinshan, enduring it again and again, realized he might genuinely not be able to reason with the white collar. His triangular eyes suddenly narrowed, and his brows involuntarily twitched. I've given you enough face. If you are really so stubborn, I have no choice. While saying this, Zhao Jinshan was also observing the surroundings, likely to see if the white collar had any backup. It was clear that he was wary of her. The surroundings were silent. Besides the associates of the Listening Rain Pavilion, there was no one else. Once he confirmed that the white collar was alone, Zhao Jinshan relaxed, signaling his men to close in a few more steps, surrounding us tightly. I didn't know the source of the white collar's strength, but she didn't even blink, pulling me along and calling to Biaozi as she strode forward, saying, without looking back, I'm taking them with me now. If a single hair falls from any of us here, Zhao Jinshan, prepare to collect your family's corpses. The white collar said she would leave, and did, leading us straight to the side of the car. When family's girl, you are still young. Think twice. Zhao Jinshan's patience finally reached its limit. He had gone to great lengths to bring so many people here specifically to find me, only to have the white collar intervene, leaving him extremely displeased. Crash. As soon as Zhao Jinshan finished speaking, someone behind him secretly pulled out a 5-shot gun. In this day and age, as long as there is money, fights can usually be minimized, but the moment a gun is involved, the situation changes entirely. Therefore, in the circles of Yanqing, no one dared to use guns in a clash. However, because of this, guns were a massive deterrent. The moment someone brandished a gun, the opposition would generally make concessions. I heard the sound of the gun being loaded, but the white collar remained unfazed, reaching for the car keys from the person. The person who had taken the keys was stunned by the white collar's assertiveness. He stared blankly at her, then glanced at Zhao Jinshan, unsure of what to do. The scene suddenly froze. Without Zhao Jinshan's word, the person with the car keys didn't dare to hand them over. The white collar snorted and simply abandoned the car, leading us forward on foot. Zhao Jinshan, my car is here with you. In a couple of days, I'll send someone to pick it up. Remember, if a single piece of paint is chipped, you owe me a new one. Bang. Before the white collar could finish speaking, I heard a gunshot from behind. At the same time, the white collar suddenly staggered, then stumbled and fell. I hurried to support her. The white collar's brow furrowed tightly in pain, one leg unable to touch the ground. I saw blood flowing from her leg, unsure if her bone was injured. You really dared to shoot. The white collar gritted her teeth, refusing to make any sound of pain. She slowly turned her head to glare at the man with the gun beside Zhao Jinshan. She was undoubtedly furious. Being shot was entirely different from quarreling. The white collar had never been one to back down, even against someone like Helion, in verbal confrontations, let alone being injured by a gun. Zhao Jinshan clearly hadn't expected the person next to him to suddenly fire. The gun was originally meant to serve as a deterrent. Especially since the white collar's background was different from mine, Zhao Jinshan glared at his associate, wishing he could kick him to death. It was a misfire. The man was sweating profusely, stammering an explanation. I don't know what happened, it just misfired. I hurriedly supported the white collar, squatting down to check her leg wound. I wasn't a doctor and had no knowledge of external injuries caused by firearms, so I could only use ordinary means to temporarily stop the bleeding and bandage it. Does it hurt? I anxiously looked at the white collar's wound. In the deep mountains of the ancient land, we faced more setbacks and dangers than this gunshot wound on her leg, but the environment was different and the feelings were different. At this moment, we were in a civilized society, and the white collar had lost a lot of blood, which was shocking. I'm fine. The white collar bit her lip. In front of others, even if she was injured, she would never show any fear or weakness. However, when I asked her, she seemed genuinely in pain and very wrong, tears welling in her eyes, barely holding them back from falling. It's okay, you won't be in trouble. I gently picked her up and held her in my arms, walking forward. Grab them. Zhao Jinshan suddenly shouted from behind. He hadn't wanted to offend the white collar, but his men had accidentally injured her, and the relationship was now irreparable. At this point, Zhao Jinshan couldn't hold back any longer, and simply took the chance to flip the tables, ordering everyone to subdue us. A large group of people surged forward at Zhao Jinshan's command. With both Biaozi and the white collar injured, I couldn't even take care of myself, let alone while carrying the white collar. Those armed with knives and clubs rushed up in an instant, blocking my way. However, they had yet to truly attack us, and a strange scene unfolded. I had assumed that, besieged by so many adversaries, even fighting to the death would prove futile. As Zhao Jinshan's men closed in upon us, every person froze simultaneously, stunned, motionless, scanning the surroundings with bewildered glances. It felt as though something unseen had emerged behind them, not yet revealed, yet its presence radiated unmistakably, sensed by each and every soul. This was no ordinary aura. It struck not only Zhao Jinshan's followers, but me as well with equal clarity and force. It resembled a scent, yet transcended mere olfaction, as if an invasive sixth sense had been imposed upon us, stirring deep unease and instinctive awareness of imminent threat and overwhelming pressure. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could scarcely grasp the uncanny nature of that moment. No one knew whence this singular aura originated, yet in an instant it paralyzed dozens. Attack! Now! Zhao Jinshan stood nearby. He too perceived that profoundly unsettling aura. Yet having committed himself fully, he cast caution aside, driven solely by the imperative to seize us at any cost. Forcing composure, Zhao Jinshan bellowed orders to his subordinates. As head of the Tingyu Pavilion, he ruled with ruthless authority. His underlings rarely dared defy him. Yet the atmosphere now carried an inexplicable dread. Those encircling us exchanged hesitant glances. A few bold souls steeling themselves raised knives and clubs toward us. Boom. Suddenly from the darkness surrounding the great earthen gully, invisible currents surged forth, like the Qiantang River's tidal bore, rippling outward in waves imperceptible to the eye. These currents coalesced into a vast oppressive field, the aura of dread intensifying tenfold. At that very instant, I sensed with startling clarity another presence emerging from the boundless night. In such an open expanse beneath pitch-black skies, the addition of a single figure should have gone utterly unnoticed. Yet my intuition was unshakable. Someone had arrived. Yet I could neither locate nor discern him. That surging tide-like pressure, and the profound terror it evoked, emanated entirely from this enigmatic figure materializing silently within the shadows. I scanned desperately, straining every sense, seeking some trace of him. Yet all was in vain. This unseen presence seemed omnipresent, lurking in every impenetrable corner of darkness, embodied in every void. Clang! One by one, Zhao Jinshan's men began trembling violently, overwhelmed by unbearable pressure. Some shook so fiercely their blades slipped from nerveless fingers. Within 2 minutes, over a dozen weapons clattered to the ground. All of you, attack now! Zhao Jinshan's voice cracked with fear-fueled fury. From a distance, he screamed, urging his men forward with desperate intensity. Yet his commands dissolved into silence, ignored unheeded. His men stood frozen, rigid as statues, convulsing as if electrified. No one dared take a single step forward. Even now, I had no idea what had transpired, but I knew instinctively this was our chance to escape. Clutching Bai Ling tightly, I signaled Biaozi and prepared to break through the ring by sheer force. Feng Huai, there's no need to fear. We're safe now, completely safe, Bai Ling murmured softly, gazing up at me from my arms. No one can harm us. I had no idea where her confidence stemmed from. Yet without reason or hesitation, I believed her. As she spoke, my peripheral vision swept the periphery, and suddenly I noticed subtle shifts in the expressions of 2 men standing beside Zhao Jinshan. They were unquestionably Zhao Jinshan's most trusted lieutenants. While he shrieked hysterically, commanding his men to strike, their eyes glazed over, dull and unfocused, as if they had just downed 2 gin of strong liquor. Silently, they raised their clubs, and as Zhao Jinshan opened his mouth to roar again, they struck downward with brutal synchrony. Zhao Jinshan, utterly unprepared, and never imagining betrayal from within, was struck full force on both legs. The clubs whistled through the air, landing with crushing impact. The blow was devastatingly swift and heavy. I almost heard the sickening snap of bone. Then came his guttural, agonized howl as he collapsed, clutching his shattered limbs, writhing in torment. His 2 lieutenants appeared deaf to his cries. Raising their clubs once more, they rained blows upon him, merciless, unrelenting. Clubs fell like hailstones. Zhao Jinshan crumpled like a sack stuffed with straw, thudding hollow, lifeless. Everyone stood petrified, watching in mute horror as he was beaten by his own men. At first he still tried to evade, but after countless strikes his screams dwindled, his limbs stilled, and he collapsed into inert, sodden stillness, utterly motionless. Whether he was dead or merely unconscious, I could not tell. But the moment he ceased struggling, the men of the Tingyu Pavilion around us turned as one, empty-eyed, vacant, like puppets stripped of will, marching mechanically toward the great earthen gully. The gully was not especially deep, but a fall would be catastrophic. Dazed, they reached its edge, and without pause tumbled in one after another, splash after splash. Within minutes, dozens had plunged into the gully, and the entire situation transformed utterly. I glanced at Biaozi, then at Bai Ling. The figure who had emerged from darkness remained unseen, but I knew beyond doubt that it was he who had reversed our certain defeat. Zhao Jinshan lay inert. His men had vanished into the gully. The scene emptied, silent, desolate, leaving only the 3 of us standing there, disoriented and breathless. Whoosh! A faint spectral wind brushed past my ear, and in its wake the tidal aura vanished instantly, as if snuffed out. Sudden, profound silence settled. Normal, ordinary, utterly devoid of anomaly. Then from roughly 10 meters behind us a figure emerged, step by deliberate step, like the finest illusionist conjuring himself from the very fabric of night. My heart lurched violently at his appearance. He was familiar, vaguely distantly, but I recognized him. My mind raced, sifting fractured memories, until abruptly it clicked I had seen him before. It was during the incident involving the monstrous infant, when Lowley called me to the crematorium late at night. Upon entering, I saw Director Liu speaking with several strangers. Beside them sat a Passat, its license plates removed, and within that car pulsed an aura unlike any I'd ever encountered. My senses sharpened unnaturally. Though invisible, that aura was undeniable, and I knew with absolute certainty that the presence emanating from this man before me was identical to the one I'd felt inside that Passat. He drew nearer, a man advanced in years, his hair silver-white and impeccably groomed. Though clearly elderly, his face bore few wrinkles, and his complexion glowed with the rosy vitality of youth. He walked slowly, yet every gesture exuded the quiet, immutable authority of a master craftsman. Watching him approach, I felt as though a titan towering beyond comprehension was drawing near. Feng Huai, put me down. At the sight of the elder, Bai Ling's composure shattered. Proud and unyielding by nature, she had been wounded by Zhao Jinshan's men, and now overwhelmed by injustice, she trembled with wounded pride. As he reached us, her sorrow erupted, tears flooding her eyes, spilling unchecked down her cheeks. She leapt from my arms, her injured leg useless, and limped, stumbling straight into his embrace. Dad! She wept bitterly, burying her face in his chest, clinging to his collar like a child sobbing between hiccups. I was hurt. I was humiliated. And you didn't come. You didn't do anything. My dear child. I could not guess his age, but he was surely past 60. If he was indeed Bai Ling's father, then she must have been born when he was already in his 40s. A late-born child, cherished beyond measure. This man radiated an aura so immense it stifled breath itself. Without revealing himself, merely lingering near the gully, he had effortlessly dismantled Zhao Jinshan's entire force. His power was beyond imagining. Yet now his face held only boundless tenderness, cradling Bai Ling as any devoted father might, soothing her with gentle words and infinite patience. Their reunion left Biaozi and me standing apart, excluded, forgotten. Biaozi seized the lull to redress his worst wounds. Glancing sidelong at Bai Ling and her father, he muttered coldly, "No wonder she's so sharp-tongued and domineering. She spent her whole life hiding behind her father's shadow." Who is her father? Do you know him? From what Biaozi said, it seems he knows the father of the white-collar worker. Naturally, I felt curious and hid aside, quietly asking Biaozi. His name is Wen Daonan, Biaozi said softly as he stood next to the car, tightly wrapping the bandage around his arm. He is a difficult person to deal with. Wen Daonan is not someone from Biaozi's circle. There are many legends about him. It is said that he is an extraordinary person with abilities that are hard for ordinary people to fathom. He can read faces, observe feng shui, measure fortune, is proficient in medical texts, specializes in treating various rare and difficult ailments, and is skilled in some Taoist techniques. In this day and age, more and more people believe in Buddhism, fate, and feng shui. Since humans consume grains, it is inevitable to encounter strange illnesses that even hospitals cannot cure. Therefore, someone like Wen Daonan is revered and sought after by many. Wen Daonan has a very complex network of connections, interacting with various social classes, including levels that ordinary people find hard to access. Speaking of which, I recalled that when the big-head monster baby appeared, Wen Daonan was present. It is likely that the relevant departments feared they could not handle the situation with the big-head monster baby, so they secretly invited Wen Daonan to come and stabilize things. Someone like Wen Daonan surely lacks nothing when it comes to money. He has no other hobbies, but enjoys collecting antiques. Some people in the underground circles of Yang City have encountered Wen Daonan due to business dealings. The Jinkai Group, where Biaozi used to work, monopolizes about 30% of the antique trade in Yang City, possessing a lot of valuable items. Biaozi probably met Wen Daonan during that time. However, Biaozi is not a prominent figure and could only observe Wen Daonan from a distance without the chance to connect with him. Biaozi's words are likely correct. Old De Zhang had mentioned before that the white-collar worker's surname is Wen. After whispering with Biaozi for a while, Wen Daonan finally calmed the white-collar worker down. She called out to me, and I went over to assist her into the car. Wen Daonan is very caring for his daughter. Seeing the bloodstains on the white-collar worker's leg, his brow furrowed, indicating he wanted to take her away. But the white-collar worker refused. The injury on her leg only affected the flesh and did not touch the bone. Although it looked messy with blood and flesh, it was not particularly serious. With medication and some good rest, she would recover. Xiaoyu, with your temperament, causing trouble alone outside will lead to big problems sooner or later. Wen Daonan patiently advised the white-collar worker through the car window. I won't go home. It's a mess there like a Taoist temple. Going back will suffocate me. The white-collar worker shook her head. Now that the crisis was resolved and she had spoiled enough in front of her father, her emotions visibly stabilized and lightened. Old when you can go home by yourself. When Downin was left with no choice, even lacking any semblance of anger. No matter how powerful a person is, they have their own vulnerabilities. Unable to persuade the white-collar worker, he had to give up. He turned around seemingly intentionally or unintentionally and glanced at me. Just that one glance made me feel an indescribable tension. Throughout my life, I have met many people, but no one's gaze has ever exerted such immense pressure on me as when Danin's. His eyes were gentle like a piece of transparent jade, yet they resembled an incomprehensible cosmic starry sky. It felt as if he could see through a person's heart at a glance. Under this special gaze, I suddenly felt that I had no secrets to keep, as if he could see the deepest secrets within me. Let's talk for a moment. When Downin waved at me, making me nervous. My feet seemed almost unresponsive as I instinctively followed him a few meters away. From when Danin's expression and tone, I could not discern anything. He stopped, turned, and looked at me again. Your heart is good. When Danin's tone with me was completely different from how he spoke to the white-collar worker. Very calm, as gentle as water. I called you over just to say one thing. What is it? Do not go to Gulu again. When Danin's tone suddenly became serious, stating emphatically, no one who controls Gulu can be trifled with. I was taken aback. When Downin had been involved with the big head monster baby, but I did not know how much he understood. I had not mentioned my plan to venture back to Gulu even to the white-collar worker. How could he possibly know? Could this person truly have such immense powers that he could see into people's hearts? Is someone controlling Gulu? I could not help but ask, who is controlling Gulu? Some people you have never seen before, when Downin replied succinctly, not wasting any words. As he turned to walk away, he added, in any case, remember my warning. If it were someone else telling me this, I would certainly pursue further questions, but when Downin is not an ordinary person. He might have heard about my experiences in Gulu from the white-collar worker, so he offered me this caution. Such people speak in a way that hints at deeper meanings. If he doesn't want to say more, asking again would be futile. When Downin quickly disappeared, and I returned to the car helplessly. Biaozi drove away from the Datu ditch, taking us close to where the white-collar worker lived. What are your plans? Biaozi has always had a conflict with the white-collar worker. Even now, he is unwilling to speak much to her. He got out of the car, called me aside, and asked, are you still planning to go to Gulu? I don't know. I replied vaguely, but in my heart I knew that the second trip to Gulu was a must because my father had already reached there. However, seeing the blood on Biaozi, I truly did not want to involve him further. He is a person of deep emotions and loyalty. If I must walk a path leading to danger, I would send him away before I embark. If you stay in Yang City with one down and backing you, there should be no major problems. Biaozi began to smoke, saying, but you are not in our line of work. You do not know our style? I always feel that Zhao Jinshan blocking you must have some hidden reason. I think so too. I began to frown. Now that things have settled, reflecting back, there seems to be some mystery. When Downin could easily deal with Zhao Jinshan if he wanted. If there is another reason for Zhao Jinshan blocking me, it would also be simple for Wen Downin to pressure him. Yet Wen Downin seemed intentionally not to give Zhao Jinshan the chance to speak, and directly killed him. I could not discern whether Wen Downin acted this way intentionally or accidentally. I'm heading back to Sichuan. There are matters waiting for me to attend to there. Biaozi patted my shoulder, saying, as long as my territory is still here, if you really encounter trouble in the future, there will still be a place for you to take refuge. I felt very grateful and touched. Biaozi's words certainly held weight. In this short 2-day interaction, it was more effective than the previous long trip to Gulu. Through this incident, I completely understood what kind of person Biaozi is, and similarly he also realized what kind of person I am. Friendship is not measured by the length of time, but by the connection between the two individuals. Biaozi advised me on some matters, left me detailed contact information, and then left as his injuries were quite severe and he needed to find a place to recuperate. I helped the white-collar worker back to her place. Since her leg was injured by a gunshot, going to a hospital would cause trouble. Fortunately, she knew some people and found a doctor through friends who came to treat her injury. I had originally planned to start preparing for my trip to Gulu immediately, but since the white-collar worker was injured because of me, I could not just stand by. Her injury would likely take at least 2 months to heal before she could walk normally again. I could not stay with her for that long, so I planned to accompany her for a few days and then leave. At the white-collar worker's home, I finally experienced that long-lost simple life, cooking, watching television, and chatting about trivial matters. It was mundane, but very pleasant. After 2 days of staying, I began to feel a bit lazy. But every time I started to feel lazy, my father's face would unconsciously appear before me. Thinking of him, my heart sank into a mire. Gulu, what exactly is hidden in that remote, almost primitive, deep mountain thousands of miles away? I do not know if I can find my father on this trip, but my determination is set. Living comfortably at the white-collar workers' home, we each had our own bedroom, and the material conditions were very ample. In the first 2 days, I slept very deeply and heavily. I could sleep soundly until dawn while lying in bed. But starting from the fourth day, I felt something was silently changing. On the fourth night, I accompanied the white-collar worker to watch a few episodes of a TV series as usual. At around 11 o'clock, we said goodnight to each other and went to our rooms to sleep. However, that night, for some reason, I suddenly became insomniac. I lay down for over an hour, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. After at least 2 hours of struggle, I finally entered a hazy dream state. I slept uneasily, and after an unknown time, I seemed to have stumbled back into that dreamlike realm. I sensed that in the pitch-black and silent room, there seemed to be an additional person. I could not see that person, but I was certain of my feelings. I felt that there was definitely another person hidden in the dark bedroom. This feeling was not new. I could not even hear the breathing of that suddenly appeared person, yet the feeling in my heart grew stronger. My hands and feet were cold, oppressed by this fearful sensation to the point where I did not dare to move. Where are they? Where are they hiding? In my daze, I suddenly remembered the scene from when I first had that nightmare. I was utterly confused because at this moment I could not distinguish whether I was in reality or in a void dream. That feeling of an extra person grew to an uncontrollable extent. My half-awake consciousness suddenly focused on beneath my sleeping bed. I sat up very lightly, leaned over the bed edge, and slowly lifted the drooping bed sheet. Right beside the bed was a window, and a ray of moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains. The moment I lifted the bed sheet, it felt as if a series of continuous lightning struck, my brain buzzing. In the darkness beneath the bed, the big-head monster baby was silently crouching there, his head still absurdly large, staring motionlessly at me. No matter when or where the big-head monster baby always brings me immense pressure and terror. When I looked at him silently crouching in the darkness under the bed, my scalp tingled, and I couldn't help but shout. This sudden shock woke me from my dreams. I sat up straight in bed, feeling drenched in sweat. In the bedroom, apart from my own breathing, there was no other sound. A beam of moonlight filtered through the curtains and illuminated the bedside. I gazed at that sliver of moonlight, unable to discern whether I felt fear or astonishment. I vaguely remember that when I first entered the ancient land, my companions and I seemed to have gradually distanced ourselves from that nightmare. Yet upon returning to Yang City, so far from the ancient land, that nightmare suddenly invaded my dreams once more. I sat on the bed, carefully recalling the dream I just had. The nightmare felt as real as reality. In the dream, I could even see every strand of hair on the big-head monster baby. I had another nightmare, yet another nightmare. What does this mean? I do not deny that dreams are an extension of human imagination. No matter what dreams I have, I always consider them just dreams. But the nightmares about the big-head monster baby instill an unparalleled sense of dread in me. To be honest, I am genuinely afraid of that feeling. After this nightmare, I could no longer sleep. I was afraid that if I fell asleep, I would once again be plagued by. I lay awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, suffering from insomnia from deep night until dawn. As the day brightened, I felt no inclination to sleep again and got up to wash my face. After staying up all night, my eyes could hardly take it anymore, feeling sore and swollen. I stayed at the white-collar worker's place partly to keep her company and partly to take care of her. I feared waking the white-collar worker, so after washing my face, I quietly went to the kitchen, prepared some breakfast, and waited in the dining room. Estimating the time, I then knocked on the white-collar worker's door. The white-collar worker was already awake. When I entered, I saw her leaning against the pillow, lost in thought, not knowing what she was pondering. I brought in the breakfast, but she only took a couple of bites. What's wrong with you? I looked at the white-collar worker and sensed a hint of something off about her. It's nothing, she replied, raising her eyes and giving me a faint smile. Though she was smiling, I felt her smile was somewhat stiff and obscure. Perhaps it was the unusual experiences of late that made me sensitive. I knew the white-collar worker was the daughter of Wendown, and coupled with what Wendown had said to me before leaving, I had initially intended to ask her a few things. However, for certain reasons, I held back. Yet last night's nightmare, along with the subtle shift in the white-collar worker's expression, suddenly made me unable to resist. I need to ask you something, I said, sitting at the edge of the white-collar worker's bed, placing the breakfast on the table, pondering for a moment before asking, does your father know anything about the ancient land? I hardly ever ask about him, really, Fong Hui. I truly haven't asked. I couldn't tell if the white-collar worker was lying. Logically, given how much Wendown cared for her, if she pressed him, he likely wouldn't keep anything from her. I suspected the white-collar worker was concealing something from me, but when I quietly observed her again, I suddenly remembered how she had risked herself to save me in the Great Earth Ditch a few days prior. At that moment, she had truly set everything aside, solely focused on rescuing me. Upon reflection, my doubts about her dissipated. She was still young with her own life to lead. One Danin's social circle was largely related to antiques, feng shui, and home protection subjects the white-collar worker showed no interest in. I guess you and your old man don't see eye to eye. Well, fine, I won't ask anymore. I chuckled, glancing at the injury on the white-collar worker's leg. The wound had been well treated and looked professional. Someone would come regularly to change her bandages. After finishing breakfast, I intended to find something to occupy myself with, so I tidied up the already clean living room and kitchen once more. While I was working, I vaguely heard the white-collar worker making a phone call in her bedroom, but the voice was muffled, and I couldn't make out the specific content of the conversation. After a while, the white-collar worker changed her clothes, limped to the door, and called out to me, "Fong Hui, I have some urgent matters to attend to. They'll probably be back in the afternoon, so just stay at home. How can you go out like this? Let me take you. Someone is coming to pick me up." I was puzzled. Why was the white-collar worker going out at this time? However, I was not familiar with her circle of friends, and she probably really had matters she couldn't avoid. I helped her to the washroom to wash her face. After about 20 minutes, 2 people knocked on the door and took the white-collar worker away. Once she left, the house was completely empty. Feeling bored, I thought about catching a little sleep. However, I had barely lain down when Biaozi called me. He had initially planned to leave Yang City, but his injuries were not light. He would have to wait until his wounds healed before he could travel. "Biaozi, how's your body? When are you planning to leave? I can see you off. These minor injuries are nothing. I've had worse. I can still eat and sleep just fine." Biaozi was indifferent to his injuries. Since our relationship had warmed, our conversations had become much more casual. After bragging a bit, Biaozi asked, "Are you still living with that woman?" Perhaps because during our time in the ancient land, the white-collar worker often opposed Hulian. Biaozi's impression of her had always been poor. He didn't even refer to her by name, simply calling her that woman. Regardless, she got hurt because she saved us. "I'm staying here for a few days to take care of her. There's something I..." Biaozi's tone suddenly changed, and he slowly said on the other end of the line, "Be careful. That woman is very strange." "What do you mean?" I felt a slight shock inside. Biaozi, like Hulian, would never speak lightly without reason, and he wouldn't casually spout nonsense. He wouldn't say anything he wasn't sure of. "This matter has me confused as well, and I don't know how to explain it to you." Biaozi was not good at expressing himself, or when things got complicated, he needed to carefully organize his words. After a long pause, he continued, "I suspect that woman has been dead for a long time." "What the hell? Biaozi, are you joking?" I could not accept it. While I might have been surprised by anything he said about the white-collar worker, hearing that she had long been dead seemed absurd. I had interacted with the white-collar worker for quite some time. We had talked a lot, and I had even held her in my arms. I could feel the softness and warmth of her body. Having worked at a crematorium for 2 years, I had seen many dead bodies. If I couldn't tell the difference between a living person and a corpse, I would be truly blind. Yet while grappling with disbelief, I felt an odd sensation. Could Biaozi have said these things to me for no reason? I really can't explain this. Biaozi likely couldn't clarify it either. After stammering for a while, he finally said, "Come over to my place. I have something to show you, and you'll understand." Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hung up the phone and hurried to Biaozi's place. After exiting, I was extremely cautious. Zhao Jinshan had been severely dealt with by one down, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. The group from Ting Yuxian would definitely be frightened, but as Biaozi said, one cannot judge a person's actions solely by appearances in the underworld. So I couldn't dismiss the possibility of lingering dangers. I took 2 buses, wore a hat, kept my head down, and hurried to Biaozi's place. Biaozi was temporarily recovering at a friend's house. The place was a mess, filled with cigarette butts and empty lunchboxes, and he was the only one there. "Biaozi, what the hell is going on?" I had been disturbed by Biaozi's words all the way there, and couldn't wait to ask as soon as we met. Biaozi's friend was involved in the circle, and usually dealt with antique goods. This place was a secret stash, rarely inhabited, primarily used for storage. Some items had just been unearthed and hadn't been cleaned yet, so they were temporarily stored here. Biaozi was involved in similar business in Yang City and Sichuan. During his recovery, he had been bored to death, so he had helped his friends sort through the temporarily stored goods. "Take a look at this," Biaozi said, pulling out a neatly folded newspaper. The items here were still covered in dirt, and to maintain concealment and safety during transport, each item was wrapped thickly in several layers of paper to prevent damage. This newspaper was something Biaozi had stumbled upon while sorting through the goods. It was crumpled, but he had carefully flattened it out. It was an old Yang City morning news. In the folds of the newspaper, Biaozi found an advertisement. When I saw this advertisement, my mind began to race. It was a notice identifying a corpse, clearly stating that the body had been discovered in Xiaoyu Lake in Yang City, having drowned, and there were no identification documents on the corpse. The notice included a frontal photo of the corpse. My hand trembled as I held the newspaper. I do not deny that there may exist 2 people in this world who share an uncanny resemblance without any blood relation, as such coincidences do occur. But when I looked at the photo of the corpse, my first instinct was to think it was the white-collar worker. If it was merely the photo of a corpse resembling the white-collar worker, that would be one thing, but the degree of similarity raised suspicions. Their facial features were identical, Even the small mole on their foreheads was exactly the same. Is such an astonishing coincidence possible? Even the moles on their faces were the same. My heart raced, and I examined the notice repeatedly for over 10 times. After a brief moment of daze, I checked the date on the newspaper. It was a newspaper from 8 years ago, precisely 8 years ago. For some reason, I suddenly recalled Ding Ling. I remembered clearly that the notice searching for Ding Ling was also published 8 years ago. The focus subtly pointed to 8 years ago. What else happened 8 years ago besides the team entering the ancient land almost being wiped out? What exactly happened? Holding the newspaper, I was confused, unable to utter a single word for a long time. I am a person who would rather believe in a single fact than in 1,000 substantiated theories. However, 8 years ago was a very sensitive period. The events that transpired back then caused me to suddenly lose my judgment. What was the name of this corpse when it was alive? I don't know. Biaozi shook his head. After discovering the anomalies in the newspaper, he didn't tell me immediately. Instead, he had someone investigate. His friend in Yancheng was doing decently, not a big shot, but still had some connections. Through an insider, he looked into the matter from that year. This female corpse had drowned in Xiaoyuan Lake. The incident was quite coincidental. On the night she drowned, there was a heavy rain that washed away all traces. As a result, the investigation at that time faced significant obstacles. They could only confirm that the person had drowned, but they could not ascertain whether it was suicide or if someone had pushed her into the lake. The female corpse had no identification. After the notice was published, no one came forward to claim her. She might have been an outsider, having come to Yanqing not long ago with no relatives. Biaozi, this might really be a coincidence. I tried my best to persuade Biaozi the notice, also convincing myself we have interacted with the white-collar worker for quite some time now. Having spent so long together in the ancient land, she cannot be a dead person. Yeah, I've been to school too. How could I not understand this logic? Biaozi lit a cigarette and pointed to the photo in the newspaper, saying, but just look at it. What difference is there between this photo and that woman? Even the mole between her eyebrows is in the same spot. I was completely baffled. The white-collar worker I knew was a fact, yet the notice in the newspaper was also a fact. When two facts stand side by side, it confuses one's normal thinking. I mention this to remind you. Biaozi said the matter of the female corpse has no head or tail now. Besides that woman, I guess no one can clarify things. If you want to know the truth, you can only ask her, but I estimate that even if you ask, she won't tell you the truth. I side if facts are facts, but without conclusive evidence, I still cannot jump to conclusions. Listen, seeing me silent, Biaozi patted my shoulder and said, when observing a person or a matter, if you only look at the surface, you might forever remain in the dark. Back in the ancient land, I already knew that woman was definitely not simple. I chatted with Biaozi until noon, I shared a bit of takeout, and then left. I returned to the white-collar worker's home. She hadn't come back yet. I started to ponder whether I should ask her about this matter. But how should I ask? Should I directly ask her if she is the unnamed female corpse that drowned in Xiaoyuan Lake? That would be too absurd. I felt anxious waiting for the white-collar worker to return. In the afternoon, the white-collar worker called. She said the matter was settled, but she was injured and went down and couldn't rest easy, so she went home to stay overnight and would return tomorrow. Old one is too chatty. The white-collar worker's tone was a bit helpless. If I don't go back, he will definitely nag endlessly with calls one after another. Good. I felt uneasy. Upon hearing the white-collar worker's voice, the notice published in the newspaper and the photo of that female corpse involuntarily floated in my mind. Also, I want to ask you a question. I was lost in thought, not hearing clearly what the white-collar worker said, and after half a minute, I came back to my senses, mumbling an indistinct, "Oh, what are you doing not listening to me? Forget it, I won't tell you. I'm watching a movie, didn't hear what you said. Just say what you want to, don't hesitate." I calmed myself down. So far, I still dared not confirm whether the clues Biaozi provided were factual, but I was already concerned and needed to capture every detail. I just want to ask you. The white-collar worker paused for a moment, her voice suddenly dropping, speaking softly and slowly. If we didn't see each other for a day, would you? Would you miss me even a little bit? This. Might. Probably. What did you just say? I was at a loss, fully focused on recalling that corpse, when the white-collar worker suddenly became sentimental. The scene shifted too quickly for me to think deeply. You're so annoying. Forget it, I won't say anything. The white-collar worker was dissatisfied, complained a few times, and hung up. Once the call ended, the room fell silent again, and I sat on the sofa looking up. All strange matters, and all were unanswered strange matters. I was left alone, feeling too lazy to do anything else. I greeted Biaozi, asking him to prepare some gear in Sichuan, preferably to get a car. I didn't want to wait any longer. The white-collar worker had went down, and looking after her, her injury wasn't severe, and there wouldn't be any impact. I thought it was time to prepare for the journey back to the ancient land. I knew the ancient land was filled with dangers, both foreseeable and unforeseeable. As long as I dared to step back into that endless mountain range, I might not be able to come out. But whenever I was alone, my father's figure kept flashing in my mind again and again. In a lifetime, one will always have some ties. Sometimes one encounters things that they know they shouldn't do yet. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. I lay on the bed, my nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed a bit. However, looking at the sky outside as it darkened, I suddenly became tense again. Nightfall meant it was time to sleep, but as soon as I slept, that unsettling nightmare could very well sneak into my dreams. At this moment, I seemed to return to the state I was in when I first had a nightmare. I was very sleepy and wanted to sleep, yet I was afraid to. I feared dreaming of that terrifying nightmare that could drive a person mad. I started watching some comedy movies, hoping to lighten my tension with the funny scenes in the film. But I couldn't get into it. The movies might be good, but they felt bland, and as time passed, night deepened. Listening to the original sound of the movie from my phone, I began to feel uneasy, forcing my eyes wide open, desperately battling the sleep that plagued me. I took off one earphone, listening to the movie's sound while paying attention to the noises in my bedroom. In fact, at this point, I began to scare myself again, just like before. As long as I didn't dream, everything in reality seemed normal. I watched movies from nightfall until dawn, enduring until my eyes and ears became numb before finally turning off the movie and removing the earphones. In the pitch black and silent night, I didn't dare to sleep. Loneliness felt like an invisible thread constantly entwining around me. I subconsciously opened WeChat on my phone, wanting to see if the few friends I usually chatted with were still around. At this time, even if a WeChat friend I rarely contacted could say a few words to me, share a few dull jokes, it would make me feel a bit more fulfilled. But it was already very late. Those friends were busy with their lives and had to work the next day, so they probably had all gone to sleep. I could only give up planning to turn off my phone and continue waiting alone. Just as I was about to close WeChat, I saw a notification in my contacts as someone added me. I casually accepted the request, and at that moment my drowsy visual nerves seemed to receive an extremely strong stimulus, causing my entire brain and body to become restless. I clearly saw that the person who added me went by the ID of Hellion. This might be a new account. The avatar was blank, and there were no moments. Hellion. Hadn't he already fallen into the abyss of the ancient land? In my understanding, Hellion was already dead. Since returning to Yangqing, I had tried countless times to contact Hellion, but his WeChat had remained completely inactive. Who are you? What? I was shocked because I couldn't discern who this person who added me was just from a WeChat ID. The person didn't reply immediately, and after a moment of silence, they sent a message: "Are you not sleeping because you're afraid of dreaming?" What the hell? I felt a sense of confusion. Some things had happened for a while, but because of the special nature of the events, they left a very deep impression on me. If I remembered correctly, the last time I had a nightmare was when Hellion added me on WeChat, and his first words were also this. Who exactly are you? Tell me, who are you? I typed quickly, hoping to get some invigorating clue from this person. As I typed, I felt puzzled and could not help but become vigilant. I was at the white-collar workers' home, the most prosperous area in Yangqing, but due to the time, even this bustling area had fallen into slumber. I was on the 12th floor, and through the window, I could see the flashing neon outside. Those who should be sleeping were all asleep, and except for the occasional passing vehicle on the street below, there was no other sound. The person who just added me still hadn't answered my question. After another moment of silence, they sent another message: "Come on, you're the last one." Immediately after, the person named Hellion added me to a WeChat group. As I entered the group, my mind spun again, because I saw that the group was named Dream Source. Including me, there were 7 people in the group. The group owner's ID was Shadow. A stronger sense of confusion hit me as I opened the group member list, and a wave of extreme surprise and shock surged through me. Hellion, the neighbor, Old Wang, the rich and handsome guy, Ding Ling, the white-collar worker, and me. I felt a sudden disorientation, making me unsure of how to react. While I was staring blankly at the member list of the WeChat group, the person who had just added me, Hellion, sent me a private message. "You must be doubting why I know you're afraid to sleep because of that nightmare." Hellion typed slowly but with clarity, "Everyone in this group is just like you, nearly driven mad by that." Looking at this familiar WeChat group and the members list filled with IDs I could never forget in my lifetime, I found it hard to contain my emotions. Coupled with what Hellion said to me in private chat, I began to doubt whether this world was truly real in the tranquil deep of the night. What kind of nightmare are you experiencing? Although I already knew why I was pulled into this WeChat group, I still tentatively messaged Hellion. "A big head monster baby," Hellion replied. "Big head monster baby." Indeed. This WeChat group, along with the members' intentions, was entirely the same as that previous group. From the shadow of the group leader to the people inside, I felt as if I had returned to the moment I first joined the group. There are too many coincidences in this world, but such coincidences are simply outrageous. Feng Huai. Just as I was in a daze, a white-collar worker from the group sent me a private message. I could tell she was a white-collar worker because she was using her old WeChat account. "It's me." I snapped back to reality and replied. I trusted the white-collar worker immensely after all we had fought together in the ancient land, but perhaps because of the clue provided by Biaozi, I suddenly felt something was off about her. You've been pulled in too. The white-collar worker responded. I was added 20 minutes ago. I initially planned to assess the situation before telling you. Although it was already quite late once I joined the atmosphere and the group immediately became lively. Helian and the rich guy next door remained taciturn, while the high-quality handsome and Ding Ling flooded the chat. It felt as if I was watching a film I had seen before. Every scene seemed to have happened in the past. The topic of conversation in the group remained that nightmare. As everyone was tormented by it, they expressed their disdain, but at that moment no one could suggest any constructive advice or measures. After a while the topic turned sour. Let's talk about something else. Constantly discussing nightmares will drive anyone mad. The rich guy, true to the personality I remembered, said, Who plays stocks here? I have a friend on Wall Street who has delved deeply into the global economic trends. He disclosed classified information to me predicting a morbid bull market within the next 2 to 3 years. Whoever enters the market with money is guaranteed to profit. Can we talk about something more realistic? Ding Ling, still typing, attached those pitiful and charming emoji. I haven't been sleeping well and my eye bags are starting to show. They were engaged in endless chatter, but through this virtual platform of WeChat, I couldn't see their faces. I had no idea what the rich guy and Ding Ling, who were currently flooding the chat, looked like. Yet I had a feeling that I, as well as these few people, seemed to have fallen into a massive pit. Undoubtedly, during our last journey in the ancient land, the rich guy Ding Ling, the guy next door, and Helian had already perished, yet something unseen had pulled them back in. Gradually, I noticed Helian. Last time it was Helian who left the deepest impression on me. Perhaps I would never forget the moment Helian fell into that abyss. Have you seen the big-head monster baby? I started chatting privately with Helian, trying to extract useful information. I have. Where did you see it? When did you see it? In the hospital 10 days ago. My heart trembled. The last time we gathered it was because we witnessed the birth of the big-head monster baby in the hospital. Calculating the time, there shouldn't be much discrepancy. Back then, I was tormented by nightmares for about 10 days before being pulled into the group. 10 days ago, I had been recuperating at home when the incident with Zhao Jinshan occurred. Far from the hospital, far from the crematorium, I knew nothing about what had happened 10 days ago. I continued to ask, and Helian did not conceal anything, explaining clearly. The big-head monster baby they saw was born in the hospital. Shortly after the incident, some strangers immediately took action, sealing off the news tightly. Helian didn't know where the big-head monster baby ended up. Do you have any information about the parents of the big-head monster baby? The pregnant woman who gave birth to the big-head monster baby is named Li Xiyun, and she is a friend of mine. My hands began to tremble. The events that once transpired seemed to replay in this moment. Due to the overwhelming coincidences, I began to suspect whether this group and the people within it were part of a deliberately arranged trap. Do you know who the father of the big-head monster baby is? I know. Helian typed 3 words, paused for about a minute, and then continued, but I've never seen him in person. If you've never seen him, how do you know who he is? This matter is a bit complicated. It can't be explained in just a few words. You are already one of us and have the right to know some of the insider information. Helian said, I have some urgent matters these days and can't leave. Please give me your address. I'll show you. At this point, I began to doubt again. Everything felt eerily similar to the previous scenario. My conversation with Helian was aimed at getting closer to him, and I wanted to see what Helian truly looked like. However, the repeated scenario had a slight change in detail. Helian didn't mention meeting in person. He only asked for my address. I couldn't help but feel cautious, while also wanting to know what Helian was planning to show me. I thoughtfully considered and gave Helian the address of a small convenience store near the white-collar worker's home. I had bought things there a few times, and the owner was quite friendly and had already recognized me. You will receive the items soon. The biological clocks of the people in the group had completely gone haywire. Even in the dead of night, they were wide awake, with the rich guy and Ding Ling still dominating the screen. I wanted to privately message Ding Ling, but I dared not. Every time I thought of her, my heart would involuntarily. The white-collar worker kept exchanging opinions with me, but I had just been added to the group and knew nothing of the others. Unless I personally see the true faces of these group members and understand their next intentions and plans, I wouldn't have a clear direction. Honestly, the situation with the white-collar worker made me anxious. Since I met her, my impression of her has gradually changed, and at times, I even regarded her as my pillar and source of strength. This doesn't mean I have fallen deeply in love with her, but if I were suddenly asked to leave the white-collar worker now, I think I would struggle to adapt. I kept pondering whether I should ask her about the female corpse from 8 years ago at Zayuandu. But after thinking it over, I didn't know how to ask. We chatted until dawn, and then the people in the group gradually started to fade, one by one, falling asleep. The white-collar worker was already unwell and had stayed up all night. By dawn, she couldn't hold on any longer, and I urged her to sleep for a bit. You should sleep a little too. Staying up too long is hard on the body. The white-collar worker said, I will wake up by noon. I wanted to sleep too, but as soon as I lay down, the events of reality turned my mind upside down. I couldn't help but start pinching myself, hoping that I would suddenly wake up painfully from this. I wished this was just an unreal dream. Otherwise, this phenomenon that completely defied the laws of nature would leave me perpetually confused, never finding an answer. I lay in bed tossing and turning for at least an hour. My head was clearly drowsy, but once I closed my eyes, all kinds of people and chaotic matters kept swirling in my mind like a carousel. At that moment, WeChat pinged, and when I picked it up, it was a message from Helian. The items have been delivered to the address. I rolled out of bed and looked down at the street from the window. This was the busiest street in Yangqing, bustling with people, and I couldn't distinguish who among them was sent by Helian to deliver the items. I remained vigilant, cautiously made my way downstairs, and observed the area around the convenience store for a while. Everything seemed normal, without any signs of anomaly. After a long time, I approached the convenience store and asked the owner about it. Your items are right here. The owner handed me a tightly packed small cardboard box. I quickly rushed upstairs with the item, and once inside, I couldn't wait to open the cardboard box. The moment I opened it, I saw a USB drive inside. Seeing this USB drive, I was instantly reminded of the first time I met Helian, when he also gave me a USB drive. The contents were scenes from the bedroom of that woman named Li Siyun. However, holding this USB drive, my intuition told me that its contents might be different from the previous one. I immediately plugged the USB drive into my laptop, but after several attempts, my computer wouldn't boot, causing me to break into a cold sweat. I was anxious to see the contents of the USB drive, but with the computer malfunctioning, taking the USB drive elsewhere to view, it would definitely not be appropriate. In utter helplessness, I could only call the white-collar worker and ask her what was wrong with the computer. She had already fallen asleep, and after being woken up by me, she had no idea what was wrong with it. If it really won't open, then forget it, the white-collar worker lazily said. There's an old laptop in the cabinet on the balcony that hasn't been used for a long time. I'll try to see if you can still get it to work. Okay, you should continue to sleep then. I hung up the phone and immediately ran to the balcony, rummaging through some miscellaneous items, and opened the cabinet in the corner. It was filled with things I usually didn't use. I saw a laptop and quickly took it out. Crash. Perhaps my movements were too rough. The items in the cabinet were packed tightly, and as I pulled, I accidentally knocked over a suitcase. The suitcase fell to the ground, and the lid burst open, scattering its contents all over the floor. In that instant, my mind flickered, and an indescribable sense of strangeness surged within me. When the box hit the ground, a bunch of flashy little items scattered everywhere. Disposable toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel. These items are the kind of common disposable toiletries found in hotels. The items were very ordinary, without a hint of anything noteworthy. Yet these very items struck me with an overwhelming sense of shock. A white-collar worker living at home had no need for these items. Unbidden, I recalled the 2 accounts from Helian about his friend Li Siyun, who was in the business of disposable hotel toiletries. From the beginning until now, I had never compared the white-collar worker with Li Siyun, because in my eyes they were 2 completely unrelated individuals. However, the unexpected discovery of these items in the white-collar worker's home deepened my doubts. 8 years ago, I had forcefully restrained myself from questioning the white-collar worker about the female corpse at Xiaoyuan Lake, but at this moment, looking at these items, I could no longer control myself. The contents of the box must be samples. I could even imagine how long ago Li Siyun had carried these samples in this very box, promoting them in various hotels in Yangqing. It was surprising if it weren't for the white-collar worker's peculiar habit of collecting such items. I could only think this way. I left the balcony with my notebook and called the white-collar worker again. I did not question her with an accusatory tone, but calmly told her that I had found a dusty suitcase in the cabinet on the balcony, which was filled with disposable toothpaste, shampoo, and shower gel. I believed that if the white-collar worker truly harbored some hidden secrets, my calm inquiry would have a startling effect. Disposable toothpaste, shower gel. The white-collar worker, still waking up, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice and was puzzled by my words. These items are in the cabinet on the balcony. Yes, a whole box full, I replied, trying to catch any abnormal change in her tone over the phone. I can't remember how long it's been since I touched that cabinet, she responded in a very normal tone, just a hint of curiosity. Why don't I remember having these items at home? Fong, why do you suspect me? I can assure you, unless absolutely necessary, or when traveling, I have never had any record of staying in a hotel. You can check. Forget it. I felt that the white-collar worker was not taking my question seriously, thinking that I was jealous because I saw these items, and assumed she frequently stayed in hotels. Her reaction was very normal, and her answers were also very normal. Such responses made it seem like she had. Seeing that the white-collar worker was unperturbed, I had no choice but to let it go, offering a few perfunctory remarks before hanging up the phone again. However, this did not dispel my doubts. I believe that regardless of the nature of the matter, big or small, since it occurred, there must be a relevant reason. The white-collar worker could not have inexplicably collected such a large pile of disposable toiletries at home. Perhaps she truly forgot. I temporarily set this matter aside, took my newly found notebook, and charged it. Once it had enough power to boot up, I opened my computer. The somewhat outdated Dell laptop was quite decent without any issues. I plugged the USB drive into the computer's USB port. The USB drive contained a video, just one video. As the video started to play, the scene felt eerily familiar, an inexplicable familiarity. In the dimly lit and quiet bedroom, only a very faint wall lamp illuminated the space. The image was steady, indicating that the recording device was fixed in place, capturing everything happening in the bedroom clearly and completely. I could not be mistaken because I had previously seen the USB drive Hellion gave me. I remembered that the video on the USB was filmed with a DV camera in Lee Sion's bedroom. I stared intently at the computer screen. Lee Sion was sleeping soundly on the bed, and the bedroom was very quiet. I had seen this video and knew what was about to happen next. I knew that the calm image would suddenly shake like ripples on water, and then inexplicably a ghostly shadow. As I watched the screen, my heart tightened when I saw the image was about to shake. However, much to my surprise, the image remained absolutely calm when it should have shaken. Just as I was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with this video, a figure suddenly entered the quiet image. The figure likely walked in from outside the bedroom door with very light footsteps. The figure gradually became fully visible in the frame, moving very slowly, perhaps to avoid waking the sleeping Lee Sion. When it reached the bedside, the figure began to look around, seemingly searching for something. I watched very attentively and carefully as the figure scanned the surroundings. It felt as if an invisible hammer had struck heavily on my chest, almost causing me to faint. This is truly a nightmare. The figure in the image did not fully turn around, exposing its complete face, but just the side profile of its turned head was enough for me to see clearly that the person creeping into Lee Sion's bedroom in the dead of night looked almost identical to me. The more I watched, the more familiar it felt, and the more I felt a chill. There could be no one in this world more familiar with me than myself. I absolutely would not mistake that profile. What is going on? How did this happen? While I was astonished, I saw in the video that Lee Sion had woken up and evidently noticed the person suddenly appearing by her bed. Lee Sion did not scream. She began speaking to the person standing by the bed, but her voice was like a mosquito's buzz, hardly audible. Then the person by the bed slowly sat down, and Lee Sion reached out a hand to embrace his waist. They were conversing, but I still could not hear the specifics of their conversation. Gradually, they embraced each other. I wanted to continue watching to view the entire process. But at that moment, the image stopped and the video completely ended. This video had not been faked. It was completely different from the video content Hellion had previously shown me on the USB drive. I feared I had misinterpreted something, so I watched it from start to finish again. The video was exactly as it was. No matter how many times I rewound and replayed it, the image showed no changes. It could be said that this was a video I had never seen before. Suddenly, I recalled what the white-collar worker had once told me in secret during our adventure in Gulu. She had mentioned that Hellion had intentionally concealed part of the information and that there was more than one segment of the video filmed in Lee Sion's bedroom. Hellion had shown me one segment while withholding others. I sat there in a daze for a long time, then opened the video again. The person who suddenly appeared in Lee Sion's bedroom, whether in the way they walked or their gestures, seemed to have no differences from me. That person was it me. I felt as if my head might explode. If it really was me, then why did I have no memory of sneaking into a strange woman's bedroom in the middle of the night, talking, embracing, and even engaging in more intimate actions? Such events would be hard for anyone to forget. But I could not remember. I had no recollection of such an experience in my life. To me, Lee Sion was a completely unfamiliar person, someone I had never interacted with. If it weren't for the big head baby incident, I might not have even known that someone named Lee Sion existed. Had I experienced a fragmented amnesia? Or was this memory erased from my mind for some special reason? I had a headache, but I could not recall what was going on. I sat there lost in thought until I realized it was noon. The people in the WeChat group gradually began to wake up and started talking. The group members gathered together due to nightmares mostly discussed the causes of their nightmares. They seemed to know nothing and wildly speculated about the origins of the nightmares. Watching them ramble and fantasize, I couldn't help but feel that I had experienced these things and knew that the root of it all lay in Gulu. The root of this nightmare is in a very distant place. I interrupted their conversation, typing quickly. That place is called Gulu. Gulu? What kind of place is that? They all asked in a flurry, and I did not know how to respond. I could only tell them that Gulu was the source of the nightmares, but it was also a very dangerous place. Dangerous? How dangerous can it be? The rich and handsome interjected, saying, I'm not bragging you, I used to be a travel enthusiast and went to many places with backpackers. I'm not afraid of any dangerous places, let alone the Gulu you mentioned. You tell me, just how dangerous can Gulu be? Very dangerous. I clearly remember everything that happened in Gulu, the deaths of my companions, and the bones eternally sleeping in the deep mountains of Gulu. Entering Gulu could very likely lead to death. As soon as the word death was mentioned, Old Wong next door and Ding Ling immediately reacted strongly. They expressed a desire to escape the entanglement of nightmares, but if the process was too dangerous, it would be better to endure the discomfort of daily nightmares rather than face death. If this matter requires us to take risks, who is willing to go? Hellion had remained silent, and when our conversation reached a pause, openly sought everyone's opinion. Old Wong next door and Ding Ling expressed their unwillingness to go while the rich and handsome wavered. I also expressed my willingness as my purpose had changed. I was not merely seeking to escape the torment of nightmares, more importantly Gulu concealed deeper secrets, and I had to find my father. The members' opinions diverged and Hellion could not make a decision at the moment. He suggested that if there were truly differences, group members could discuss and communicate face-to-face. Let's meet tonight for a gathering. As soon as I heard this, I was immediately excited. If there was a gathering, everyone in the group would be there, and I would have the opportunity to see Old Wong next door, the rich and handsome Ding Ling, and Hellion in person. I was eager to see whether the people in this group were the same as the ones I knew. The group quickly began discussing the location for the gathering that night, and the rich and handsome suggested a place offering to treat. This restaurant was the same one we visited during our last gathering. Did you watch that video? Hellion took the opportunity while the group was chatting to send me a private message. I watched it. Do not share the content of the video with others, Hellion said. The reason I showed you this video is that I have an indescribable trust in you. I think you are very reliable. Thank you. I wanted to ask Hellion something more, but thinking that we would meet tonight, I temporarily held back my... When I finally meet Hellion, some things may become clear. Everything we do after joining this group must be thorough and cautious. Don't you think the process of being drawn into this group is quite strange? Hellion continued. The group leader has remained silent and cannot be contacted. What can we do? I replied, since the first time we entered the group leader has been the biggest mystery. I only know his ID is Shadow, but beyond that all information about him is blank. In a vast sea of people in a city, the group leader Shadow could accurately find us few who were simultaneously experiencing nightmares. This in itself was not a normal occurrence. There is no doubt that the group leader Shadow must know a lot of hidden truths, but he has always been silent and unreachable, turning everything into an unsolved mystery. The members of our group come from different backgrounds and engage in different professions. Fundamentally, the group leader Shadow, and we should have no connection at all. Do you know who the group leader is? Listening to Helion's words, it seemed he had some understanding of the group leader Shadow. Otherwise, he would not assert that the group leader Shadow and our group had no intersection or connection. Yes, I know, Hellion replied. I know who Shadow is. Hellion replied with only 3 words, yet they stirred a tempest within my heart. Long ago, members of my former team had endlessly speculated about the identity of the group's enigmatic administrator Shadow, a figure of undeniable significance. If we could truly locate him, we might uncover his motives and rationale. An instinctive premonition whispered that Shadow was far more than a mere connector among us. He undoubtedly held secrets about the ancient land. Who is Shadow, and how do we find him? I pressed Hellion, immediately, voice urgent. Even as I spoke, my mind raced ahead, imagining the confrontation, anticipating his evasions, devising strategies to outmaneuver him, and extracting vital clues through careful negotiation. I know who he is, but we cannot find him. Where there's a will, there's a way. Don't declare it impossible before even trying. Shadow is the patriarch of the Jinkai group. Seeing my impatience, Hellion abandoned all pretense and added, Are you familiar with the Jinkai group's background? My heart jolted, then surged with an inexplicable disquiet. Who in Yangqing hadn't heard of Jinkai? At the mention of Jinkai, my thoughts turned to its chain of luxury hotels, its sprawling underground influence across Yangqing, and even to Hellion himself, who had fallen into the abyss. And I am no underworld figure. Nor do I traffic in antiques or contraband. It was only after the white-collar man revealed that Hellion was Jinkai's second-in-command, and only after my return from the ancient land, that I began closely monitoring Jinkai's affairs. Rumor has it the Jinkai patriarch answers to the name de Zhang. Within the circles, he is reverently called Uncle Zong. And Uncle Zong is profoundly reclusive. Since founding Jinkai, he has operated entirely from the shadows. His advancing age, especially in recent years, has led him to devote himself fully to grooming Hellion Longqing, delegating substantial authority to him. Consequently, Jinkai's daily operations now unfold almost entirely under Hulian's stewardship. Uncle Zong places absolute trust in Hulian, entrusting him with most critical decisions. So much so that Hellion has quietly become half the sovereign of Jinkai, cementing his towering status in Yangqing's underworld. Truly no way to locate him. I refuse to yield, pressing Hellion further. even as a quiet judgment crystallized in my mind. The Hellion conversing with me on WeChat at this very moment could not possibly be the same Hellion Longcheng I once knew. The true Hellion Longcheng, the Jinkai second-in-command, would unquestionably know Uncle Zong. In that instant, a sliver of doubt pierced my understanding of the Hellion who had fallen into the abyss. If Shadow was indeed Uncle Zong, did Hellion Longcheng know? Could it be that Hellion Longcheng had deliberately guided us to the ancient land, acting solely on Uncle Zhang's orders? And believe me, it is genuinely impossible to find him. If he were findable, those of us who joined the group first would have sought him long ago, and I did not doubt Hulian's words. A man of Uncle Zhang's stature, whose influence weighs heavily upon the underworld, would be unusual if readily accessible to just anyone. All accounts suggest Uncle Zong abhors publicity, and for obscure nameless figures like ourselves, to seek him out deliberately would likely prove futile. One more question I must ask you. Extending my line of thought, I realized Shadow's identity remained shrouded in mystery, and whether Hellion Longcheng knew it had become an unsolved riddle. Yet this unseen Hellion, whom I had never met, somehow possessed knowledge so deeply guarded. At this juncture, I could afford no blind trust, not toward anyone. Clarity, however delayed, was still preferable to being led blindly into remote mountains. So I asked him directly, "How do you know Shadow is Uncle Zong?" This WeChat group was created by Uncle Zong himself, and I was the first person he invited. Hellion responded without hesitation when he added me. He told me plainly, "I am Zhang, the patriarch of Jinkai," and I was bewildered. To me, Shadow's identity was a tightly sealed secret, yet he had disclosed it openly to Hellion. Was such candor even plausible? And I harbored suspicion, but lacked any evidence to challenge Hellian's claim, so I set the question aside, for now. My exchange with Hellion concluded. Seizing the group's animated discussion as cover, I called Biaozi to inquire about Uncle Zong. Why ask about him? And just curious, that's all. I withheld Hellian's involvement from Biaozi, not yet knowing the origins of the others in the group. I feared that revealing it might provoke him, sparking unnecessary complications. Don't laugh, but I spent nearly 4 years at Jinkai and never once laid eyes on Uncle Zong, Biaozi confessed over the phone. Biaozi had been a minor figure in Jinkai until Hellion rose to power, and only then did Hellion recognize his courage and loyalty, bringing him close as a trusted confidant. Before that, Biaozi had been little more than a foot soldier, never granted access to Uncle Zong. And after joining Hellion, however, a Jinkai associate once approached Biaozi, likely fleeing trouble. Biaozi, ever bound by brotherly loyalty, offered shelter without hesitation, asking no questions, caring not what crime the man had committed. Though the man vanished safely, the matter escalated uncontrollably. He had secretly hoarded a shipment belonging to Jinkai, worth millions. Jinkai would not let it go unpunished. The crisis soon overwhelmed Biaozi, forcing him to confess everything to Hellion. Such betrayal, eating from one's own house, would warrant severe punishment in any syndicate. Hellion wished fiercely to protect Biaozi, but upholding Jinkai's order and decades-old underworld codes left him powerless to override the verdict. In the end, Biaozi's friend vanished forever, while Biaozi himself survived only through Hellion's covert intervention, though he was banished from Jinkai. Unable to remain in Yangqing, he was quietly relocated to Sichuan, arranged personally by Hellion. Only then did I grasp truly and deeply why Biaozi regarded Hellion as a blood brother. Hellion had saved his life. Help me investigate, I urged Biaozi. I need to trace Uncle Zhang's whereabouts, if you can learn anything at all. And I'll try my best. After hanging up, the white-collar woman messaged me privately. Honestly, I dreaded dragging her deeper into this. Her leg injuries still prevented normal walking, so I gently deflected her, urging her to rest and recover with Wendao Nan. I settled into silence, waiting for the evening gathering. Once the group finished recounting their nightmares, conversation drifted toward mundane domestic matters, trivial gossip. I remained silent, observing quietly. From these exchanges, I gradually pieced together each person's general identity and profession. The Hellion in the group was a pharmaceutical dealer, Lao Wang. The neighbor, trafficked tea between Fujian and Yangqing. Gao Fushui ran an online store, and Ding Ling was a fledgling graphic designer. Learning their backgrounds left me both disheartened and strangely unsurprised. I sensed they shared only one thing with the earlier expedition team, their WeChat IDs. Beyond that single thread, they seemed utterly unrelated. NAS, they chattered on, time slipped swiftly away. By afternoon, everyone fell quiet, turning to practical tasks in preparation for the evening gathering. I showered, changed clothes, and sat on the living room sofa, pondering who orchestrated all this. Even if these two groups bore no other resemblance, that identical WeChat ID alone was profoundly unsettling. The gathering was scheduled for 7 p.m., but I resolved not to arrive punctually. I intended to delay entering last, so that once all others were assembled, I could take in every face at once. Thus I lingered at home, descending slowly just before 7. Then hailed a taxi. Neen Yangqing 7 p.m. Still marked the tail end of rush hour. Traffic crawled, and 20 minutes passed before we reached our destination. I paused outside the hotel, gauging that most guests had likely arrived, then stepped forward toward the private dining room. Its door stood open. As I reached the threshold, the entire group was already seated inside. I halted at the doorway, swept my gaze across them, and my mind erupted. My body froze rigid as stone, thought and speech alike suspended in shock. This was no dream. I stood firmly in reality, and everything my eyes beheld was undeniably real. 4 people sat around the table, their faces, their expressions hauntingly familiar. Helion bore a long-heeled scar across his cheek. Lao Wang wore spectacles behind which glinted a mischievous, restless light. Gao Fushuai was short and stout. Just moments before my arrival, he'd been dissecting Yangqing's and the province's entire political landscape. Dingling's naturally vacant expression listened wide-eyed to Gao Fushuai's flamboyant monologue. What am I to think? How am I to confront this? The horrors of the ancient land were seared into my memory, forever unerasable. And yet, those I believed irrevocably dead in its deep mountains now sat whole and unharmed before me. I still believe in coincidence, in the uncanny convergence of 2 strangers bearing identical features despite divergent bloodlines. But the people in this room could not merely be described as resembling those from the prior team. They were indistinguishable. Hulian Scar Lao Wang's leering gaze, Gao Fushuai's swarthy skin, Dingling's dazed eyes. Faces may mirror one another, but temperament, character, micro-expressions, the subtle language of the eyes, these cannot be replicated. Yet what I saw, clearly, unmistakably, were Hulian Lao Wang, Gao Fushuai, and Dingling, the very ones who had perished in the ancient land. I stood rooted at the threshold, dumbfounded, paralyzed, my feet seemingly fused to the floor, incapable. Feng Huai. Dingling, noticing my stunned silence, pushed back her chair and approached me, blinking her dewy, luminous eyes. Appa, you're late. The figure of Dingling before me is so familiar. I can see those eyes that have caused me pain ever since I returned from the ancient land. Her appearance, her expression, her movements, and even the few scarcely noticeable freckles on her face are identical to those of the deceased Dingling. This astonishing resemblance momentarily ensnares me. Dingling giggled and tugged at me, saying, Appa, I didn't expect you to be so shy. Dingling pulled me into the private room, and as the last one to arrive, I naturally drew everyone's attention. I sat in my place, constantly scanning these people. I could tell that the looks directed at me were purely those of someone seeing a complete stranger for the first time. I glanced at Dingling again. I knew the deceased Dingling very well, and I was aware that while others could mask their expressions, Dingling could not. These people, including Dingling, all regarded me as a stranger. Once everyone was present, dishes began to be served, all ordered by the rich and handsome. We didn't pick up our chopsticks immediately. Helion spoke about the current situation regarding tracking the source of the nightmare. I had already mentioned it in the group. Now we needed to discuss whether we should form a team to go to the ancient land. What are your opinions? Helion asked us. The rich and handsome and Dingling seemed to have no strong opinions. Old Wang next to us said that if we went, it would take too long and affect his business. After some deliberation, Helion finally turned his gaze towards me. This gaze made my heart shudder. Looking at him felt as if I were seeing Helion launching. In that moment, I even started to feel dazed. I wondered if Helion Longcheng had not perished after falling into the abyss, but had quietly climbed back up and returned to Yang City. Feng Huai, what do you think? He'll go. I steadied my mind. Although I had doubts, I couldn't lose my composure at this moment. My decision would not change. I must go to the ancient land. The reason we gathered is that we are left with no options due to that nightmare. Helion shifted his gaze and said slowly, I believe if this matter is not resolved thoroughly, the consequences will be even more severe. I expressed my willingness to go. Hulian, as before, was not talkative, but he had a compelling aura that was hard. The rich and handsome and Dingling themselves had no strong opinions. Seeing me and Helion express our intentions, they hesitated for a moment, then also agreed to follow the majority's decision. The 4 of us reached a consensus, and Old Wang next door had no choice but to nod reluctantly. We began to eat, discussing some details as we did. The rich and handsome mentioned that he used to be a backpacker and had experience. Since we would be trekking a long distance, we would need to prepare a lot of equipment. The costs for purchasing equipment will be shared equally among everyone. Uncle, Dingling said pitifully to Hulian, can the expenses be paid in installments? I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I was completely confused, feeling a strange emotion that I couldn't articulate. I didn't know why. Perhaps the shadow of the last trip to the ancient land still haunted me. Whenever I saw Dingling, I would recall that frail and powerless figure disappearing into the darkness. By the time we finished eating, we had roughly settled our discussions. Helion stood up and went outside, probably to use the restroom. I seized this opportunity. I quickly followed him out. There was no one in the corner next to the private room, so I blocked Helian's way. I stared into his eyes. Oh, I believe that while people could mask their expressions when lying, their gaze was much harder to disguise. Through the eyes, one could see into a person's inner world. I don't know you. Helian shook his head. I being this close, I could clearly see any subtle changes on his face and in his eyes. I once had a friend named Longcheng who had an accident in some place. I continued. Without flinching, he fell into an unfathomable abyss, and I remember the expression he had when he looked at me just before he died. I was desperately trying to provoke a reaction from Helian. If he was pretending, I believe the journey to the ancient land would also leave him with shadows. I haven't had that experience, and perhaps I don't feel what you do. Helian replied calmly without even blinking. I gave up. Even though I remained suspicious, I couldn't find any flaws. This Helian seemed genuinely to be someone I was meeting for the first time. I turned back to the private room, continuing to probe the rich and handsome and Dingling. These two carefree individuals naturally didn't have such deep schemes, but I really couldn't draw anything out. I used to have a friend who lived in Luguang Garden and looked a lot like you. I told Dingling she also had a pair of big eyes. Luguang Garden. Dingling clicked her tongue. Wow. It seems like everyone living there is wealthy. Oh, rich Appa, please lend me a hand. I completely gave up. At the end of the gathering, we agreed on a rough departure time. Helian came to discuss with me, and I didn't say much. I knew very well what equipment was needed for the ancient land. I was on my way to the White Collar's house when I called Biaozi. Biaozi said that Song Yi had hardly shown his face this past year. Even those within Jin Kai didn't know his whereabouts. Okay, I reluctantly said to Biaozi, do me another favor. Ask your brothers on the ground to help gather some supplies and send them to the Li Min. What are you planning to do? Although Biaozi was a bit rough, he wasn't a fool. Equipment and Li Min were glaring words. You wouldn't really want to go back to that cursed place, would you? I'm just helping someone out. Don't ask too many questions, you just get it done. I walked for a long time before getting into the car heading toward the White Collar's house. As soon as I opened the door, my phone rang. It was a very unfamiliar number. Hello. Im Xiao Yes Fa. When the person on the other end spoke, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I hadn't expected Wen Daonan to call. His aura and abilities were too strong, making me inexplicably nervous. Holding the phone, I suddenly didn't know what to say. Today I will give you my final warning. Wen Daonan spoke in a calm but firm tone, and I could hear a note of severity in his voice. If you want to die, then continue to go to the ancient land. Old one. This is my friend. Could you please be a bit more polite to him? By the time I got to this point, I could vaguely hear the White Collar shouting nearby, trying to stop Wen Daonan from warning me. She probably thought his tone was impolite. Wen Daonan cared for the White Collar, but this time, he didn't halt his words due to her interruption. If the ancient land is a pool of water, then its depth can drown you 100 times. Wen Daonan continued, I don't have the power to stop you from doing anything. But do not involve Xiao Yu in this. Wen Daonan's two warnings made me feel that he must know something about the ancient land, but since I wasn't familiar with him, and we were speaking under these circumstances, I wanted to ask. Yet I didn't know if he would be willing to answer. Is someone controlling the ancient land? I summoned my courage and quickly asked, who is it? It is. Wen Daonan hesitated for a moment, and said, a group of non-human beings. After finishing this sentence, Wen Daonan hung up. His motive for calling might have been to prevent the White Collar from getting involved in this matter. After receiving this call, my heart calmed down a bit. I had never wanted the White Collar to get mixed up in it. The White Collar was probably kept under soft control by Wen Daonan. In the next 2 days, Helian contacted me to finalize the details. Biaz's brothers acted quickly. Upon receiving Biaz's notice, they began preparing, and the supplies were shipped toward Li Min, likely ready by the time we arrived. After handling these various matters, several members of our group agreed on a specific departure date. I knew it required ample physical strength to go to the ancient land, so the day before departure. I couldn't care less about whether the nightmare would return. I needed to get a good night's sleep. I really didn't know if going to the ancient land was fate's arrangement. Before the decision was made, everyone in the group had nightmares daily, leading to sleepless nights before departure. The nightmares suddenly disappeared. We chatted until around 10 o'clock in the evening, and one by one the group members fell asleep. I also put down my phone and lay in bed. Sleep came quickly. Before long, I was dozing off. My sleep was very peaceful, and I didn't dream. However, after being entangled with nightmares twice, perhaps a subconscious fear had already formed, making my sleep not entirely sound, even without nightmares. I hazily woke up twice, drank a bit of water, and continued sleeping. I don't know how long it was before I woke up for the third time from my slumber. This time I didn't wake up on my own or in my hazy sleep. I seemed to smell smoke. I don't smoke and am very sensitive to the smell of smoke. When the surrounding smoke becomes dense enough, it wakes me up. In an instant after waking, my blurry vision caught sight of a dark shadow in the corner between the bed and the shadow was motionless, squatting on the ground with a flickering light accompanied by swirling white smoke. Who? I was completely jolted awake. Suddenly waking up in the middle of the night, I found a person squatting by my bed without knowing when that feeling was incredibly terrifying, making me extremely tense. I almost pushed myself up from the bed, hitting my head hard against the headboard, causing a sharp pain. This pain undeniably told me that the shadow before me was not a dream. The intense pain in my head jolted my senses awake, and soon my vision adapted to the dim surroundings. I saw that the shadow squatting on the ground was actually a person holding a cigarette, silently smoking. "My name is Dezang," the person said, standing up with the cigarette in hand. "I hear you have been..." Upon hearing this person's words, my shock was beyond description, and my already upright body began to tense up, awakening a sense of resistance within me. The figure that appeared silently by my bed in the dead of night was surprisingly Dezang, the leader of Jin Kai, Lord Zong. For about half a minute, I was still unable to react, unable to discern whether this Lord Zong before me was human or ghost. I could not believe that anyone could silently unlock a sturdy door and infiltrate my bedroom. "You need not be nervous," Dezang casually remarked while holding a burning cigarette. "Since you've been looking for me, Upon hearing this, I gradually calmed down, my mind racing with thoughts. First, I felt that Dezang did not pose a threat to my life. He had already lurked in my bedroom for an unknown number of cigarettes before I noticed. If he wanted my life, he wouldn't have waited until now. Secondly, Dezang was the leader of Jin Kai, a powerful gang within the underground forces of Yang City. His followers were not lacking in cunning thieves, so it was not impossible for them to unlock a door. This Dezang was undoubtedly a living person. At this point, my eyes had fully adjusted to the light in the bedroom. Dezang was smoking, and the glowing tip flickered, casting a faint reflection of his face. As I had suspected, Dezang was an older man. I could not gauge his exact age, but his age was different from that of Wen Dao Nan. Wen Dao Nan aged, but remained robust, resembling the legendary practitioners of the Dao, with white hair and youthful features, exuding an extraordinary aura. In contrast, Dezang's face appeared as if carved from wood, stiff and devoid of expression, like an old monster that had emerged from the deep mountains. Dezang's eyes were dull, lacking brightness, his gaze almost merging with the dim light. Yet this dull gaze conveyed an unfathomable depth. Upon first meeting Dezang, I vaguely sensed that he was indeed a profound and inscrutable individual. Outsiders claimed that Lord Zong did not manage affairs, yet Jin Kai continued to operate normally, which spoke volumes. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Dezang broke the silence as I remained silent. His voice was hoarse, with a complex accent that did not resemble either a northern or southern dialect, strange to say the least. "Are you the shadow?" I believed that since Dezang could accurately pinpoint my hiding place, he certainly knew other matters about me. There was no need for me to conceal anything from him, so I asked directly the question I wanted to know. "What do you think?" Dezang's face remained rigid, as if his skin and muscles had solidified into a single hard mass, expressionless. He did not answer my question, but countered with one of his own. Just that one sentence made my instincts surge strongly. I had no other basis, but I felt that the clues provided by Helion must be correct. This mysterious leader of Jin Kai, Dezang, was indeed the person referred to as the Shadow. "I believe you are the Shadow." I took a breath. "I am looking for you to ask how you know about those who are having nightmares. You have gathered these dreamers together. What is your purpose? Who the Shadow is does not matter. What matters is your destiny." Dezang's half-immersed body seemed to be shrouded in the darkness of the corner. With a calm, hoarse, and cold tone, he said, "When destiny is altered, you must understand whether to yield or to resist. Has Helion Longqing died?" I was very concerned about this matter. For me, Helion was not just a companion I once adventured with. He, too, held many mysteries. At the very least, I could not discern whether this Helion who contacted me was indeed the Helion Longqing who had fallen into the abyss. "He is dead. You know a lot about the ancient land, don't you?" When I mentioned the ancient land, Dezang's dim and profound eyes seemed to blink lightly. The cigarette in his hand had been reduced to a mere butt, and surprisingly, Dezang directly placed the finished but in his mouth, chewing slowly and swallowing it. "The ancient land." Dezang appeared to exhale a silent sigh and said, "I've forgotten all about the ancient land. Why is it that Helion Longqing is dead, yet another Helion has appeared?" I continued to ask. "He and Helion Longqing have the same scar on their faces. Some people's destinies are predetermined from birth, and no one can change that." Dezang stood by the bedroom window with his hands behind his back. A cold beam of moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Dezang's expressionless face. At that moment, I suddenly felt that Dezang, with his wrinkled and stiff face, resembled an old monster, yet also a philosopher who had secluded himself for many years. Moreover, "Do not ask anymore." Dezang interrupted me, saying, "There are many things I do not know. I am merely doing what I should do. I will give you one hint: go to the ancient land. For you, there is no turning back on the path to the ancient land. As long as you keep moving forward, I believe you will learn everything you wish to know." "Everything I wish to know? Where is it hidden in the ancient land?" I had no capital to bargain with Dazong, but I still wanted to inquire further. That black stone, do not look for it anymore, it is of no significance. It is merely a totem of the people of the ancient land, Dazong said. Decayed, it serves as a useless spiritual support. What you should seek is a worm. A worm. A worm like this. Dazong raised a hand, and in it I noticed a stone slightly larger than a fist had appeared. At first glance it appeared to be simply a stone, but under the moonlight I saw that 3 sides of this stone were dark with only one side, having been neatly cut open. The cut surface of the stone was as smooth as a mirror reflecting an amber-like glow. I could vaguely see that within this amber a worm was coiling. A black worm with white antennae, it seemed vividly alive within the amber, as if it would shake its white antennae and break free from the amber at any moment. What is this? I recalled having seen such a worm in the ancient land before. At that time I merely thought it was something potentially lethal. I have said all I can. Dazong slowly turned around and walked towards the bedroom door without looking back, saying, "Everything is determined by destiny." I did not know whether I should stop Dazong, but in a moment of daze I felt that Dazong had already left the house. I sat on the bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Everything is determined by destiny. If Dazong hadn't said anything, I might not have thought in this direction. Since the appearance of the big-head monster baby, my life has been completely changed, and it seems I can never escape this cycle. That feeling was as if an invisible force was guiding the development of events. Only then did I faintly realize that this unseen force was the destiny Dazong spoke of. Dazong indeed left, and I was left alone in the house, unable to sleep any longer. I repeatedly thought about how both Dazong and Wen Dao Nen had engaged in conversations with me, whether long or short. Wen Dao Nen warned me not to venture into the ancient land, while Dazong was completely the opposite. He stated that going to the ancient land was the path I should take. Both of these individuals were as profound as the sea, and I could not discern which of their warnings and hints were benevolent and which were malevolent. Buzz. As I fell into deep thought, the phone beside me suddenly vibrated. I picked it up to see it was a call from Biaozi. We had been in frequent contact these days, but it was now past 3 in the morning. Unless there was something urgent, Biaozi would not call at this hour. I sensed that something might have happened, so I quickly answered the phone. Biaozi, what's the matter? There is something. The other end was quiet. Biaozi should be indoors. His tone did not sound like he had encountered any setbacks, but he was slightly anxious. What is it? Speak. This matter is truly unbelievable. Biaozi's language skills were not strong, and he might have been eager to tell me, but was getting flustered and tangled in his words. Don't rush, take your time to explain. Biaozi tried to calm himself down, took a few deep breaths, and then made an effort to narrate the situation to me in an organized manner. A few days ago I had briefed Biaozi, hoping his local brothers could help find some equipment. They were to deliver it to Li Min first. Biaozi, with his hot temper, had most of his brothers acting similarly. Upon receiving Biaozi's orders, they immediately took action. Yesterday Biaozi's brothers had rushed to Li Min at lightning speed. We had not yet set off, and Biaozi's brothers were already waiting at Li Min. Biaozi was also engaged in this kind of business. Li Min was rather remote, but was an ancient town with a long history. With nothing else to do, Biaozi's brothers wandered around to see if they could seize any opportunities. By chance, Biaozi's brothers received a piece of cargo through fellow traders inside. It was said that this cargo was a fragment of an unearthed artifact. The main body of the artifact had already been taken by the authorities, while the fragment had been secretly kept by a staff member of the local Cultural Relics Bureau. This artifact had been unearthed for 2 years. This staff member had been avoiding the limelight, and only now was trying to discreetly sell it. This item had actually been circulating around Li Min for some time, but there had not been a genuine buyer, and it had yet to be sold. What is so strange about this? I felt puzzled. This situation was not uncommon, but definitely not rare. A horse does not grow fat on night grass. Biaozi wanted to receive goods, and others wanted to make extra money. This was a win-win situation, not worth raising alarms. Do you know what kind of cargo my brothers brought in? I assure you, unless you saw it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it, even if you were killed. Is this the item? Does it have anything to do with me? After hearing Biaozi's account, I felt something was off. They conducted this business receiving and sending goods every year. If this item had nothing to do with me, Biaozi wouldn't have taken the trouble to inform me. I don't know if it has anything to do with you, Biaozi said, growing anxious and even a bit excited. But it definitely has something to do with my elder brother. Honestly, my head is about to explode. What on earth is this thing? Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, there must be something fishy going on. I really can't explain it clearly, Biaozi mumbled while cursing. If you're interested, come and see for yourself. Having said this, my curiosity was completely piqued. I agreed with the members in the group to set off after dawn, but since I couldn't sleep anyway, I had a few hours to spare to make a trip. So I promised. Biaozi hurriedly got dressed and went downstairs to hail a taxi. The streets were nearly deserted, and the car sped along, reaching Biaozi's place in just over 10 minutes. Biaozi was still living alone in his friend's warehouse. The item had been seen by Biaozi's underlings, and it was still in the back room. What Biaozi had were pictures sent by his brothers. "This is the item." Biaozi handed me his phone and said, "Take a look first." When I saw the photo of I finally understood why this item had circulated for a while, but had yet to attract any buyers. It was indeed quite absurd. The photo was taken very clearly with ample lighting. I saw an irregular piece of amber in the picture. This amber was likely chipped off from a larger piece. The amber was not large, but what it contained inside was jaw-dropping. "Is this a finger?" I couldn't quite figure it out, and asked Biaozi while holding the photo. "A human finger." The amber contained something that resembled a finger, and I said resembled because I felt that such a thing shouldn't exist within amber. Amber forms as a result of many years of sedimentation and chemical reactions. If there was a small insect inside, it would be called insect amber in the collectibles circle, which is very rare and highly sought after. But if amber contains a human finger, what should it be called? Human amber. I've lived this long and never seen some. Biaozi like me could not comprehend the item in the photo. To be honest, this thing defied logic, like finding a box of Dove chocolates cradled in the arms of an ancient corpse from a recently unearthed Han Dynasty tomb. Not only is it illogical, but it also evokes an indescribable eeriness. Few people have seen this item, including experts. Although the seller swore it was definitely an ancient artifact, the finger wrapped in the amber had frightened people away. Counterfeiting antique collectibles is not a recent occurrence, and the means of doing so have become increasingly sophisticated, making it difficult to discern the truth. But I really can't fathom who would be so foolish as to wrap a finger in fake amber. Biaozi's associate was very curious, so he specifically sent the photos of the item to Biaozi for him to see. "How does this item relate to your elder brother?" I was becoming more and more confused. Although Biaozi had distanced himself from Jinkai and left Yangqing, he still referred to Helian as elder brother. This grotesque amber was indeed astonishing, but after looking again and again, I still couldn't see any connection between the amber and Helian. Biaozi's brother was also quite a tough nut to crack. After seeing the item, he kept pestering the seller for information. In fact, the specific origin of this item had already circulated, and with the seller's explanation, the item's story became very clear. This was unearthed from a relic about 200 kilometers away from the backroom 2 years ago. That place was uninhabited, and the archaeological team dug for a long time before retrieving the item. Due to limited conditions at the time, the relic could not be preserved in a 100% intact state, so the staff secretly kept this fragment. The main relic was transported out and handed over to the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau, and what happened next is no longer known. To prove that his item was not a fake, the seller specially retained some photos from when the relics were unearthed. It can be said that these relics in a sense have the potential to overturn many people's common sense. The photographic documentation is extremely valuable. If the seller hadn't prepared in advance and secretly kept some trump cards, it might be impossible to obtain photos of the actual artifact by now. The seller probably needed money urgently, and in order to sell the item showed all the documentation to Biaozi's brother. "Take a look." Biaozi flipped through his phone again, pulling out a few more photos sent by his underlings. When the photos were revealed, I saw Biaozi's facial muscles twitch involuntarily. These photos were still very clear, likely taken after the relics were transported back to the Cultural Relics Bureau in the back room and underwent simple cleaning. In the photos, I saw a large rectangular stone. The dirt and attachments on the surface of the stone had been cleared away. It was a large piece of amber similar to the black stones I saw at the ancient Land Void Tower. The amber was as pure and transparent as water. I saw a person lying inside the large amber. This enormous amber made it look like the person was merely asleep, wrapped in the amber. Wow. I was secretly shocked. Things were becoming more unexpected, but I could infer that the large piece of amber containing a person was likely a fragment that had accidentally broken off from the larger amber. I continued to flip through the photos, which were taken from several different angles. When I saw the photo taken at a 90-degree angle, my mind suddenly paused. This photo captured the person's face inside the amber. Their eyes were closed, having been submerged in the amber for who knows how many years. But I could recognize that it was Helian. It was truly Helian, with the same face, the same skin, and that distinctive scar on his face. Helian, who fell into the abyss, reappeared in my view, this Helian wrapped in amber. The mystery surrounding him. He seemed like a deity with the ability to clone himself, appearing before me in different forms. What on earth is going on? I was truly confused. Helian was in the amber, and the formation of amber requires a long time. If the Helian in the amber is truly Helian, then what about the one who fell into the abyss? What about the one who just appeared? Who are they? You ask me, who should I ask? Biaozi was equally clueless. If I knew, I wouldn't be calling you at this hour to I felt a headache coming on. I believed that the Helian wrapped in amber was definitely dead, and had been dead for more than a day or two, perhaps even for more than a century or two. From the photos, it was impossible to distinguish any difference between him and the Helian in reality. It was as if they were the same person. The Hellion in the amber had been dead for so long. And what about the Hellion in reality? But this large piece of amber treated as an unearthed relic had already been transported away. I could imagine that this piece of amber containing a person would certainly be regarded as a groundbreaking secret thoroughly sealed away. Even the most capable individuals would find it impossible to see the actual relic. Originally, I had doubts and confusion about the appearance of this Hellion and a group of people. With these photos, I could hardly distinguish whether I was dealing with a group of people or a group of ghosts. Holding the photos, I and Biaozi stared at each other for a long time. Neither of us could put forth any grounded speculation. But the more it was like this, the more I longed to travel with these people. Perhaps among the travelers, I could discover. Don't mention this to anyone else. I returned the phone to Biaozi and said, tell your brothers to keep their mouths shut as well. I spoke with Biaozi for a while longer before leaving. The second expedition to the ancient land was just around the corner. For some reason, I suddenly felt excited about this adventure. Unbeknownst to me, I felt that this trip to the ancient land might yield more rewards. I prepared a bit at home, and by around 8 in the morning the members of the group began sending messages that they were ready. We gathered near the central square, and Hellion and the neighbor Old Wang each drove a car. Driving from here to the ancient land is quite a waste of time, I said while sitting next to Hellion. Why not take a plane? After all, we've already spent a fortune. A few extra plane tickets wouldn't make much of a difference. Driving is more convenient. Perhaps the matter I learned a few hours ago had evoked a strange feeling in my heart, making me seize every detail while conversing with this Hellion. Whether to fly or drive was originally not a crucial issue, but after Helion's nonchalant response, it contained an important piece of information. The last time we went to the ancient land, we flew as a group. Because Hellion, who fell into the abyss, had considerable background in channels, he could resolve issues that ordinary people couldn't. However, this time the identity of Hellion was completely different from the previous one. I vaguely guessed that the reason this team wasn't taking a plane was that they didn't have identification. I glanced at Hellion, then at Ding Ling in the back seat, and thought about Old Wang and the rich and handsome guy in the... These were several black people without identification. In the absence of identification, their backgrounds had become various details deepened my suspicion about the people in front of me. However, I knew that it was impossible to uncover their backgrounds and identities through normal means. The 5 of us set off in 2 cars from the central square of Yang City. Just as we were about to leave the city, I received a call from the white-collar worker. She was probably still cooped up at home by when down in and couldn't get out. Feng Huai. The white-collar worker's tone on the phone was very anxious. Where are you? The old man is really angry this time. I can't leave home for now. Just wait for me. I will find a way to escape quickly. Take care of your injury. I glanced at Hellion beside me and whispered to the white-collar worker, don't think too much. Feng Huai promised me that you won't go to the ancient land with those people in the group until I recover. Absolutely not. Listening to the white-collar worker's voice, I suddenly remembered her appearance, and for some reason a sense of bitterness surged in my heart. Even I couldn't explain when it started, but it seemed that I had already regarded this seemingly cold woman as an inseparable part of my life. I understood very well what going to the ancient land meant. Most likely I would never see her again. I know. I dared not show any unusual emotions and said to the white-collar worker, don't worry. After a brief conversation with the white-collar worker, I hung up the phone. The car left the city center and gradually sped up, moving farther away from Yang City. Driving was much slower than flying, and nothing unusual happened on the way. The 5 of us traveled together, eating and lodging together. As I interacted more with them in reality, my sense of disorientation involuntarily intensified. Whether from their appearance or their mannerisms, they resembled the people from that previous team. But I had no choice. I had secretly tested Ding Ling and Gao Fushua countless times, and their answers were watertight. According to my judgment, if even their casual answers were impeccable, it only meant that they had no guilty conscience. After many attempts, I helplessly decided to take a break. Our team crossed through Huazhong from the northern Yang City, entered the southwest, took a short rest in Chengdu, and then followed the route we had taken before to reach Limen. I found the buddies waiting for me in Limen. They were well prepared, and Biaozi was a trustworthy person. He bought me the best. Once we settled down, I quietly asked the buddy about the person who was secretly selling goods in Limen. His surname is Sang, and he's called Sang Yunsuan. The buddy said we can't be sure about that item, and his price is too high. Just wait him out. He's waiting for money. If we don't budge, he won't leave. Take me to meet him. I informed Hellion, and the others then followed the buddy. Biaozi specifically found 2 unfamiliar buddies for me. They had been in Limen for some time, and were familiar with the general situation. They skillfully led me all the way to the edge of Limen. At that moment, my heart was in turmoil. I could see that the place they were headed was the dilapidated inn where that previous team had temporarily taken shelter. The person named Sang probably got into some trouble, the buddy explained while walking. He has been living in such a remote place. Actually, we brothers were wondering if we could exploit his weakness to force him to hand over the goods. Forget it. I shook my head. The two buddies sent by Biaozi this time were nothing like those two reliable ones last time. They looked like a pair of ruffians. The shabby inn looked the same as before. When I arrived, I didn't see the hunchbacked old man who owned the inn. He was probably out working. The conditions of the inn were too poor, and very few people would stay there. The two buddies knocked on Sang Yunkin's door, and this Sang was quite alert. After we knocked, there was no response from inside the room. But after 2 minutes perhaps, Sang Yunsuan saw that the people at the door were the buyers, so he opened the door, just a crack, and let us in. Sang Yunsuan was probably around 45 or 46 years old and very thin. He was from Guangxi and used to work in the Cultural Relics Bureau in the Liman area. Biaozi's buddies had been following this item for several days. Sang Yunsuan was eager to sell, and when he saw us arrive, he looked very eager. Do you have any news from your boss? Sang Yunsuan spoke broken Mandarin and poured us water with a dirty cup. The price you quoted is enough to scare people away. One buddy replied, the dimensions of that item in your hand are limited. You know how much that big amber is worth. Even if we doubled or tripled the price, 60 or 70,000 is the maximum. You set such a high price, which is clearly meant to scare away the seller. Sang Yunsuan seemed a bit anxious, and as he spoke his accent started to show. A string of gibberish poured out, leaving the listeners confused. I asked the two buddies to step outside for a bit. I wanted to talk to Sang Yunsuan privately. The two buddies left the inn first. Sang Yunsuan assumed I was the decision-maker and treated me warmly, calling me boss repeatedly. Boss, the item I have here is definitely unique. There won't be a second one. Sang Yunkin's eyes were very small, and when he smiled they squinted into slits. A priceless treasure waiting for the right person. Tell me about the origin and background of this item in detail. I've already told your subordinates about it. The item is definitely authentic, a genuine antique. This item itself is somewhat taboo. A unique item is actually a flesh item, because there is only this one with no other reference. How can you expect me to believe you without any proof? While I casually looked at Sang Yunsuan, I mentioned some jargon I had heard from Biaozi. We only seek to make money from the goods, and do not want trouble. If you do not clarify the background of the item, how can we handle it if something goes wrong in the future? About that, Sang Yunsuan hesitated. The information Biaozi and I received was only a small part, and from Sang Yunkin's expression, I knew he was definitely withholding some truth. That's all I have to say. You can think about it. If you clarify the origin, the price won't be a big issue. Sang Yunsuan was eager to make a deal. As I eased my stance, he immediately became interested, his small eyes darting around. It's hard for a person like you to make a living out there. Here, take this money. Oh, buy yourself a couple of packs of cigarettes. Seeing Sang Yunsuan was moved, I quickly took out the only 5,000 cash I had left and handed it to him. Take it. This few thousand yuan was all I had left. But I didn't care. This time I might not be able to leave the ancient land, and money was as meaningless as scrap paper. I just wanted to know a bit more at the last moment. Sometimes there really was no choice, but to be a wise ghost, that might feel a little better. Boss, it's not appropriate for you to do this. No merit, no reward. Sang Yunsuan protested, but in the blink of an eye the 5,000 was tightly clutched in his hand. This money was indeed well spent. After receiving the cash, Sang Yunsuan revealed some information that had not been disclosed before. From a certain perspective, such information now could be priceless. The specific location where the human amber was unearthed was about 70 kilometers west of the mountain pass in the deep mountains of the ancient land, a road that was a must for traversing the mountains. 2 years ago, an outdoor expedition team had an accident there, and the situation was reported back to the Liman area, leading to a rescue operation. During the rescue, they unexpectedly discovered a place resembling an ancient tomb. The rescuers brought this information back and reported it to the local Cultural Relics Bureau, which organized personnel to investigate. After confirmation, excavation began. The environment there was extremely harsh, and the Cultural Relics Bureau mobilized all available manpower. Sang Yunsuan was involved in the first on-site excavation under such circumstances. As a result, they unearthed an entire piece of human amber at that location. When the human amber was unearthed, everyone present was shocked. They were familiar with archaeology and had never expected to find a person encapsulated in such an extremely rare and large amber. No one knew the reason for the formation of the amber, nor did anyone know who the person inside was. After the amber was transported back to the Liman area, it was cleaned. A close friend of Sang Yunsuan participated in the cleaning. In subsequent casual chats, he told Sang Yunsuan that if viewed from the front, the amber was intact, and the person inside was also whole. However, if the outer layer was cleaned off and viewed from the side, it would be discovered that the person inside had likely been encapsulated after death, as the person's head was completely split in half. Some suspected this might be a unique burial method, but due to the amber, this theory was later dismissed. The human amber was placed in Liman for a few days before being taken away by the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau. The human amber was so rare and unique that it could be considered a major archaeological discovery. Therefore, during its time in Lyman, the Cultural Relics Bureau assigned special personnel to guard it 24 hours a day to prevent any accidents. Boss, there are things I haven't seen with my own eyes, so I can't speak carelessly. Sang Yunsuan licked his lips. Sang Yunsuan held a low position in the Cultural Relics Bureau and wasn't a top-notch technical staff member, but his good friend participated in the guarding, patrolling inside and outside the storage 24 hours a day. Some situations were relayed to Sang Yunsuan privately by this friend. His friend was an eyewitness, so the information he provided was firsthand. In the first few days there might not have been any incidents, but the day before the huge human amber was to be transported to the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau, a very astonishing change occurred. Don't tell me the person in the amber suddenly came to life. No. Sang Yunsuan shook his head, speaking mysteriously. The person in the amber changed. Changed? How could it have changed? I asked while scrutinizing Sang Yunkin's expression and gaze, searching for signs of deception. A friend of Sang Yunsuan's, assigned to guard the human amber, had been on duty the day before it was transported. The artifact had plagued bureau staff for days. Everyone eagerly awaited provincial experts to remove it. With no incidents occurring for several consecutive days, vigilance had slackened. During his shift, he stepped out for a meal and returned to the bureau's storage vault around 10 p.m. As per routine, he unlocked the vault and inspected the human amber. In his mind, the amber, buried underground for centuries, was inert, untouched. It would remain unchanged. Yet the moment he opened the vault and laid eyes upon the amber, he froze in shock. The figure encased within had vanished. Panic seized him. He lunged toward the amber. Only upon drawing closer did he realize the figure had truly disappeared without trace. Inside the translucent resin slithered a single slender, elongated insect. An insect? My heart lurched violently. What kind of insect? I demanded urgently. I didn't see it myself, he replied, only heard about it from my friend. Sang Yunsuan, ever evasive, refused to shoulder even a sliver of responsibility. After a pause, he said, a black insect, with white antennae. Speech failed me. Instantly, I recalled the amber Zhang had shown me during his nocturnal intrusion into my residence. Whitey antennae, black insect. Then what happened? Then, nothing more, Sang Yunsuan said. The provincial specialists arrived, removed the artifact, and thereafter no one ever saw that massive amber. I fell into deep contemplation. During my expedition across the ancient land, I'd encountered this whitey antennae black insect, merely perceiving it as a lethally venomous creature. Yet as events unfolded, its significance grew increasingly profound. I remembered clearly Zhang had told me that upon returning to the ancient land, I must seek not treasures nor relics, but a single insect. Sang Yunsuan knew no more than this. I reasoned that awaiting shipment he might embellish his account, but only slightly. After long reflection, I asked him, besides the photographs you've already given us, are there any others taken at the excavation site? No photographs remain, Sang Yunsuan said. I hold no authority at the Bureau. I merely exploited my position to secretly retain a few documents. Truly none. Fearing he still withheld something, I pressed harder. Should I discover you've concealed anything, this deal ends here. Sang Yunsuan did not reply immediately. He lowered his head, lost in thought. I offered him silence, ample time to deliberate. I waited 3 full minutes. Still he remained hunched, mute. Glancing at my watch, it was past 7. I worried my prolonged absence would arouse suspicion among Helion and the others. Rapping the table, I asked, Old Sang, if you wish to do business, surely some sincerity is expected. It's just photographs. What harm could showing them possibly cause? Some truths are better left unspoken. Sang Yunsuan lifted his head and spoke. Instantly my mind reeled. His voice had utterly transformed. Though he normally spoke with a heavy Guangxi accent, his voice now sounded low, hoarse, and unmistakably local, bearing the dialect of Lyman. With eyes closed, one would swear the man before me was not Sang Yunsuan at all. A chill of wariness rose within me as I looked up at him. Certain things once known must be buried deep within. Uttering them aloud invites dire retribution. He continued, retribution, terrible, unspeakable. At those words my alarm surged to its peak. His voice had changed, not only in timbre, but in an eerie familiarity, as though I'd heard it somewhere before. Clenching my fists, I strained to recall. The hunchbacked innkeeper. In an instant it struck me, Sang Yunsuan's voice now matched the hunchbacked elder's almost exactly. What precisely are you trying to say? Confusion overwhelmed me. This situation defied comprehension. Retribution, retribution. Sang Yunsuan suddenly grinned, a stiff wooden smile. His parched lips parted, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. In the deepening gloom, the sight was profoundly sinister. Already on high alert, I subtly gripped a heavy chair beside me. Then with a sudden sharp motion, Sang Yunsuan raised his hand. Assuming he meant to strike, I reacted instantly, hoisting the chair overhead. But he made no attack. Instead, his fist trembled violently as he rigidly extended 2 fingers, Before I could bring the chair down, those two slender digits plunged deep into his own eye sockets. In that single second, I nearly shattered. I had witnessed death, horrific things, but such raw, brutal self-mutilation enacted upon a living person defied rational endurance. His lips remained curled in that ghastly grin as his long, thin fingers slowly churned within his eye sockets. Blood streamed down his face, yet he betrayed no pain, laughing all the while as he gouged out both eyeballs with his bare hands. Thud! He cradled the two glistening blood-soaked orbs in his palm and slammed them onto the table. He kept smiling. A vivid red tongue slipped between his gleaming white teeth. My nerves snapped taut as bowstrings, my jaw clenched, my soles prickled with dread. Pop! As half his tongue emerged between his teeth, his jaw muscles bulged. His teeth severed it cleanly. The bloody stump fell onto the tabletop before him. I stood utterly stunned, revolted, nauseated. Sang Yunsuin's expression froze mid-grin, his face drenched in crimson. His body slumped sideways with a dull thud, collapsing lifeless before the table. I wanted only to flee. This spectacle was unbearable. Yet before I could even shift my feet, Sang Yunsuin had already collapsed. The tightly shut door suddenly shrieked, screeching, grating, relentless. It was a thick wooden door. From outside came wave after wave of sound, like a bayonet grinding against bone or countless claws raking furiously across the wood. I had no idea what lurked beyond. It was late July, past 7, pitch black outside. Peering through the tiny window, I saw nothing but impenetrable darkness. Screech, scrape, crunch. The sound intensified, grating, maddening. My pulse raced, my skin crawled. It sounded like legions of rats clawing desperately at the door. I had sent both attendants away. The dilapidated inn housed no other guests. Alone in that room, facing Sang Yunsuin's rapidly cooling corpse, I stood paralyzed, helpless adrift. Bang! Under unbearable pressure, the door burst open. At that instant, I saw them. A churning tide of rats, great black clumps rolling in from the threshold. My reflexes flared. Seeing the rodent flood surge inward, I needed no thought. Leaping onto the table, I sprang upward and seized the ceiling beam with both hands. Dangling above, I watched swarms of rats pour into the room like ink spilled across parchment. Perhaps drawn by the coppery stench of blood, they engulfed Sang Yunsuin's corpse within seconds. Clinging to the beam, I heard their teeth tearing through cloth and flesh. My skull felt constricted, my feet suspended over a writhing sea of rodents surging toward the corpse. Terror gripped me. But if I stayed, where could I flee once the rats devoured him completely? I couldn't cling to the beam forever. The door gaped wide. The room teemed with rats. Countless, indistinguishable, a churning black mass. Gathering courage, I drew a sharp breath, released my grip, and dropped. Landing hard, I sprinted straight for the open doorway. Sang Yunsuin's corpse held the rats' attention. None pursued me as I fled the room. My mind held only one imperative: escape. I dashed toward the inn's main gate. No lights burned inside, clouds choked the sky. The courtyard swallowed all light. Stumbling unevenly, I reached the gate and glanced back. No rats followed. That eased my tension, just slightly, so I slowed my pace. But as I neared the gate, something felt wrong. I turned my head and saw it, a flickering ember no larger than a soybean glowing faintly beside the gate. A stooped figure squatted silently outside, puffing on a pipe. The hunchbacked elder. I sensed Sang Yunsuin's grotesque transformation was linked to this hunchbacked man. Seeing him waiting just beyond the gate, my fragile calm dissolved. My heart leapt into my throat. In that instant, even flight seemed uncertain. I longed to demand why he'd slain Sang Yunsuin, yet feared he might turn that same violence upon me. I stood frozen by the gate for half a minute. The hunchbacked elder lowered his pipe from his mouth, as if reading my thoughts with uncanny clarity. I will not kill you, or anyone close to you. Do as you must. He refilled his pipe. His voice remained calm, gravelly, yet now carried an invisible edge of lethal intent. But should anyone speak recklessly, I will show no mercy. The hunchbacked old man's words pierced like needles, sharp, grating, unbearable. Having spoken, he relit his pipe and sank back into silence, not once lifting his gaze to meet mine. The incident in Sangyun village reshaped my perception of the hunchbacked old man entirely. He spoke no falsehood. It was he who had saved the wealthy young master when the previous expedition lodged in that crumbling inn, an act that had at the time led me to suspect the old man might have once practiced Nuo rituals. He spared those close to me, yet dealt mercilessly with outsiders who spoke too freely. My thoughts steadied swiftly, and I turned back toward the inn's dim interior. Darkness swallowed the space, and nothing could be seen. The hunchbacked old man clearly knew more, but I chose not to ask. I already knew such questions would yield only silence. All that remained was to leave, immediately, and rejoin the team. I hurried onward. Minutes later, 2 crewmen ambled back from elsewhere. I said nothing of Sangyun village, only urged them to abandon this cargo. Appa, where did you vanish? I thought you'd fled at the last moment. Ding Ling rushed forward the moment I returned to our lodging. Her eyes were large and luminous, her voice still untempered by hardship, youthful, untouched, fragile. At that instant I recalled the Ding Ling who had perished deep within the ancient land's mountains, and my heart clenched with sudden searing pain. The others knew nothing of what had transpired inside the ruined inn. And truth be told, I no longer wished to remain in Lyman at all. At first light the next morning we departed Lyman for the ancient land, moving swiftly, unwilling to waste a single moment. I knew only that my father was somewhere within the vast expanse of the ancient land, yet locating him demanded meticulous search. Are you familiar with the path into the mountains from here? He asked me, and as I gazed upon him it was as though the former Hellion stood before me vivid and alive. Yet this Hellion knew nothing, no lore of the ancient land, no knowledge of how to enter its mountains. I'm not deeply familiar, only somewhat acquainted, I replied. We won't take the overland route, it's treacherously rugged. So you propose we travel by water instead? Not that either. At the mere suggestion memories of our last river crossing surged forth. If Hellion launching hadn't intervened, with life-risking valor, more than just old Wang would have perished. My plan was to follow the riverbank. A slower passage, yes, but one that promised safety and steady progress into the mountains. For now I assumed command of the remaining four, guiding them toward the ancient land until we reached the mountain-fed river. The vehicle could go no further. It was abandoned beyond the foothills. Old Wang grumbled reluctantly, as if our departure would instantly render his car vulnerable to theft. What a fool's errand, to come to this accursed place. Old Wang had never wanted to journey to the ancient land, he'd merely acquiesced to the group's decision. Now standing beside the river at the mountain's edge, he stared down the shadowed, winding path, and deflated, utterly muttering grievances under his breath. We're already here. What's there to complain about now? The wealthy young master shouldered two heavy backpacks staggering beneath their weight, yet mindless as ever he strode ahead without pause. I led them slowly along the riverbank toward the heart of the ancient land. The path there was no gentler than the overland trail. Neither Ding Ling nor Old Wang had any experience with wilderness trekking, each step strained them. At first our pace was slow but secure. Seeing no immediate peril the others began to doubt my warnings, dismissing them as alarmist exaggeration. I had no way to explain. I could not openly declare that I had witnessed death here with my own eyes. So I held my tongue, silent, resolute, guiding only. Gradually unease stirred within me. I remembered we were fast approaching the river stretch where the previous team had met their end. Whether by cruel coincidence or darker design, the moment we reached that stretch, Old Wang and Ding Ling cried out in exhaustion, insisting they must rest right then and there. If you must rest, do so farther ahead. The memory of hair-like tendrils drifting lifelessly beneath the water's surface sent chills racing up my spine. I raised my voice, instinctively desperate to move them past this cursed stretch. Must you always make mountains out of molehills and bark orders like a drill sergeant? Old Wang, worn raw by the mountain's trials, seized the chance to vent his pent-up fury. Have you even been here before? What have you actually seen? Without investigation, you hold no authority to speak. Don't presume truth from mere imagination. It's already dusk. How far do you intend to march us? Until we collapse completely. I had no reply, and no desire to argue. Before me the river flowed in quiet, timeless stillness. Its waters were clear, deceptively pure, revealing nothing beneath. Yet when I turned my head, there it stood, an ancient tree long dead, its gnarled trunk stark against the twilight. I could swear, dig beneath its roots now, and two sets of skeletal remains would still lie buried in the Ding Ling and the wealthy young master were spent. Though I strained to lead them beyond that fateful stretch, the moment they sat they refused to rise again. Dusk neared. Unaware of death's true weight, they kindled a fire, cooked dinner, and snapped photographs, giddy oblivious. I had no choice but to sit silently aside. After dinner, Ding Ling and the others portioned out food. Old Wang claimed he couldn't walk, but the moment he finished eating he sprang up, wandering restlessly. I watched him closely. I would not let another soul perish here. The tragedy of the prior team haunted me ceaselessly. No matter who they were, I refused to watch anyone else die. Hey Fatso, take my picture. Old Wang stood only a few paces from the riverbank, waving at the wealthy young master. The latter pulled out his camera. The sky had darkened, the lens struggling in low light. Old Wang struck a pose, and several shots followed, none satisfactory. Click. As the flash ignited, my vision flared. I saw it, a shapeless, ink-black mass drifting silently toward the shore from the depths. It bore no resemblance to floating hair, yet writhed ceaselessly beneath the water, formless, shifting. Get back. My heart lurched. I shot upright, shouting, now, get back. Old Wang froze, bewildered by my sudden cry, stunned motionless for less than 2 seconds. The black mass glided soundlessly to the bank, then boneless and fluid as living ink it spilled onto the shore, slithering across the ground. In an instant it coiled around Old Wong's legs. Unprepared, he pitched forward, crumpling face down onto the earth. The thing dragged him backward with terrifying speed, then vanished beneath the water's surface. I sensed disaster the moment its darkness tightened around him. I sprinted forward, driven by grim memory, determined to prevent repetition. Yet fate, indifferent and precise, ensured the inevitable unfolded once more. Old Wong, the wealthy young master, reacted half a beat too late. By the time he dropped his camera, in dazed panic, half of Old Wong had already disappeared beneath the water. We ran, one behind the other, when suddenly, without warning, Hellion burst past me from behind us. I did not know whether this Hellion possessed the same mastery as Hellion Longsheng, but his speed was extraordinary. He arrived at the river's edge precisely as Old Wong vanished entirely beneath the surface, and lunged, hand outstretched, only to grasp empty water. Night had fallen. The river, clear by day, now looked murky, sluggish, impenetrable. Once the black mass submerged with Old Wong, all trace of them vanished beneath the current. We gathered helplessly at the bank. I knew well an unprepared person plunged into cold water rarely survives beyond 2 minutes. Save him. Please save him. Ding Ling's voice cracked with terror, her cries echoing behind us. How? 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 The wealthy young master paced frantically like a creature trapped in flame, yet offered no solution. Amid our paralysis, Hellion moved without a word, stripped off his outer garment, and dove headfirst into the black water. In that moment, profound disorientation gripped me. This Hellion mirrored the one I remembered, down to the smallest gesture. Though every detail suggested they were not the same man, both carried the same fearless heart. Hellion vanished beneath the surface, and within 5 seconds the deceptively calm water churned spirals, bloomed, great plumes of foam erupting upward. We stared breathless, time dissolving into a haze of dread. Why doesn't he surface? Why won't he? Ding Ling stamped her foot in desperation. I could wait no longer. If the situation worsened, I would enter the water myself. I would not abandon Hellion or Old Wong. Splash! Just as I prepared to dive, the water erupted. Hellion broke the surface, gasping. He swam fiercely. 3 powerful strokes brought him ashore. The wealthy young master and I reached down, hauling him up. One of Hellion's arms dragged Old Wong's limp body. When they were both pulled onto dry land, Old Wong was unmistakably gone, drowning's signature etched upon him. His glasses still clung to his nose, yet his wide staring eyes were fixed, lifeless. We carried him swiftly away from the riverbank, laying him down on safer ground. Resuscitation was futile. His breath and pulse had ceased entirely, every vital sign extinguished. Is he dead? Is he really dead? Ding Ling's psyche shattered, faced with the sudden, brutal transformation of a living companion into cold, silent flesh. She collapsed into sobs. None of us spoke. After a long silence, Hellion wiped the river water from his skin and said quietly, "We cannot carry him further. Bury him beneath that dead tree. One day we may return to find him." My heart convulsed violently, and a terrible, chilling thought rose unbidden. I had fought desperately to avert this. Yet fate, inexorable and cyclical, had replayed the past, unstoppable, unaltered. Once again, Old Wong died first on this stretch of river, and once again his body was laid beneath that ancient desiccated tree. A loop of death, without origin, without end. The current scene feels like a replay of my first journey to the ancient land. I couldn't share these past events with anyone else, and I feared that Old Wong's corpse would yield terrifying consequences like before, so I sighed inwardly and dragged Old Wong's body towards the withered tree. Ding Ling was crying uncontrollably, and Gao Fushuang seized the opportunity to offer comfort. I began to dig a grave with the folding shovel I always carried. I knew where the previous Old Wong was buried, so I avoided the corpses underground. As I continued digging beside them, Hellion put on his clothes and came over to help. The death of one person in our team weighed silently on all of us, creating an unspoken pressure. We dug silently, and soon the grave was ready. We worked together to place Old Wong's body inside. Hellion was meticulous and very cautious. Old Wong was indeed dead, but before placing him in the grave, Hellion deliberately checked Old Wong's pupils and felt his pulse. "He is really dead," Hellion said, starting to fill the grave with soil. After filling it up, I couldn't quite articulate what I was thinking. Beneath this withered tree lay 3 Old Wongs. Will there be more deaths on the road ahead? Hellion stood up and gazed into the depths of the ancient land's mountains, as if talking to himself, or perhaps asking me. I didn't dare to answer, for Helion's words sparked a terrifying thought within me. If the tragic death of Old Wong next door was just the beginning, then this team was walking the same old path. "I hope not," Hellion said, seeing that I was silent. He didn't press me further and stood for a moment before heading back to the campsite. 8 years ago, that team was nearly wiped out. The previous team I formed with Hellion also came close to complete annihilation. Now the third team was slowly walking towards the endpoint of the road of death. Suddenly, the content of a manuscript I had seen in the abandoned pharmacy of the hospital surfaced in my mind. The exact completion date of that manuscript is now impossible to trace, but its content undoubtedly indicates that teams venturing into the ancient land had existed many years ago. The terrifying thought inside me kept growing, swelling to the point of restlessness. Hellion and the other two stayed at the campsite while I grabbed the shovel next to me and began to dig around the withered tree again. I wanted to verify a question. The soil around the withered tree was soft, and I dug deep in one go, gradually expanding my digging area. In a moment, I felt my shovel hit something in the soil. I slowly cleared away a layer of loose dirt, revealing a completely skeletal corpse before my eyes. The flesh of the corpse and the items around it had almost rotted away, making it indistinguishable, but I clearly saw that there was a shattered pair of glasses on the chest of this skeleton. My hand holding the shovel trembled. This was the fourth skeleton I had never discovered before. Seeing this skeleton seemed to confirm my terrifying thought. I didn't stop and continued to dig like a madman. I dug, desperately seeking an outlet for the confusion and fear within me. The shovel and soil flew everywhere, and soon after I unearthed a fifth skeletal corpse beneath the fourth. The fifth corpse was also rotted beyond recognition. The only thing discernible was the tattered glasses on the... I felt as if I couldn't feel tired anymore, and continued to dig. As I dug deeper, the sixth, seventh, and eighth corpses successively emerged from the dust-covered ground. My tools were too rudimentary, and my strength was limited. I could not dig any deeper, but I could guess that there might be even more corpses buried deeper in the soil. All the corpses bore a pair of eyes. This was no longer a coincidence. Whether I believed it or not, acknowledged it or not, there were countless old Wongs who had perished beside this river, buried by their companions beneath the withered tree. How could there be so many old Wongs? One old Wong after another dying repeatedly in different periods, only to have an identical old Wong reappear in the real world, embarking on the journey to the ancient land once more, only to die again, endlessly repeating. I shivered. If things were truly as I feared, would there be countless Hulian, countless Ding Ling, countless Gao Fushuang, all of whom would die one by one along the road ahead? My hands and feet felt cold. Before this trip, I was confident that I could guide them away from danger based on my experiences and lessons. But seeing so many bones beneath the withered tree, I realized that no matter how hard I tried, I might not be able to stop this cycle of death. I had no strength left to dig any further, and could only bury the unearthed bones and soil back in their original places. I felt exhausted, knowing full well that the team was trapped in an inexorable cycle, yet I could not retreat. Returning to the campsite, Ding Ling and Gao Fushuang were asleep, with only Hellion keeping watch by a pile of campfire. I sat beside him for a while, as if there were many things to say, but I didn't know where to start. Looking at his face and the scar on his cheek that seemed to have healed long ago, I felt as if I were seeing Hellion launching again. How did you get that scar on your face? It's been so long that I almost forgot, Hellion said, instinctively touching the scar on his face. I really can't remember. If you can't do it, take them and leave here. I felt regret. I shouldn't have recklessly led the team to the ancient land. Old Wong was already dead, and there was still a chance to turn back. He'll go in alone. There's no turning back, Hellion shook his head. Some paths once taken. There's no chance to turn back. I had never been here before, but to be honest with you, from the first day I arrived, I felt that I had to keep going. There's no turning back. I kept watch with Hellion throughout the night. The next day, we continued deeper into the ancient land according to our original plan. Just like last time, nothing happened after Old Wong's death. We smoothly followed the river path until we were only a few kilometers away from the old village. With the previous experience, I knew the old village was illusory. It might have existed, but for some unknown reason it suddenly vanished. Last time the team had an incident at the old village, so I was very wary of this place and suggested we find a campsite after crossing the old village. Therefore, after nightfall, we continued on our way and only settled temporarily about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the old village. We were all exhausted, and after a hurried meal, we prepared to sleep. The three of us took turns keeping watch, but I knew something would happen to Gao Fushuang that night. So when he was about to doze off, I stepped in and stopped him. I can't sleep. Let me take your watch for tonight, and you get some good rest. I patted Gao Fushuang. Thanks, buddy. Gao Fushuang said, his eyes heavy with sleep, and he gave me a heartfelt hug. I had no idea what would happen that night, but I was on guard. I believed I could handle it. The three of them huddled together for safety while I gathered enough firewood to burn through the night. I planned to stay by the campfire so that I could respond to any sudden events with my companions. After sitting for over 2 hours, they had all fallen asleep. The night wind in the mountains was strong. Sitting by the fire, my face felt hot, but my back was chilled. I was so exhausted that my energy couldn't keep up with the consumption. The wind grew stronger, and I still couldn't resist the drowsiness. Staring at the flickering flames, I began to doze off. The wind blew, and I had just dozed off when I felt a slight itch on my neck. In the firelight, I suddenly saw what seemed to be a long, dark strand of hair floating near my ear. Before I could turn around, a pair of arms gently wrapped around me from behind. I could feel the warmth of those hands, but the sudden fright made it impossible for me to remain calm. I instinctively wanted to turn around forcefully. "Do you remember me?" A voice whispered in my ear, belonging to a woman. It was soft, gentle, and carried a hint of familiarity. Crap. My mind jolted, and I immediately recalled that voice. It was the voice of the leprous woman from the broken down in Last Time. I desperately tried to turn around, but my body suddenly felt weak and limp. "Come follow me." The hands behind me let go, leaving only an ethereal voice. I knew something was off, but it felt as though I couldn't control my legs, and slowly, I turned around, following that voice as I began to walk. I could see a slender silhouette about 3 meters away from me. She was wrapped in a cloak, her long black hair dancing in the night wind. This silhouette led me several dozen meters away and stopped in a sheltered place. She paused, turned around, and at that moment I saw that she was the leprous woman from the broken down inn. However, seeing her this time felt completely different. The flesh on her face, which resembled a fleshy flower, seemed to have healed significantly. Her features were gradually returning to their original positions, and under the moonlight, I no longer felt the horror I once did. Instead, I found her appearance quite pleasant. I gasped. The leprous woman's visage began to restore, allowing me to clearly discern that she was Lee Si-yun, and I were merely strangers to each other, and my impression of her came entirely from the contents of the USB drive that Hellion had given me. Yet at this moment, I could no longer think that way, for it seemed as if my shadow had appeared in that video on the USB. In truth, I had no recollection of the events in the video, but I believe that everything in this world has a cause. And have you been here all along? I tried to converse with Lee Si-yun, and she led me away from the campsite. There was no malice in her demeanor. This woman was too mysterious, and there were many enigmas surrounding her. I wanted to talk with her. "I have always been here," Lee Si-yun replied, standing in the moonlight, her cloak billowing in the mountain breeze. She had not fully regained her original appearance, but traces of her former self were already visible in her features. As I gazed at everything before me, my heart suddenly felt as if it had been touched by something flowing silently. I recalled this segment of the video I had watched, remembering the shadow of myself that had appeared in Lee Si-yun's bedroom. In the video, although I could not hear their conversation, their demeanor was very intimate. However, in an instant, I remembered the fate of our previous team in the ancient land. Fundamentally, our team had lost its way in the deep mountains while chasing after the wealthy and handsome, who in the middle of the night was actually pursuing Lee Si-yun. I had always harbored a sense of luck. I thought that if the team had not lost its way, perhaps many subsequent events would not have occurred. Ding Ling would not have died, nor would Hellion launching. At this moment, my feelings were extremely conflicted. "Do you know what happened to our previous team in the ancient land?" "I know." Lee Si-yun nodded. In her gaze, there was an indescribable light flickering as she slowly said to me, "Some people must die. They are irreplaceable members of the team, and their fate is sealed. However, at the last critical moment, they will hinder you from accomplishing what you need to do, so these people must die." "What do you mean by must die?" I felt a slight aversion. Perhaps the impressions left by the members of the previous team were too deep, as they were vibrant lives that had perished before my eyes. I felt that Lee Si-yun's words were too absurd, depicting human life as so insignificant. "What I am saying now you won't understand. You may think I am trampling on life." Lee Si-yun paid no mind to my emotional changes, continuing in her original tone, gently saying, "Your arrival in the ancient land is not due to nightmares. Those nightmares are merely nightmares. Your coming here is a mission, an unavoidable trajectory of fate. No matter how many people die, as long as you are still alive, there is still hope." "You think too highly of me," I said, discerning Lee Si-yun's emotions while noting that her mind seemed perfectly clear, unlike someone speaking nonsense. But how could I not know what kind of person I was? A country boy studying in the city, unable to find a job in my field after graduating from university, working for 2 years in a crematorium, and now inexplicably caught in a vortex that might be a conspiracy or a dream. You do not need to be modest. Your confusion is merely because you do not yet understand your own value. Although I do not know much, I understand that you are the only one capable of taming the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit? What is the Holy Spirit? It only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it. Lee Si-yun shook her head at me and said, "To me, you are different from anyone else. I can make sacrifices for you, but this matter I truly do not know. I seem to understand a little regardless of the reasons. I had to embark on this path to the ancient land. Ding Ling and Hellion might just be my companions. Regardless of whether the nightmare of the big-head monster baby existed, all of this was unavoidable. I began to believe that my father's arrival in the ancient land was merely a catalyst that lured me back into the ancient land. If it had not been for my father's accident, there would certainly have been other opportunities to guide me. What is my mission?" I began to be lost in thought, continuously wondering, but in the short span of my 20-odd years of life, I truly could not find anything extraordinary about myself. Remember my words, remember the place you are to go. Li Siyin continued to speak slowly while I was lost in thought, the abyss of the ancient land. The abyss of the ancient land. I could not forget that place. It was not only the death ground where Helion launching perished, but the manuscript described that the abyss might hide astonishing secrets. I began to firmly believe that if there was any value in the ancient land, then all that value lay within that seemingly endless abyss. I kept thinking, occasionally lifting my head only to suddenly see Li Siyin silently retreating, gradually disappearing into the night wind. I did not dare to shout loudly, afraid of waking the teammates who were dozens of meters away. I wanted to chase after Li Siyin, but she moved quickly as if dancing in the wind. After a few hurried steps, I felt I could not catch up to her. Before long, Li Siyin vanished like an illusory shadow, disappearing amidst the wind and dust. I stopped in my tracks, gazing in the direction she had gone. At that moment, I still did not know what role she played in this event, but her appearance and the words she spoke undoubtedly served as a vague hint. At the very least, she made me aware of why I had arrived in the ancient land against my will. Stop! Suddenly, from the campsite several dozen meters away, a shout from the wealthy and handsome rang out. I turned back to see him running towards the mountains, pants in hand. The wealthy and handsome was not on night watch. It seemed he had gotten up in the middle of the night for convenience and discovered something. I immediately ran in that direction, and he was running very fast. After running for a while, I saw a vague figure sprinting under the moonlight far ahead of him. The wealthy and handsome was in pursuit of this figure. I felt a sudden dizziness. I had stayed up all night to keep watch for the wealthy and handsome to avoid a repeat of the previous team's fate, but I had oversimplified my thoughts. Some things seem to be unstoppable. When they are meant to happen, they will happen regardless. The wealthy and handsome's shout awakened Helion and Ding Ling, and as I reached the side of the campsite, Helion had already rushed out. The wealthy and handsome was left with only a back view. We exchanged glances, and Helion asked with his eyes whether we should pursue. I will chase him. I gritted my teeth. This time, I had fully advocated bringing the team to the ancient land. I understood the possible consequences of chasing the wealthy and handsome, but I could not bear to let him go unheeded. You are too dangerous alone. Without hesitation, Helion decided to follow me, turning back to tell the drowsy Ding Ling, "You stay here." The two of us ran in the direction the wealthy and handsome had fled, hoping I could run a little faster, a little quicker to catch up to him before he got too far away. After about 10 minutes of running, I heard Ding Ling shouting from behind, and when I turned back, she was covered in dirt, looking anxious as she chased after us. "I am afraid." Ding Ling reached us, gasping and looking apologetic. "Uncle Appa, if I stay behind alone, I will be scared." I felt a bit powerless, not due to physical exhaustion, but because I sensed deep down. Many things cannot be reversed simply because I foresee them. No matter how much I prepare, what is meant to happen will inevitably occur. Helion and I, chasing after the wealthy and handsome, indeed could not leave Ding Ling alone. Leaving her behind might expose her to even more dangerous situations. But bringing her along had led to the previous tragedy. Would it happen again? At this moment, there was no time to consider so much. As I ran, I diligently kept track of my path. In the deep winter mountains of the ancient land, silence reigned. The mountains were bare, and especially in the dark, it was almost impossible to distinguish any differences between the mountains on either side. We three chased for a long time, and the wealthy and handsome gradually began to fade from sight. Do not chase anymore. I looked up at the surrounding mountains. Just like last time, there were no obvious reference points. Running through the winding paths of the deep mountains, it would not be long before we became lost. We cannot leave him behind. Helion was the first to refuse my suggestion. He had a strong sense of responsibility, believing that the wealthy and handsome was our companion, and if there was danger, we must not abandon him. Helion continued to run. I had no choice but to stand still for a moment, while Ding Ling was also unsure of what to do, her gaze wandering between me and Helion, who continued to run. I was forced to move my feet again to chase after Helion. The stillness of the deep mountain remained unchanged, with no path to follow. The only route that could barely be traversed was a rugged goat trail. We chased for a long time, and by the time dawn was approaching, the weather had turned gloomy again. The sunlight seemed to be completely blocked by the overlapping mountains. I was trying hard, however, I fell into the same trap as before. We were lost in the deep mountains. However, due to the strong psychological shadow from nearly starving to death, last time I had grabbed a bag filled with food and water when leaving the campsite. Additionally, my pockets were stuffed with candies and chocolates to supplement calories. We would not be troubled by hunger and thirst for the time being, but for the next day, we would have to find our way. The road we had taken seemed to have mysteriously vanished, and no matter how we searched, we could not find it. We searched all day and had to rest properly at night to avoid faltering. Ding Ling and I huddled in a sheltered spot, while Helion kept watch nearby. He was more responsible than I was, occasionally patrolling around the campsite to ensure safety. Perhaps it was still a psychological issue of if I were alone in this environment, I would absolutely not be able to sleep. But Hellion was nearby. This gave me some comfort. I was indeed tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. I did not know how long I had slept when I suddenly regained some awareness, feeling someone gently shaking me awake. Fong Hui, Fong Hui. Although my mind was not fully awake, I opened my eyes to see the wealthy and handsome squatting beside me. I did not know when he had arrived. When did you come back? Where is Hellion? Wasn't he on watch? Fong Hui, I have a very scary feeling. The wealthy and handsome's face was dark and round, plump and soft. He usually liked to shout loudly and joke around, never serious, but at this moment, his expression was serious, as if he intended to tell me something very important. For a long time, I have been pondering what death feels like. I have never experienced it, but I can imagine that the taste of death might be very terrifying. But now I finally understand what feeling is more terrifying than death. What do you mean by that? I looked at the handsome man, feeling an inexplicable tremble and chill arise within me. How can one who is clearly dead still feel alive? It's very sad, very sad. The handsome man, whether intentionally or not, glanced at the sleeping Ding Ling beside him and said to me in a tone that he rarely used, filled with weight. For example, I died in an accident, but I didn't want to die. Nor did I wish to die. This accident was beyond my control, and my overwhelming desire to survive made it difficult for me to accept the truth. Or perhaps it was because my heart was burdened with too many ties that I couldn't let go. Whether it was the handsome man from the previous team, or this one, they both seemed to be deeply attached to Ding Ling. Ding Ling is the kind of simple girl who lacks complex schemes. Although she can be unreliable at times, she is very likable. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't feel a stabbing pain in my heart whenever I thought of Ding Ling. The handsome man expressed his affection for Ding Ling in various ways. If someone is destined to die, then before their death, they would want to see their parents, their closest friends, and the girl they love. You don't need to be so pessimistic. I comforted the handsome man, wanting to tell him that as long as one works hard enough, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. People are not stones. If effort is applied fully, anyone can be moved. It's too late. There's no chance left. As he spoke, the handsome man suddenly began to cry. Such a person rarely cries, and if he does, it signifies his despair and inability to bear it. Tears flooded his dark round face, and he said to me while crying, "Some things cannot be stopped, Fong. Why do you know? They can't be stopped." As he said this, the handsome man attempted to leave. I still remembered the last time he quietly called me out in the middle of the night, which was filled with strangeness. This time I absolutely could not let him slip out of my sight. I wanted to reach out and pull him back, but perhaps due to the urgency of the movement, the moment my arm involuntarily lifted, I suddenly woke from that state of hazy unconsciousness. My eyes were still closed, and everything that had just happened seemed to occur in a dreamlike state. It was just a dream, merely a dream. Upon awakening, my mind quickly returned to normal. Though my eyes remained shut, I could feel the surrounding temperature and the chilling wind of the night. I could even hear Ding Ling's even breathing beside me. If it was a dream, then everything I had seen before was illusory. I felt a wave of relief, and my raised arm slowly lowered. But this relief was fleeting, for as my arm descended, I suddenly encountered another person lying beside me. This person must have come over while I was asleep. I had not noticed or been on guard, and upon touching this person, my first thought was, is this Hellion? I opened my eyes wide. With a slight turn of my head, my nerves tightened, as if they were about to snap. I jerked my hand back and sat up. The handsome man lay right next to me, still wearing the clothes he had on when he left. His eyes, which were round like two light bulbs, were wide open, yet his gaze was completely vacant. Handsome man. I couldn't help but shout, grabbing his shoulder. The moment I touched him, I could feel that his muscles had already stiffened and grown cold, and I didn't know how long he had been dead. I immediately picked him up and cried out, "Handsome man! Handsome man!" My hand felt something cold and viscous, and then my entire hand felt as if it had been electrocuted, as if something sharp had suddenly pierced it. I turned over the handsome man's rigid corpse. The back of his skull had been completely split open, and his back was covered in blood and remnants of brain matter. This scene was too cruel and too shocking. In an instant, I felt extreme anger rising from the panic and sorrow within my heart. Who killed him? Who used such a cruel method to murder him? People in the team were starting to die consecutively. Could this truly be an inevitable trend? I called out twice, my voice carrying in the wind. Huyen, who was patrolling nearby, quickly ran over. He was calmer than me, but when he saw the handsome man's cold body, his gaze trembled. No one could accept the reality before us. When did he get brought over here? I looked at Hellion and asked, "You were on guard, didn't you see?" "I didn't notice anything," Hellion replied to my questioning, without defending himself, only shaking his head. I felt an overwhelming annoyance in my heart. A person had died, and the circumstances were inexplicable. This brought us immense pressure and psychological trauma. I thought Hellion was neglecting his duty, but then I remembered how I had been misled while on guard. In this ancient land, many things cannot be explained or viewed through common sense. He has been dead for 4 to 5 hours. Hellion glanced at the handsome man's corpse, noting that the back of his skull was gone, leaving an empty cavity that looked like a dark hole. I cannot determine the cause of death at this time. Uncle Appa, what are you looking at? Ding Ling was awakened by the noise, rubbing her eyes groggily in her sleeping bag. Her vision was still unclear, and she couldn't see me and Hellion guarding the handsome man's body. It's nothing, go back to sleep, we have to travel tomorrow. I quickly turned around trying to block her view, but even the slowest person can be perceptive at times. Ding Ling clearly had her suspicions and stretched her head out from beside me. Under the cold moonlight, the handsome man's body lay alone just a few meters away from Ding Ling. Even at this moment, his eyes were still open. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I thought that with Ding Ling's courage, seeing the gruesome sight of the handsome man's corpse would surely frighten her into a scream. But Ding Ling did not scream. Her body suddenly trembled, her voice quivering as she said, Little fat, what happened to you? What happened to you? Ding Ling climbed up, almost using her hands and feet to crawl beside the handsome man. Among the entire team, she and the handsome man had the closest bond, chatting for hours on various topics every day. This intimacy may not signify romantic feelings, but in Ding Ling's eyes, the handsome man was at least a constant companion. Ding Ling sat beside the handsome man's corpse and began to cry, her sobs muffled as she tried to suppress her voice. But just by looking at her back, I could tell she was very sad and heartbroken. I glanced at Hellion. With things having come to this point, the situation was beyond my control, and I had no idea how to proceed. I no longer feared that so-called nightmare. I came to the ancient land to find my father. Hellion and I had different purposes. With 2 people in the team dead, I had experienced these events before and would not be frightened, but I couldn't bear to witness another tragedy unfold. If it's impossible, you should leave. I felt an indescribable fatigue all over my body and sat still, telling Hellion, perhaps bringing you here was a mistake. You have your purpose and we have ours. Regardless of the reason, we are all part of the same team. Hellion was not daunted either. His tone remained calm and composed. For the rest of the journey, you will accompany us, and we will also accompany you. I did not respond, lost in thought. Looking at so many facts, I felt that I might have truly made a significant mistake. The video of my father appearing in the ancient land was merely a guiding message, indicating that those who saw this video must have intentionally led me to the ancient land, their purpose being very strong. Following this line of logic, once I arrived in the ancient land, their subsequent actions should have begun. I had cast aside all dangers to arrive in the ancient land, but those who had intentionally led me here seemed to have vanished. Our team had only death and a replay of the previous tragedy. Nothing else had occurred. What exactly was their purpose? Was it simply to lead me to the ancient land? Suddenly, I recalled a phrase De Zong had said, fate. This is what fate has destined. Ding Ling cried for a long time, and I comforted her for quite a while. At dawn, Hellion and I buried the handsome man's body. I suddenly began to doubt. I suspected that my father might no longer be in the ancient land. The purpose of that video was just to lead me here. Having arrived, my father's remaining in the ancient land likely held no substantial meaning. At the same time, I vaguely judged that those who brought me to the ancient land likely wanted me to once again venture into the abyss of the ancient land beside the collapsed void tower. The secret lies hidden beneath that abyss. I felt a deep-seated anger and indescribable frustration. I wanted to uncover the secrets beneath the abyss and also discover who the masterminds behind all this were. On the surface, it seemed that De Zong was the one who brought us all together, but I believed that the situation was likely not as simple as I imagined. We could no longer sleep sitting at the place where we buried the handsome man until dawn. I again tried to persuade Hellion and Ding Ling to leave, as I had a premonition that something might happen next. But not only Hellion, even the timid Ding Ling seemed to have been stirred by the deaths of Old Wang and the handsome man, awakening a deep-seated courage within. They did not leave. The entrance to the abyss of the ancient land remained in place. Before the entrance, I hesitated again and looked back at Ding Ling. The previous incident with Ding Ling's death had already pierced my heart. If anything happened to the Ding Ling before me, I might collapse. Appa, you can do it. Ding Ling's eyes were still red. She seemed to sense the worry in my gaze and forced a smile, giving me a thumbs up. You can do it, and I can too. I turned back to look at the winding and deep passage behind the entrance. I had exerted all my strength, yet I could not prevent the deaths of Old Wang and the handsome man. I knew that some things truly could not be salvaged by human effort. I hesitated for a very long time before finally stepping toward the entrance. As I moved, my heart kept rising and falling. Would Ding Ling and Hellion die? As I stepped through the entrance, Hellion and Ding Ling followed closely behind. The path in the tunnel was actually quite simple, but due to some peculiar reasons, it was very likely to get lost wandering around in circles in the middle of the passage. So I walked slowly, leaving continuous marks with my shovel on both sides as I went. I'll walk in front. Hellion walked behind me for a while before overtaking me. He might not be Hellion Longqing, but he was as calm and responsible as him moving to the front. The panic and fear of the unknown dangers in my heart surprisingly eased. We need to keep marking this place that could trap us, I informed Hellion, while walking continuously, turning back to check on Ding Ling. I couldn't forget how this darkness mercilessly swallowed her. Appa, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Ding Ling seemed to notice my concern and waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, with you and Uncle in front, it'll be very safe. Thus the three of us groped our way forward in the long tunnel. Hellion was very serious and his markings were solid. After walking for a while, I felt that this situation was better than the last time, when Hellion Longsheng had pulled out that ghostly figure from the compartment. The circular tunnel that trapped us had disappeared. At least we would not be trapped. When we reached the place where Ding Ling was dragged away, even though everything seemed normal and quiet, my heart still couldn't help but tighten. Hellion, hurry up, walk faster. I urged Hellion in a low voice, hoping to quickly get through this nightmarish. Hellion quickened his pace, and I called Ding Ling to catch up. The path wasn't long, and we soon arrived at the corner ahead. It's all right, it's all right. I crossed the corner, letting out a long breath, thinking that no matter what lay ahead, at least Ding Ling would not die. However, before I could fully catch my breath, I noticed that Ding Ling was still on the other side of the corner. I turned my head to look over the corner, calling her name. As I turned my head, the hair all over my body stood on end. Ding Ling had stopped about 4 or 5 meters away at the corner, her eyes filled with confusion. Her feet were moving alternately as if she was trying to walk, but she couldn't, as she was stuck in place. The reason she couldn't move was that I saw a pale shadow behind her. Perhaps due to the lighting, I couldn't tell if that shadow was a person or something else. The shadow was almost as tall as Ding Ling, with long black hair. It reached out a hand, tugging at Ding Ling's collar from behind, leaving her no choice but to mechanically repeat her steps while unable to move forward. I dashed forward, thinking I would safely pass through the place where Ding Ling had died before, but an accident still occurred. I had no idea what that thing was, but I had no other thoughts in my mind except to save Ding Ling. As I rushed over, I could see the pleading look in Ding Ling's already dazed eyes. She was still young, in the prime of her life, blooming like a flower. She didn't want to die. Suddenly, the shadow behind Ding Ling raised its head, and through the mass of black hair, I saw its pale, ghostly face. My scalp tingled. The shadow lifted its head and smiled at me. I clearly saw that the shadow had the exact same face as Ding Ling. There was only a corner between Ding Ling and me, just a few steps away, but before I could reach her, the earth wall beside Ding Ling suddenly collapsed with a rumble, creating a hole about a meter wide. The shadow resembling Ding Ling floated like a ghost and dragged her into the hole. Stop! At that moment, I was unafraid of death. I had no time to think any further. I had only one thought: even if I had to die here, I wouldn't let the shadow take Ding Ling away. With a whoosh, as I desperately tried to make my move, Hellion suddenly quickened his pace, rushing past me. His movements were incredibly swift. As he passed me, he turned around and dove into the hole, reaching out to pull. He grabbed a corner of Ding Ling's clothing, trying to pull her out, but the shadow that had already entered the hole was struggling against Hellion, with forces pulling in opposite directions. Then, with a ripping sound, Ding Ling's clothing tore, and Hellion could only pull back a piece of torn fabric. At that moment, everything seemed to slow down fast enough to make it difficult to see clearly. Hellion held onto a piece of fabric while the shadow in the hole suddenly dragged Ding Ling deep inside. Hellion tossed aside the piece of fabric without hesitation and dove in without a second thought. The hole was small and narrow, not wide enough to accommodate 2 people side by side. After Hellion entered, I stood at the entrance of the hole, afraid to move. I feared encountering some danger inside that would block Hellion's escape. Chirp, chirp. Hellion crawled into the hole, and I immediately heard a strange sound faintly coming from within. The sound wasn't loud. It sounded like a group of creatures that couldn't speak human language whispering to each other, or like some unknown beings in the darkness grinding their teeth. I nervously peered into the hole, reflexively grabbing my phone from my pocket. I remembered vividly the last time I encountered obstacles here. It was a ghostly call that had given me relevant hints. I really hoped that my phone would suddenly vibrate, or that I would receive a text message at this moment. But the phone was silent, the signal completely cut off, and it remained utterly quiet. Immediately after, I heard a dull crash from inside the hole, as if someone was punching and kicking in an air. It probably took only 2 or 3 minutes. A rumble echoed from beyond 4 meters away as the wall of the hole collapsed again. I suspected it was Hellion's fist that had broken through the wall. In the swirling dust, I saw Hellion's figure tumble out from the hole, that pale shadow clinging to him. Where's Ding Ling? I leaned in to look into the hole, and the strange chattering sounds instantly faded away. I couldn't see Ding Ling. I was truly at a loss. After Hellion burst through the hole, he was tightly entangled by the pale shadow. It was only at this moment that I truly realized how eerie this shadow was. On the surface, it seemed like a person, but it had no substance, as if it was a thick white smoke transformed. Hellion's agile reflexes and skills had almost no advantage against this shadow. Since the shadow was ethereal, it meant that no matter how Hellion countered, it was as if he were striking at a mass of air. However, the most bizarre part was that the shadow's attacks on Hellion all transformed into real physical damage. I wanted to help Hellion, but I had no opportunity to intervene. Don't worry about me. Hellion realized that his counterattacks were completely futile. He began to dodge and maneuver around the shadow while reminding me, go after Ding Ling. I could only focus on one of them. To be fair, I didn't want to abandon either, but I had no other choice. After a brief consideration of about a second, I decided to chase after Ding Ling. After all, she was more vulnerable. I dove into the hole, sprinting through the narrow passage in the compartment. For rescue, even a second's delay could lead to failure. I ran as fast as I could, exerting all my strength. I moved through the compartment at a speed I couldn't even imagine, running at least 40 to 50 meters in one breath. But before me was still emptiness. I couldn't see Ding Ling or the thing that had dragged her away. It was as if she had completely vanished in this fateful compartment. I refused to give up and continued running. Even if there was just a glimmer of hope, I wouldn't abandon it. After running about another 40 or 50 meters, the passage in front suddenly widened, and the beam of light from my flashlight seemed to be swallowed by darkness. I quickly stopped, breaking out in a cold sweat all over. Less than half a meter beneath my feet was a very deep vertical hole, so deep that not even light could penetrate. If my reaction had been any slower, I would have likely fallen in. This vertical hole was clearly the end of the compartment. I didn't know if Ding Ling had been dragged into the hole, but standing at the edge, I had no way to think of any solutions. The hole was dark and eerily silent, like a grave ready to swallow a person. I truly understood the fate of those who came to the ancient land. They were truly controlled by some invisible force. I couldn't change that. Ding Ling. My eyes felt sore, and my heart seemed to be continuously sliced by countless knives. The thing I feared most had happened. I knew Ding Ling was dead. Is that so? Is it? I wanted to cry, but I thought of Hellion, who was still struggling with the shadow. Now there were only the two of us left. I turned and quickly ran back the way I came. When I crawled out from the hole in the wall, I saw Hellion entangled with that shadow about 10 meters away. Seeing me return alone, lost and dispirited, Hellion could guess that Ding Ling was absolutely in grave danger. In the face of danger, a partner walking side by side was no longer just an ordinary teammate. Any living teammate would be a spiritual support, encouraging and relying on each other. Calm Hellion could finally no longer maintain that calm indifference. He didn't speak, but his eyes inquired about me as he dodged. I knew he wanted to ask me if Ding Ling was dead. Whoosh! In that moment of distraction, the pale shadow tightly wrapped around Hellion. A faint white light carrying death flashed like a razor-sharp guillotine toward Hellion's neck. Hellion had been dodging for a long time, but this time he might not be able to escape. I was 10 meters away, too far to help. As the white light flashed, a spray of bright red blood suddenly burst from Hellion's neck. Seeing blood spurt from Hellion's neck, I nearly fainted. If he died, too, then this band would be reduced to me alone before we even reached the abyss. Hellion! I dashed toward him. As my feet moved, I saw droplets of blood dancing in the air like agate, deep, translucent crimson. Light caught in each bead, and above Hellion's head a faintly reddened cloud-like haze seemed to rise. In the next instant, Hellion's body twisted and flashed. Blood splattered his face and hands. His neck was smeared crimson. Yet his agile motion showed he had evaded the white flash's fatal blow. Only superficial wounds, gruesome to behold, but not mortal. The injury sharpened Hellion's perception. With a trailing smear of blood, he clenched his fist and struck at the pale silhouette before him. In my mind, any assault on that white shadow should have been futile. It was an illusion without a true body. Had that been the case, Hellion would not have been driven to such a wretched state. Yet this time a miracle seemed to unfold. The blood on his hand shimmered with a red light, each droplet like a little talisman able to restrain the malignant. As his fist came down, the pallid shape before him billowed like a bubble and shattered under the blow. The white shadow fragmented and drifted away little by little. When it fully dissolved into the air, I barely discerned at the spot where it had stood a faint chi-like outline of a figure. I stopped dead, for I could tell at once that it was Ding Ling. She looked as she always had. Same expression, the same guileless face and wide, bewildered eyes. The apparition was thin to the utmost. Without close scrutiny, it might have been missed. Yet my heart leapt. I seemed to see Ding Ling alive, taking a step toward me. Up I go, bravely walked forward. The diaphanous figure turned back and smiled brightly at me, and a distant, ineffable voice seemed to whisper, "Nothing can stop you now, Ding Ling." I reached out across the distance, desperate for a sliver of hope. I wanted to touch her to confirm that she might yet, but as my hand extended, the tenuous figure dissolved like mist, evaporating swiftly before me. In an instant it was gone. A crushing sense of loss swept over me. Whether I admitted it or not, I had to accept that Ding Ling, both the present and the past manifestations, were gone. Ding Ling is dead. I stared blankly toward Hellion. blood still trailed from his neck. He said nothing, but his eyes betrayed an unhidden grief. Our 5-person team had lost more than half before reaching our true destination. How were we to proceed? I took out medicine. I staunched Julian's bleeding and bandaged the wound. We lingered where we were for perhaps 10 minutes. In truth, my fear had eased somewhat. A solitary, desperate struggle may be born of clinging to what little one still possesses. Once truly bereft of everything, nothing seems to matter. Are you afraid? Julian's neck was wrapped in bandages. His face betrayed no flourish of emotion, yet I knew he felt the pain within. He was testing whether these setbacks would make me falter. Not afraid. I shook my head. The fate of the party did not cow me. Beneath my sorrow burned a great hot ember of anger. The annihilation of this team wounded me more deeply than the first time. It filled me with sorrow and fury alike. I longed to press on to the end and unmask the hand that had orchestrated it all. Then let us go? Hellion rose and continued along the path. In a short while he had recovered his composure as if nothing had occurred. He understood that in the thick of peril one must preserve a calm mind. Most errors are born of hot. The passage fell utterly silent. I remembered our first trek through Gulu. I led Hellion through into a vaster subterranean chamber. The upright stakes still stood faintly, bearing corpses that hung from them. This time we skirted them. There was no point in examining the bodies further. As we advanced, I saw a pale veil of mist ahead, the Gulu abyss spanning the underground space and blocking our path. The abyss marked the limit of the subterranean hollow. The Shukong Shida had collapsed, only a solid foundation remained. All the answers lie in that abyss. I pointed forward. If we can descend, perhaps we will glimpse the truth. Then down we go. Hellion offered no hesitation. Matters had reached this point. Seeking the root of this nightmare had become secondary. Much of our quest for secrets was done to console. Hellion insisted that those who had died in our party must not have perished in vain. We pressed on, circumvented the Shukong Shida foundation, and drew near the unfathomable abyss. Its vast interior defied description. It seemed to have its own microclimate. Staring into the deep darkness, I felt dizzy, and the image of Hellion launching, falling into the chasm, flashed before my eyes. By sight, our rope was plainly insufficient. We paced the edge for a while, studying the stone wall. The cliff was almost vertical, near 90 degrees, but the face bore natural fissures and protrusions, irregular holds and ledges that for the brave and fit might permit a perilous descent toward the bottom. We still had ample food. Hellion and I ate, and then prepared ourselves thoroughly. We stowed away loose items, shed burdens, and began to climb down from a chosen point at the abyss's rim. Hellion was below. As I readied myself to follow, he looked up at me. Think carefully, he said. Once you climb down, we may not be able to come back up. Go, I signaled without hesitation, urging him onward. I do not know why, but as I descended I recalled what Dazong had told me: this road allows no turning back. His words were eerie in their prescience, like a medieval sorcerer divining the future. At any rate, I had to continue. I needed to know what secrets lay beneath the abyss. Below, silence reigned. Hellion and I moved up and down the precipitous face. Our lights swept occasionally, and each time they were greedily swallowed by the distant black. In such an enormous underground void, a person feels as insignificant as a grain of sand. The situation proved slightly better than I had feared. As we descended, the irregularities in the wall increased. Though the climb became harder, there were more footholds to stand upon. It grew safer. We could even rest upon large protrusions. We moved slowly to conserve strength and remained ready for any sudden danger. I cannot state exactly how many meters we descended, but by rough estimate, it was around 200. Hellion dropped small stones as he climbed, gauging distance by the sound of their impact below. After some 50 meters more, he said that perhaps another 100 or so remained before we reached the bottom. Having climbed so long, experience had amassed. Another 100 meters did not seem insurmountable. Gradually, we drew nearer to the abyss's floor. Stones we cast fell and struck quickly. At last, my boots found solid ground, and the knot in my chest eased a little. When I hit the floor, I swept my flashlight about. The bottom was vast and my beam could not reach its far edge. Nearby, I also saw fragments of the Shukong Shida that had plunged from above. Having fallen such a height, the tower's materials lay shattered. Only scattered limbs of stone statues remained, the faint traces of its descent. The remnants of production and living tools at the bottom of the abyss have been completely abandoned with the evolution. However, in that era, these tools were incredibly advanced, even to the point of being ahead of all Neolithic human civilizations. At that time, metallurgy had not yet been developed, and most tools and daily necessities were made from materials like bone, wood, and stone, with stone tools being the most prevalent. Thus, the era was named the Neolithic Age. The tools of the ancient land civilization were mostly made of stone, but their craftsmanship and design principles were astonishingly exquisite. I saw a stone shovel, its blade polished. The digging was deep, and the shape of the shovel was remarkably similar to modern tools, making it efficient and easy to use. In fact, my amazement was not solely due to the structure and fine workmanship of this stone shovel. Through it one could imagine that the ancient inhabitants had likely moved beyond mere foraging and entered the agricultural phase. This shovel was evidently a farming tool. I also saw a decayed bough covered in the dust of ages, yet upon picking it up it still had a degree of elasticity. Upon closer inspection I realized it was a composite bough. Compared to the most primitive bows, composite bows possessed far greater lethality. The earliest known composite bows appeared over 3,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, and the basic principle of composite bows involves using bamboo, wood, and animal bone. By mixing an appropriate lacquer, a powerful laminate was created which was then fashioned into a bow. Composite bows had terrifying range and destructive power. In the age of cold weapons, the one who first mastered the composite bow held the strongest combat power. There were many tools. Lien and I examined them for a long time, and we unearthed a ruler about half a meter long made from very hard wood with faint markings that I couldn't determine precisely because my eyesight wasn't sharp enough, but I felt that the units on the ruler were centimeters. In an era when the ancient inhabitants couldn't even fill their stomachs, they had already established precise measurements, a complete agricultural and pastoral system, and formidable hunting and combat weapons. To modernize these crude and laughable tools might not signify much, but those who truly study history would know how remarkable these items were in that time. Such a civilization with a level of technology and productivity unprecedented in the world should, if nothing unexpected occurred, become the most prosperous human community on Earth at that time. Judging by their overall capabilities, if they continued to develop, it wouldn't be long before class distinctions and the concept of a nation emerged. But curiously, this powerful ancient civilization left no traces, not even a fleeting chance, silently vanishing into the annals of history. This place truly once housed people, I pondered quietly, recalling when Damon's warning to me not long ago, where he clearly stated that the ancient inhabitants were a group of beings that were not human. We couldn't even take in the pile of various ancient stone tools at a glance. We only glanced around briefly as the space was too vast, and all we could see ahead was a vast expanse. As we continued walking, human traces became increasingly apparent. It felt like a gigantic storage room filled with all sorts of chaotic items. Gradually, I saw many stone figures of various sizes and heights, but I could identify the sculptural template for these stone figures. They were all of the same person. In other words, these numerous stone statues actually represented a single. The stone statues were exquisitely carved, demonstrating that the artisans had invested their utmost effort and passion in the sculpting process, yet all the statues lacked faces. The facial features were empty, like a flat stone slab devoid of any discernible features. In the Voidstone Tower, I had seen similar stone statues. The situation had been dire at that time, as I and Bai Ling were trapped inside the tower, unable to escape, and I had no time to think too much. Now, seeing so many identical stone figures again, I suddenly felt that these stone figures might be significant, at least to the ancient inhabitants. As I walked, I began to feel confused and sensed a lack of direction. I had ventured into the abyss to seek the so-called secret and hoped to find the mastermind behind all of this, but with such a vast space, I had no idea where to search. Having such thoughts slowed my pace. At that moment, Lien raised his hand and pointed to a nearby location. Following his finger, I suddenly saw rows of neatly arranged coffins. Countless coffins, all hewn from thick logs, very primitive, lacking even a layer of lacquer. I had never seen so many coffins in my life, especially not arranged so neatly, nearly filling one corner of the space. Lien walked ahead of me, and I knew he was wary of potential dangers. Upon seeing the coffins, my mind went blank. I had once worked as a temporary worker at a crematorium and had heard countless rumors from the elderly about corpse transformations. I truly couldn't imagine the horror if such a vast group of coffins were to stir. It would be terrifying. However, Lien was walking ahead, and the array of coffins remained eerily quiet. When we approached to a certain distance, I found that these primitive tree coffins had no lids, and all of them were empty. As I got closer to the outermost row of coffins, I detected a faint odor. It was truly unpleasant, but it was definitely not the stench of corpses. It resembled the smell of an infected wound oozing pus from a human body. The airflow in the underground space was weak, and the smell lingered. The closer I got, the more it crept into my nose, making me want to retch. "Let's move slowly," Lien said, wanting to clarify the situation with the coffin array, but fearing unforeseen events. He advised me to keep a distance, then slow our pace. Lien walked ahead to save time. I moved to the side of another row of coffins, and the two of us explored forward, separated by a row of coffins. In the silent array of coffins there was no sound, only that nauseating faint smell wafting through, and all the coffins were empty. I found it strange. The only purpose of such things is to contain corpses, yet with so many empty coffins, where did all the bodies go? Suddenly, I felt a hand abruptly grasping my wrist. The hand was icy cold like a ghost's claw. I was startled and jerked my wrist sharply while letting out a low shout. Helian immediately rushed over and the hand that had gripped my wrist lacked much strength. I shook it off easily and reflexively stepped back, grasping the sharp, folding shovel ready to strike at whoever was beside me. The shovel whistled through the air, but it never hit the ground as I halted my hand suddenly. I saw a skeletal old man lying in a nearby tree coffin. The old man was bare-chested, clearly on the brink of death, his body dark and blending into the shadowy tree coffin, and only under the light could I see him clearly. My shovel was already raised just 10 centimeters above the old man's head, yet he had neither the strength to dodge nor the will to move, staring blankly at the blade pressing before him. He was on the verge of death. He had probably exhausted all his strength just to reach out and grasp my wrist. I didn't want to kill him, judging by his appearance. He was clearly different from normal people, and I strongly suspected that he was an indigenous inhabitant of the ancient land. I had never captured an ancient inhabitant alive before, and now an opportunity had suddenly presented itself. I had many questions I wanted to ask him. I paused my hand, but the shovel still hovered above the old man's head. If he made any sudden movement, I could shatter his skull at any moment. Kill me. The old man struggled to roll his eyes. He was dying, but wouldn't perish, so I quietly observed him and noticed a huge tumor on his waist which had become infected with a foul smell emanating from the pus. This rotting tumor tormented the old man to the point of unbearable pain, and he gasped, saying to me, "Kill me." No one wants to die, but if the suffering one endures is far worse than death, then aside from dying there is no better option. For such a person, death is not frightening. On the contrary, death is a form of release. I could see that the old man was unable to endure the torment any longer, wishing to die immediately, yet he was nearly out of breath, lying like a zombie in the tree coffin, suffering every moment. Kill me. I will ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, I will help you find peace. Kill me. Quickly. You are an ancient inhabitant, right? Is this your home? I temporarily ignored the old man's request and asked, where are your kin? Where are the other ancient inhabitants? Kill me. Kill me. The old man completely disregarded my questions, continuously muttering those two phrases. I frowned, doubting that Ding Ling was taken away and that the wealthy man had been killed by the ancient inhabitants. If I had to make a decision from my heart, I would want nothing more than to chop this dying ancient inhabitant to pieces, but for the greater good, I couldn't act impulsively. You could have died in a day, but I've given you this medicine, and you will continue to live for 10 more days, or even longer. I pulled out a syringe and waved it in front of the old man. The old man immediately shuddered. For him, living another minute was torture, let alone 10 more days. I told you. Just kill me. It's a deal. All right, deal. You've told me what I wanted to know. I will grant you release. Answer me, where are the other ancient inhabitants? They have all died. The old man spoke with great exhaustion, his eyes slightly closing and his emaciated chest heaving a few times as he said, many, many years ago they all died. Are they all dead? I was first astonished, then infuriated. This was clearly a lie. If the people of the ancient land were completely dead, then who was causing trouble in the cave, and who was it that took Ding Ling away? I stared at the old man and said slowly, if you are lying, you will suffer more than death. No. The old man, tormented by the sores on his body, was like a startled bird. Hearing the accusation, he became frightened, desperately opening his dim eyes and anxiously asserting they really have all died long ago. Still lying. I remembered those who had died tragically in the ancient land twice in a row. The fire of rage within my heart could no longer be contained. I was irritable and in pain. In my entire life, I had never harmed anyone, but at this moment, I wouldn't mind killing this old man from the ancient land. No, really no. The old man from the ancient land mumbled his pleas for mercy. I ignored him, but Helian raised his hand to stop me, urging me not to rush. Time was limited, and we couldn't guarantee absolute safety in this place, so we had to seize every opportunity to get the old man to reveal more information. I calmed down, resentfully retracting my weapon. This old man was already half dead. Even if the ancient land people were responsible for the deaths of my companions, this old man was probably not an accomplice. It is indeed unkind to vent one's anger on the innocent. Those stone statues. Helian pointed to the variously sized stone statues behind us and asked the old man, why do they have no faces? That is us. Upon hearing the question, the old man's dim eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of excitement. He suddenly perked up, stammering, that is the deity of our ancient land. Helian did not rush him, giving the old man some time to slowly recount the story. I was not mistaken in my guess. The old man said that a long, long time ago the ancestors of the ancient land had already taken root here. However, too much time had passed, and he could no longer specify the exact era, only that it was very early. At that time, the people of the ancient land, like other civilized groups of the same era, were in the Neolithic period. They had no concept of physics, did not know what the world looked like, and were unaware of how to improve productivity. Driven by instinct for survival, they gathered and hunted, living communally in the ancient land. The ancient land 10,000 years ago was different from the present. The climate then was warm and humid, and the ancient land, located amidst vast mountains and seas, faced extremely harsh living conditions. Scarcity of food, attacks by ferocious beasts, natural disasters, and forest fires were the eternal enemies of the ancient land people. Their average lifespan was very low, and many did not survive to adulthood. Later, an extraordinary leader emerged among the ancient land people. He was wise and intelligent, knowing how to gradually understand this world and use the forces of nature to improve the living conditions of the ancient land people. He taught the ancient land people how to farm, raise livestock, and create various effective production tools and weapons. In a very short time, the ancient land tribe became unprecedentedly powerful and prosperous. These wooden coffins carved from trees were taught to the ancient land people by the deity. The deity said that after a person dies, they should be buried in such a container, allowing the soul of the deceased to rest in peace. The ancient land people believed in the deity's words without a doubt. From that time on, they used tree coffins to bury their dead. This leader's understanding of the world amazed the ancient land people. They sincerely revered their leader, believing he was a god who would lead the ancient land to greatness. The deity held a high status and absolute leadership in the tribe because he taught the ancient land people many things, leading to the emergence of a military formation. It can be imagined that in that primitive era, the composite bow was a decisive weapon. With their powerful strength, the ancient land people conquered many surrounding tribes, forcing them to worship their deity. After an unknown period, their deity died, perishing in a great fire, reduced to ashes. After the deity's death, the ancient land fell into crisis. Their territory kept shrinking until they completely retreated to their original birthplace. The great fire consumed the deity, and the ancient land people could not bear this fact. Without the deity's guidance and leadership, the once powerful ancient land began to decline. Many people reminisced about the glory of the deity's leadership and sighed deeply. Although the deity had fallen, to commemorate his achievements, the ancient land people carved countless statues in memory of him. Because the deity was burned to a charred form in the fire, the statues all lacked faces, using emptiness to highlight the deity's ethereal and noble nature. The old man's words resonated with my earlier discoveries, hinting at the emergence of an outstanding leader in the ancient land. This leader made the entire tribe unprecedentedly prosperous, but after his death, the tribe began to decline. It is likely that this reason caused the tribe, which could have created an era in history, to silently perish. How did your people die? I couldn't be sure if the old man's words were entirely true, as I knew nothing about the history of the ancient land. I couldn't discern whether he was telling half-truths or half-lies. The old man said the deity once taught them how to defend against diseases, but after the deity died, many things. The ancient land people struggled to survive in their ancestral land for many years. Due to its remote location and extremely harsh environment, no matter what changes occurred in the outside world, or how many dynasties rose and fell, it did not affect here. I do not know how long ago a large-scale disease spread among the people, causing many to die and many to struggle to survive, but in the end the tribes still faced extinction. Leprosy. At this point my heart jolted. I shone the flashlight directly at the old man's face. His face was marked with deep grooves and dense wrinkles, but through those wrinkles that bore the weight of time, one could faintly see that the old man's face had once undergone changes due to leprosy. His leprosy might have been cured, leaving behind subtle traces. I began to wonder, it was not impossible for leprosy to wipe out the ancient land people, but I doubted if things could be so coincidental. Could it be that this old man is the last living person from the ancient land, and we just happened to encounter him at this opportune moment? If the old man is the last person from the ancient land, then who could have killed the wealthy and handsome man and Dingling? Is the Voidstone Tower above the abyss built by you? I continued to question the old man. What is that large black stone on the top floor of the tower? I don't know. The old man saw my anxious expression and suddenly became frightened, fearing that I might truly extend his life and make him continue to suffer. He hurriedly began to explain. The influence the deity left on the ancient land was profound, or one could say he was a pioneering figure of an era. After the deity's death, the ancient land people came to the place where the deity often lingered during his lifetime. This underground space took them a long time to construct the Voidstone Tower. To the ancient land people, the Voidstone Tower symbolized the deity. The stone tower is a sacred place, and ordinary ancient land people do not have the right to enter it, so this old man cannot clearly explain what that large black stone on the top of the tower is. I wanted to ask a bit more, but the old man's knowledge was surely limited. At the very least, he definitely did not understand what the nightmare was. Forget it, Hellion softly said to me. His gaze told me that even if I continued to press the old man for answers, I would not extract any substantial clues. Kill me. Kill me. The old man began to plead again, the sores on his waist, oozing continuously and emitting a foul odor. I took out a knife. Although I hated these people, I had to fulfill my promise. When the old man saw the knife, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. "You'll do it," Helion said as he took the knife from my hand. He silently glanced at the old man, and the knife's tip approached the old man's chest. Stab. The knife was incredibly sharp, and Helion's strike was steady, plunging the blade into the old man's heart. This was a fatal blow. An ordinary person would likely scream in agony, but the old man not only did not scream, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Having been tormented by sores for so long, death was indeed a kind of relief. With the knife stabbed into his heart, he was undoubtedly beyond saving, unable to survive. After the knife pierced his chest, the old man's smile suddenly turned strange, and the wrinkles on his face began to undulate, forming an expression of triumph. I immediately became alert. This was an abnormal phenomenon. While involuntarily raising my weapon, I began to carefully observe my surroundings to prevent any surprises. However, the surroundings remained as silent as before. My gaze shifted back to the old man's face. The fatal wound had brought him to the brink of death, and his life signs were rapidly fading. Yet the moment I looked at him, that strange smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. "I will not die, I will never die." The old man's eyes slowly closed, his breathing and heartbeat coming to a stop simultaneously. Before his life signs completely vanished, he left behind a vague final statement: "I will never die. I can live for 10,000 years. 20,000 years." After saying this, the old man died. I stared at him blankly, taking a long time to regain my senses. I did not understand his meaning. What the old man said was likely an unintentional boast, indicating that we could do nothing to him, that he would not die. Could he really not die? I carefully examined the old man's body. Having seen many corpses at the crematorium, I had some experience. His life signs had indeed disappeared. The blood in his veins had stopped flowing. It wouldn't be long before his muscles and joints became rigid. Due to the stagnation of blood, the body would also show livor mortis. "We cannot get the truth from his mouth." Helion pulled me aside and said, "Asking too much might mislead us. Let's go." In front of this coffin array, the space was still vast. The ancient land people had brought in countless items, resembling a giant natural warehouse filled with all sorts of clutter. Helion and I walked about 100 meters further, and in the center of the space, there was a high platform built of. The high platform was about 7 or 8 meters tall, and I did not understand the purpose of the ancient land people's architecture, nor did I know what this platform was for. On the platform, many vague items were placed. We walked around the platform and found nothing unusual, so we climbed up the steps on one side. The surface of the high platform was very flat. Once on it, I saw that the items placed there were crude household tools from many years ago, including polished stone knives and axes, primitive composite bows, charred wooden bowls, and simple pottery made from yellow clay. Among these scattered items, I spotted a stone. The stone was about 1 meter square, an ordinary stone that seemed to have been often sat upon or touched, its surface smoothed over time until it was very polished. This stone itself was nothing extraordinary. I noticed it because it was engraved with a line of text. "Some mistakes once begun cannot be stopped." The stone bore these 2 sentences. Upon seeing these lines, I knew this was certainly not the work of the ancient land people. Whether the ancient land civilization had developed writing remains uncertain, but the 2 lines on the stone were modern, simplified Chinese characters, indicating they were engraved recently. This inscription made me realize that someone had ventured into this ancient land abyss, which was buried with secrets before us. However, there were only these 2 lines on the stone with no signature or other clues, and I did not know who had left the inscription. I walked around to the other side of the stone, which was rougher, and on the pitted surface, I found a very small line of text. "What will my world become in 30 years? For a moment, I was also puzzled because engraving on stone is a completely different concept from writing on paper. Stone carvings do not reveal the strokes. More importantly, what did these 2 sentences intend to express? Was the engraver inspired scribbling casually, or did they leave this message with deep significance? Researching this item was akin to excavating a unique artifact during an archaeological dig. Without any auxiliary reference materials, having only this solitary item was perplexing and headache-inducing. There were only so many items on the high platform. After examining them for a long time, I took out my phone and photographed the inscriptions on the stone as evidence, thinking it might be useful later. Helion and I descended from the high platform, and the path ahead continued to extend. I intended to keep walking, but Helion suddenly stopped at one corner of the platform, pondering something. "What's wrong?" I asked anxiously. It was just the 2 of us now, and Helion could not afford to make any mistakes. "There's something beneath this high platform," Helion said normally. He crouched down, looked around the corner of the platform for a while, reached out for a shovel for me, and began to dig. Beneath the high platform was a layer of artificially laid soil, not deep, and after a few digs it became loose. Helian's vision and judgment were very accurate. After digging for a while, I saw a doorframe emerging from beneath the soil layer. The door was in the soil layer beneath the high platform, possibly leading underground, a very thick solid wood door, but it had decayed over time. With a shove of the shovel, I punctured a hole. Helian and I worked together to clear the buried door. There was no need to open it, as a kick was enough to push the rotten door panel open. Behind the door was an inclined staircase. As the door opened, an indescribable odor wafted out. This smell was not merely a scent, it felt like a sensation, as if the aroma carried a heavy sense of the passage of time. I shone my flashlight inside. The underground area was not large, roughly corresponding to the area of the high platform above, about 100 square meters. Upon seeing this, I recalled the eerie, ancient tomb and began to suspect whether the quiet underground might conceal some lethal traps. But then I thought, given the ancient land people's level of thinking at the time, it was already impressive that they could craft the digging shovel neatly. They certainly would not have been able to master intricate physical traps. Let's go down and take a look. Helian went down first. The stone steps of the staircase were very rough, indicating that this place had rarely been visited. It was likely that for many years after the door was sealed, no one had set foot here. The basement was not originally large, but it was very spacious, so it appeared quite vast. I followed closely behind Helian. As he stepped down the stairs into the basement, he immediately turned and pulled me into a corner. The light shone directly. In the moment of the yellow light flickering, I saw several people standing side by side against the side wall. My first instinct told me they were living people, because when the light flickered, I could see their blurred features and complete bodies and limbs. But then a thought struck me, sending chills down my spine. The basement beneath the high platform was just excavated by Helian and me. It had been sealed for who knows how many hundreds or thousands of years. In such an environment, could there really be living people? I became tense, pressing close to Helian in the corner. But in just 3 seconds, Helian and I almost simultaneously noticed that when the light shone on those people against the side wall, it seemed to reflect scattered light. This scattered light undoubtedly served as a hint, causing my tense emotions to relax significantly. I sensed something and became aware of something. I leaned out my head and directly shone my flashlight over, while Helian also turned on his flashlight. The two beams of strong light converged, illuminating the space brightly. This time I finally got a clear look at the three people standing side by side against the wall. Their bodies were enveloped in a layer of transparent substance resembling crystal. "They're dead," Helian concluded after assessing the situation. After confirming there was no danger, we slowly walked toward them. The closer we got, the clearer the view became. As I looked, I suddenly recalled Sangyun Village. Specifically, I remembered the artifact on Earth that Sangyun Village had told me about. The three people by the wall were spaced about 2 meters apart, and their bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of amber-like crystalline substance. The crystalline material was perfectly embedded in grooves in the wall. Human amber. These were 3 pieces of human. Aside from the ancient land people, probably no other primitive tribe in the world could have come up with such a method. Yet it was undeniable that in that era this method, though exaggerated, was very effective. It preserved the body intact far more perfectly than mummification. The resin formed a vacuum chamber, isolating the air. After years of being buried, the resin transformed into amber, and the massive piece of amber resembled a natural temperature-controlled cabinet, allowing the deceased to appear lifelike even after so many years. To be honest, this human amber looked a bit eerie because the appearances of the people inside were so lifelike that it felt as if they might open their eyes at any moment. Initially, my heart had calmed down, but upon observing the 3 pieces of human amber up close, an indescribable sense of strangeness swelled within me, expanding uncontrollably until I nearly cried out. Helian and I exchanged glances. It was evident that Helian also sensed something unusual inside. The amber was transparent without any impurities, allowing the enveloped individuals to be fully visible. Inside the 3 pieces of human amber were 2 men and 1 woman. At first glance, they seemed to be 3 people I had never seen before, but upon closer inspection, I felt that the 3 individuals in the amber looked incredibly familiar. After reaching adulthood, a person's appearance is generally set. In another 20 or 30 years, there won't be significant changes, at most some weight gain or other factors causing slight visual differences. I saw 1 piece of human amber containing a dark-skinned, middle-aged fat man, short and sturdy with thick black hair. In the centerpiece was a very beautiful middle-aged woman with large eyes and fair skin. The leftmost piece contained the oldest individual, who was very thin with a sickly pale face. What? Is this a ghost sighting? I simply could not accept the scene before me, looking fearfully at Helian beside me. I rubbed my eyes vigorously, fearing it was just an illusion. "You are not mistaken." Helian's tone remained unchanged, but it was clear that he had absolutely not expected to find 3 such pieces of human amber hidden in the basement beneath the high platform, concealed for many years. Everything was so obvious. Within the 3 pieces of human amber were the hideously Ding Ling and the neighbor Old Wang. Although the ages of the people inside the amber varied somewhat, their appearances were deeply imprinted on my retina. Clearly, these were the hideously Ding Ling and the neighbor Old Wang decades later. Looking at the 3 individuals encased in amber, I was so astonished that I could not utter a word. If the events that occurred with Ding Ling and the wealthy handsome Lao Wang could be described as bizarre, then what lay before me was beyond explanation and conjecture. The only certainty was that they were all dead. I did not know how long they had been dead, but their bodies were perfectly preserved in the completely air-sealed amber, with every wrinkle on their faces and each strand of hair retaining their appearance from before death. For a moment, I truly couldn't discern what had happened to them. Perhaps it was due to preconceived notions in my mind. Ding Ling and the wealthy handsome man were both so youthful and full of vigor. When they suddenly appeared before me in these middle-aged forms, I found it hard to accept. A series of questions surged to the forefront of my mind. When did they die? What were their identities? Were they truly Ding Ling and the wealthy handsome man now in their middle age? Do you think they are ancient people from the mainland? Helion observed for a long time, estimating that even his meticulous reasoning could not deduce the exact origins of the 3 individuals in the amber. I tried to calm myself and clear my mind. When I first laid eyes on the people in the amber, I was shocked. It was only after Helion's prompt that I began to notice certain details. The clothing worn by the individuals in the amber was very rudimentary. I could not discern the material. It felt like a fabric woven clumsily from fibers of some sort of flax-like plant. Such fabric has completely vanished in modern society. It looked like a sack, and no one would wear a sack. Because of this, the history of the amber might trace back to a very long time ago, naturally leading us to think of ancient people from the mainland. No way. I shook my head vigorously, denying Helion's speculation. I was somewhat stubborn. I had always believed that ancient people from the mainland were a group of evil beings hiding in the darkness, and they had no equivalence to Ding Ling. In the basement, there were only these 3 pieces of amber. Perhaps there had been other things stored here before, but they had all been taken away. We couldn't just keep walking around these 3 pieces of amber. After staying here for about 10 minutes, the 2 of us left the basement. As my gaze shifted away from the amber, I suddenly began to believe that all of this, including me and Ding Ling, was perhaps already fated. I then believed that the nightmare that had been haunting Ding Ling was not without reason. In the vast sea of people, only they shared the same nightmare. And what about me? My arrival in the ancient mainland, was it also fate's arrangement? I was reluctant to admit it because I couldn't fathom what role I played in this event. Beyond the high platform, the space appeared more spacious with fewer assorted items. The terrain started to slope downwards. Although the gradient was not steep, after crawling out for nearly several hundred meters, we found ourselves beneath the spatial horizon. It was at this moment that Helion suddenly pressed down on my hand and quickly turned off the flashlight. I did not know what had happened, but I followed suit and turned off my flashlight. The flashlight was the only source of light. In this absolute darkness, having no light source was a terrifying matter. However, at the very instant our lights went out, I vaguely saw a flicker of an extremely faint light ahead. That faint light was probably still far from us, and the position of the light was lower than our current terrain, so if one did not observe closely, it was very likely to overlook this glimmer. "There are people ahead," Helion whispered, lowering his voice. Looking at that barely perceptible light, he softly said to me, "There must be someone there." That old guy really lied. I gritted my teeth in anger. The deceased ancient mainlander had not told the truth, and there must be other ancient people in this deep underground space. Helion and I moved cautiously, crawling on the ground as we slowly advanced. The terrain continued to slope downward, and the further we crawled, the more we could sense that faint light growing gradually brighter. That was firelight, and there were not just 1 or 2 flames. When we crawled to a suitable distance, we saw that there were a dozen large stone pillars standing about several dozen meters ahead. In such a place, conventional architectural facilities were unnecessary. The pillars served no practical purpose. They resembled totem symbols of some sort. The pillars faintly formed a circle in which dozens of flames were burning brightly. Thanks to the firelight, I could see many bare-chested individuals sitting quietly around the flames. 2 extremely thin individuals resembling monkeys danced wildly between the jumping flames, their waists wrapped in animal skins. Their postures were peculiar, reminiscent of the shamanic dances passed down from the primitive tribes of the wild era, with their limbs exaggeratedly twisting. While dancing, they emitted roaring sounds. I felt that this resembled an ancient sacrificial rite. However, I could not grasp the true purpose of the sacrifice in that moment. Helion and I lay in place, watching intently. The 2 dancers performed tirelessly for about 20 minutes, as if they were energized by some stimulus. After 20 minutes, the dancing ceased. Each grabbed a torch and faced deeper into the underground space. The syllables they chanted were extremely ancient, their voices obscure. Anyone who could not understand would find it dull and even somewhat irritating. The ancient chants gradually drifted in the vast underground space, echoing everywhere. Within 2 minutes, it seemed that every dark corner was filled with this unsettling shamanic voice. At that moment, I suddenly felt as if my heart had transformed into a string being plucked continuously by fingers. My head began to spin, and my heart raced, as if it would leap out of my throat at any moment. My eyes could not see further, yet the drifting chant seemed like a beacon slowly gliding through the pitch black. I strongly felt that something was hidden deep within the space. I did not know what it could be, but at the very moment, the thing deep within the space seemed to emanate a powerful allure. My mind and heart became a muddled mess. The attraction was irresistible, and it was as if I were entranced, suddenly rising from my hiding place. I stepped forward and began to run. My mind was blank. The only thing echoing in my head was the ancient chant, and I had only one thought left in my heart. I wanted to see what lay deep within the space. What could it be? A few dozen meters away, there was a group of ancient mainlanders conducting a ritual. My reckless rush out would undoubtedly alert them. Those who had long been active in the darkness had extremely sharp senses. As soon as I moved, Hellion was forced to stand up from the ground, quickly running to my side and grabbing my arm. "Come back." Hellion understood the seriousness of the situation and desperately pulled me back. But I was truly entranced, for at that moment I had not considered the consequences of my reckless advance. I simply wanted to know. What exactly was the thing deep within the space that had attracted me? I may not have had Helion's strength, but I stubbornly pressed forward, intent on running ahead. With one of Helion's hands pulling me, I could not move forward. My feet dragged across the ground, which was covered in stones, creating a clattering sound as my soles disturbed the small stones. At that moment, the two ancient mainlanders chanting toward the deep space suddenly became alert, stopping their chants and swiftly turning their heads. The chanting ceased, leaving only faint echoes behind. My confused mind suddenly regained clarity, and sweat broke out on my forehead. There was no doubt that Hellion and I had been completely exposed. Whoosh! We did not have time to retreat when a sharp sound of air cutting through the stillness rushed toward us from the right front, moving as swiftly as lightning. In this light, I could not see what was approaching, but Hellion reacted much faster than I did. He pressed me down by the shoulder and immediately rolled to the ground. As I crouched down, I felt a powerful force capable of piercing a person whizzing past my scalp. It must have been an arrow shot from an ancient mainlander's traditional composite bow, with tremendous force zipping past my scalp and embedding itself into a large stone behind me. I heard a faint crisp sound as the sharp arrowhead struck the stone, sending sparks flying. I did not know how many ancient mainlanders were around. Having just dodged this deadly arrow, I immediately sensed rustling sounds appearing around us. I could feel the ancient mainlanders closing in. "Run!" Hellion pushed me, and we turned to flee. But after just a few steps, the sound of arrows slicing through the air continued behind us. The composite bows were still lethal weapons. With our heads down, Hellion and I had undoubtedly turned into live targets for the ancient mainlanders. I panicked, unable to think of any solutions. Running was not an option, but neither was standing still. "You go ahead." Hellion paused for a moment behind me and pushed me hard. "I can hold them off." "No way," I immediately refused. In a life-and-death situation, abandoning a companion was not wise. One of us must survive, otherwise everything we have done will turn to dust, and it will all be meaningless. Hellion insisted, pushing me firmly. "Go now." I stumbled a bit, rolling several times on the ground until I ended up behind a pile of stones. Time was extremely tight. In the brief moments of our conversation, the pursuing ancient mainlanders had already reached us. Hellion did not run. Instead, he stood tall, giving me a chance to escape. At least 3 or 4 dozen dark-skinned ancient mainlanders quickly surrounded Hellion. At this moment, I truly found it impossible to escape recklessly. Hellion was surrounded tightly, and even though the fight hadn't yet begun, I already sensed the ominous clouds gathering. The ancient land people excel in ambush and assassination, using bizarre methods to confuse and eliminate their enemies. Hellion stood alone, his 2 fists unable to withstand the 4 hands of his attackers. Yet I was powerless to assist him. If I jumped out again, I wouldn't just be unable to help Hellion, but would instead become a burden. The 30 or so ancient land people surrounding Hellion were all quite young. They were not particularly stout, but having lived for years in this barren wilderness, each one was as fierce as a wolf. As Hellion was surrounded, several sharp knives suddenly slashed towards him from behind. The glint of the blades flashed ominously, and at that moment Hellion also abruptly began to counterattack. His speed was no less than that of the deceased Hellion Longqing, and his body was extraordinarily agile. His fists were as hard as iron, and my eyes could hardly follow as Hellion's fist struck heavily against the chest of the nearest ancient land person behind him. With one heavy blow, he sent this ancient land person staggering backward, and I could even hear the sound of bones shattering. This ancient land person fell backward onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled in pain a few times, but could no longer get up. The ancient land people possessed a beast-like ferocity. Helian's punch almost killed their companion, yet this did not intimidate the others. The sight of their injured comrade only enraged them further, and several ancient land people pounced from multiple directions. Helian darted through the crowd, his speed making my eyes blur. I couldn't see the details of the struggle, only hearing the cries of agony and the sounds of bodies rolling along with the continuous spray of blood. I was very worried up until this moment. Helian might not be forced into a situation where he couldn't fight back, but I didn't know how many ancient land people were still in this underground space. Based on my estimation, there were certainly more, especially the older ancient land people. They wield primitive shamanistic techniques, and if more strong enemies were to arrive, Helian would absolutely not be able to hold on. He was just a person, not a god. My heart hung in suspense as the fighting intensified, with more and more people being injured and falling. Occasionally I could catch sight of Helian, his body covered in blood, and I couldn't tell whether it was his or that of the ancient land people. After about 7 or 8 minutes, more than half of the ancient land people had already fallen. The surroundings were relatively quiet, and I couldn't see any signs of enemy reinforcements. Having taken down so many, the few remaining ancient land people began to show signs of retreat. At this moment I noticed that Helian's stance was somewhat unsteady. He might have also been injured in the melee. Yet Helian had no intention of retreating. He was also caught up in the fervor of battle. The remaining few ancient land people could be a root of trouble. If left unchecked, they might attract even more formidable foes. The situation reversed as Helian began to counterattack, relentlessly pursuing the few ancient land people left. I felt he had taken control of the situation, and my anxious heart finally eased a bit. When the last ancient land person was heavily struck down by Helian's fist, I couldn't help but want to jump out from my hiding place. Helian's clothes were completely stained red with blood. After clenching his fists for a long time, he finally began to relax slowly and turned around bit by bit. He might have known I was still hiding nearby, not fleeing alone. As Helian turned towards me, his lips moved slightly, revealing a smile. This was the first time I had seen Helian smile. His smile was somewhat stiff, yet I seemed to perceive a touch of sentiment and gratitude within it. We didn't speak, but it felt as if I could understand Helian's smile. He might have been telling me something. He thanked me for not recklessly fleeing during the most critical moment, allowing him to see a glimmer of humanity in this dark world. Boom. Before I could think any further, a sudden rumble, like that of the earth shaking, came from the depths of the space. Faintly I could hear eerie roars along with the sounds of clashing. The roars continued, and the clashing sounds became increasingly dense. I couldn't see the scene deep within the space for now, but just from the sounds it felt as if a ferocious beast bound by iron chains was struggling to break free from its shackles. My heart, which had just settled, tightened again. If Helian alone could sweep through this place, then the previous Helian Longcheng could have annihilated all the ancient land people. This place would definitely not be so simple, and the crisis did not only come from the ancient land people. I hesitated for less than half a minute, during which the roars seemed to suddenly grow closer. The fire around the totem pillar was still blazing fiercely. From the darkness in the distance, I saw a stout figure rushing over like a towering iron tower. This figure was at least 1.5 times taller than a person, with each arm dragging a long, thick iron chain, resembling a wild beast just released from its cage. It was filled with explosive, ferocious power. Its speed was astonishing, unmatched by anyone. In the blink of an eye, this shadow had crossed the totem pillar, coming within sight. I saw that shadow had a pair of glowing green eyes. My vision was a bit blurred. It seemed that the beast-like shadow charging over was covered in fluffy white fur, standing at least over 2 meters tall, resembling a white-furred ape. The sturdy white ape had arms thicker than my thighs, and it ran extremely fast, stopping a few meters away from. I had a feeling that the fur on this white ape was not naturally pure white, like the elders among humans. Only time and age could slowly turn its fur white. In other words, this snow-white ape had lived for an unknown number of years. It was very dangerous. The iron chains binding its arms showed that the ancient land people had raised it, but had also shackled it. Primates are perhaps the closest living beings to humans in today's natural world. This white ape could not speak, but the gaze reflected in its emerald eyes was distinctly human. It fixated on Helian, its nose twitching slowly, as if it had caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Its eyes, once filled with ferocity, softened as it caught the scent. It slowly approached the 2 thick iron chains dragging along the ground, creating a clattering sound. I hesitated. Watching the scene before me, I felt that this white ape seemed to recognize Helian. In fact, I could see in its eyes that it knew Helian, but its memory was unclear. It was rapidly searching its memory for all information regarding Helian. The tense atmosphere began to ease. Hellion stood still, and as they drew closer, he could only slightly raise his head to look up at the towering white ape. I found it strange, but had no chance to ask. I didn't know if Hellion had ever seen this strange creature confined deep underground by the ancient land people. The white ape was only 1 meter away from Hellion, now lowering its head. Its emerald eyes flickered as if a person were recalling many long-sealed memories with great effort. It seemed somewhat confused and puzzled. After a moment, a barely perceptible change appeared in its eyes. This subtle change indicated that the white ape had finally retrieved information about Hellion from its memory. Whoosh! In an instant, the white ape's previously calm gaze erupted like a burning fire filled with ferocity and wildness. Its arm trembled slightly. The iron chain swept through an arc, and its palms swung horizontally like a fan. They were too close, and I hadn't expected the previously calm white ape to suddenly attack. The strength of this white ape was astonishing, and its speed was terrifying. Hellion dodged slightly, but couldn't evade completely. The white ape's palm struck Helion's left shoulder, sending him flying. As Hellion landed, the white ape, dragging its 2 iron chains, chased after him. It seemed to recall certain past events, instantly becoming enraged and determined to kill Hellion. To humans, Hellion was undoubtedly a fearsome opponent, but before the white ape, Helion's strength and speed were at a disadvantage. This creature was a natural powerhouse. Without modern weapons, humans could hardly compete. In just about 20 seconds, Hellion faced dire peril. He had no chance to even stand up, rolling quickly on the ground to evade the white ape's assault. Crack! The speed of the white ape was unimaginable. Hellion was already agile enough, but after a few steps, the white ape caught hold of one of Helion's arms. Hellion tried to break free, but the white ape's grip was incredibly tight, its eyes filled with anger. Its arms were so thick that they were terrifyingly strong. When it grabbed Hellion, the white ape twisted its hand, and Helion's left arm snapped like a dry twig. All this happened too quickly. I hadn't even had time to wipe the cold sweat from my forehead when Helion's right hand suddenly reached out, clamping down on the white ape's wrist like a vice. Immediately after, his body leaped up, spinning in midair a full 360 degrees. Using the weight of his body and the inertia of the spin, Hellion dislocated the white ape's arm completely. The white ape let out a painful roar, its massive body involuntarily tumbling in the direction Hellion had spun, crashing to the ground. Both man and ape fought desperately against each other, each injuring an arm, suffering greatly, yet neither could afford to pause. As they rolled on the ground, they simultaneously launched another attack. However, Hellion had already suffered a significant disadvantage in size. The white ape's arms were thick and long. As they finally stopped rolling on the ground, I saw the uninjured arm of the white ape swing out, landing heavily on Helion's right cheek. I saw clearly that the blow from the white ape struck Helion's vital spot. His head suffered a violent impact. Even if he did not lose consciousness, his nerves would be in disarray. Blood began to pour from his nose and mouth as his body fell heavily to the ground, and the white ape reached out again towards Hellion. Helion's eyes seemed to lose focus, but as he fell, his body sprang up like an unbreakable spring, standing at a height of 1.80 meters. The 2-meter-tall white ape and Hellion, like sworn enemies, were locked in a deadly struggle, both dragging an already incapacitated arm. I knew I was absolutely no match for this white ape, but I also understood that Hellion could die. I could no longer hide. My mind was flooded with blood, and I jumped out hastily, grabbing a knife from the ground, rushing towards the battle. I was not afraid of death. Originally, I had prepared myself to fall into eternal sleep during this journey to the ancient land. Despite the fact that a person's courage is not as strong as one imagines when truly facing death, I still rushed forward recklessly. I thought that even if I could only help Hellion a little, it would be worthwhile to temporarily hold back the white ape. There was at most a distance of 10 meters between me and the battle group, and at full speed it would only take 2 or 3 seconds. 2 or 3 seconds is very brief, but many unexpected events occur within that fleeting time. Before I could reach them, the white ape, entangled with Hellion, suddenly let out a pained howl. The agony ignited its ferocity. It reached out, grabbing Hellion by the collar, and with overwhelming strength lifted him above its head and slammed him down to the ground like a sack. Bang! I could see Hellion's head hitting the ground first. That kind of force was enough to shatter a person's skull. A gush of blood erupted from Hellion's mouth. He was just a person unable to stand again after such a... Hellion's already dazed eyes collapsed completely at that moment, his face covered in blood, and his eyes seemed unable to open as his hands drooped limply. Hellion. I could not accept this nor bear to watch. The team had been losing members, but at least I had not witnessed the true process of death for Ding Ling and the others. But I watched helplessly as Hellion lost half his life. I realized that this time I had brought them to the ancient land with all my strength. I had led them to hell. My reason began to burn fiercely, feeling only blood in my head. I raised the knife in my hand and charged forward. Hulien was on the brink of death from the white ape's blows, yet his counterattack was equally effective and deadly. It was clear that the white ape was also suffering, its reactions noticeably sluggish. I shouted as I rushed towards the white ape, and when we were only 2 meters apart, it finally struggled to turn around with its injured body. Die! My eyes were bloodshot as I gripped the knife tightly. The moment the white ape turned, the sharp tip of the blade aimed directly at its abdomen and pierced in. In my rage, I exerted all my strength. The 2-foot-long knife went deep into the white ape's abdomen. I hated it with a vengeance, fearing that this stab would not be enough to kill it. As the knife sank into its belly, I used all my might. I pressed down hard on the knife handle. The sharp blade cut through the white ape's belly without obstruction, and a surge of bloody liquid and viscera rushed out from the gash. Die! My face was splattered with the blood that sprayed out, but I felt no sensation of blood. I kicked the white ape's knee. In that moment, it seemed my strength had increased tremendously. The heavily injured white ape could hardly support itself and staggered back a few steps before crashing to the ground like a mountain. It was not dead, yet despite its abdomen being sliced open with a massive wound, its organs spilling out, but the white ape continued to struggle. In my fury, I maintained a sliver of reason, anticipating that this inhumane beast would be more likely to counterattack fiercely when on the brink of death. I still gripped the knife tightly, standing between the white ape and Hulien. Out of the corner of my eye, I could glimpse Hulien lying motionless on the ground. I would never allow him to suffer any further harm, even if it cost me my life. The white ape could not rise again. It clumsily supported its body with its uninjured arm, but as soon as it moved, blood gushed from its abdominal wound. Blood spurted out like a spring. It helplessly collapsed back down, yet still did not cease its struggles. It reached out its claw-like hand and suddenly thrust it into the gaping wound in its abdomen. The abdominal cavity was cramped, filled with all its internal organs like a precision machine, with colorful components indistinguishable from one another. The white ape clawed at its own abdomen, pulling out strings of intestines and tossing them aside. At that moment, I realized it seemed to be searching for something. The white ape had only one breath left. I turned and ran to Hulien, gently propping him up. Helian's gaze had already become so unfocused, it was beyond saving. He was lost and helpless. It was only at that moment that I felt Hulien, this silent man like a stone, was also so fragile. He'll apply medicine and carry you out. I felt terrible. Those who had never experienced this might not understand my feelings. This feeling was like 2 soldiers who survived on the battlefield, depending on each other, desperately struggling on the line of death, but one fell right before the other's eyes, never to stand again. No need. Hulien lacked even the strength to fully open his eyes. He spoke to me in a very weak voice. I'm so tired. Let me just lie here for a while. You believe me, you won't die. I looked at his face, still stained with fresh blood that had not yet dried, and my heart suddenly twisted in pain. I struggled to hold back my tears. I felt guilty, imagining that if I hadn't insisted on bringing the team to the ancient land, would Dingling Gao Fushui and Hulien have lived happily in reality. At least they would not have died before my eyes. I wanted to apply medicine to Hulien, but I didn't know where my bag had gone. I had a little first aid medicine on me, but it was useless for such severe injuries. Still, I wanted to use it on him, but Hulien gently shook his head at me. His eyes were growing weaker, yet the corner of his mouth revealed a smile for the second time. I knew he might be thanking me again. In this cold and dark world, the glimmer of humanity and kindness within me had warmed him. At that moment, the white ape behind me began to thrash violently. When I turned around, I saw it grasping a dark object from the chaotic mass of its own entrails. What the white ape was seeking was likely this. It held the dark object tightly in its hand, and its massive, strong body suddenly seemed to be drained of all energy, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Don't worry, we're comrades. I won't leave you. Everything will be all right. I gently placed Hulien down, while the white ape desperately tried to find something inside its belly, indicating that whatever it sought was undoubtedly important. The method of hiding this item was inherently special and bizarre, adding to its mystery. Wait a moment, we'll leave soon. I quickly ran to the side of the white ape. It was also on the brink of death. Its life signs had essentially vanished. I cautiously tested it, but the white ape showed no reaction. I looked at its blood-soaked claws and vaguely recognized something. What it was holding tightly was a black cylinder about 3 centimeters in diameter. I wanted to take this cylinder from the white ape's hands, but its fingers seemed stiff and unyielding, making it impossible to pry them open. In a moment of urgency, I grabbed the knife beside me and directly chopped off 2 of the white ape's fingers. I had initially thought the white ape was completely dead, but when I severed its fingers, its body jolted, as if it lacked even the strength to move its fingers, only able to rotate, its eyes gazing at me from the side. To be honest, that gaze left me stunned. The ferocity in its eyes had completely vanished. That gaze seemed to become lost in an instant. It appeared to be searching rapidly, using the brain that had yet to become paralyzed to sift through its sealed memories. Was it searching for memories of me? I felt dazed, even temporarily forgetting everything around me, only able to discern its current thoughts from the expression in the white ape's eyes. Its mind was like a moldy computer that had been idle, old, yet still operational. In a brief moment, it seemed to have recalled the past it wanted to remember. Its gaze changed again. It became somewhat complex, as if it were an individual who had lived for 10 centuries witnessing the tides of time. Its eyes softened in an instant, seemingly unable to remember that I was the one who had put it in this state just minutes ago. But I had no time to discern more, for as the white ape's gaze shifted, its life completely came to an end. Its eyes froze, its gaze locked in place, forever captured in that moment. I regained my senses and pried open the white ape's already broken fingers, taking the black cylinder from its grasp. The cylinder was heavy, weighing down my hand. I did not know what material it was made from, but this object itself already displayed its extraordinary nature. What could this object hidden inside the white ape's belly be? I am very curious about what this black cylindrical object hidden inside an animal's belly is, but there is no time now. I tucked the cylinder into my clothes and turned around, running a few steps to pick up Hellion. Hellion seemed to have been drained of all his strength, his body limp. When I lifted him to carry him on my back, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. I could sense that Hellion's gaze had completely lost its focus and his pupils were beginning to dilate. This was an extremely ominous sign. I am not a medical professional, but I know that the dilation of a person's pupils signifies the onset of life fading away. Hellion, we need to leave right now, I said, carrying him on my back without waiting for a response, determined to get away from this place immediately. No need. Hellion gently pressed my arm with the little strength he had left. His voice was extremely weak, almost a whisper in my ear, fragmented, as he said, I can't go anymore. I find it hard to imagine that this feeble person, unable to walk on his own, is the same silent man who once gave me so much security, like a mountain. I felt a wave of sorrow, because on this road I had already lost 2 groups of companions. No matter how I forced myself, I could not forget the scene of their deaths. The emotions I had kept buried deep inside me seemed to erupt uncontrollably with Hellion's words. I regret it. I regret bringing you all to the ancient land. I am a person without a past and without a future. Hellion closed his eyes, weakly resting against my back. I turned to look at him. He resembled someone who was utterly exhausted and about to fall asleep, as if he were murmuring to himself, or perhaps recounting to me. I have forgotten what my mother looked like, forgotten what my home was like. I have been walking and walking, but now I cannot walk any longer. When I was little, I was particularly mischievous. Once I tumbled down from a ravine to the north of the village. I was about 6 years old then. I did not want Hellion to continue. It felt like a farewell speech from a deceased person to the living. I truly did not want to hear this. I kept smiling as I walked forward with Hellion on my back. At that time I fell and was covered in blood, lying at the bottom of the ravine, feeling like I was going to die. I felt the sky above me swaying, the ground shaking, and then I lost consciousness. I was so young and the fall was so terrible, yet in the end I still survived. Hellion, do you understand what I mean? You will not die. I kept talking to Hellion because I understood his condition. If nothing could attract his attention and lift his spirits, it wouldn't be long before he would die on my back. I am not good at telling stories, but I racked my brain to share with him those unforgettable moments in my life that I believed were meaningful. When I started to recount the time I stole a chicken and was chased by the guard dog for miles, I suddenly halted. I had a gut feeling that Hellion was reaching his limit. I remember now. Hellion seemed to gather all his strength to tell me softly, I remember who you are. Hellion, what did you just say? Hellion's words jolted my heart. Before death, a person might experience sensory and cognitive disarray for various reasons, but I absolutely did not believe Hellion would be confused even in death. He was still conscious. Hellion could not answer my question anymore. As soon as he finished that sentence, his hands dropped limply, his breathing ceased, and his heartbeat stopped. This time I watched Hellion die right in front of me. I felt my limbs go weak and my feet stumbled as I nearly fell to the ground. I refused to believe this fact. My trembling hands repeatedly checked for Hellion's pulse and heartbeat. His body was growing colder, gradually stiffening. I felt an impulse to go insane. I truly regretted it immensely, because a moment of hesitation led this team to once again perish in the depths of the ancient land. I sat there dazed beside Hellion. The overwhelming darkness completely trapped me. My vision was black, but I seemed to faintly see a massive wheel slowly turning before me. That was the wheel of fate. Who is Hellion? Who am I? The weight of the information contained in his last words was too great for me to fathom. He is definitely not Hellion Longqing. But if he is not Hellion Longqing, then why did he say he remembered who I am? There is only one possibility: he must have seen me before, perhaps a year ago, or even 10 years ago. He knows me. But for reasons I do not know, I have slowly sunk to the deepest part of Hellion's memory, and it was only at the moment before his death that these memories surfaced. I do not know how long I sat beside Hellion's body, but suddenly a premonition began to alert me. I felt that someone had silently appeared behind me. Although I did not see the scene behind me with my own eyes, this person seemed to carry a powerful aura. I quickly turned around, and in that instant, I only saw darkness, but my gaze was fixed ahead, and my scalp prickled. Less than 3 meters behind me stood a person who had arrived, I did not know when. He stood quietly behind me, as if he had merged completely with the surrounding darkness, making it almost impossible for my eyes to perceive his presence. He was short and hunched over, holding a pipe in his mouth. The tobacco in the pipe had long extinguished, yet it seemed as if the pipe was a part of his body, inseparable. The hunchbacked old man, the owner of the broken inn. I felt an instinctive fear towards the hunchbacked old man because I knew he was the one who caused the deaths in Sangyun village, and it was a horrific end. Come, it's not safe here for long. The hunchbacked old man said to me in his heavily accented dialect. We need to leave now. The hunchbacked old man gave me a chilling feeling, yet I could also sense that he did not intend to kill me. If he wanted to kill me, I probably wouldn't even make it out of the inn. His background and identity were also a mystery. Under such circumstances, I found it difficult to decide whether I should heed his advice. I kept watching him in secret. He truly resembled a ghost. I nervously pondered for a minute or two, and then made up my mind. I had to leave eventually, and I needed to take help. But just as I made that resolution, the hunchbacked old man's face slightly turned, and he swiftly grabbed my arm, quickly turning off the flashlight that had fallen to the ground. He lowered his voice. There's no time. We need to hide. He was very old, but his strength was astonishing. My senses were not as keen as his. I believed someone was definitely coming this way, but Helian's body was still nearby. I struggled hard, trying to break free from the hunchbacked old man's grip to take Helian's body along. Those people have noses sharper than dogs. If you take him, the smell of blood on him will expose our hiding place. I must take him. I simply could not break free, so I stretched out a hand desperately, trying to pull Helian's body towards me. But the hunchbacked old man gave me no chance, almost lifting me off the ground. He turned around and left. Only then did I see faint lights flickering in the distance, moving clearly in our direction. The hunchbacked old man frowned. It was definitely impossible for us to turn back and leave now. He made it very clear those people's sense of smell and hearing are unlike ordinary people. No matter how careful we are, we will be discovered. This way. Without saying another word, the hunchbacked old man pulled me aside, walking more than 10 meters away. There was no terrain suitable for hiding in the vicinity, so he pressed me against a rock that was only half a person's height. I was very reluctant because I still did not want to leave Helian behind. I will pull him over. Very quickly. It won't expose us. I lowered my voice, trying to negotiate with the hunchbacked old man. If you want to die, you don't need them to lift a finger. I can kill you right now. The hunchbacked old man was completely different from the quiet peasant I remembered. He looked humble and ugly, but his eyes gleamed with a cold light, and he emanated a terrifying aura. I am a very stubborn person and have never submitted to anyone, yet for some reason I was suddenly frightened by the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man held one of my hands, pressing my back entirely against that rock. He did not speak, and I did not dare to make a sound. The people in the distance were moving quickly, and in a moment they were already very close. There were more than a dozen of them, all clearly from the ancient land, led by several elderly members of the ancient land. These old-timers were not present when Helian was fighting with the people of the ancient land. They had hurried over from outside. I could see that the eyes of those old ancient land people were hawk-like, as if they could see everything clearly, even in the dark. Helian was covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely, and the blood had not yet dried. These people had already caught the scent of blood. As they approached within about 20 meters of Helian's body, an old ancient land person signaled for the others to stop. He began to slowly scan the surroundings, and when his gaze landed on the place where the hunchbacked old man and I were hiding, it suddenly froze. My heart raced as I felt that the old ancient land person had discovered our hiding place. At that moment, I suddenly felt an indescribable energy flowing from the hunchbacked old man's hand. The energy was silent and formless, yet I could clearly feel it moving from the hunchbacked old man's hand to my body. The aura emanating from the hunchbacked old man swiftly spread, enveloped in a dark and demonic essence. I dared not move. As that energy flowed over me like water, I felt as though I was beginning to melt, inseparably merging with the darkness. Clearly, this was a special technique employed by the hunchbacked old man to evade the observation and search of enemies, infused with characteristics of the shamanistic arts akin to the legendary dark magic. I didn't even dare to breathe, nervously watching the old ancient Lu person not far away. It was evident that this ancient Lu person's senses had reached a level unattainable by ordinary men. Yet under the hunchbacked old man's cover, the ancient Lu person ultimately averted his gaze. The ancient Lu person sniffed lightly, accurately pinpointing the source of the blood scent. A group of men under his lead continued to walk forward for several meters, their torches illuminating the corpse of Helian. Despite Helian's death, a sense of crisis lingered in my subconscious. I felt that these ancient Lu people would pose a threat to him, prompting an involuntary urge to move slightly for a better view. As soon as I moved, the hunchbacked old man's bony hand immediately pressed down on my shoulder. The leading ancient Lu people began a brief and rapid conversation. Their speech sounded strange, completely different from the dialect of the nearby Li Min region, yet I could understand them. Given the distance between us and the low volume of their conversation, I couldn't discern the specifics of what they were. Soon an ancient Lu person turned around and said something. The sturdy men at the back immediately reacted. Two nimble individuals swiftly approached Helian's corpse, drawing out gleaming short knives as they walked. Their movements were urgent. The two knife wielders reached Helian's corpse and crouched down simultaneously. They resembled butchers who had spent years carving flesh, their knives moving swiftly and accurately. Before I could react, the sharp blades had already circled around Helian's neck. The knife immediately cut through the flesh of Helian's neck, the wound deep enough to expose bone. I was instantly filled with panic, my emotions of sorrow and agitation becoming uncontrollable. I gritted my teeth desperately, trying to struggle free from the hunchbacked old man's grip. He is already dead, you can't save him, and it's pointless to go out. The hunchbacked old man, while firmly holding me, whispered in my ear, they only want his head. I sensed something peculiar in the situation. Helian was dead, and the sharp-eyed ancient Lu person could not have missed this. They intended to sever Helian's head. Despite their sinister and brutal nature, the ancient Lu people would not randomly mutilate a lifeless. As I thought of this, my tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. Everyone in my group was dead, leaving me alone, or if I wanted to uncover the hidden truths, I had to survive and endure. The two knife-wielding ancient Lu people moved with fluid precision, familiar with the structure of the neck. As I struggled to suppress my anxiety, one of the ancient Lu people had already picked up Helian's head. The group of ancient Lu people showed no sign of hesitation. It seemed they were solely intent on severing Helian's head. The ancient Lu people hurriedly carried Helian's head and moved deeper into the space. Only two remained, carrying the body of Helian, now headless, in the opposite direction. As these people moved to the edge of my vision, the hunchbacked old man slowly released me. What do they want? I was filled with resentment. The fury I felt was beyond words. Furthermore, beneath that anger lay deeper confusion. There must be a reason for their actions. These ancient Lu people could not be acting without cause. The hunchbacked old man did not answer me. He gazed at the retreating figures of the ancient Lu people, and after a minute he slowly said, "If you wish to see, go ahead and see." I took off running, with the hunchbacked old man leisurely following behind. I dared not turn on any light, relying solely on intuition as I stumbled and chased after the fading glow of the fire ahead. Initially, I was beginning to lose track of them, but not far ahead, the already deceased white ape caught the attention of the ancient Lu people. The ancient Lu people clearly recognized this white ape. A few leading ancient Lu people became visibly agitated, rushing to the corpse of the white ape, directly reaching into its torn-open belly to search. Seeing this scene, I instantly understood. They were searching for that dark cylindrical object. The cylinder was already in my possession, and the hands of the ancient Lu people were covered in blood. Ultimately, they seemed to realize the cylinder was no longer there. Two ancient Lu people with knives rushed over and quickly severed the head from the white ape. I was even more puzzled. This head severing was not coincidental. It was evident that the ancient Lu people frequently performed such acts, requiring no discussion as they silently went about it. The head of the white ape was larger than that of a human. One ancient Lu person cradled the white ape's head in his arms, and the group continued deeper into the space. Though I was still unclear about many details, I recalled the manuscript, realizing its judgments were likely very accurate. The secret lay hidden beneath the ancient Lu abyss. The ancient Lu people's pause allowed me to close the distance between us. There was no way I would lose them again this time. Previously, when I had followed Helian to this place, I had encountered obstacles, and I knew nothing of the terrain and circumstances deeper in. As I moved forward, the signs of human presence grew fainter. After about 400 to 500 meters, the ground suddenly dropped steeply. I did not know if we had reached the end of the space ahead, but the ancient Lu people stopped. Before them flowed a mist. The mist moved very slowly, appearing almost solidified in the air. It obscured vision, leaving me unable to see what lay beyond the gray haze. It was utterly unclear. Here the ancient Lu people divided into two groups. One continued onward with Helian and the white ape's head through the gray mist, while the other remained at the edge of the mist. "We cannot proceed further," the hunchbacked old man warned me from behind. "They have become suspicious." I remained silent, closely observing. I scrutinized the ancient Lu people guarding the mist's edge, contemplating whether I could find a way to take them all down simultaneously with my own strength. Having reached this point, it felt as though I had touched the surface of a secret, yet I was stuck outside at this critical moment, suffocating with frustration. What lay behind that gray mist? Why did the ancient Lu people bring Helian's head here? You must not act. The hunchbacked old man, resembling an ancient spirit, seemed to read my thoughts without a word from me. Their strength is not just this little bit. If it weren't for someone secretly aiding you drawing away most of their power, you too would never have made it this far. I want to follow and seek. I felt that the hunchbacked old man seemed to care little for Helian's life or death, as Helian was neither his companion nor his friend. Opportunities will come again as long as you remain calm enough and endure. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, you will surely have your chance. The hunchbacked old man's spirit appeared somewhat dim. Through his current demeanor, I suddenly realized how many years he had spent alone guarding that dilapidated inn in Li Min, which was almost forgotten. Undoubtedly, the hunchbacked old man must have a story. Yet his tale seemed to have evaporated over the long. I wanted to say something more, but at that moment a sound like a horn reverberated from the direction of the space's entrance. In the open area, sound waves could travel far. The ancient Lu people stationed at the gray mist's edge clearly heard the horn sound, and their expressions instantly turned tense. Soon a dark mass of people surged in. From their appearance, they were definitely ancient Lu people, seemingly gathering from various corners of the ancient Lu mountains, rushing into the space. This group was estimated to have around 100 individuals, swiftly dashing along the rugged passage until they reached a point not far from the gray mist where the two factions of ancient Lu people met. They quickly spread out, seemingly searching for something in the space. They know you are here. The hunchbacked old man pulled me to the side as we nearly crouched on the ground, moving rapidly. The ancient Lu people were immensely familiar with this space. Once they scattered, they meticulously searched every possible hidden corner. I sensed something was amiss. The exit route must have been blocked. The hunchbacked old man had some skills, but under a thorough search we could hardly avoid being discovered. The hunchbacked old man kept leading me to change our hiding spots. Gradually we found ourselves with no suitable place to conceal ourselves. The ancient Lu people had searched most of the area and were starting to close in on the final unknown. I will draw them away, you be careful. The hunchbacked old man was forced to come up with this not-so-reliable plan. Staying together would eventually lead to our discovery. Time was of the essence. There was no time for further words. The hunchbacked old man glanced at me and dashed in the opposite direction. He intentionally exposed his figure. In less than 10 meters, he was spotted by the searching ancient Lu. The hunchbacked old man's aim was to create chaos. He forcefully overturned 2 ancient Lu people, to drawing the attention of all the ancient Lu people in the space who surrounded him, and he gradually ran further away from his pursuers. The surroundings quickly fell silent. I still dared not move. At least 10 minutes passed before I felt it was safe to stand up. I contemplated whether to leave or continue attempting to venture deeper into the space. However, I had only taken 2 steps when a chilling sensation suddenly gripped my back. I turned around and a burst of flames erupted before me. Through the flames I saw a twisted face. The sudden burst of flames and the distorted face that followed made my heart race. In this environment, that face could be terrifying enough to kill. The face bore clear scars of healed leprosy. Due to the illness, the muscles and bones had once been grotesquely displaced. Even after healing, the face remained distorted. One eye was larger than the other, and the teeth in his mouth were uneven, making it impossible for his lips to close. The entire face resembled a rotten potato that had been stepped on. Yet at this moment, the comically grotesque face presented to me a lethal threat. This was a robust man from the ancient land, possessing keen senses and agile movements. The hunchbacked old man had led most of the ancient people away, but with his departure, I lost my last cover and was detected by this crooked-faced man. This ancient man might not be the strongest in his tribe, but through his bare torso, I could see the powerful muscles in his arms and body. At that moment, I suddenly felt pitifully small. The crooked-faced man was likely just a minor figure among the ancient people, yet even this minor figure could easily kill or capture me. I was frantically thinking of a way out, but the ancient man's rusted and bloodied knife was already pressed against mine. With one hand holding the knife, he grasped something resembling a conch hanging from my neck and brought it to his lips, taking a deep breath. In the wild and untamed mountains of the ancient land, there were no modern communication devices, so the ancient people relied on such horns to transmit messages over long distances. I was extremely tense yet powerless to stop it. Once this ancient man's horn sounded, it would immediately attract his companions from a wide area. The hunchbacked old man would certainly not return in time. I didn't want to yield, but the knife was pressed firmly against my neck. Any slightest movement could lead to my throat being cut. I thought to myself that this time I was likely beyond escape. I dared not think further of falling into the hands of the ancient people could lead to a tragic end. The crooked-faced man inhaled deeply. Just as he was about to blow the horn with all his might, I noticed his gaze suddenly freeze, and all his movements came to a halt. Immediately a silent and deep crack appeared on his neck, his chest filled with the air he had inhaled, and the pressure caused his blood to spew out through the narrow crack. He would never get the chance to blow the horn again. That small crack was fatal, and as the blood sprayed forth, it completely severed his neck. The crooked-faced ancient man fell to the ground without a sound, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, with blood-tinged bubbles emerging from the severed blood vessels and trachea. As the crooked-faced ancient man collapsed, I saw a lean figure appear behind him, though I couldn't tell when. The senses of the ancient people were highly developed. Their ability to sense danger was strong. Unless one was a master, it was difficult to ambush them from behind. However, this suddenly appearing lean figure was undoubtedly a master among masters. The crooked-faced ancient man's torch fell to the ground, still burning. Although it wasn't as bright, I could see the wooden-like face of this person and his completely emotionless eyes. I gasped in surprise, for I had not expected Dazong to appear here and save my life at such a critical moment. Dazong, who was as expressionless as a wooden figure, had always been so mysterious. He could silently appear in my bedroom, and just as silently in the ancient land 1,000 miles away from Yang City. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Let's go. Dazang's voice remained deep and hoarse, carrying a hint of age. On the surface, he was no ordinary person. He led Jin Kai and controlled 30% of the underground transactions in Yang City. More importantly, he was the shadow, the one who gathered those plagued by nightmares together. I was filled with questions, but now was not the best time for conversation. I knew nothing about Dazong, not at all, yet in this situation, he inspired more trust and familiarity than all the ancient people. Without hesitation, I followed him, ready to leave this place. Dazong extinguished the torch on the ground, plunging the surroundings into darkness. He began to lead me away, but after a few steps, I felt that he wasn't heading towards the entrance of the space. We can't get out through the entrance, it's blocked by the ancient people, Dazong said flatly. We'll take another route. The surrounding darkness was so thick I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, but I could distinguish the direction Dazong was heading. He led me towards the left edge of the space. The area seemed vast, likely due to the lack of light. The pitch-black environment always creates an illusion of size, but in reality, this underground space couldn't be particularly large unless it was a giant cave created during geological movements. Dazong led me for what seemed like less than 10 minutes. We had reached the far left edge of the space, which was completely sealed off. Besides the single entrance, there should be no other passage. When we got there, Dazong took out a small flashlight with a dim light. I saw that the corners of the cave were filled with rubble taller than a person. Dazong gently nudged a pile of rubble, and suddenly it began to slide down, revealing a very small hole. I realized that this hole must be a very, very secret exit of the space. Dazong was able to bypass the ancient people and quickly and discreetly enter the space, relying entirely on this hidden passage. We crawled in one after the other. The opening was very small, but once inside, the space opened up a bit. We could crawl on all fours. As we crawled further, the space became larger, making it easier to move. Dazong was very familiar with this passage, and we safely exited the underground space through this secret route. The exit of the cave was about 1 kilometer away from the entrance of the space. We were still at the bottom of the canyon, and when we emerged, there was no one else around and no other sounds. I didn't know if the hunchbacked old man had escaped the space or was still fighting the ancient people inside. Dazong continued to lead me towards the other end of the canyon. Soon we found a gentle slope to climb up. Dazong was also the kind of person who didn't like to talk. He remained silent throughout the journey, while I had many questions bottled up inside me, but I just didn't have the chance to ask. We climbed up the canyon, and then followed another path towards the outskirts of the ancient deep mountains, wanting to completely escape the ancient land. It would certainly take a while, though Dazong had rich experience and was not in a hurry. He evenly distributed his strength to ensure that he had the energy to deal with unexpected events at any time along the way. Some paths cannot be rushed. If you hurry and exhaust your energy all at once, when it's actually time to act, you'll be fatigued. Dazong finally spoke, as if imparting wisdom to me. Are you the shadow? I finally found an opportunity to follow up on Dazang's words, bombarding him with questions. Are you the one who gathered those plagued by nightmares? How do you know they are having nightmares? How did you find these people? These questions are actually meaningless, Dazong replied lightly without turning his head. His attitude annoyed me a bit. He had saved me at the most dangerous moment, and I should have been grateful. But if he hadn't first connected these people plagued by nightmares, many subsequent tragedies might not have occurred. These were living beings, yet they tragically died in the ancient land. I felt that in Dazang's eyes, the lives of these people were insignificant, whether it was Ding Ling the rich and handsome or He Lian. It was as if they were ants. When one died, it was just that. No big deal. They are all humans. I said, a bit angry, my stubbornness flaring up. I instantly forgot that Dazong had just saved me. If you think it doesn't matter, you need not involve them in this, letting them control their own destinies. They must come. Dazong stopped and turned to look at me, and I suspected that this person's heart was also as wooden as his expression, devoid of ripples. His expression remained indifferent. If they don't come, your team won't even get out the door, let alone enter the ancient land. You know they will die once they enter the ancient land. I know they will die, Zhang said. I told you fate is predetermined, you cannot change it. Their fate is to die in the ancient land. Zhang's words left me feeling inexplicably dejected. The truth was that I had already taken a risk in the ancient land once, but with this experience I still couldn't save them. The wheel of fate crushed them to dust. You must know the core of this event. I looked at Zhang. So many people have already died, and I have been drawn into this. Until now I still don't know why my team came to the ancient land. It is certainly not as simple as resolving nightmares. Tell me the core, the secret. You don't need to know these things anymore. Zhang turned his head back, subtly sighing and saying, it's over. Over. I was taken aback. To me this matter had only just begun. I had only just come into contact with a few clues and secrets beyond my understanding. Yes, it's completely over. None of this has anything to do with you, but it's over. Zhang continued to lead me forward. As we walked, he said, return to your city, live your previous life, and forget about the ancient land. I feel like Zhang is toying with me like a monkey. After being caught up in this event for so long, what have I gained? Apart from the continuous deaths, there are more and more mysteries. I know nothing. Even the original intention of my trip to the ancient land has been forced aside. I can only wonder if my father is still in the ancient land, and I can only speculate about his fate. Very well. I was extremely angry, yet I felt powerless. No matter how I looked at it, I lacked the capital to argue or resist Zhang. I could only self-deprecatingly complain, all my companions are dead, and then you suddenly tell me. It's over, you can go home now, it's that simple. If it doesn't end, what can we do? Zhang kept walking ahead. I slowed my pace, having vaguely guessed that Zhang was the mastermind behind leading us to the ancient land. But I didn't continue to ask why he was doing this, or what his purpose was, because I knew that someone like Zhang had depths greater than the sea. Even if I asked, he would definitely not tell me. You can go. I stopped and said to Zhang, regardless of everything, thank you for your rescue. I wanted to part ways with Zhang, not because I felt unsafe with him, he wouldn't harm me. I just felt that continuing with him held no substantial meaning. I was powerless to change the facts. All I could do was to do my best to continue searching near the ancient land. I must find my father regardless of whether I can or cannot. I know what you want to do. Zhang did not even look at me, but like a hunched old man, he seemed to know my thoughts. Your father is no longer in the ancient land. You will see him before long. I didn't speak, but I clenched my jaw tightly at the news of my father's troubles. Only I and the white-collar worker knew this news, and it had not been leaked. But Zhang seemed to know everything, which could only mean that my father's accident was also orchestrated by him. He wanted me to return to the ancient land for the second time. To ensure I acted according to his plan, he exerted tremendous pressure on me using my father. I'm starting to really admire you. I clenched my fists, wanting to knock Zhang down with one punch. Staying alone in the ancient land is unwise. At this season, the ancient land is completely desolate. You don't have enough supplies, and if you get trapped in the mountains, you will starve, unable to find anything to eat. Zhang also stopped, turning his face and saying, do you feel like you're about to starve? That feeling is more painful than dying. You might endure illness and injuries, but you will definitely not withstand hunger. Hunger can drive one insane. When you are truly desperate, you might even resort to cannibalism. I no longer resisted, knowing that my father was still alive. I had to live. I still wanted to see him again. Although I had made ample preparations before entering the ancient land, stuffing food all over my body, after a series of battles and setbacks, I lost many things. I was truly afraid that I would run out of supplies if I got lost. Thus, I was forced to leave the deep mountains of the ancient land with Zhang. Clearly, it was not his first time in the he was far more familiar with the terrain than I was. He led me along some paths that I had not taken in my previous 2 visits. Those paths were close and safe. I didn't know if I would return to this place after leaving the ancient land this time, but it was better to be prepared. While following Zhang, I memorized these routes. Although Zhang appeared alone in the ancient land, once we left the mountains, I noticed that his preparations were much more solid than mine. Every 10 to 15 kilometers, there was a pre-arranged vehicle carrying many essential supplies. This arrangement ensured that no matter how great the danger, there would always be a way out. Zhang, being the leader of Jinkai, had ample manpower and resources. On the way back, everything went smoothly, and he brought me safely back to Yang City. As soon as we arrived in Yang City, I wanted to leave, but Zhang called me back. The 2 of us sat in the car, and the driver wisely left. Zhang lit a cigarette. I didn't know what he wanted to say, nor did I ask. Halfway through the cigarette, Zhang said, do you have any ideals or plans regarding your career? What? I was taken aback, not understanding why Zhang suddenly brought up such a casual topic. What career? Everyone has a goal in life, a target to strive for. If you had a sum of money right now enough to do what you wanted to do, what would you plan to do? I understood Zhang's words. To live. Whether in life or work, everyone has their own goals they wish to achieve. I lowered my head. The recent events had kept my spirit tense, and I hadn't thought about those trivial matters for a while. I reflected on the past. When I was young, I grew up in the countryside. Later, I lived in boarding schools in the town and county. My family was not well off. My father had to farm and take odd jobs to support my education. I knew our family's situation. Thus, I was quite frugal with money. My living expenses were very low. It was hard to eat meat, even once a week, or have a snack. Every time I passed by those various restaurants in the county and smelled the enticing aroma from the kitchen, I would run away, quickly fearing I would succumb to temptation to splurge on a big meal for a few days of living expenses. Back then, my dream was simple. I just thought that when I grew up and had money, I would open my own restaurant. That way I could have the chef make whatever I wanted to eat at any time. When I was young, my dream was to be a restaurant owner. I reminisced about those past events, lost in thought. Zhang fell silent, lit another cigarette, and then slowly opened the car door, saying, "You can go live your own life. Where is my father? When the time comes, you will meet him." Zhang's driver was very perceptive. Seeing me getting out of the car, he quickly returned to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. I did not go home. For the second time, I set out from Yang City with a team, but ended up returning alone, empty. I felt a sense of loss. That kind of loss was overwhelming, and I really wanted to talk to someone. After thinking it over, apart from the white-collar worker, I had no one else to confide in. Moreover, I had returned and needed to inform her that I was safe. Thinking of this, I opened my phone. As soon as I pulled it out, it rang. I don't know if it was intuition, but the screen displayed the white-collar worker's number. At that moment, I suddenly felt touched, feeling warm. There couldn't be such a coincidence, nor could there be any so-called intuition. The white-collar worker's call ringing at such a timely moment only meant that she had been trying to reach me. Whether she could get through or not, she kept calling. "It's me." I answered the phone. "You're back?" "Finally back." The white-collar worker's voice on the other end was choked with emotion, saying, "You're back." 20 minutes later, the white-collar worker and I sat in a very secluded cafe. I briefly recounted my experiences in the ancient land, but due to psychological reasons, I skipped over many details. The white-collar worker listened intently, but I could tell that her thoughts were not focused on my narration. She was simply gazing at me. Since my second trip to the ancient land, the white-collar worker had been anxious, waking up from dreams countless times, fearing I would never return. "Can you tell me about your father? What do you know about the ancient land?" I couldn't get more information from Zhang, so I had to change the topic. I wanted to leverage my relationship with the white-collar worker to gather information from one down in. To be honest, I didn't know if Zhang was good at lying. He was too deep in thought, but there was one thing I was very clear about. This matter would definitely not be as Zhang had said. It was over. "Feng, why do you know? Apart from our team, many people have gone to the ancient land long ago." The white-collar worker said, "Their purpose is different from ours. Those people went to the ancient land one after another to learn the secret of the longevity of the ancient land people. The ancient land has been isolated from the world for many years. With the development of the times, this ancient tribe had to have some necessary contact with the outside world. At the very least, they needed metal products and daily necessities. They couldn't continue to use stone tools to hunt or farm. The only salt well near the ancient land had dried up years ago. They needed salt. Essential items like salt and iron could only be found from the outside. Because of these contacts, the outside world learned about the ancient land, and some secrets about the ancient land people also spread out. Some people discovered that the ancient land people possessed extraordinary lifespans, a level of longevity that could no longer be explained scientifically. At this point, I suddenly recalled the old ancient land person I encountered in the coffin formation. Just before his heart stopped, he had told me he would not die, that he would live forever, that he could live for 10,000 years. At the time, I could not fully understand the meaning of the old ancient land person's words, but after the white-collar worker shared this, I realized that he was not just rambling before death. From ancient times to the present, regardless of emperors or commoners who wouldn't want to live a few more years. Therefore, after the secret of the ancient land people's longevity spread, some capable individuals or families from the outside world began to relentlessly search for the secret of their longevity. However, the ancient land people were very conservative. For those who recklessly intruded into the ancient land, they adhered to a principle: strike whoever comes. In remote areas, longevity is not that surprising. With a fresh environment and fresh ingredients coupled with a lifetime of physical labor, many people live past 100. Feng Hui, it's completely not the same concept, the white-collar worker corrected me. The longevity of the ancient land people has surpassed the limits you can imagine. You know, I don't lie. I have seen an ancient land person who is over 2,000 years old. He has lived since the Qin dynasty. Where did you see him? I looked at the white-collar worker in shock. I knew she wouldn't lie to me or make up such nonsense, but what she said was too outrageous for me to believe. "At my father's place," the white-collar worker whispered to me. "That old ancient land person is being cared for at my father's place." I was completely stunned by the words of the office worker, unable to believe anything she said. My eyes widened as I stared at her, trying to discern whether she was joking. Fong Hui, you are really annoying. The office worker frowned at my expression and muttered, I'm serious. Keep this to yourself and don't let it out, or otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble for old one. I understand. I withdrew my gaze and thought for a moment before saying, you said that the ancient man from the old land is over 2,000 years old. What is the basis for this? Don't tell me that just because he wears ancient clothing or carries an ancient artifact you take those as proof of his. Would I joke about something like this? If I didn't have solid evidence, I wouldn't speak carelessly. The office worker said, you may not believe the auxiliary evidence, but can you doubt the memories in the mind of that ancient man from the old land? It was only a couple of years ago that the office worker learned about old one keeping an ancient man from the old land. In fact, this ancient man is quite extraordinary. The ancient people are skilled in the art of nuance, and this ancient man is a master of it. What is a master or not? It's similar to a shaman, that's the gist of it. Let me explain, the office worker said seriously, you must not confuse nuance with ordinary shamans. There are elements in nuance that are similar to shamanism, but the realm of nuance is beyond your imagination. The office worker continued saying that the nuance art of the ancient people has been passed down since ancient times, and the philosophy of nuance is a profound study and analysis of the human body and even nature. Long ago, nuance was specifically used to treat the primitive ancient people. In that era, there was no concept of medicine, and the herbs were very limited. For example, if an ancient person had a fever, the tribe's priest would use nuance to combat the illness. In the concept of nuance medicine, the human body and the natural universe are one very precise and complete system. If there is a problem with the body, it indicates that a certain part of this system's balance has been disrupted. It is said that when a nuance doctor looks at a sick person, they can accurately see the normal cells in the patient's body, as well as the mutated cells. Over time, the scope of nuance was expanded, encompassing a wide range of fields, including the body intention, the subtle connections between man and heaven and earth, and philosophical theories similar to the resonance between man and nature. Gradually, nuance evolved into a cultural concept with significant characteristics. In a certain sense, nuance indeed shares similarities with shamanism, but overall nuance is more profound. A skilled nuance master can create miracles that ordinary people cannot fathom. The ancient man from the old land, secretly confined by Wendaonan, is a profound nuance master. In terms of art, Wendaonan is not much superior to the ancient man. It was merely by coincidence that he captured this ancient man under very unexpected circumstances. Originally, Wendaonan could not pry open the ancient man's mouth because the method he used to influence and interfere with people's thoughts was precisely what the ancient man excelled at. As soon as Wendaonan made a move, the ancient man knew what he was trying to do, guarding himself perfectly without leaving any cracks. Wendaonan had no choice but to keep this ancient man confined. Wendaonan continually pondered in secret, trying every conceivable means to uncover the ancient man's secrets. This was roughly a few years ago. By chance, after drinking, the ancient man's defenses were finally breached under the influence of alcohol. Seizing this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity, Wendaonan intruded into the ancient man's mind through extraordinary means akin to browsing through the ancient man's memories. To Wendaonan's astonishment, he discovered that the ancient man's memories could be traced back over 2,000 years. Due to the long time and numerous experiences, many memories had been submerged and sealed, but the earliest memories were all events that took place during the Qin dynasty over 2,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, I involuntarily began to believe, because everything in this world can be faked. For instance, a person can disguise their emotions, expressions, and even their gaze, but how can one fabricate the memories in the subconscious? Those things lie hidden in the subconscious, which is a part of the body that even one cannot control. However, Wendaonan did not obtain more clues because this ancient man skilled in nuance had a second consciousness that naturally resisted other arts. If Wendaonan pursued too aggressively, he could very well drive the ancient man to madness. For long-term considerations, Wendaonan wisely chose to stop. Yet this was the only opportunity. Once the ancient man awoke, his defenses would become even more stringent, leaving Wendaonan completely helpless. He began negotiating with the ancient man, proposing some terms of trade. The ancient man had been confined for too long and needed certain things. Wendaonan offered these things, and in return the ancient man provided some accounts of the old land. Naturally, he could not reveal the true secrets, and most of what he spoke of were trivial matters. Can you negotiate with your father? I tentatively asked the office worker. Can I meet this ancient man from the old land? It's very dangerous to have close contact with a profound nuance master. You're exaggerating. Ooh, I just want to meet him. Fong Hui, there are things you don't know, and you always feel that my account is embellished. The office worker looked around, and at this point the cafe was nearly empty, with two waiters quietly chatting at the counter. The office worker turned back. When she spoke again, my mind buzzed and swelled in an instant. Her voice suddenly turned oddly neutral, yet very real and ethereal, it was a tone I had not heard for the first time. During my first journey to the old land, the voice from the ghostly transmission was just like this. You. I looked at the office worker in surprise. Her voice at this moment was something I would never forget. When we went to the old land, the hints you received were secretly sent to you by me. The office worker shrugged and said, honestly, I didn't want to tell you right now, Fong Hua. You must understand my position back then. My intuition told me you were someone I could trust, but since we hadn't interacted much, I didn't fully understand you. I couldn't expose myself completely and had to keep a trump card for the team. How did you do it? In that signalless place you could make calls and send texts. Didn't you notice? When you left the old land, all the incoming calls and texts on your phone disappeared, as if someone had completely... The office worker said mysteriously, actually those calls and texts never existed. They were merely scenarios I imagined and imposed upon you. You really hit it well. Only when we were trapped in the void tower did I realize that you were indeed someone I could trust. So I revealed my trump card. The office worker said, I woke up before you noticed the hole at the top before you did, put the only hidden food I had on top, and then imagined a large-headed baby to guide you to discover that hole. Suddenly, everything became clear to me. I had always believed that during the most critical moment of that journey to the old land, the good side of my nature prevailed, leading me to persistently bring the office worker along, without selfishly abandoning her to escape alone. But hearing her words, I realized it was actually her who hadn't abandoned me. The office worker's ability was taught by Wen Daonan. She wasn't very passionate about it, having started learning 4 or 5 years ago, but after dabbling a bit, she refused to practice anymore. Wen Daonan could do nothing about her, and had to give up. Then I really have to thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. But now let's talk business. I said to the office worker. I sense that the matters of the old land are deeply intertwined with each of us. Jin Kai's dragon head is someone in the know, but I cannot extract anything from him. Therefore, I need to gather all the clues I can. Talk it over with your father, see if he can facilitate a meeting. I want to meet that ancient man from the old land. I'll do my best, but to be honest, I'm not fully confident. The office worker seemed a bit troubled. Old Wen usually doesn't hold grudges against me, but you should see that when it comes to major matters, he absolutely will not compromise. Give it a try. I nodded. I knew a bit about Wen Daonan's character. He treated the office worker like precious meat, indulging her endlessly. However, when the office worker wanted to venture into the old land again, Wen Daonan would unceremoniously confine her, insisting she couldn't go, leaving no room for negotiation. I thought for a moment Old Wen was not an easy person to deal with. To pique his interest, I needed to find an angle that he would be very interested in. After pondering, I thought of that dark round tube I had brought back from the old land. Wen Daonan was also pursuing matters related to the old land, otherwise he wouldn't have imprisoned the ancient man for so long. I hoped he would provide some convenience, and in return I could share all the information contained in that tube with him. I shared my thoughts with the office worker and showed her the tube. To this day, I still didn't know what it was made of. It didn't look like wood, stone, or mineral. When the office worker's hand touched the tube, it was as if she had been pricked by a needle. She looked at the tube in surprise, then at me. Where did this come from? The old land. I briefly recounted how I obtained the tube, and observing the office worker's expression, I asked her, do you recognize this? I don't recognize it, but I can feel something about it. The office worker pointed to a red the size of a mung bean at one end of the tube, which was otherwise completely black. Only the sealing end had a blood-red mark. The office worker said this mark is a curse-like seal left by someone extraordinarily powerful. The mark of the so-called seal felt by the white-collar worker undoubtedly added an air of mystery to the dark cylindrical object. Hidden within the belly of a white ape, combined with the enduring enhancement and seal that had not faded over the years, the potential contents of the cylinder made me eager to witness it. I originally did not wish to disclose this hard-won cylinder which might contain hidden items, but by myself I certainly couldn't manage it. It was likely that Wen Daonan was not easy to deal with, but with the white-collar worker mediating, even if he was reluctant to share much, he wouldn't be too adverse toward me, so I encouraged the white-collar worker to approach Wen Daonan. I can only try my best, the white-collar worker said, acknowledging her lack of certainty. However, this item was brought back from the ancient land, so Old Wen should be interested. Then let's not wait any longer, go find your father. So urgent. You just returned, can't you leave us a bit of private conversation space? The white-collar worker was somewhat dissatisfied, but knowing my temperament, she grumbled and led me out of the cafe. Wen Daonan's residence was located on the edge of the old city in Yang City, where many old buildings had been torn down. He had acquired a piece of land here and built a large courtyard. When the white-collar worker brought me to meet Wen Daonan, he appeared a bit surprised, as he knew I had been to the ancient land and perhaps didn't expect my safe return. However, his composure was impeccable. He asked no questions, led us to his study, and brewed a pot of pure tea. I brought something back from the ancient land, something hidden in the belly of a white ape. I thought it unnecessary to beat around the bush with Wen Daonan, as I needed to pique his interest to facilitate deeper conversation. Thus I directly presented the cylinder to him. When Downin was certainly well-versed in the art of shamanism and possessed skills far surpassing the white-collar worker. He took the cylinder without trembling as she did, yet when he saw the blood-like seal on it, a hint of unmasked astonishment flickered in his eyes. However, he did not express his thoughts, examining the cylinder with great seriousness and care. One end of the cylinder was sealed, which led me to feel that it must contain something. Deer bone, when Downin remarked after a few minutes of observation, identifying the material of the cylinder. He noted that it was made from the bone of a wild deer, which was extremely hard. In the past, ginseng diggers from the northeast carried deer bone rods for their work. This cylinder was made of deer bone, underwent special treatment, felt quite heavy in hand, and was imperishable, capable of preservation for a very long time. Can this thing be opened? I asked when Downin, since I had already shown it to him, there was no point in keeping it hidden. I had previously tested it secretly. The seal was as unyielding as iron, and I dared not take any destructive measures to try. If when Downin could open it, I wouldn't mind letting him see what was inside. It cannot be opened, when Downin replied, gazing at the red mark like cinnabar on the cylinder indicating his help. The one who left this enhancement was a formidable master in the shamanic arts. Unless one's skill level surpassed that of the enhancer, this seal could not be broken. Forcing it open would destroy whatever was inside the cylinder. Is there really no other way? I felt disheartened upon hearing this. If even when Downin could not open it, I could hardly think of anyone else who could. I will think of a way, when Downin said, but don't hold out too much hope. The one who left this seal is not an ordinary person. Taking this opportunity, I began to chat with when Downin. Whether it was out of respect for the white-collar worker or not, he was relatively polite toward me. As I spoke, I kept casting glances at the white-collar worker beside me, who likely did not want to touch on any sensitive topics, but she could not withstand my repeated urging. Finally, during a lull in our conversation, she spoke up to when Downin. Old one, I'd like to discuss something. The white-collar worker diligently poured a cup of tea for when Downin, and seizing the moment, massaged his back a few times, smiling as she asked, "Can that person from the ancient land meet Feng Huai?" Before she could finish her sentence, when Downin's expression changed abruptly, and he slammed the cup he was holding onto the... For anyone, especially those who had been keeping an eye on the ancient land, the fact that when Downin had an old person from the ancient land at home was extremely sensitive. Many people were secretly searching for the secret to the longevity of the ancient land people, and if this news were to leak outside, it could bring considerable trouble to when Downin. Don't be so anxious, the white-collar worker quickly advised upon seeing when Downin about to lose his temper. Feng Huai is a trustworthy person. Since we've already talked about this, what good does it do to get angry? Feng Huai was quite candid. He had found such a hidden item in the ancient land without keeping it to himself. He came to show you, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? This matter, Feng Huai would absolutely not disclose it. Feng Huai, don't just stand there, you should express your stance too. I swear. I quickly put my hand over my chest. When Downin was evidently quite angry, as he had not expected the white-collar worker to reveal this secret to me. With our tandem performance, his face turned various shades of blue and red, remaining silent. After all, it was still the white-collar worker who understood him. After surrounding him with charm and coaxing for a while, when Downin's expression finally calmed down. A girl is not to be kept too close. When Downin sighed. He was an astute person. Since this matter was already known to me, it could no longer be concealed. However, when he looked at me, his expression was very serious, and he spoke in a tone akin to a threat. If this matter truly leaks out, even if I do not take action, someone will handle you. Do you understand? I understand. When Downin shot another glance at the white-collar worker, slowly stood up and walked out of the study. His courtyard was spacious, designed in the style of an old Beijing Sihiyuan, consisting of 3 sections. The door between the courtyard and the backyard was locked, which when Downin unlocked. Before me lay a lifeless garden. There at this season the flowers and grass had withered, and it was desolate. In the garden was a dry rockery pond, and beside the pond was a concealed hidden door that would be utterly invisible to outsiders without guidance. Went down and led us through the hidden door. The basement was very solid, with walls sealed with reinforced concrete. Just as I stepped through the hidden door, my body involuntarily shivered due to the penetrating cold I felt. There was no wind around, yet that coldness infiltrated everywhere, constantly surging from the dark basement. Despite the silence in the dark room, I always felt as if there was a fierce tiger inside, ready to tear someone apart at any moment. Went down and turned on the light. The dark room was not large, and at the moment the light illuminated, I immediately saw a large iron cage on the opposite side. The cage was welded with thick construction steel bars, incredibly sturdy. Even if a bear were locked inside, it would be impossible to break free from this cage. Through the gaps between the steel bars, I saw